This young man had complained that going to school was hell up until this very morning. Little did he know that soon the entire country would turn into a hell teeming with monsters. No one had expected it. Just moments ago, Soon City had been bustling and noisy as usual. People were packed tightly into subway cars. Large universities welcomed their freshmen. Our protagonist, Song Yu, was a young man who had just returned to school after completing his military service. From his very first day back, he couldn't stand the daily routine of having to take a packed bus to school. Because of his complaints, Song Yu was teased by his junior Han Ho. This passionate young friend thought Song Yu was lying about his special forces stories. Song Yu knew his junior was all talk, so he shot back, startling Han Ho. Though his words were a bit harsh, this young man still had a strong sense of patriotism. Han Ho asserted that the resistance would surely succeed and the homeland would definitely be unified. Once again, Song Yu's words made his heart skip a beat. Song Yu knew that Han Ho never watched the news and that his enlistment had been delayed because of some younger sister. This made Han Ho feel utterly dejected. As Song Yu entered the school, an unusual atmosphere of silence made him stop, just as he was feeling sorry, thinking he might have said something too harsh and made his junior cry. Han Ho denied it, shouting for him to look at the sky. Faintly, the number 99 feet appeared and disappeared. Han Ho, with his 10-10 sharp eyesight, saw the phrase "monsters downloading." However, as soon as it reached 100, it vanished, and Song Yu, having seen nothing, thought Han Ho was just terribly missing some girl once again. Han Ho pointed in the previous direction, trying to prove it. Unfortunately, the phrase had disappeared without a trace. This made Song Yu think again that his junior could no longer distinguish between games, dreams, and reality. He firmly insisted it was just a hallucination. Han Ho even had to slap himself to snap out of it. He then suggested they go get some coffee. However, Song Yu's firm refusal was his answer. Before leaving, Han Ho emphasized once more that he had clearly seen the phrase monsters just moments ago. The two parted ways there. Song Yu went up to lecture room 404. He attended the lecture, but he was so sleepy that nothing registered. Song Yu could barely keep his eyes open. He was startled when a fantastic large bulletin board appeared, posing a question. What is the best profession to survive in a ruined world? His sleepiness instantly vanished. Instead, tens of thousands of questions arose. Why? What? It began to urge Song Yu to choose right away. He thought it was a dream. He kept rubbing his eyes. A sharp clang echoed through the lecture room. The lecture room was instantly plunged into darkness. All the students were in a state of confusion. However, the strange thing was that even if there was a power outage in broad daylight, everything shouldn't have been enveloped in such complete darkness. At this moment, phones also stopped working. Concurrently, a system window appeared before everyone's eyes. Song Yu dimly realized this was neither a hallucination nor some presentation application. Everyone was seeing the phrase 15 seconds remaining, when suddenly a dazzling light burst forth. From an unknown space, mysterious cards were successively released. The cards had images symbolizing a certain level. Some in the crowd were curious about them, while others cautiously warned not to touch them recklessly. Song Yu's intuition warned that not choosing would be even more dangerous. What would happen after 15 seconds? Time kept ticking, giving people no chance to think, and numerous cards continued to appear. Suddenly, one card glowed brightly, and a sword sprang out of it. Song Yu realized it was because the young man with glasses had just chosen the hero card. He pondered what the best choice would be in a ruined world. The varying number of stars below caught his attention. The more boldly you step forward, the more you can gain. Song Yu decided to choose the card with the most stars, and his profession became a 5-star Necromancer. The card flew to its owner. Profession selection was over, and those who failed to choose had to wait for the next opportunity. Subsequently, the space brightened again, and the young man with glasses was still amazed by the sword in his hand, while those around him wore expressions of disbelief. He said he had chosen the hero profession, stating, and then this popped out of the card. Song Yu was even more certain that he had become a Necromancer, but he was puzzled as nothing had emerged from his card. Just then, the first monster appeared, slaughtering people and mercilessly attacking a young man. This horrific sight directly reminded everyone present that the world had plunged into chaos. The monster was small but armed, so the killing intent emanating from it was very strong. The monster's face looked ferocious as it licked the blood off its weapon. The crowd instinctively fled in terror. In an instant, Song Yu was left alone in the room watching the monster, and ironically the monster noticed him, but he couldn't move. Other students started shouting advice to the young man who had chosen the hero profession. As the monster began to approach, Song Yu invoked their past connection, but the young man didn't seem very willing. Knowing this well, he didn't hold him back any longer. The monster, driven by thirst, bounced and leapt. Song Yu regretted standing frozen in place instead of running away quickly. Everything was too late, because if he turned his back on it now, he might log out faster than expected. Song Yu chose to confront the monster, and with a single kick, the monster flew far away. He didn't forget to reassure himself, saying, "There's no need to be scared, it's just a diaper-wearing monster weighing only 15 kilograms. Song Yu haphazardly threw chairs that came into his sight. The monster was also exhausted. It decided to cowardly launch a sneak attack. Not knowing whom to target, it had mistakenly picked a fight with a young man who had just emerged from harsh training. Song Yu delivered a powerful final blow with a chair, and the monster was officially dead. He panted, exhausted. A notification window popped up with a congratulatory message that Song Yu had successfully hunted a goblin and earned 10 gold. but he couldn't understand its meaning. Those around him hadn't yet escaped their fear. Song Yu realized it was crucial to understand the meaning of these messages. Before he could think, the message appeared again. Your ability is to make the dead your servants. Information about the goblin he had just defeated was also displayed. Song Yu was blankly trying to grasp the information when gradually a blue aura began to emanate from the goblin's corpse. Gradually enveloped in a blue aura, its entire body floated into the air. This was Sanji's first servant. He realized that his profession allowed him to summon such beings. Necromancer, this seemed like it could be a very powerful profession. Immediately after, 2 more small goblins identical to the first entered through the door. This time they all held small sharp knives in their hands. They looked up with yellow eyes and uttered unknown words. Kika, the students seeing them widened their eyes and screamed in terror. It's those things again, one girl suddenly said. There are 2 of them this time and they're coming for Sanju. At this moment, a notification window appeared before his eyes. A skeleton soldier awaits your command. Sanju gritted his teeth and commanded mentally. Fight them, kill them. The small monster that had just been killed by him, now a skeleton soldier, stood up straight with a knife in hand, obeying the command. The other 2 small monsters paused for a moment upon seeing it. The skeleton soldier powerfully swung the knife in its hand and stabbed one of the small monsters. As the skeleton soldier grabbed the monster's head and plunged the knife in, the recently stabbed small monster quickly resisted, pushed the skeleton soldier away, and roared. The 2 small monsters charged together to fight the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier blocked one monster's slashing attack with its knife. Even though it was 2 against 1, the skeleton soldier didn't seem to be losing ground at all. It was surrounded by the other 2 monsters but could still block every attack. However, one monster from behind seized an opening, attacked, and severed the skeleton soldier's arm. The skeleton soldier looked back at it warily. After watching this battle, Sanju said, if I just watch it fight, I'll have to keep fighting alone. He looked at the 2 fierce small monsters. They're just a small group of goblins, not that dangerous. If only I had a bigger weapon. Then he turned to Minsu, who was huddled in fear behind him. Minsu, throw me that sword quickly. Minsu clutched the sword tightly to his chest and stammered discontentedly. Why? Sanju lost patience and explained quickly. I'll take care of them. Minsu, snot running down his face in fear, selfishly yelled, this is mine, I chose it first. Sanji's face darkened upon hearing that, and he pointed at the 2 monsters. Then you deal with them, Minsu, seeing the 2 small monsters baring their teeth and glaring, cowered in terror and screamed. Sanju sighed helplessly. He picked up a nearby chair. Fine, the old ways are still the best. Minsu continued to stubbornly complain as if nothing had happened. He then grabbed the chair and charged towards the 3 monsters who were fiercely fighting and making kekakaka sounds. He threw the chair at one monster which screamed as it was hit and sent flying. The skeleton soldier seized the opportunity and charged. It continued to stab the small monster with its knife and the monster shrieked miserably, kakaka kakaka aka. Immediately after, notifications continued to chime. You have killed a goblin and gained 10 gold. You have killed a goblin and gained 10 gold. Sanju tiredly wiped the sweat from under his chin. Blood from the skeleton soldier's knife dripped onto the floor. The skeleton soldier, with one arm severed, stood up looking quite ferocious. Sanju, seeing it approach, was slightly flustered and stepped back, saying, but the skeleton soldier didn't stop, slowly advancing towards him. Sanju, sweating, bowed his head. As he saw the blue flames flickering in the skeleton soldier's deep dark eyes that gazed at him, his own eyes filled with worry. He said uneasily, I'm sorry, but your face is a bit scary. Could you look somewhere else? Upon being reprimanded by its master, the skeleton soldier flinched slightly and then dejectedly bowed its head. Sanju, seeing this, was surprised and thought, wait, can you actually feel disappointment too? Just then, a notification window suddenly reappeared, startling Sanju. Due to the necromancer profession, skeleton soldiers will always obey you. Then the 2 small monsters from before were also gradually enveloped in blue flames. Notifications appeared. Tap to view detailed information about skeleton soldier. The number of summoned skeleton soldiers has reached its maximum. At this moment, Professor Kim, who was behind them, asked in a trembling voice, Sanji, what in the world is happening? Sanju turned his head and before he could finish saying, I don't know either, but a sharp scream echoed once more. Help me. Startled by the scream, people turned their heads to look. A female student with her hair tied back and holding a phone said to Professor Kim in confusion, Professor, I can't reach the police. The professor, though also very agitated, comforted her. Calm down. Sanju overheard their words and then spoke. This might be happening all over the school, or perhaps, he looked towards the window which was covered by curtains. Rays of light were piercing through the curtains into the lecture room. Sanju approached the window and pulled back the curtains. Sunlight brightly illuminated the window. However, it turned out not to be sunlight but the light of fires blazing throughout the city. Sanju whispered the next words in his mind, nationwide. The students inside the lecture room also approached the window and looked outside. Everyone wore expressions of fear. Seeing this gruesome sight, Sanju felt anxious and worried. Perhaps it's worldwide. At this moment the lecture room was very eerie, with dead bodies lying scattered on the floor bleeding. Suddenly someone from outside the lecture room opened the door and rushed in, shouting, we can't stay here any longer. Smoke billowed into the sky from behind the school and an urging voice was heard, we need to move quickly. A male student in purple clothes jingled his car keys. As if something occurred to him, he suddenly became excited and turned to the female student behind him. Right? My car is in the parking lot. However, before they could rejoice, several small monsters hidden in the darkness suddenly appeared in the hallway before them. The two broke out in a cold sweat from fear. The two small monsters had just dealt with someone. They looked up at the two with large yellow eyes, still holding small blood-stained knives in their hands. Next to them lay a corpse in a pool of blood. As soon as their gazes met, everyone turned around in terror and fled. Run! The other two small monsters also gave chase, moving with lightning speed and making sounds. The male and female students were running at the very back, and one small monster quickly caught up to them. It leapt high, extended a hand to grab the female student, and swung a knife with its other hand. The female student's face was full of tears, as if she knew she could barely escape. But fortunately, Sanjia's army of skeleton soldiers appeared and blocked the two small monsters. 3 skeleton soldiers rushed in and attacked the two small monsters. Sanju stood there watching them. As they fought, they shrieked, seemingly communicating with each other. Sanju turned his head towards the people and shouted, "Everyone run away, I'll deal with these bug-like creatures." Then he pointed at the skeleton soldiers, a little embarrassed. More precisely, they will. All the students in a panic screamed and scattered, running away in different directions. Sanju, seeing everyone fleeing in all directions, reached out his hand as if to stop them, worried. "No, if you scatter like that." But before he could even warn them, the people had already vanished without a trace. He felt helpless. Let them be. Everyone will have to survive on their own. Amidst this, he imagined many things and thought, it's not clear yet, but this game definitely has rules, and we must follow them. Sanju recalled the events that had transpired, from choosing the cards to the appearance of the small monsters. He thought to himself, the given professions and the first monsters that appeared were quite easy to hunt. Sanju clenched his fist and thought, I don't know if I'm wrong or right, but I predict that fighting them will increase my survival rate. Then he looked back at the fiercely fighting small monsters. At least I have companions to support me in battle. Just then, one small monster attacked the skeleton soldier's head, making it stumble. The skeleton soldier seemed to weaken, continuously pushed back by the small monster's attacks. The small monster powerfully slashed the skeleton soldier's side. It triumphantly raised its knife and made a cack sound, attempting to stab the skeleton soldier. The poor skeleton soldier's head was severed by that attack and fell towards Sanju. The blue light in its eyes gradually faded. Immediately after, a notification window reappeared. Your skeleton soldier has returned to the void. Hearing this, he frowned in fear. Sanju, trembling slightly, cheered them on. Come on, take down those bug-like creatures. The small monsters laughed. Hee hee. A 3-on-2 fight just turned into a 2-on-2. As the small monster shouted, "Caw!" the skeleton soldiers also roared back without backing down and re-entered the fight. Light spread everywhere, and after a moment, notifications continued to chime again. You have killed a goblin and gained 10 gold. You have killed a goblin and gained 10 gold. Sanju happily clenched his fist once. He scratched his head and awkwardly praised the 2 remaining skeleton soldiers. Phew, well done. After that, a notification popped up. You have leveled up to level 2. Sanju was slightly surprised and turned his gaze towards the level up notification window. Whom could it be? At this moment, a status window appeared. Character info. Name Sanju, level 2, HP 4250. Mana points MP 1330. Profession Necromancer. Strength 5, Agility 5, Stamina 5. In addition, inventory, equipment, and skill information were also displayed. He currently had 50 gold. Sanju pointed at the window, puzzled. Are these my stats? No. In games, don't you usually get stat points to distribute when you level up? At that very moment, a notification, please choose one upgrade card from below, reappeared. Below it were 5 cards: random stat, random skill, random equipment, random strength, and random other items. Sanju was speechless and thought, so it was gacha after all. Sanju observed the cards carefully before choosing one. This is always an important element in any game. What will I get? He held the random skill card in his hand, and immediately a notification appeared. Your maximum skeleton soldier summon count has increased by 1. The 2 small monsters that just died have immediately transformed into skeleton soldiers. Now Sanju had 4 skeleton soldiers. At the same time, a message, "Your mana is extremely low," appeared in the notification window. Sanju saw it and said, "Mana only 30? He looked at his 4 skeleton soldiers and emphasized, "So your mana consumption isn't that high either, is it?" Immediately after, he avoided their gaze and waved his hand, saying, "That's a bit creepy. Sorry, but please don't look at me like that." Upon hearing this, all 4 skeleton soldiers simultaneously looked disappointed. In the eerie hallway, Sanju sat surrounded by his 4 skeleton soldiers. Sanju sighed and said, "Alright, let's get a grip again. If my mind isn't stable, I'll make mistakes. I don't know what will happen next, but for now it's okay." He gritted his teeth and thought, the first step is to survive here. That's all I can think about right now. Sanju stood up and said to his skeleton soldiers, "Let's survive and find a way out of here." Simultaneously, outside the school, countless small monsters were tormenting people. Horrific screams echoed. Get away, help me!" Mixed in with them were the cries of small goblins. Sanju, looking down from upstairs through a window, pounded on the glass in anger and cursed. "Damn it, I thought it would be safer here. If only I had gone straight downstairs earlier." He turned around, seemingly resolved, and said, "But we can't stay here forever." He then sent the skeleton soldiers ahead to lead the way. Sanju stood on the stairs and said, "Now it's time to go downstairs." The skeleton soldiers stepped towards the stairs. Thump! Lee Han-ho, holding a knife, ran up the stairs in fear. Gasp! The 2 suddenly faced each other and froze. "Look at him!" Seeing the skeleton soldier, Han-ho screamed in terror. Ah, he trembled all over, squeezed his eyes shut and wildly swung his knife at the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier, without time to react, dropped the knife in its hand. Sanju heard the sound and ran down, startled to see his skeleton soldier. How, it was Han-ho. Han-ho, with a pale face, looked at him fearfully and said, Sanji Hung. He defensively held the knife in front of Sanji's face. Who exactly are these guys? Sanju looked at him helplessly and said, Oh, it's fine. You could say they're my bodyguards, Han-ho replied doubtfully. Are you sure it's fine? Sanju looked at him, gestured and said, Oh, Han-ho. It seems you also chose a profession card. He looked at Sanju with a puzzled expression. Card? Oh right, I chose the thief profession card. Sanju, helpless, put his hand on his forehead and said, How many stars was it? He still looked at Sanju with a puzzled expression. Stars? He suddenly remembered something, delighted, and pointed with his finger. Oh, 1 star card. It was 1 star, but it was the brightest star. Isn't that good? Sanju looked at him, speechless. Yeah, let's just say that. He looked at Sanju with a bewildered expression. Yes, Sanju went down the stairs with Han-ho and the skeleton soldiers. As they walked, he pointed downwards and said, First, let's find a safe place. As long as we're behind them, we'll be safe. As they walked, a blue panel suddenly appeared. You will be safe behind the skeleton soldiers. On the panel, the words Comprehensive Skill appeared again. Thief's Dagger, Fusion Level 1 Skill Class, Combination, Activation Condition. Equip 5 daggers. Effect, Critical Hit Chance increased, Gold acquired 10. You see this too, Sanju Hung? Sanju, seemingly uninterested in his words, rested his hand on his chin and fell into thought. Combination. He imagined his skeleton soldier army and Han-ho and thought, so it means if I equip the same type of equipment, I get a buff. In other words, if I combine with a slightly better team, I can gain enormous benefits. Thinking of the skeleton soldiers, he muttered to himself, not just us, but them too. He looked at the skeleton soldiers carefully. It's not certain, but their skills are also amazing. This means that even if I play alone with the skeleton soldiers, I can receive buffs similar to a team, right? They continued down the stairs. The skeleton soldiers and goblins faced each other. They all approached in battle-ready stances. Behind them was a very large boss goblin. The giant goblin glared at them with an angry face. Han-ho pointed at them in fear and said, Look at that one seems to be the boss. As the confrontation between the two factions intensified, the panel reappeared. The opposing goblin team is affected by Death Aura Level 1, reducing their strength by 30, activation condition, 4 or more skeleton soldiers in the party. Suddenly, the goblins looked at them with extremely frightened expressions. Kiki. Sanju looked at them triumphantly. Looks like we're lucky. The skeleton soldiers, emitting a green aura from their bodies, charged forward in anger. They roared at the goblins. The goblins were sent flying by the skeleton soldiers' power, and some goblins screamed in pain from their injuries. Despite the goblins' miserable screams, the skeleton soldiers continued to charge and attack fiercely. Han-ho looked at the skeleton soldiers and raised his hands in joy. Wow, amazing! The giant goblin's eyes, seeing its small goblins being attacked, filled with rage. The giant goblin raised its large strong hand ready to strike down. A yellow magic circle enveloped the goblin's hand. The magic circle grew larger and larger. The small goblins also began to look at them with angry eyes. The blue panel reappeared. Goblin leader has activated the skill, Frenzied Savagery. The panel's text changed again. Goblin's strength has increased. The goblin leader approached and grabbed the skeleton soldier's arm, which was holding a knife. Crew. The goblin leader strongly pulled the skeleton soldier's arm. Other goblins also rushed in, one after another with knives in hand. Han-ho, with a pale face, looked at the skeleton soldiers in fear. What should we do? Should we run? Sanju looked at the skeleton soldiers with concern and advised him to wait a moment. Just a moment. Sanju carefully analyzed the situation before him. I need to analyze the situation at hand. He looked at his skeleton soldiers who were being fiercely attacked by the goblins, and many thoughts raced through his mind. They are following the boss's orders, so what I need to do is… The goblin leader raised its hand once more and a large yellow magic circle enveloped the goblin leader's hand. Sanji's eyes gleamed as he saw the goblin leader's movement. That's it. His skeleton soldiers were constantly being pushed back. One skeleton soldier with a knife rushed down from above. The skeleton soldier strongly slashed the goblin leader's magic circle with its knife. The goblin leader's arm was severed, and the goblin leader screamed in pain and anger. As soon as the skeleton soldier landed on the ground, it heard the goblin leader's scream. The goblin leader, enraged, powerfully kicked the skeleton soldier. As the goblin leader was pushed back, the skeleton soldiers seized the opportunity and quickly eliminated the goblins. A blue light suddenly appeared on the skeleton soldiers' faces. Realizing the situation was not good, the goblins, very frightened, looked for a way to escape. Text gradually appeared on the panel. You have killed a goblin and gained 10 gold. The goblins continued to be eliminated by the skeleton soldiers. The goblin leader, seeing its comrades being eliminated, became very angry and charged forward, slashing at the skeleton soldiers with its knife. Then other skeleton soldiers rushed in and attacked. The goblin wailed miserably, "KRRR, KRRR." The goblin leader looked back at the skeleton soldiers with murderous eyes, but before it could attack, it collapsed. On the panel, the words, "You have killed the goblin leader and gained 55 gold" appeared. Han-ho watched the unfolding events with disbelieving eyes. As all the goblins fell, the two approached. Han-ho pointed at the weapons scattered on the floor and said, Sanju Hung, look at these equipment." Sanju told him yes. He picked up the surrounding weapons and equipped them. A dagger appeared with an information panel. Equipment info, name inferior javelin rarity, normal type one-handed weapon effect none. An information panel also appeared next to the bracelet. Equipment info, name wild bracelet rarity, rare type bracelet effect. Attack power increased by 20 when fighting small monsters, goblin-type monsters. At this moment the skeleton soldiers also moved at incredible speed from the floor. The blue panel reappeared. Goblins have gained an additional 20 attack speed. Buff skill will be activated when conditions are met. Activation condition, when a sufficient number of goblin-type party members have gathered. It reappeared on the panel. Skill info, name Frenzied Savagery class, D rank subclass, buff. Effect, goblin party members gain 10 damage and 20 attack speed for 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Sanju looked at the new bracelet and raised his hand with a surprised expression. This is quite a good item. The one-armed skeleton soldier holding a knife looked up at him with eyes full of expectation. As if understanding the skeleton soldier's intention, Sanju gently raised his hand and patted the skeleton soldier's head with a gentle face. Well done. The skeleton soldier looked at him very happily. Sanju looked at the skeleton soldier with disbelieving eyes. Hey, what's with that face? Don't do that again. Hanho looked at Sanju with a very curious and puzzled expression. Where should we go now? Sanju turned to Hanho and replied, first we need to find a way out of here. As they descended the stairs from the hall, Sanju was very surprised. What is that over there? He pointed in one direction and said, hey you guys, hide in the copy room. People will freak out if they see walking skeletons. Hanho closed his eyes, crossed his arms and said, okay, I was surprised when I first saw them too. Everyone will definitely be confused. He held a shield in one hand and extended the other hand to reassure the people. Everyone calm down. He confidently pointed to himself and said, we are trying to contact the police and the student council is also investigating what's happening at school. A blonde female student pointed at the door in anger and shouted, do you think the police are free enough to come and save us? Break down that door and then we can talk. He closed his eyes, raised his hand and shook his head saying, we tried to, but it's no use no matter how much we try. The blonde female student continued angrily, what? Why can't it be broken? He looked at the blonde female student, extended his hand forward and said, it's really true. So everyone please calm down and follow the instructions of our student council. Sanju approached him with a suspicious gaze. He looked at him and recalled. He was standing next to another female student, and he was the senior limsok. This guy was extremely particular about hierarchy and an influential figure at school. He was also very famous for harassing female students. Sanju looked at him and thought helplessly. Perhaps his ambition is to secure a position in the student council. Seeing people approaching, he shouted angrily, I told you to stay away from the door, are you deaf? Hearing his shout, Sanju and Hanho turned their heads. He sighed. He looked at them and said with a hypocritical face, oh sorry, I'm so stressed today that I lost my temper. You two are new so you might not know. I just wanted to keep everyone safe. Sanju looked back at him with a puzzled expression. Is he trying to act dignified? It's not okay at all. He looked at Sanju, put down his shield and said, Sanju, did you get a profession card too? Sanju pointed at Hanho and said, oh yes, both of us did. This is Hanho, do you know him? Hanho bowed to him and said, hello, I'm Hanho. He scratched the back of his neck as he looked at the two. Oh, I remember, I think I met this guy before. I don't come to school often, so Sanju looked at him and thought in bewilderment, then why is this Hung working so hard at school today? He looked at Sanju and continued, oh, but do you two know that we are in danger? If both of you have weapons, help us protect everyone. Do it. Sanju held his knife and said, okay, we are always happy to help. His eyes were full of displeasure as he glared at the two. Oh, what were your professions again? He saw Sanju holding a knife and continued, so you must be a spearman? I don't know if you can help us. He tapped his shield conceitedly and said, I've killed blue monsters before. They were goblins. You know, even with weapons it's not easy to kill them, even for someone like me who chose a 2-star warrior defense profession. He pointed to himself again and said, if anything happens, just stay behind me. Sanjia's eyes looked at him with contempt. Oh yes, suddenly from a distance a student with a frightened face rushed over in a hurry. Hung, I think I hear goblin sounds from upstairs. He was startled and turned around, pointing in one direction and saying, all right, everyone be quiet. Everyone hide in the cafe. He tapped his shield boastfully and said, I'll block the entrance. Sanju pointed at Hanho and then pointed to a corner. Hanho, come here, I have something to tell you. The two approached the door together. Hanho looked at the door and said in surprise, do you see it? Sanjia's face replied very seriously, yes, I see it. The blue panel reappeared on the door. The door has been sealed by powerful magic. Defeat the boss monster and unseal the magic to open the door. If you do not attack the monster within the time limit, the horde of monsters in the building will become stronger. Sanju angrily tried to open the door. The boss monster has 2 hours and 50 minutes left, and I can't even break the door. Hanho looked at the panel with worried eyes and said, is this a time limit? If we can't defeat the boss monster within the time limit, will we all die? Sanju held his javelin, turned around and said, I don't know either, but we definitely need to find the boss monster and defeat it as quickly as possible. We can no longer expect someone to come and save us. Sanju was gripped by fear and thought, the person whose mind is unstable will be the first to die. He pointed to the student standing next to him and said, hey Sanju, you and Mew know each other, right? You're both the same age. The student, seeing himself mentioned, turned around and said evasively, "Oh, I do." He approached and put his arms around Sanju and the student's shoulders, saying, "Alright, I'll take both of you as my close juniors. Let's form a team and fight together. How about it?" Sanju said in surprise. "Wait, form a team now? Are you serious?" He looked at Sanju with an unpleasant face. Do you have something to say?" Sanju looked at him and pointed at the door. "Didn't you read the notice at the entrance?" He scratched the back of his neck and said, "Of course I read it. We can't leave, we just have to sit and wait. You know, wait for rescue." Sanju shouted angrily, "Wait for rescue? Do you think the police will come here? If this is happening worldwide, will the police have time to care about us?" He said awkwardly. "Hey, you went for military service, right?" Sanju replied, "Yes," he described with his body and expression. "Then why are you doubting them? The military will definitely be deployed and everything will be fine." Sanju looked at him with an unpleasant face and thought, he's crazy. How can the military save everyone immediately? "Alright, calm down. Everyone is in danger, I shouldn't provoke them." Sanju let out an angry sigh, turned his head and left. He sighed, he looked at Sanju with angry eyes and said, "Hey, did you scoff?" He raised his hand, shooing Sanju away, and shouted, "Oh damn it, you two stay away from that door. If you want to survive, listen to me and hide in the cafe." The student huddled into his arms and said, "Are those goblins?" He was startled and turned to look at him. What?" The goblins were now angrily coming down the stairs. The people inside the cafe looked through the door in terror. It's them," he said in surprise, holding his shield. "Grab your weapons, we have to stop them. Stop them from entering the safe zone." A brown-haired young man ran up to him and shouted, It's them again, they've appeared in the hallway too." At this moment the skeleton soldiers also simultaneously burst out of the cafe, holding their knives ready for battle. He looked at the skeleton soldiers in fear. "Damn it, what else?" Sanju stopped him from attacking the skeleton soldier and said, "Those aren't goblins," he said in surprise. Sanju stepped forward, extending his scythe, and said, "I know rights come with responsibilities, but we need to focus right now. If a madman is chosen as leader, we will surely die." He looked at Sanju and said in fear, "You're talking as if you've gained immense power?" Sanju's eyes shone, piercing through him. Perhaps. A goblin exploded and a blue panel appeared. Death Aura Level 1 has been activated. The strength of the opposing goblins is reduced by 30. A blue substance gradually enveloped the air and the goblins were in confusion on top of it. The blue substance burned like fire, incinerating the goblins. The goblins looked at each other, escaping upwards from the blue power emanating from Sanji's body. Sanji's eyes were full of anger. Now let the hunt begin. Around them noisy arguments ensued and some people ran to the window to look down. Everyone was very surprised by the horde of goblins. "Damn it, what is that?" The horde of skeleton soldiers furiously attacked the goblins. One goblin made a bewildered face. Before it could regain its composure, a blow landed on its head from somewhere. It was Sanju who had stepped forward. The skeleton soldiers seized the momentum and attacked the remaining goblins. Sanju, with his new power, eliminated them all in one go. Lim Sok and Han Ho trembled like aspen leaves at the sight. Lim Sok gripped his shield tightly and muttered to himself, "I had already thought of a way to escape from the goblins." Yet he ran forward to eliminate the monsters one by one. The goblin horde tried to flee after seeing their comrades brutally slaughtered. Sanju blocked the staircase, commanding them not to escape. The skeleton soldiers swiftly charged, allowing the goblins to only utter faint kiki sounds. Sanju triumphantly charged forward, shouting, "Well done, hold them back." He believed that if others saw how he commanded his skeleton soldiers, they would understand that he could control the situation and easily fight the boss monster. According to the game rules, they had to kill the boss monster. Fighting together was always the best option. The skeleton soldier charged and stabbed the goblin horde, and the system displayed a skill activation notification. Thief's Dagger Fusion. Critical hit chance 10, gold acquired 10. Sanji's wrist glowed as the wild bracelet was equipped. Damage to goblin monsters increased by 20. He looked at his diligently fighting skeleton soldiers and reconsidered. Thanks to the bracelet and skill buffs, the goblins were nothing. However, goblins weren't the only creatures in this world, and other terrifying monsters would surely appear. As Sanju expected, the students began to murmur, "Isn't that person able to control skeletons?" Another student replied, "I think so." Lim Sok and Musa held their shields tightly and watched. A girl exclaimed in surprise, "Thank goodness, but who is that person?" "What's his major?" The boy next to her replied. "I think he's our senior. He's in creative writing." At this moment the goblins continued to retaliate. They fiercely slashed at the skeleton soldiers, shouting loudly. Sanju saw this and immediately rushed forward, killing the last monster with a single blow. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "Excellent." Those who witnessed this spectacle immediately cheered, hugging and congratulating each other. "He's truly amazing, he's so strong, and he majors in literature," someone shouted. "Thank God, what a relief, it's so fortunate he's here." The corpses of the goblins were scattered across the floor. Sanju looked around wondering. No equipment dropped. Do ordinary monsters not drop equipment? The system displayed a notification. "You have acquired a lucky ticket after defeating 20 monsters. You are the 34th person to achieve this limited achievement. Maximum 100 people. He raised an eyebrow. "Lucky ticket? There's nothing in my inventory." "How do I use it?" The skeleton soldiers tiptoed towards Sanju. He praised them. "Very well done, my comrades." However, the faces of the skeletons with their empty eye sockets and glowing teeth gave Sanju an unpleasant feeling, and he quickly waved his hand saying, "Hey, I told you not to make that face again." Sanju and Han Ho approached the people with the skeleton soldiers. Lim Sok was still trembling and stammered in confusion. Sanju triumphantly raised an eyebrow and asked loudly, "How about it, Hung? My comrades are useful, aren't they?" Lim Sok blushed, unsure how to respond. Inside the school cafe, Sanju and the skeleton soldiers entered. The people looked slightly surprised. He said, "I'm sure you've all read the notice at the entrance, right? We are currently trapped by powerful magic." The people asked worriedly, "Then what should we do? Is there no way out of here?" He pointed to the notice board and said, "According to the entrance notice, we must kill the boss monster somewhere in this building." People began to look at each other uneasily, and many doubts arose. He continued, "We only have 2 hours left. We must kill the boss monster." Then he lowered his voice. "If we fail to defeat the boss within the stipulated time, the situation will surely become extremely dire. And because it's a boss monster, we won't be able to defeat it if we fight individually." A boy raised a trembling hand and said, I saw it before," he said. I went up to the rooftop. I saw a giant monster appear there, and the professor too." The image of a furry monster flashed in his mind. It had bright, fierce eyes and held the dead professor in its hand. He began to think, the rooftop, so that's where the main objective was. Sanju said, "Is anyone coming with me?" The people bowed their heads and glanced at each other, sweating as if afraid of being called upon for an exam. Sanju looked around, but no one dared to answer his question. He thought to himself, of course no one will. After all, this opponent is truly difficult to deal with, and attempting to fight carelessly could cost them their lives. Han Ho, who was beside him, quietly called out, "Hung." Han Ho scratched his head and forced a smile. "Maybe I should stay here." Sanju patted his junior's shoulder and laughed loudly. "No, you need to come along to give the skeleton soldiers a buff." Han Ho began to plead tearfully, "Please take this junior's dagger and leave me here." Sanju waved his hand. "I don't need it." Suddenly a voice came from behind them. "Fighting together wouldn't yield good results, would it?" The two brothers turned around in surprise. The short-haired girl in sporty clothes looked very cool. A long sword was on her back, and with one hand on her hip, she looked at the frightened people behind her with contempt, saying, "These people make a fuss just seeing a few small monsters. It's really annoying." Then she turned towards Sanju and looked at his skeleton soldiers. "Why are you carrying around such useless things? Your skeleton soldiers would be much more useful." She was Kim Jisoo, 23, a grade 3 hunter, she said. Then she cast a hostile gaze at the cowardly crowd who trembled with anger and fear. Sanju thought, "Nobody knows how strong the boss is. It's going to be a really tough fight." He turned to Lim Sok. "How about you, Hung?" Lim Sok was startled and flustered as if being called upon for an exam. He stammered, I think I should stay here. Someone needs to protect the students." Sweat poured down his face and his eyes darted around, assessing Sanji's demeanor. He said helplessly, "All right, stay there and defend for me," Lim Sok said with a trembling voice. Sanju looked at the stairs. He decided to take the risk. "I just need to go up. It will take quite some time." Then he went up with the skeleton soldiers. Beside him were the strong Jisoo and the reluctantly following Han Ho. Sanju instructed Han Ho, "Han Ho, don't let your guard down. Remember Admiral Yi Sun Sin's words, if you want to live, pay attention." Suddenly, movement was detected from below the stairs and the goblins shouted loudly. They were chasing them like mad. Sanju also realized at this moment, "Damn it, a horde is blocking the stairs too." He shouted, "You two, cover the rear." Jisoo silently rushed forward and cut a goblin in half with one stroke. Immediately, the monster was cut into two and its comrades rushed forward but fell to Jisoo's single blow, only able to make faint kiki sounds. She sensed a sound from behind her and immediately stabbed the monster with her sword, and the monster could only let out a faint ki sound. The goblin died on the spot. Jisoo single-handedly dealt with the entire goblin horde. She sighed, looking at the battle record she had achieved. Phew. Han Ho, witnessing all of this, gaped in astonishment and said to Sanju, "Hung, this girl is amazing." The sound of a dagger being pulled from a goblin corpse was heard. Sanju turned around. The skeleton soldiers were retrieving daggers from the corpses. Han Ho now said with relief, "No, I was wrong. Admiral Yi Sun Sin was right." Sanju smiled. "All right, let's move quickly." The team continued to climb upwards. In front of them sat a man covered in blood leaning against the wall. He was very surprised. "Professor Wong," he gasped. Sanju asked in surprise, "Professor, why are you here?" The professor said in a weak voice. "The students," he sobbed. "All the children are dead. Because of me, it's my fault." Sanju reassured him. "Calm down, Professor. Can you tell us what happened?" The professor said with difficulty. "Thanks to you, we were able to reach the laboratory safely," he continued. "And then I felt it wasn't good to stay in one place for too long, so we all moved to the rooftop. I was just following the survival guide. That's why I made that decision." Sanju immediately grasped the problem. "Damn it, that place." The professor recalled the terrible scene from that time and said, "There we encountered a horrible monster, and the students who trusted me." The team fell silent. Professor Wong mustered his last strength and said, "Sanju, never go up to the rooftop. Don't go there." He grabbed Sanji's clothes and urged his last words in a trembling voice, "You must survive." Then he collapsed, and all signs of life vanished. Sanju clenched the weapon in his hand tightly. His face darkened, and an immense hatred surged in his heart. A notification appeared. Subquest, Revenge for your master. You can accept or reject the quest. Reward random skill. Objective, defeat the boss monster. Witnessing the last moments of the old professor, you feel his deep resentment. You can avenge him by defeating the monster, or you can reject this quest. A choice is yours. The time limit is the same as the main quest. Your choice will affect your future destiny. Sanju wondered. Destiny, is it some kind of forced game turning point? His mind was very confused. Damn it, why do we have to go through this terrible situation? As Sanju continued to advance, Han-ho asked worriedly, Han, do we really have to go fight the boss? The skeleton soldiers also stopped upon hearing this, waiting for an answer. But Sanji's eyes were already burning with the flames of hatred. He made his decision. A notification appeared. You have entered the final boss's room. Black smoke billowed from the rooftop. At this moment, as Song Yu and his group ascended to the rooftop, what met their eyes was a horde of goblins that had occupied the rooftop and made it their home. The goblins were brutally slaughtering unfortunate students, indulging in a gruesome yet delicious feast of human flesh. Song Yu couldn't suppress his rage at this sight. His face scrunched up and he shouted, "Damn it!" Li Han-ho, who was standing behind him, widened his eyes in horror and, terrified, pointed with his hand to where the goblin horde was savoring human flesh. He said in a trembling voice, "That's a goblin tearing at the corpse of a young student." Li Han-ho continued to tremble and said, "He's my friend." Kim Jisoo, who was standing behind him seeing this scene, was extremely enraged by this merciless horde. She immediately clutched the sword in her hand and shouted, "You beasts!" Jisoo, unable to bear this horrifying sight any longer, rushed forward to quickly eliminate the goblins. But Song Yu quickly signaled her to stop. He raised his arm, which wore a red bracelet, and thought, "I need to calm down and assess the situation first. Why are we in this situation?" Song Yu continued to think, "I wasn't strong enough to deal with this before." After a moment, once everyone had calmed down, Song Yu waved his hand forward, signaling, "Let's go." As they moved forward, he thought to himself, "I need to become stronger." Hearing their footsteps, the goblin who was making a fire to roast human flesh suddenly turned around and was surprised to see Song Yu and his group approaching. It immediately went to inform the other goblins. It pointed at Song Yu's group and communicated with its comrades in another language. Upon hearing this, its comrades immediately put down their knives. The news spread very quickly among the surrounding goblins. Soon they furiously charged and surrounded Song Yu's group. Li Han-ho cringed at the sight. He felt like he was about to wet himself. His face pale, he whispered to Song Yu in a trembling voice, "Han, maybe we should run." But Song Yu, despite hearing those words, decided to continue facing them with his small skeleton soldiers. He thought to himself, "No, I have to confront them." Then Song Yu reached back with his hand and the red bracelet in his hand began to glow. He thought, thinking up to this point, Song Yu proudly raised his hand to the sky. Immediately, a magic circle activated in Song Yu's hand. Song Yu activated Frenzied Savagery. The goblin party gained an additional 10 damage and 20 attack speed. The bodies of the skeleton soldiers gradually began to burn with flames. They became Song Yu's allies. Sensing the unwavering signal from Song Yu's group, the opposing goblin horde furiously charged and engaged, but their attacks were nullified by Song Yu's 3 flaming skeleton soldiers. No matter how much they slashed, their swords only grazed the bones of Song Yu's skeleton soldiers. They were frustrated, unable to pull out their swords. Song Yu's flaming skeleton soldiers counterattacked the goblins with 3 swift slashes. The first goblin had its body cut into pieces and screamed in pain. The extremely angry goblin horde continued to charge and fight, but they were still overwhelmed by Song Yu's flaming skeleton soldiers. At this moment, Song Yu shouted loudly to everyone, "Use the corpses as shields." Having finished speaking, Song Yu rushed forward and pierced a goblin's head with the spear knife in his hand. Kim Jisoo also quickly followed Song Yu's words. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, and she immediately rushed to a nearby goblin and cut it in half. However, only Li Han-ho swung the knife in his hand, trembling in fear and shouting in frustration, "This is really useless. Why did I choose this?" Li Han-ho wept bitterly, tears and snot streaming down like rain, and continued to shout, recalling the past. "I thought this would be useful, but it turns out to be so useless." Perhaps he was too angry. Li Han-ho unconsciously clutched the small dagger behind his back. Although tears blurred his vision, Li Han-ho managed to throw it haphazardly. He shouted, "Ha, take that!" Surprisingly, Li Han-ho's luck was rewarded. The dagger Li Han-ho threw randomly hit a small goblin in the head. The goblin next to it saw this and was startled, dodging to the side. Li Han-ho paused upon hearing the sound, opened his eyes and looked blankly at the goblin he had just killed, muttering, Li Han-ho looked closely and saw the goblins standing around the goblin he had just killed with a dagger. Li Han-ho suddenly remembered his glorious past and shouted in surprise, "Oh right, this was my hidden talent." Upon hearing this, Li Han-ho became excited again and continued to throw daggers at the goblin horde. "Take that!" In an instant, another goblin met its demise. The goblins surrounding Li Han-ho rapidly fell. They gradually began to fear his talent. Then Li Han-ho looked at his trembling hands and fell into a moment of thought. After a while, Li Han-ho's expression suddenly turned serious. Li Han-ho thought to himself, "I found it. This is my fighting style." The goblin horde looked at each other uneasily, trembling in fear at Li Han-ho's murderous demeanor. They could do nothing. At this moment, on Song Yu's side, due to the effect of Death Aura level 1 foot, the goblins' stats were reduced by 30. This caused their flames to turn green, indicating a slight decrease in danger, but it was still unsettling enough for the goblins to flee and return to their hideout. Suddenly, a loud thump came from where the metal cabinets were placed, and the cabinets flew away. The goblins were startled by this and nervously looked to the other side with trembling voices, anxiously waiting to see what would happen. Then a goblin chief appeared, holding a wooden club. It roared so loudly that it shook the entire rooftop. The goblin soldiers rushed forward, knelt and begged for their lives. Li Han-ho and Song Yu were horrified by the sight of the goblin chief. Li Han-ho asked in terror, that appearance, is it the boss monster? At this moment the final boss monster saw the goblin soldiers miserably pointing at Song Yu's group. The goblin chief also changed its target to Song Yu's group. The small goblins also quickly recovered. After a while the goblin chief rushed towards the small goblins, roaring and signaling them to slaughter. Another problem arose for Song Yu, and he clicked his tongue worriedly. Tisk, then Song Yu swung his spear knife, sending 2 goblins flying into the air. Song Yu, with an extremely enraged face, turned around and shouted to everyone, "Kill them all!" Yu Siso and the others also joined the life and death battle against the goblin horde. The battle was at its peak, with both sides unwilling to yield, but overall the goblin horde was being overwhelmed by Song Yu's group. One by one they quickly flew away. Seeing this, the goblin chief suddenly became enraged, raised the club in its hand high, signaling an ominous omen. Song Yu saw this and shouted to everyone, "Run away quickly!" The goblin chief swung its club once, delivering an immense slashing attack. It was aimed at Song Yu's skeleton soldiers, and the skeleton soldiers hit by this attack immediately fell to the ground. Song Yu immediately summoned 2 more new skeleton soldiers. The system displayed, "New skeleton soldier summoned." New skeleton soldier summoned. It turned out that the previous attack was a decoy. The goblin chief had already swiftly rushed towards the first skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier was too flustered to block and was shattered into pieces. Fortunately, the remaining one managed to escape. Song Yu frowned and charged. He quickly dodged the body fragments flying everywhere. While Song Yu was resisting this threatening attack, unfortunately, his mana was now only 20 out of 30. The system displayed mana 20-30, and Song Yu looked at it, then anxiously looked up at the system screen and said, "Mana already?" He then looked at the pile of goblin corpses. An idea popped into his head. He thought to himself, "There are many corpses here, I can use them." Just as the goblin chief was about to finish off Song Yu, a sudden pop sound came from somewhere. The goblin chief suddenly felt a sharp pain. Turning around, it saw many daggers embedded in its arm. It turned out that Han-ho had thrown those daggers at the goblin chief. Han-ho, with a confident smile, provocatively asked, "Oh, does it hurt, you brute?" However, before he could even look cool, the goblin chief easily pulled out all the daggers as if plucking hair from its body. It became angry and roared loudly at Han-ho. Han-ho, seeing this, was very surprised and froze, saying, "No, why are you so angry?" Song Yu, also speechless, looked at Han-ho and said, "You provoked it first." Immediately, the goblin chief changed its target to Han-ho and attacked. Han-ho screamed and painfully fled. "Help me!" Hearing Han-ho scream, the skeleton soldiers appeared to counter. Han-ho, seeing this, smiled happily. He thought, "Phew, finally I can escape this chase," and was very pleased. However, his joy was short-lived, and the goblin chief sent all the skeleton soldiers flying with a single swing. But fortunately, one skeleton soldier survived the attack. It quickly leaped onto the goblin chief and powerfully stabbed its arm with a dagger. The goblin chief screamed in pain and immediately shook the skeleton soldier off its body, kicking it hard. Before the skeleton soldier could catch its breath, the goblin chief rushed forward to finish it off. At this moment, Jisoo saw this and with a murderous expression flew behind the goblin chief. Jisoo swung her sword and delivered a long slash to its back. A stream of blood continuously flowed out. The goblin chief clutched its gushing back and, despite being in pain, still struggled to fight. Jisoo stood close by, looking at it with a cold expression, and said, "This is the first time I've had to go all out on you." Then Jisoo glared at the goblin chief with fierce, trash-like eyes, her face as cold as a killer's. She cursed, "You bastard." Song Yu watched the scene and admired Jisoo's potentially brilliant swordsmanship. Her swordsmanship is truly excellent. Her movements are also very fluid. She is a truly amazing woman. At this moment, Song Yu saw that the goblin chief was being watched by Jisoo, and he seized this opportunity to summon skeleton soldiers. Song Yu said, "I need to re-strategize too." Song Yu's strategy was to surround the goblin chief from all sides with skeleton soldiers. Then Song Yu mentally commanded one skeleton soldier, "Attack from behind." A skeleton soldier, dagger in hand, flew up and attacked the goblin chief from behind. The goblin chief fell into the trap and was played by the skeleton soldier's attack. Song Yu found an opening at this moment, and with all his might he furiously charged at the goblin chief, thinking, "Now's the time." At this moment the goblin chief still hadn't noticed Song Yu approaching it at a terrifying speed, and was preoccupied with dealing with the skeleton soldier trap Song Yu had set. Song Yu powerfully threw his spear at the goblin chief. In an instant its ear was severed from its body. The goblin chief clutched its bleeding ear and screamed in pain. Just as Song Yu was about to finish it off using the skeleton soldiers, he suddenly lost strength. The skeleton soldiers immediately turned green again. Song Yu, puzzled, looked up at the system screen, seeing that his mana was almost depleted, with only 3 out of 30 remaining. He said angrily, "Damn it, just a little more." The goblin chief looked up at him, then suddenly pointed its finger at Song Yu's group and said something, and then pointed at the remaining skeleton soldier and the third skeleton soldier. Suddenly it revealed 2 sharp fangs with an evil smile. At this moment, Song Yu finally understood its intention. He frowned in anger and cursed, "Damn it, with only this many skeleton soldiers left, can we really win?" Then the skeleton soldier immediately stood up. He madly struck the lockers and one of them flew towards Song Yu. Song Yu saw it and quickly dodged to the side. The goblin chief laughed madly, certain of victory, and charged at Song Yu without hesitation. Song Yu looked at it despairingly and furiously thought to himself, "At this rate we'll die. I have to attack one more time." Suddenly he spotted a sword stuck in a broken iron locker nearby. He gazed at the sword as if seeing a ray of hope, thinking of one blow to kill the monster. At this moment the goblin chief was madly destroying everything around it. He rushed forward and grabbed the head of one of Song Yu's skeleton soldiers. Song Yu's face turned red with anger at the sight, and while the goblin chief was madly destroying everything around it, Song Yu ran over, pulled the sword stuck in the iron locker, held it tightly with both hands and slowly approached the goblin chief. Meanwhile Song Yu ordered the two skeleton soldiers to hold the goblin chief for a moment. He mentally commanded, "Two of them block his path." So the two skeleton soldiers spun around trying to distract the goblin chief. However, the goblin chief couldn't waste time, so it fiercely attacked the two skeleton soldiers. Then he suddenly saw a beam of light approaching him. However, the target of the sword was not him but the skeleton soldier behind him. The skeleton soldier leapt with all its might and grabbed the sword. The goblin chief saw this and swung its club trying to strike down the skeleton soldier. However, the skeleton soldier leaped into the air in time and dodged. Then the skeleton soldier turned around and hit the goblin chief's club with a single slash. Due to the immense force, both sides were sent flying. At this moment, the system suddenly displayed combination effect unlocked based on team combat. Song Yu looked up with a slightly surprised expression. That skeleton soldier was the final key to activating this effect. With this effect, the team gains a 10 increase in attack speed and a 50 reduction in weapon weight. The skeleton soldier was classified as a separate entity. Now he was a peerless warrior equipped with a sword in one hand. His strength slowly recovered. The goblin chief looked at it and was extremely terrified. Song Yu confidently held the sword and said in surprise, "If we link weapons like this, we can win." Then Song Yu picked up a chair beside him and said, First, Song Yu grabbed the chair and dragged it, charging forward with momentum. "Take this chair, fist." Jisoo and the skeleton soldiers also charged forward in turn, both full of momentum. Thus the goblin chief was cornered from 3 directions. The goblin chief was flustered, not knowing whom to attack first. While it was confused and disoriented, Song Yu threw the chair at its back. Next, Jisoo launched a super fast slash attack at its abdomen. The skeleton soldier also joined in, slashing once more. At this moment the goblin chief was extremely enraged. Unable to endure this humiliation, it went berserk, destroying everything. Just as the goblin chief raised its club to finish off the skeleton soldier, a yellow beam of light flew. Immediately, a dagger was embedded in its hand. Han Ho, from afar, cheered happily. "Hit, that must hurt a lot." The goblin chief, enraged, struggled to pull the dagger from its hand. Right at this moment, Song Yu's eyes began to gleam. He mentally commanded, "Now's the time." At the same time, the skeleton soldier's eyes also began to gleam. "Charge." At this moment the goblin chief was still struggling to pull the dagger from its hand, completely unaware that the skeleton soldier was charging from behind. Song Yu looked at the skeleton soldier about to attack the goblin chief, tears in his eyes. He thanked it inwardly. "Farewell, thank you for being with me this far." Song Yu recalled the time he first summoned this skeleton soldier and thought to himself, "You're the one who lasted the longest among the skeleton soldiers I've summoned." Watching it charge to finish off the goblin chief, Song Yu felt a pang in his chest and vowed inwardly, "I will never forget your noble sacrifice." Song Yu's shout erupted like a master's will. The skeleton soldier unleashed this final attack with all its might. Suddenly Song Yu paused, saying in disbelief, "Huh?" It turned out that the goblin chief's club was also swung with all its might. Nevertheless, the skeleton soldier effortlessly pierced through it with a single slash. Song Yu was astonished and incredulous. The system displayed, "Unique warrior effect blocks 88 of the boss monster's first attack damage." The goblin chief had not expected this. In the end, its head was severed from its body in an instant. The goblin chief's body lost all signs of life. The skeleton soldier slowly stood up. The system displayed, "You have killed the boss monster and gained an additional 25 gold. The system displayed, "You have leveled up to level 3. Song Yu stared blankly at the skeleton soldier for a moment. Han Ho quietly asked about the skeleton soldier's identity. Song Yu hung, "Where did you find that skeleton soldier?" Song Yu, recalling the past, answered Han Ho, "I think it was probably the first goblin I killed with my chair fist." As they talked, light emanated from the skeleton soldier, blinding their eyes. After a moment, the skeleton soldier transformed into a higher rank. The system displayed, "Goblin skeleton soldier has absorbed the goblin chief's magic power and its rank has increased. Defense has greatly increased and a command characteristic has been added. You can obtain an organic combination of strength depending on the number of units in your legion." Although the skeleton soldier's new appearance was somewhat flashy, Song Yu was not surprised. Instead, he noticed something strange. He pointed directly at the tattoo on its forehead and said, "Ha, what's this?" Song Yu pointed at the blue flames and the tattoo on its head, asking curiously, You got a tattoo on your forehead without my permission?" But anyway, Song Yu didn't really care. Then he opened the stats window. The system displayed, "Goblin skeleton soldier elite level 2 weapon. Katana race. Goblin trait, undead command." Reading this, Song Yu couldn't help but be curious. A combination of strength based on the command trait. It's like it's getting bigger and bigger, like a squad, a flight, and eventually a large corporation. In that case, I need to increase the number of subordinates. Han Ho and Jisoo also opened their windows curiously. Both were delighted that their levels had increased. "Oh, my level went up too." "Mine too. I reached level 3. Then Jisoo asked Song Yu curiously, "How about you?" Song Yu hesitated and replied, "Mine too." At this moment, she switched to the gift shop window. She scrolled for a while and asked Song Yu curiously, I still don't know which level up reward to choose at level 2. Do you have any suggestions? Song Yu looked at her and replied, well, everything is random, so all we can do is pray to get a good item. Han Ho seemed to be experiencing this system for the first time and everything was new to him. He didn't even know that he could see these cards. Han Ho blankly asked Song Yu, Hung, can you see these cards too? Song Yu sighed and replied, well, you can choose any card you want. At this moment the system displayed, please select an upgrade card on the screen with options for stats, skills, equipment, agility, other. Song Yu immediately clicked on skills and said, when I reached level 2 I chose a random skill upgrade and the number of skeleton soldier summons increased, and this time is no different. Since the command trait requires a large number I continued to choose skill upgrades, then a card slowly appeared in Song Yu's hand. The system displayed, you have acquired bone weapon crafting basic. Song Yu looked at his hand with a slightly blank expression. After a moment the system displayed an explanation. Skill info, name bone weapon crafting rank, basic, type. Active skill, mana cost 10. You can craft weapons from the bones of corpses. The following are the types of weapons you can craft: 1 sword, 2 hammer type weapons, 3 spear, 4 bow. The quality of the weapon depends on the initial materials. As the skill level increases you can craft more types of weapons. Song Yu read it and frowned, saying, I can craft weapons from bones? There were a few parts that were difficult to understand. Suddenly the system continued to notify, revenge for your master quest completed. You receive a random skill reward. Your destiny has also changed. At this moment Song Yu recalled the moment Professor Kim died. Song Yu, choked up, said Professor Kim. Unable to grieve any longer, he set his sorrow aside. A system displayed. Maximum skeleton soldier summon count has increased by 1. Song Yu looked at the skeleton soldiers and said, now I can command 5 skeleton soldiers. At this moment Song Yu was still wondering, what does it mean that my destiny has changed? It's really hard to understand. I need to be more careful when choosing missions in the future. Suddenly a cloak fell from the sky onto Han Ho. Han Ho blankly looked up, then gently caught the cloak and looked at it in surprise. He said, cloak? Song Yu also asked curiously, what's that? As soon as Han Ho received the cloak he immediately put it on. Hearing that he replied, this is a thief's cloak and it gives an additional 50 stealth stat against monsters. Hearing that, Song Yu said sarcastically, isn't that equipment for running away? Fearing Song Yu's misunderstanding, Han Ho earnestly defended himself. No, I won't be a coward anymore. I've found my own fighting style. As Han Ho was taking off the cloak, his gaze happened to fall on Jisoo, and seeing that she also had new clothes he asked curiously, Money, what's that stone? Hearing that, Jisoo blankly looked at the red stone in her hand and said, this is an ignition stone. Hearing that, Han Ho approached and carefully observed the stone, exclaiming in admiration, oh, the ignition stone looks like fire? Jisoo sighed and shook her head, saying no. Jisoo carefully placed the stone in a box and said, furthermore, if you sharpen a weapon with this stone there's a chance it will ignite when fighting monsters. Han Ho, hearing that, exclaimed in admiration, wow, that's really cool. At this moment Song Yu, seeing that they were still mumbling about something, said, let's talk about that later, let's get out of here quickly. A moment later in the cafe everyone was still busy with work. On the other hand, Min-soo approached Lim Sok and asked in a trembling voice, excuse me Hung, Sok Hung. He glanced at Min-soo and asked, yes, why? Min-soo cautiously glanced at the people whispering behind him and said in a trembling voice, are we just going to stay in one place like this? After a short moment of joy, Lim Sok suddenly became angry again. He gritted his teeth and wore a very angry expression. Min-soo continued to relay what he had heard. Everyone's whispering. They say we should have killed the boss. They say we should have listened to Song Yu. Min-soo continued. When I hear them say that before he could finish, Lim Sok angrily grabbed his shoulder and cursed. Damn it. Lim Sok looked towards the people and continued to rage and curse. How dare they whisper behind my back while I'm trying to protect them? If you want to say something, say it to my face. Suddenly Lim Sok angrily rushed towards the people. Seeing this, the people froze and no one said anything. Lim Sok continued to shout, walking with his shield, and he angrily cursed at the people outside. Hey, you guys want to talk behind my back so badly? Lim Sok's anger boiled over. His face red as he pointed outside and shouted, if that's how it is, I'm not protecting you anymore. Get out of my sight. The people expressed their dissatisfaction with his attitude. Someone spoke up, hey, what are you talking about? Where are we supposed to go? Lim Sok continued to hurl insults. His voice grew louder and louder. If you don't want to be here, then get out. Go to the rooftop and die like Song Yu. Eventually a fight broke out, and one of the group cursed at him. Do you think this place belongs to you? Lim Sok angrily retorted, I'm doing my best. The fools who heard that scornfully continued to insult him. Don't joke around, what can you do? The one protecting us is the person on the rooftop. Hearing that, the flames of anger in his heart intensified. His face flushed red as he shouted, damn it, don't piss me off. The young man with the buzz cut, hearing himself insulted, immediately rushed forward to fight him. Who are you calling buzzcut? Lim Sok pointed his finger at the young man's face and shouted, you keep yapping, you son of a bitch. Lim Sok raised his middle finger and said, I don't care who tries to stop me. Do you think Song Yu is still alive and breathing? Then go up to the rooftop and die like him. Lim Sok's face darkened with anger. He shouted, keep yapping, you bastards. Suddenly, everyone froze, but it wasn't because of him. Everyone shifted their gaze to another direction. Lim Sok, seeing that people weren't responding, chuckled with satisfaction. Why so quiet, you guys? Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a sword suddenly reached him. Then a voice echoed, "Who died?" Lim Sok and his junior were suddenly speechless and looked back with disbelief. Seeing the skeleton soldiers holding swords and greeting them in a friendly manner, he screamed and fell to the ground. Song Yu approached from behind, looking at Lim Sok with a disapproving face. "Hung, did you want me to die that badly?" Song Yu didn't pay much attention and slowly approached the locked door. Then Song Yu gently placed his hand on the doorknob. Of course, since the boss had been defeated, the seal was broken, and the door easily opened. Lim Sok sat on the ground watching this with a disbelieving expression, unable to accept the reality. He trembled and muttered, "No." Song Yu clucked his tongue, turned around and reprimanded him. "Hey Hung, you're really annoying." Lee Han Ho snorted as if provoking him, and so people slowly began to leave this hellish school. Just as Song Yu and his group were about to leave, Song Yu suddenly turned around and saw Lim Sok hesitating, as if wanting to say something. He looked at Lim Sok with a suspicious face and asked, "Hey Hung, do you have something to say to me?" Hearing that, he was startled. Then Lee Han Ho scratched his head, unable to look Song Yu directly in the eye, and awkwardly stammered, "Oh well, as you can see." The students behind them began to murmur, "What is this? That guy always talked about how strong he was, but now he looks like a coward. All that bluster, and in the end he's just a paper tiger." Hearing the students speak so accurately, Lim Sok dared not defy them and remained silent, saying nothing. Afterwards, Song Yu and his group went out first to scout the situation. Lee Han Ho looked around and said in a frightened voice, "It feels too quiet outside." Kim Jisoo replied, "I don't see any monsters either." After checking the situation outside, Song Yu raised his hand to signal the people inside and said, "It's safe outside, but everyone please be quiet." As time passed, Song Yu's group still led the way, with the students following behind, more cautious than ever. As they walked, corpses lay scattered everywhere on the streets. Seeing this sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. Whispers were heard. "There's no one alive here. What should we do now?" Song Yu guessed that goblins usually moved in groups. They might be hiding somewhere on the school grounds. Just then, Lee Han Ho suddenly discovered something, became very happy, pointed in one direction and shouted, "Hung, I think there are people over there." So Song Yu, holding his sword, cautiously headed in the direction Lee Han Ho pointed. Upon reaching the balcony, a group of people had already set up camp there. No one seemed friendly except for a young man in white clothes. After he waved to welcome Song Yu's group and approached, he immediately cast his gaze downwards and saw their weapons stained with blood. He was surprised, wondering who these people were. Then Song Yu looked up at their bodies and thought they must be survivors of the battle with the goblin horde. Suddenly, Lim Sok quickly pushed people aside as if he had seen someone he knew and shouted, "Oh President." The President smiled at Lim Sok and said, "Oh, you survived too." Lim Sok ran over like a puppy, clasped his hands together, and expressed his gratitude. "I believe the President's power would easily defeat the goblin horde. I'm so glad to see you here again." Kim Jisoo glared at Baek Dong and said to Song Yu, "That's the Student Council President." Suddenly, Lim Sok went to the President and whispered. Looking at Song Yu, Kim Jisoo saw this and said to Song Yu, "They seem to be talking about you." Lee Han Ho said, It's really annoying." Hearing that, Song Yu felt a chill down his spine. After the whispering finished, the President stepped forward. He introduced himself with a fake smile. "I'm Baek Dong, the Student Council President." The female students on Song Yu's side blushed shyly at Baek Dong's handsome looks. Baek Dong continued, "You've probably been through something truly terrible. We're also working to defeat the monsters. If you join our team, we'll guarantee your safety." Then, as soon as Baek Dong saw Song Yu's skeleton soldiers, his expression quickly changed. He pointed directly at the skeleton soldiers and asked, "But what are those monsters?" Hearing that, Song Yu replied, "As you probably know, Hung, this is the effect of the profession card I received." Baek Dong frowned and asked, "Are you saying you're accepting creatures that have killed people?" Hearing that, Song Yu suddenly realized his intention. He thought to himself, he's trying to make me out to be a dangerous person." Suddenly, Baek Dong waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to surround Song Yu's skeleton soldiers. He said, "I regret to say this. If you want to be with us, you must eliminate those monsters right now." They quickly drew their weapons and surrounded the skeleton soldiers. But Song Yu frowned and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't do that." Baek Dong angrily shouted at Song Yu, "Are you going to keep these dirty, unknown monsters by your side, by our side?" Hearing that, Lee Han Ho angrily and aggressively retorted, "How dirty?" Then the skeleton soldiers glared at Lee Han Ho. Seeing this, Lee Han Ho broke into a cold sweat and stammered, Actually, but aren't they cute too?" So Lee Han Ho and the skeleton soldiers started bickering with each other. Lee Han Ho shouted, "We just need to teach them how to be a bit friendlier. Have some confidence." Hearing that, Song Yu said helplessly, "Han Ho, be quiet. You guys too, stop doing useless things." Then Song Yu turned to Baek Dong and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm making it clear that I have no intention of abandoning them. Killing them is like abandoning my weapons. Can you survive naked in this world, Hung?" "No." Hearing that, Baek Dong smiled slyly and arrogantly said, "Well, if we can protect you, why would you need them?" He chuckled cunningly and said, "All right, Mr. Song Yu, I'll give you one last chance. If you want to join us, you must defeat those creatures yourself." Kim Jisoo, so enraged by his scoffing, stomped her foot and stepped forward, saying, "Hey Hung, are you deciding our fate for us?" She coolly raised her sword and threatened him. "When did we say we wanted to join your team? Do you think being the student council president gives you the right to decide everything? You're truly trash." Baek Dong, seeing Kim Jisoo, seriously asked, "Are you perhaps the president of the physical education department?" Hearing that, Kim Jisoo frowned and replied, "No, the school's been destroyed. What's the point of that empty title?" He still tried to persuade her. He held out his hand, pretending to be friendly, and said, "President, calm down and follow us. If you don't listen to me you'll regret it. Instead, Kim Jisoo shouted at him, "Shut your dirty mouth, don't pretend to care about the school and classes. Do you think I don't know you embezzled millions of won from the school festival?" Hearing that, he froze. Kim Jisoo, having caught him red-handed, aggressively continued, "I'm the one who posted it on the school bulletin board." Hearing that, Baekdong and his associates were even more shocked and exclaimed, "Ah!" Even when exposed at the last moment, Baekdong still put on airs. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he said in a trembling voice, "Well, I have nothing more to say then, just do as you please. Then you'll die to the monsters." Kim Jisoo didn't even try to listen to their words. She grabbed Song Yu's hand and left without looking back. Baekdong, who was left behind, continued to curse, "You'll regret it. If you don't join the team, you won't get the combination effect. Then you'll die a painful death." Trash. After a while, they had walked a long distance, far from Baekdong's group. Song Yu asked Kim Jisoo about her relationship with the president. "Excuse me, but do you have some issue with the people in the student council?" Kim Jisoo said coldly. "I treat him like trash." Kim Jisoo recalled Baekdong's past and said, "He walked around school every day harassing women. Several department students reported it to me. He may hold a high position, but trash is still trash." Hearing that, Song Yu could somewhat understand her pain. He said, "Ah, I see." Lee Han-ho angrily shouted in an enraged voice, "He's truly a son of a bitch." At this moment, Kim Jisoo suggested to the two, "First, we need to get out of here, avoiding those buildings." Kim Jisoo continued, "If it's an escape mission, I want to avoid crowded places. Monsters love to attack crowded places." Hearing that, Song Yu thought deeply, then pointed to the road behind them and said, "In conclusion, we need to avoid the building areas. In that case, using the hill road behind the school would be much more effective. It leads directly to the main gate and there aren't many people there." Kim Jisoo agreed and they headed towards the road behind the school. As they walked, they remained very vigilant. Lee Han-ho looked around for a moment and then said, "It's really quiet here. I have a bad feeling." Suddenly, Song Yu raised his hand, signaling caution, and said, "Stop." Seeing that, Lee Han-ho was startled and bewildered, asking Song Yu, "What's wrong, Hung?" But Song Yu signaled him to be quiet, because above their heads an orc was cutting something. Its axe was embedded in a goblin's body. The orc slowly pulled the axe out of the goblin, then looked up, sensing Song Yu's group, and its eyes shone brightly. Lee Han-ho, seeing those murderous eyes, screamed in fear, "Ah, what is that huge thing? It's bigger than the goblin boss." Song Yu at this moment frowned with great concern and thought to himself, "The creature that appeared after the goblins is an orc." Suddenly the massive orc roared and stomped its foot hard once, then jumped down the stairs where Song Yu's group was standing. Although slightly scared, Song Yu smiled looking at it and said, "Good, this is my chance. I need to add a new subordinate to my collection." At this moment, the orc holding its weapon charged towards Song Yu. Song Yu, looking at it, smiled excitedly and said, "Get ready to fight." Song Yu saw its face at this moment, and it was an extremely angry expression. Song Yu suddenly changed his attitude and startled looked at it with a hint of fear on his face. Then Song Yu commanded the skeleton soldiers and the people around him. He shouted loudly, "Quickly get out of the way." Lee Han-ho fell backward, surprised. He said loudly, "How can such a terrifying monster exist?" The orc immediately turned its head and changed direction to the rear. It turned towards Kim Jisoo and attacked her, but fortunately she quickly used her sword to block its attack. Kim Jisoo's face was filled with annoyance at this moment, and she let out a sound of "Phew." The orc raised its weapon again and tried to attack Kim Jisoo one more time, but fortunately a skeleton soldier flew over and pushed Kim Jisoo aside, and then it blocked the orc's attack itself. The orc, unaware that Kim Jisoo had been rescued, continued to attack the skeleton soldier fiercely, and the skeleton soldier crashed heavily to the ground with a loud noise. Song Yu, seeing this, turned his head angrily and said loudly, "Stop that thing." Suddenly, blue flames appeared between the skeleton soldier's teeth. Then the skeleton soldier stood in front of the orc, holding its sword and exhaling blue smoke from its mouth. The orc angrily snorted, then raised its weapon high and struck down hard. The skeleton soldier suddenly held its sword and leaped high, quickly charging towards the orc. At this moment, the system notified, "Unique warrior activated." The orc's first attack damage was reduced by 88, and the skeleton soldier leapt and powerfully slashed the orc's arm. The orc was sent flying by the skeleton soldier's attack. At this moment, Song Yu was standing in a high place. He shouted loudly to Kim Jisoo, "Jisoo, come up here. It'll be much more advantageous to fight from above." Hearing that, Kim Jisoo, holding her weapon, ran towards Song Yu, her face visibly tired. She thought to herself, "Damn it, I only blocked once. Why does it hurt so much?" At this moment, all three people had gathered. Song Yu said loudly to Lee Han-ho and Kim Jisoo, "Don't get too close. We need to use tactics like when we fought the boss." The orc at this moment was extremely angry, emitting killing intent from its entire body. It slowly climbed the stairs towards where Song Yu's group was. After climbing all the stairs, it roared loudly. At this moment, Song Yu, Kim Jisoo, and the skeleton soldier were hiding behind a tree. The orc, seeing them, roared loudly and approached them. Song Yu, seeing this, turned to Kim Jisoo and said, "Follow the plan. Send the skeleton soldiers first as bait." Seeing the corpses of the small goblin monsters, he thought, "There are still many corpses, but I need to use my mana wisely." The orc continued to be angry, raising its weapon high and continuously slashing. Song Yu, seeing this, thought it wasn't good. He thought, "Such clumsy guys will definitely have difficulty moving in the forest." At this moment, the orc, seeing the skeleton soldiers in front of it, was startled and realized it was surrounded. Suddenly, Li Han Ho appeared from the bushes and immediately threw a knife at the orc, shouting loudly, "Now's the time!" At this moment the skeleton soldiers also saw this and threw the weapons in their hands. The orc was extremely in pain as weapons were continuously thrown at its body. It screamed loudly, but it didn't seem to be over yet. The skeleton soldiers, empty-handed, rapidly rushed towards it. It growled angrily and struck the skeleton soldiers hard. Suddenly the orc was startled, its face darkened, and it realized something was wrong. At this moment the skeleton soldiers firmly grabbed its two arms, temporarily making it difficult to move. And Song Yu and Kim Jisoo, holding their swords, rushed forward to take the orc's life. Both their faces were very serious, but the skeleton soldiers couldn't hold on for long and were sent flying by the orc. Simultaneously, Kim Jisoo was also attacked while charging, but she dodged the attack while still moving forward, slashed one of its legs. The injured orc chief collapsed, letting out a loud cry. Song Yu seized the opportunity and slashed its arm again with his sword. The dagger-wielding skeleton soldier flew high behind it, startling it. Then the skeleton soldier lightly cut off the orc chief's head. Upon confirming the orc's death, the system announced a message that he had defeated the orc commander and acquired 17 gold. Everything was over. Song Yu wiped his sweat and said curiously, "Commander, does that mean it's stronger than other orcs?" Yu Jisoo wiped her sword and replied, "It's probably the monster just below the boss." Song Yu extended his hand towards the orc's corpse, then turned to Yu Jisoo and said, "But thanks to this, we gained experience fighting a new monster, didn't we?" Suddenly, the system notified, "The corpse does not respond to your summon. Your level is too low to summon a medium-sized monster." Song Yu heard that and muttered blankly, I can't get new subordinates yet." After that, Song Yu manipulated the skeleton soldier, then turned to Yu Jisoo and asked, "Yu Jisoo, what profession card did you choose?" "I chose the Necromancer card." Yu Jisoo heard that and replied, "I chose the Master Hunter card. At first I chose it because of my favorite color, but it turned out to be a 3-star card." Li Han Ho heard their conversation, sighed boredly and said, "Am I the only one who had bad luck and got a 1-star card?" Song Yu extended his mana-infused hand and said, My mana has fully recovered. Shall I try using a new skill right away?" Song Yu extended his mana-filled hand towards the orc's corpse and said, "Let's see what weapons I can make from this orc corpse." At this moment the system notified Song Yu about simple weapon crafting. First, 6 inferior swords, second, 5 inferior hammer-type weapons, third, 2 inferior spears, and fourth, 4 inferior bows. Song Yu pointed at the system screen and said, The hammer-type weapons are a higher grade, so I should choose those." Then the orc's corpse transformed into a hammer-shaped weapon made of orc bones. Yu Jisoo saw it and exclaimed, "Oh, it really appeared." Song Yu quickly picked up the hammer, examined it for a moment, and said, "It's smaller than expected." After that, he turned to Yu Jisoo and asked, "Still, it's not bad, right?" At this moment, the system informed him, "Equipment info, weapon name, orc bone hammer, grade, normal, type, hammer-type weapon." After that, Song Yu threw the new weapon to one of the skeleton soldiers and said, "You guys try using these." Suddenly, the system appeared and notified him. First, Manny's power level 1, belongs to weapon combination. Condition is to equip 5 hammers. Effect is 30 increased damage when injured. The system continued to display. Second is hammer attack level 1, belongs to weapon combination. Condition is to equip 5 blunt weapons. Effect is a 5 chance to stun the opponent with a single blow and an additional 10 damage to medium-sized monsters. After that, Song Yu looked at the skeleton soldier who had just received the weapon and said very curiously, Wait a minute." After that, Song Yu threw a red sword to Li Han Ho and said to him, "Han Ho, catch this." As soon as Li Han Ho received the sword, he said loudly, "Thank you." Then he asked Song Yu, "Really? Can I do it now too?" Before he could finish speaking, Song Yu said to Li Han Ho very helplessly, "Just hold on to it for a while. If I tell you to bring it back. Didn't you see how beneficial the unique warrior effect was? Or do you want to cut off one of your arms and replace it?" At this moment they took their weapons and moved straight forward. Song Yu walked vigilant, and said to Yu Jisoo and Li Han Ho, "Carefully observe your surroundings, we're almost there." Li Han Ho suddenly pointed ahead with a surprised expression and said, "Look at that." Then he asked Song Yu, "Why are there so many cars there?" At this moment a sealed door appeared ahead. Above it was a notification. "The door has been sealed by powerful magic. Defeat the final boss to break the seal and open the door. If you do not attack the target within the time limit, the horde of monsters in this area will become stronger." And above it, time remaining 8 minutes 1 second began to be displayed. They looked at the information on that bulletin board and loudly complained to the heavens and earth, Again?" At this moment the time remaining was exactly 8 minutes. Suddenly the system appeared and notified, "The orc party has begun hunting. Choose a suitable location to fight. Orcs find their prey by scent. The stronger the prey, the more orc warriors will be dispatched." The 3 of them were startled to see that. The 3 looked at the system screen and Li Han Ho said worriedly as he watched, "Wait, they're not coming for us, are they?" Song Yu looked at the screen and said, Does that mean the stronger we are, the more orcs there will be?" Suddenly, Yu Jisoo turned around and said, then she looked at the orc footprints and asked, "Is it more disadvantageous the more there are?" At this moment on Baekdong's team's side, a massive horde of orcs was fiercely charging towards Baekdong's team. The people around them were very frightened to see that. Then a loud scream was heard which caught the attention of Yu Jisoo and Li Han Ho. Yu Jisoo looked towards the scream and said, "That seems to be the student council team." Li Han Ho trembled in fear and said, "If we were there right now." Song Yu saw that and said to the 2, "So moving in a large team isn't always the wise choice then." After that they looked ahead and thought, The most important thing is to find a combination suitable for fighting all kinds of monsters. After that, Song Yu thought, fortunately I chose the Necromancer profession. At this moment the system appeared and notified. The first attack will begin soon. The first attack consists of 5 orcs. Li Hanho saw that and said, very surprised and trembling with fear, 5 orcs? I thought there would be fewer monsters than on the student council side, but 5. Before he could finish speaking, from a distance they ran toward Song Yu shouting loudly. Li Hanho heard their sounds and was startled and frightened. Seeing that, Song Yu said, that's probably them. Li Hanho said to him, worried and trembling with fear, Hung, I think they're chasing us. What should we do now? Hearing that, Song Yu looked at the cars parked on the other side, then smiled and said to them, I've got a good idea. Li Hanho asked him with a suspicious expression, a good idea, does that mean it's best to run away? Yu Jizu heard that and looked helplessly at Li Hanho, who was preparing to run away. After that, Song Yu said to them, let's set a trap. Song Yu pointed at the cars and the skeleton soldiers with a confident smile and said, let's use the terrain and my skeleton soldier comrades. As the orcs killed his skeleton soldiers, they continued to advance with their axes. They looked around as if searching for something, then suddenly spotted a young man standing on a pile of cars and shouted loudly, hey, look at that, that person is Li Hanho. He provoked loudly, yes, you fat pigs. The orcs heard him say that and became very angry, snarling and glaring at him. Li Hanho was so surprised he froze, but still managed to stammer and continue to curse. Fat! The orcs shouted loudly and quickly rushed towards Li Hanho to attack him. Suddenly they saw something in front of them and were startled, stopping. After that they were hit by something and flew away. The person who had just appeared was Sanju. It was Kim Jisoo and his skeleton soldiers. Sanju commanded the skeleton soldiers to attack. The orcs were filled with fear. Following his command, the skeleton soldier brought a hammer down from the sky onto the orc's head, stunning it. The skeleton soldiers continued to attack without giving the orcs a chance to retaliate, and the orcs could only scream in pain as they were hit. The orcs slowly fell as they were hit by the skeleton soldiers. After that, he said loudly, advance! During the battle, the system kept notifying, you have killed an orc hunter and acquired 43 gold. You have killed an orc hunter and acquired 24 gold. After that, 55 gold, then 70 gold, and finally 40 gold. The system continued to notify, you have acquired 100 gold as a reward for defeating the first wave of monsters. Simultaneously, another notification also appeared. You have leveled up to level 4. The orcs were all instantly eliminated by Sanju and the others. The system continued to notify, maximum summon count has increased by 2. He looked at the system with a surprised expression and said, I think I got a new skill. Oh, what's this? He looked at what was in his hand, then his face darkened and he said, I can summon a total of 7, but the problem is my mana is still only 50 at this moment. Li Hanho's joyful voice echoed beside him. He looked at the dagger in his hand and said in surprise, oh, I got a new skill too. Sanju glanced at him and asked, what skill is it? Li Hanho twirled the knife and replied, it's like an ultrasonic slash, but it seems it can only be used with dagger-type weapons. After that, he asked Kim Jisoo again, what about you, Jisoo? At this moment, Jisoo's whole body was filled with strength. She clenched her fists and felt her strength, replying, my strength increased by 2 points. The feeling is completely different. My body is full of energy. I think my strength has increased significantly. After that, he manipulated the skeleton soldiers with his hands and said to Hanho, give me that sword back. If you want to use skills, you have to hold only dagger-type weapons. Li Hanho reluctantly, sadly returned the sword to the skeleton soldier. The sky gradually turned the color of twilight, and Sanjia's team slowly walked along the road. Suddenly he seemed to see something ahead and quickly raised his hand, signaling everyone, wait. It turned out that a horde of orcs was breaking a bus ahead. Sanjia's team hid behind a tree and observed. He said, it's an orc horde. It looks like another team is fighting over there. Suddenly a spear flew from inside the bus and pierced an orc nearby. He saw that and said to everyone with a slight look of worry, if we continue like this, we'll die. It seems someone who can use a spear is trying to stab the orcs through the bus window. Kim Jisoo saw that and said, we need to help. The team began to analyze the strategy. If we can coordinate our attacks, we can kill the orcs more easily. Li Hanho asked him, are you sure it's okay? Sanju stroked his chin with his hand and fell into thought for a moment. Suddenly he snapped awake. He seemed to have remembered something. He asked, but will the people inside the bus understand our intentions? I'm not sure if they'll think the same way as us. While he was thinking, the orcs continued to attack the bus. He continued, and it'll be quite bothersome if they run away instead of fighting. Suddenly he laughed and pointed to the other side, saying, how about this? Let's show them the power of human civilization. Kim Jisoo and Li Hanho looked blankly, not understanding, and turned to the direction he was pointing, saying, ha, at the same time. At this moment the orcs strongly struck the bus window with their axes, causing it to crack and shatter. At this moment, inside the bus, the blonde man shouted loudly to the man holding the spear in fear. Attack, you bastard, don't you know how to use a spear? The man holding the spear, a spearman named Li Jinshu, also trembled in fear and shouted loudly at the blonde man, if you're so good, go fight yourself, you have a shield and sword too. Everyone else in the bus was trembling in fear and crying, cowering below. One of them said, damn it, we're going to die. The man next to him, with tears and snot streaming down his face, said, I don't want to die yet. At this moment the orcs outside heard some sound and turned around. They were startled to see a truck full of skeleton soldiers approaching them. Immediately after, the truck hit them hard, sending them flying. The blonde man inside the bus was still shouting at Lee Jin-shu, "What? Why are you just standing there like a dummy?" Lee Jin-shu blankly watched the scene outside and then muttered in a trembling voice, "Skeletons." At this moment outside, Sanjia's skeleton soldiers continued to attack the orcs. The long-haired man with a hat looked outside and shouted loudly in fear, "Who are those things? How can such terrifying things keep appearing?" After that, Lee Jin-shu said again in surprise, "It's too quiet." The curly-haired man lying below said, "Did they leave?" Lee Jin-shu kept looking out the bus window, then saw a small skeleton soldier hanging from the window and greeting him, "Hello." He was so surprised that he dropped his weapon, fell backward and screamed loudly in fear, "Get out quickly!" Suddenly a hand knocked on the window and said loudly, "Open the door." The owner of that hand was Lee Han-ho. He knocked on the door and said loudly to the people inside, "We are normal people, open the door quickly." The sky gradually darkened and the outside was full of orc corpses. The bus door opened. At this moment everyone inside the bus had crossed the threshold of death, feeling both fear and joy at the same time, hugging each other and crying, saying, "I can't believe it, we've been rescued." Lee Han-ho stood outside holding the skeleton soldier's hammer and raised it high. After that he struck the vending machine hard. The vending machine was unharmed, but he was sweating profusely. Sanju looked at him with uncomprehending eyes and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Lee Han-ho smiled cunningly and said to him, "I don't have any change. Can you buy me a can of soda?" The blonde man saw that and said, "Hey, I'll buy it." After that he pressed the vending machine, then turned around and said, "What? You broke it by mistake." Lee Han-ho also gave up. He scratched his head and asked everyone, "So should we continue now?" Lee Jin-shu sighed as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and said yes. Suddenly Sanju pointed to the other side and turned to Lee Jin-shu asking, "Lee Jin-shu, you said earlier that this thing spits out items, right?" He replied, "Yes, we tried it, but we didn't have much gold, so we only tried once." Looking at the square machine on the other side, he continued, "According to the instructions it gives items." Lee Han-ho approached and handed him a can of soda saying, "Oh, so this is the item shop." Sanju hesitated, looked at him and asked, "Is it alright?" Suddenly the machine screen turned on and text appeared, "Welcome to E-grade shop, tap anywhere to continue." Seeing that, he tapped the screen with his hand and the text that appeared on the screen surprised him. The electronic screen gave him 3 choices. Choose your lucky roulette. The first is the bronze roulette for 100 gold, the second is the silver roulette for 1000 gold, and the third is the gold roulette for 10,000 gold. The E-grade shop only went up to the gold roulette. The electronic screen brightly displayed the 3 choices. Sanju looked at the information displayed on that machine's screen and Lee Han-ho asked him, "Hung, does this really give real items?" Kim Jisoo said, "Swords fall from the sky too, so nothing is impossible." Sanju scratched his face with his finger and said, "If you want to know, you have to try it." He continued to look at the information at the top of the screen. Lee Han-ho looked at the screen and said, "I only have 360 gold, so I can only spin the bronze roulette." Kim Jisoo opened a can of soda and said, "I have 584 gold. After that, Han-ho asked Sanju again, "What about you, Hung?" Sanju replied without taking his eyes off the screen. "Oh my," Sanju said, "I have 1552 gold. The two were surprised to hear that, and Lee Han-ho asked loudly, "Really, you can spin the silver roulette too, Hung?" Suddenly another message appeared on the system. "You possess 1 lucky draw ticket with no grade limit." Sanju recalled the previous scene, realizing he had obtained this item through the hunter achievement. "Now I can use it." Lee Han-ho looked at the screen and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh Hung, you can spin the gold roulette right away." Sanju then pressed the button and started. The screen began to spin rapidly. Despite the spinning roulette, Sanjia's expression remained quite calm. Han-ho, on the other hand, watched the roulette with great tension. The roulette gradually slowed down and began to stop. Seeing the result, Han-ho joyfully exclaimed, "Oh awesome!" The roulette stopped on the 1 STP plus section. The most important thing for survival in this world was luck. Sanju held a blue spherical orb in his hand and item information appeared. Its name was Tears of the Spirit King, its grade was legendary, and its classification was magic orb. Its effects were max mana 300, mana recovery speed 200. Han-ho said excitedly. The longest one came out of the gold roulette first. Sanju, holding the orb, looked back at Han-ho and Jisoo and said, "I told you so." Han-ho shouted excitedly, "No, why aren't you spinning the silver roulette one more time?" Song-yu asked incredulously. "Why do you keep telling me to play the lottery?" And so Sanju, Lee Han-ho and Kim Jisoo began to spin the roulette. Sanju won second prize and received the Vanguard Shield. Kim Jisoo also won second prize and received the Paladin's Longsword. Only Lee Han-ho, alone in a corner, received a C-grade potion pouch. He sat there depressed and lamenting his fate. "Why do I always get something like this?" Sanju looked at him and said, "Maybe there's a good healing potion inside." "Stop whining." Jisoo put away her sword and looked into the distance saying, "Ah, it sounds like something noisy is happening over there. Should we help?" Lee Han-ho pouted and said to Sanju, "Sanju Hung, are you really going to use that method again?" Sanju looked at the car and replied, "No, this time I'll use something bigger." At this moment the people on the other side were being chased and attacked by orcs, all in chaos, running and screaming for help. Suddenly something pierced an orc. It was a team led by Parung. He cut down an orc and loudly told the people, "Everyone maintain formation, we'll clear the way from the front." One of his team members loudly said, "Hung, some people are trapped behind." At this moment the people behind continued to be attacked and killed by the orcs. Baekdong saw the sight and said loudly in fear, "Leave them. Do you think we have the capacity to take care of all those people?" He then ordered the 2 people in front, Jinsek Hanmun shields up and block the front. Suddenly the orcs heard a sound, stopped and looked back. A bus appeared, forcefully hitting them and sending them flying. The bus spun around, sending all of them flying. The person driving that car was Song Yu. He laughed maniacally and shouted loudly, "Money, money, come into my pocket." The system continued to notify, "You have acquired 55 gold from hunting orcs. You have acquired 60 gold from hunting orcs. You have acquired 55 gold from hunting orcs." Li Han-ho was not to be outdone and continued to throw daggers. The skeleton soldiers also helped him. Sanju then leaned out of the car door and loudly told the people, "Everyone quickly get on the bus." The people outside looked at him and said in surprise, "We should have followed that person back then." At this moment an orc was rapidly running towards them. Kim Jisoo flew out, slashed the orc and loudly declared, "You orcs, I won't lose this time." The orc paid no mind and raised its weapon high, powerfully slashing at Kim Jisoo, but Kim Jisoo blocked its attack with her sword. As she blocked its attack, she thought to herself with delight, "I blocked it, I'm much stronger than before." At this moment flames erupted all over the orc's body. Kim Jisoo saw it and thought, "Now's the time." Kim Jisoo then raised her flaming weapon and slashed, creating a circular motion. Kim Jisoo then looked back with joy, thinking, "I succeeded." Suddenly she turned back with a surprised expression. Sanju and his skeleton soldiers had already killed many orcs while Kim Jisoo was killing one. The skeleton soldiers continued to throw daggers at the orcs. The orcs, stabbed by the daggers, spat blood and died on the spot. Seeing the orcs fall, the skeleton soldiers quickly pulled out their daggers. Another orc, seeing its comrade fall, rushed forward in a hurry and pushed the skeleton soldiers away. But it also received a barrage of daggers from other skeleton soldiers. Not just one but many daggers pierced it. After it fell, Sanjia's skeleton soldiers cooperated to retrieve the daggers. Jisoo saw this and realized that everything was proceeding according to Sanjia's calculations. Jisoo watched admiringly, thinking, his tactics involve constant movement, maintaining distance, continuously attacking the target, and positioning his subordinates appropriately so that no prey can escape. Suddenly she clenched the sword in her hand and continued to think self-deprecatingly. Someone like me who worships power was defeated by orcs from the beginning, as if I'm someone who could really die easily. Jisoo watched Sanju continue to kill orcs and asked herself, is he really such a talented person? Suddenly, someone's footsteps were approaching Sanju. He stood before them and asked, is there a problem? He looked at Baekdong's group in front of him and asked sarcastically, didn't you say you didn't want to be with these monsters? Baekdong forced a smile and said to him, hey, don't be angry for too long, you've already come back. You're not an inhuman person, are you? He said to him with a serious face, it's because I saw you abandon others and run away. His team members had dissatisfied expressions, and he forced an explanation. Abandon? I was merely retreating strategically. He looked at the people on the bus and said to him, I hope everyone on the bus thinks like you. He trembled with rage and glared at him, clenching his lips tightly, unable to find any more excuses. Suddenly the system chimed with a notification. The orc horde has failed its hunt and is enraged. Suddenly, Sanju sensed a cold, murderous gaze fixated on him from behind. Others heard this and, startled and fearful, looked around warily. Sanju turned his body, got onto the bus and said to Baekdong's group, the bus has to leave. If you listen to me, you can get on. The man behind Baekdong asked him worriedly, what should we do now? He snorted and suppressed something, saying there's no other choice. Song Yu then looked back at him and said, oh, and give me that armor too. Hearing that, he was startled and shouted, ha, in anger, asking, why should I give that armor to you? Don't you have the right to protect yourself? Sanju smiled, winked and replied to him, of course I'll protect everyone, but everything has a price. And of course, unlike some people, we don't work for free. The system notified Sanju, you have leveled up to level 5. The system again notified, you can now summon medium-sized monsters to join your army. Sanju happily selected a skill card and muttered to himself, medium-sized, does that mean I can summon orcs too? Sanju said, as I thought, acquiring skill cards is the most advantageous. While the bus was moving rapidly, the system notified that the maximum summon count had increased by 2 more. Sanju joyfully said, great, now I can summon 9 subordinates. Sanju noticed a skeleton soldier approaching from behind. Sanju looked at it and called out, Oran. Seeing that it was struggling to put on the armor, he asked, what's wrong, don't you like it? He recalled the moments of battle and thought, this is the skeleton soldier I trust the most, that's why I gave almost all the good equipment to it. He thought and even gave it a name. Sanju sighed and said to it, if it's uncomfortable, take it off. He continued to think, it only has its right arm left, so let's call it Oran. While he was putting on the armor again, Li Han-ho approached and called him. Li Han-ho pointed at the many people behind him and suggested, should we get another car? While the car full of people sped away, Sanju replied, of course we'll rescue other people too. Sanju continued, it's okay, no need to waste time searching for them. Sanju walked to where many people were and declared, everyone, from now on we will have to fight the boss. The system notified, the orc chieftain has directly declared war. All orcs will stand against the survivors to annihilate them. He said again, as announced on the quest board, this is inevitable. We can only leave the school by killing the boss. A man spoke up, hey, I witnessed everything when I was in the gym. The number of orcs is much greater than before. There must be at least 100 of them. The people heard this and immediately fell into chaos. While people were scared, the system notified again, mission time has expired, debuff activated. A notification appeared on the system. First, parasite debuff, classification, penalty. Condition when there are 10 or more party members below level 5 in the team. Debuff. Movement speed reduced by 30, attack speed reduced by 5, someone exclaimed in surprise. How are we supposed to fight them? The screen continued to display. Second, lazy recruit debuff. Classification, penalty. Condition when there are 10 or more party members who haven't killed a single monster in the team. Debuff. Attack speed reduced by 10, gold acquired reduced by 5. The people said in a panic, how are we supposed to fight? The system didn't stop and continued to appear. Finally, despair debuff. Classification, penalty. Condition when the majority of team members have no will to fight. Debuff 10, increased chance of falling into a confused state. Someone shouted, there are 100 orcs, but Sanju was not worried at all and thought confidently, I already know how to fight orcs effectively, so 100 doesn't matter, I'll win this fight. Amidst everyone's worries, Sanju declared, I will fight alone. He thought to himself, having many weapons doesn't mean they're all useful. Kim Jisoo exclaimed in surprise. What did you say? Lee Han-ho also shouted in shock. Hey Hung, are you crazy? What did you just say? Sanju very calmly pointed at himself and repeated, I will fight the orcs alone. The others murmured, asking each other, hey, did I hear that wrong? Someone said disbelievingly. That person is crazy, another person said, trembling with fear. Damn it, he's the only one we can trust. Amidst the murmuring of the people, Baek Dong's group sat comfortably in the back, scoffing and cursing. Foolish Sanju. Lim Sok scoffed at him among them. He dug his own grave with that arrogant attitude, Baek Dong also said sarcastically. Was he just lucky all this time? I hope that foolish guy dies, Lim Sok chimed in. He's just a failure. He'll definitely die because of that foolish remark just now. Kim Jisoo disagreed and tried to stop Sanju. Sanju, are you okay? Even if we fight together, how can we fight against so many monsters? But Sanju very calmly said, that's also what you said before we fought the boss on the rooftop, right? Kim Jisoo carefully said, yes, he said frankly. That incident made me feel that fighting together isn't effective. In other words, the combat power of human companions is incomparable to skeleton soldiers. While Jisoo was bewildered, Sanju continued, you're right, oh no offense. Anyway, you've been a great help. Sanju began to prepare, still smiling, and said, but this battle seems very dangerous. I thought carefully before making this decision. Seeing him, Jisoo thought in surprise. I knew Sanju always strategized before battle, but this time he's not joking. In the school, Sanju alone led the skeleton soldiers to a classroom on the top floor. From a distance, others gathered inside, watching Sanju and the skeleton soldiers go out alone. People whispered as they looked down from the window. No way is that person going to fight alone. He passed the bus. Lee Han-ho, Kim Jisoo and Lee Jin-shu watched him anxiously from inside the bus. Han-ho said in fear, Sanju Hung is gone. Jisoo also made up her mind. If things get bad, we'll step in. Lee Jin-shu also agreed. I'm ready too. I've already pressed the accelerator. Very quickly, from a distance, the target orc horde was seen approaching Sanjia's team with loud noises. The orcs were getting closer and closer. They roared fiercely, weapons in hand, and charged at Sanju. Sanju calmly observed them, guessing, is that red one the commander? But he noticed and thought, but why isn't the notification panel appearing? It's probably not a boss-level monster yet. The leader then quickly ordered the orcs to attack Sanju. He still calmly ordered the Cost Corps, move. Putting down his iron shield, he said to the Cost Corps with determination, we will wait here. He looked around and said, no need to worry about the terrain now. Sanju raised his head again and continued, these stairs are not much different from the road behind the school. Sanju looked at the skeleton soldiers standing guard in front of him with delight and said, thank you guys. Even if you return to dust, don't forget me. The orcs roared and charged towards the Cost Corps. Sanju activated Frenzied Savagery. The goblin party gained an additional 10 damage and 20 attack speed. He shouted loudly, fight! A rain of daggers continuously poured onto the orcs, quickly killing several of them. The Cost Corps bravely charged forward, continuously throwing daggers. The leader orc also charged, easily blocking the flying daggers with its weapon. Sanju began to feel nervous at this point. He clenched his teeth and thought dagger throwing is blocked. Let's go for close combat. The Cost Corps on this side continued to attack fiercely, and a fatal blow came from above, but the orc's hand grabbed the skeleton soldier's head. The orc looked at the captured skeleton soldier with enraged eyes. The skeleton soldier then flew away with great force and the Cost Corps shattered into pieces. He thought, this is also a powerful sacrificial attack. Bone fragments shattered everywhere. One skeleton soldier seemed to gain strength, emanating killing intent, but he raised his hand to stop that skeleton soldier. He said, wait, he said coldly, it's not your turn. The orc crushed the skeleton soldier and continued to make arrogant, provocative sounds very quickly. Suddenly, an unexpected attack struck its head and after a splash of blood it fell. Blue energy surged out. Sanju thought, now it's time for the orc skeleton soldier to act. The orcs began to sense the changes around them. The system screen displayed the message, death obeys your command, and his eyes gleamed. The system again notified, combination effect activated. Magic Warrior Level 1 Classification Weapon Combination. Condition, equip 5 battle axes in the team. Effect, 10 increased damage for 10 seconds after the first attack, 15 increased attack speed, cooldown 10 minutes. Sanju ordered the newly summoned warrior, annihilate them all. The summoned warrior was ready to devour the orcs. The battle still raged fiercely. Sanju inwardly vowed, even if I have to throw myself into the front line no matter how many lives are lost. One orc shattered. Suddenly the orc seemed to have discovered something and was startled. Sanju continued to think, that army never fears death. The orc discovered that its recently deceased comrades had now turned into skeletons with blue flames, becoming warriors used by Sanju. He looked at them and continued to think, because they were born from death, the undead army. He smiled triumphantly. He declared that this was the Necromancer's fighting style. In one of the rooms, a blonde person opened the window wide and looked down. People were watching the battle unfold from above, all with wide eyes, looking down and presuming that everything was over. Seeing him single-handedly take down the orcs, they were surprised and hesitated, saying, what in the world is that person? They speculated if he had gotten a really good profession. The people inside the bus were also looking out. Han-ho cheered at the battle. Wow, Sanju hung, he must have gone all in on skill cards again, he reprimanded unpleasantly. Then he should have told his junior in advance so he wouldn't worry so much. Jisoo then realized with surprise, everything was according to Sanji's calculations. She inwardly confirmed that he must have considered almost every possibility to fight like that. The system screen continuously displayed Sanji's information. Mana 10735, Mana 184,350, Mana 198,350. Sanju happily thought that his mana bar was almost back to normal. Item information appeared on the system screen. Name, Tears of the Spirit King, Grade, Legendary, Classification, Magic Orb Effect, Max Mana 300, Mana Recovery Speed 200. Sanju held the blue orb in his hand, wondering if this was the majesty of a legendary item. Blue energy exploded. The system screen displayed, Orc Party's stats reduced by 30 due to the influence of Death Aura Level 1. The orcs began to grunt and groan in confusion. Then the chief orc roared loudly to boost morale, shouting, Krah! It changed the statistics, and the system notified that the unfavorable statistics were halved thanks to the chief orc's fighting spirit. The orcs continued to charge fiercely, relentlessly swinging their weapons and attacking. Sanji's warrior jumped up from behind him and moved forward. Sanju said, it's your turn. It leapt with a sword and attacked. And the skeleton soldier drew a sword imbued with blue aura. It slashed the orcs, swiftly passing through others and cutting them into several pieces. The skeleton soldier charged at the giant orc. Immediately, blue flames enveloped the orc, making it scream in pain, and the flames burned them until only bones remained. Blue light shot from Sanji's left eye and he glanced, commanding, deal with the rest. Immediately, blue flames enveloped them, eliminating all the orcs. He sighed in exhaustion and a screen appeared. He looked at it and speculated. Another reward? The system displayed a notification. As a reward for defeating 100 monsters, one lucky roulette ticket has been sent to you. You are the 21st person to receive this limited mission reward. Only the first 100 people will receive it. 21st, he frowned, thinking to himself, where are the other 20 people right now? If so, is this a global leaderboard? Sanju sat on the stairs looking into the distance. Sanju watched the bus speeding down the road. He wondered who was driving that bus. Seeing the bus trying to break through a purple barrier, Sanju was surprised. He stood up in shock and thought worriedly, are they trying to escape without fighting the boss? He cursed these fools inwardly. On the other side, people were mercilessly attacked by orcs. He realized, is it the student council? Are they caught? They were beaten and screamed, help me. Sanju scratched his head and said unpleasantly, honestly, they could have just stayed put. Do they have to mess things up to be satisfied? After a while, the people from behind inside the school quickly grabbed their weapons and shouted, I'll fight too, I won't hold you back. At least I can protect myself. Sanju turned around, glanced at him and thought to himself, does he perhaps want to solve it alone? He unpleasantly warned, don't mess with my skeleton soldiers. He took 2 giant skeleton soldiers and went inside. The ceiling was full of hanging corpses. Han-ho looked around with fear and disgust, saying, it's really awful here. The people behind also went inside. From a distance, a monster imbued with magic appeared. Sanju held the orb in his hand and stared, guessing if that was the boss. Behind the huge orc, many orcs and goblins held the student council members hostage. Sanju waved his hand and commanded, everyone get ready. We are ready to fight the orc chief. Hearing that, the people immediately drew their weapons and prepared to attack. He looked at the people who were bleeding, unconscious or trembling in pain. The protagonist gritted his teeth, fuming, and thought, I didn't see the student council's corpses earlier. So are the orcs smart enough to take them hostage? Suddenly, one of the hostages looked at him and spoke. Sanju, save us. He knelt down in pain, crying and pleading, please, I don't want to die yet. He cried and trembled, smiling despairingly, and said, you'll save me, save me. However, a loud sound interrupted his words. Shut up. Everyone frowned with Sanju and he glanced at them, saying, you are selfish people who abandon others and only care for yourselves. Now pay for your selfish and foolish actions and realize it yourselves. Sanju clutched the orb in his hand tightly and admonished himself, I already told you I can't save everyone. Am I God? He thought to himself. The opponents are monsters, so there can be no compromise. After finishing his thoughts, he forcefully shouted, everyone charge? He thought to himself. It will be very dangerous if they become the team's weakness, so I must first launch a surprise attack on the monsters and save as many student council members as possible. One of the student council members pleaded with the orcs in fear. Wait, sniffle. However, it paid no heed and violently slashed his neck with a knife. Then a gruesome scene followed, with blood splattering everywhere from the orc's hand. Screams echoed from all directions and everyone watched in terror. One person said, those things. Someone else vomited at the sight. Sanju cursed those bastards, and looked at the orc standing far away, thinking to himself, what are those things trying to do? The chief orc, seeing blood splattering everywhere, bared its sharp teeth and roared, and the monster emitted powerful magic power, making Sanji's group tremble in fear. Ah, what is that? My power, everyone's power feels like it's being sucked away. People fell to the floor, breathing heavily. Jisoo coughed violently. The system displayed a notification. Due to the influence of Hell's Breath, you have fallen into an unstable state. Due to the influence of Hell's Breath, you have fallen into a weakened state. Due to the influence of Hell's Breath, you have fallen into a stunned state. Your mana is being depleted. The Orc Magic Commander has taken the field. The system displayed a notification. The final boss Orc Magic Commander has been strengthened and has taken the field. Hanho opened a blue potion bottle with trembling hands. He drank it all at once and wiped his mouth. He turned to Sanju and suggested, Sanju Hung, please use this potion first. However, the protagonist seemed very resolute, and blue energy swirled around him. He didn't turn to Hanho and said, take care of Rue. He inhaled the magic power and felt it. Oh, what is this smoke? It feels truly awful. Currently, the system screen displayed a notification. Thanks to Hell's Breath, your mana bar has greatly increased. Mana 4585 4585. And he was surprised to see his maximum mana increase. Sanju laughed, thinking, haha, I feel refreshed. The system displayed a notification. Thanks to Hell's Breath, your body has been strengthened and easily reached an excited state. All stats have greatly increased. Maximum summon count has increased by 50, and he was overflowing with energy at this moment. He confidently said, no matter what you do, but I need to know the secret hidden behind this. The Orc Magic Commander roared unpleasantly, as if it didn't understand. Sanju sarcastically said, you've never seen anything like this, have you? Hanho realized and said loudly, it seems we have an advantage, just like on the rooftop. Let's fight together. Sanju also seemed determined and held his sword, saying, I'll join the fight too. However, he slyly smiled, refused, and confidently said, no, this time it will be very different from that battle. The system screen displayed notifications. Corpses are awaiting your command. Corpses have been incorporated into your command. Corpses have been incorporated into your command. And Hanho was very surprised and said loudly, all of them. The combination effect is activating for the team. The Orc Magic Commander stood amidst the transformation of its army. Sanju thought to himself, this person with this power. The system continued to display notifications. Warrior Combination Level 1 Classification Weapon Combination. Condition. Equip 3 or more battle axes. Effect 20 increased attack speed, 50 reduced weapon weight. Hanho said with a tremble, sob, why are there so many of them? The system continued to display notifications. 2 Battle Eagles. Classification Weapon Combination. Condition. Use only one-handed weapons. Effect 88 damage blocked for the first attack. Jisoo also saw the system notification with surprise. 3 Birds, Level 3, Classification Weapon Combination. Condition. Equip 30 or more battle axes. Effect 15 increased attack damage, 20 increased attack speed for 20 seconds after the start of battle. Next is Orc Hunter Level 2, Classification, Racial Combination. Condition. 30 or more orcs in the team. Effect 20 increased environmental awareness, 10 increased damage in battle. 5th is Regeneration. Profession Combination Stage. Condition. Possess an army of 30 or more. Effect random 20 attack speed recovery when pursuing living beings. A massive aura swirled around Sanju. The system continued to display notifications. 6 Team Structure. Grade Hidden. Classification Member Combination. Condition. Command 11 or more team members at Command Stage 1. Effect 5 increased damage, 5 increased defense. Sanju, now transformed, glared with shining eyes exuding killing intent and resolutely thought, I will show you the true power of death. A powerful force charged towards the Orc Magic Commander, and it blocked the attack with all its might. The system then notified, Orc Skeleton Soldier has awakened. The Orc Magic Commander has noticed the blue flames surrounding it. The Orc Skeleton Soldiers furiously attacked this most powerful orc. As befits a final boss, it could single-handedly face many skeleton soldiers. However, each time a skeleton soldier fell, it was immediately summoned and stood up again. The final boss was very surprised by being numerically overwhelmed and quickly took heavy damage, screaming. Even as it suffered, the orc skeleton soldiers continued to rise. The final boss could barely stand. Sanju triumphantly asked, how about it? Sanju oppressively said, this is your current situation. No matter how strong you are, there's one thing you can't escape. Sanji's eyes glowed with blue flames. He said, that is death. Upon hearing that, the Orc Magic Commander was extremely frightened, and immediately turned around and fled. However, large and small skeleton soldiers quickly appeared, blocking its path. Sanju said with contempt, little ones, the enemy was too numerous and the orc chief, not knowing where to flee, was cornered. Sanju scoffed, want to run away? No baby. After speaking, he threw a punch. The orc roared resolutely as if staking its life. The orc skeleton soldier army quickly surrounded it. The final boss looked in terror at everything rushing towards it. They grabbed the final boss. In an instant it was caught in a dilemma. It looked at Sanju, pleading for final mercy. It trembled, stretched out its hand to him, and roared, ah ah. The protagonist called Oran. It kicked off the ground and leapt. Sanju coldly commanded, execute it. In an instant it swiftly flew behind the orc chief and delivered the final blow. It powerfully slashed once. The system then notified, you have defeated the final boss orc magic commander and acquired 1055 gold. His run also evolved. The system screen displayed, Goblin Elite Skeleton Soldier has absorbed the orc chief's magic power and its rank has increased. Defense has greatly increased. Command attribute has increased. Sanju slowly returned to his original form. He looked at the system and admired. As I expected, Orin can increase its rank each time it defeats a boss. Upon opening the current subordinate list, the system screen displayed, Subordinate List 3359-1. Goblin Veteran Skeleton Soldier Level 3. Weapon, Katana Race. Goblin Attribute, Undead and Command Level 2. At this moment, Hanho discovered something glowing in the monster. He said, is there something in that monster's mouth? Sanju reached out his hand and grabbed it. He thought it must be a new item. As soon as he touched it, the system displayed a warning notification. This item grants the owner a demonic attribute, however, the player must sacrifice a lot to gain this attribute. And the protagonist thought, demonic? Their power won't be much different from a necromancer's. The system chimed with a notification. Demonic attribute added. Holding the item in his hand, the system displayed information. Name, Blood Ghost Stone, Rarity, Legendary, Classification Magic Orb, Effect, activates demonic attribute for the owner, consumes 2 of enemy mana with each attack. If enemy mana is completely depleted, absorbs enemy power. The skeleton soldiers were decomposed and Sanju also returned to his original form. The system displayed a notification. Hell's Breath has been fully absorbed and the excited state has been deactivated. In the school, people cheered happily, saying loudly, we defeated the final boss. A fat man clenched his fist and said, I don't want to cause any more trouble for Hung, but I will definitely be helpful in the future. Someone praised him, saying he truly had heroic qualities. Sanju frowned, looked at the people and thought to himself, I definitely won't need more people in the team, and since I don't know what the outside world is like, moving in small groups is the best way to survive. At this moment the barrier screen appeared, suddenly exploded and caused violent vibrations. Quite a few people witnessed it, and some said in surprise, oh, are they finally releasing us? Some sadly said, I thought it would be safer to stay here. In the school, 2 people approached and others gathered looking around. A girl stood and watched and people continued their journey. The girl looked at Sanju and asked the person next to her, where's he going? The man standing next to her replied, I don't know, but I have a feeling it will be safe if we follow him. Hanho looked at his phone and said in surprise, damn it, the world situation isn't any different from here. Are my parents okay? Sanju glanced at him, then quietly bowed his head and thought, parents. He noticed someone approaching from behind. Gyangsu sat in the car, looked at him and suggested, get in the car. The road here is a bit bad, but it will be much safer to get on the bus, don't you think? Since I was a military driver, I know there's a large military base nearby. Let's all go there. Sanju smiled and waved his hand, refusing. It's okay. I want to go to this place first, he thought to himself. I'll have to lie. Gyangsu regretfully said, then I'll drop by there later. Then he shouted loudly, everyone get on the car, we'll reach the safe zone soon. There are more buses, so there will be enough for everyone, don't you think? Gyangsu smiled and wished Sanju luck. Good luck, he also waved back. Yes, good luck to you too, Mr. Gyangsu. Sanju and Hanho watched the 2 buses leave. Hanho looked at Jisoo and asked, where should we go now? Oh, where's Jisoo Nuna's house? She honestly replied, I live in the school dormitory. My home is in the province. Hanho said and was speechless. Jisoo looked at Sanju, smiled and suggested, then Mr. Sanju, can I come with you too? I don't know how I can help, but he immediately agreed. Oh, of course, Jisoo said happily. Thank you. Hanho stood next to them and teasingly said, Hung, so your junior doesn't have to say anything, right? The protagonist turned around, smiled slyly and said, or how about you cut off one of your arms and become an eagle warrior? I wish I had more comrades who could effectively utilize that combination effect. Hanho looked at his senior with a fearful expression at his words. Suddenly Jisoo turned around, pushed the 2 and shouted loudly, get down. A black object whizzed past. Hanho, terrified, asked, what was that? Sanju and Jisoo frowned and looked at it. The bus suddenly stopped because of it. At this moment everyone inside the bus was in a state of terror. Damn it, why did it stop? Let's go, Gyangsu said in fear. No, if I start the engine everyone will die instantly, he explained, trembling with fear. Those monsters are drawn to engine sounds. Sanji's eyes widened and he looked at the creature in front of him, thinking, dragons. Many dragons were flying in the sky. One flew low to the bus and immediately picked it up. The system notified, the W sector leader dragon has appeared. The dragon lifted the bus high. Sanju thought in terror. No, the bus was completely torn apart by the dragons at this moment. Sanju was tormented by the thought that he wasn't strong enough yet. He clenched his teeth and thought, but this is my chance to become stronger. The protagonist suddenly opened his mouth. Jisoo, we're not going to avoid them. On the contrary, we're going to hunt those monsters, she asked in surprise. Ha, he said firmly. We always have to adapt to new environments. That's why we have to hunt strong monsters instead of easy prey. He thought to himself, humanity will still rule the earth. Jisoo and Hanho also looked at him with serious expressions at his words. Sanju clenched his fist as if firming his resolve. He thought, that's why we have to find a way to control them. The 3 moved forward together. They prepared to fight the monsters in front of them with the cost core. The system notified, player has completed the tutorial. At this moment in a certain city, a small goblin scurried to one side, panting. It kept screaming. It extended its hand forward, it continued to run and rushed into a building where many goblins were hiding in a tent. They looked out at the goblin that had just run in. It kept saying something. The goblin that had just run in was panting and saying something. Just then an orc skeleton soldier from behind struck it with an axe it held in its hand. Instantly its body was cut in two, and blood splattered everywhere, terrifying the other goblins. The orc skeleton soldier quickly found the remaining goblins. As soon as they were discovered, they shouted, "Brothers, run away quickly!" One approached a pile of luggage to block the orc skeleton soldier's path. But before they could even run a few steps, a goblin was stabbed to death. Sanju opened the door with a shield, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent towards the terrified goblins. The system chimed. "You have killed a goblin and acquired 10 gold. He opened his eyes wide and said, "I knew it." The goblins looked in fear at the skeleton soldiers and Sanju who were surrounding them. He and the skeleton soldier squad quickly dealt with the remaining goblins. The system continued to notify, "You have killed a goblin and acquired 10 gold. You have killed a goblin and acquired 8 gold. You have killed a goblin and acquired 10 gold." Although the experience gained was not much due to the large number, every little bit added up. Before long, the system notified, "You have leveled up to level 6. A man standing behind him said helplessly, "Seriously?" Han Ho leaned against the door, panting, and said, "Hung cleaned up all the little guys here again." Sanju said nonchalantly, "There weren't many." "What do you mean by many?" He sighed and said, "Hunting these goblins doesn't earn much money." At this moment, the system presented him with 5 upgrade cards as a level 6 reward. It notified, "Please select one upgrade card." And the 5 cards were random stat, random skill, random equipment, random other, designated strength. Sanju chose designated strength without hesitation. He smiled and said, There's no reason not to take 3 guaranteed strength points." After making his choice, his strength, though not much, slightly improved enough to fight large boss monsters. He looked at his body and admired. Truly. The system displayed his information window. Name Song Yu, level 6, HP 5050330, Profession, Necromancer, Attribute, Demonic, Strength 8, Agility 5, Stamina 5, Inventory, Equipment, Skill Info, XP 03200, Gold 5837. He clenched his fist and said, "It definitely feels different." Sanju and Han Ho left the building with the skeleton soldiers. The system continued to notify, "You have killed a goblin and acquired 10 gold. You have killed a goblin and acquired 8 gold. You have killed a goblin and acquired 10 gold." Jisoo looked back from a distance and smiled. "Is this side finished?" Jisoo had already eliminated all the goblins outside with the other skeleton soldiers. She wiped her sword and laughed. "There were only 9 here, I dealt with all of them." Sanju saw this and asked Han Ho, "Well done, Han Ho, pick up those daggers." A moment later, the daggers were placed in separate bags for each skeleton soldier. Suddenly, Sanju turned around and said to the two, "All right, from now on we're going to ignore goblins." Han Ho asked in surprise, Why Hung?" Jisoo understood what he was trying to say. She grabbed the sword on her back and said, "You mean we're hunting bigger ones?" Sanju nodded and laughed. "Exactly. If you look at the bounty list, goblins are only worth a maximum of 10 gold. On the other hand, an orc head is worth 8 gold. So bigger monsters will definitely give more bounties." A few minutes later, Sanji's team advanced to the main road in the city center. Han Ho frowned and said, "I don't want to say it, but we look like a zombie legion." Han Ho suddenly discovered something and pointed to one side, saying, Isn't that a military vehicle convoy?" In front of them was a battlefield. The bodies of soldiers were scattered everywhere in pools of blood. Sanju went forward to assess the situation, guessing if this place had once been a battlefield. While confirming, Sanju found the shadow of a person hiding in front of a vehicle. A soldier was trembling with a shovel, and seeing them with skeleton soldiers, he said in fear, "Are you guys human? What are those behind you?" Sanju put away his sword and waved his hand, saying, "We are human. We have no ill intentions." The soldier rejoiced and quickly reported to another person. He shouted loudly, "Sergeant Kim, they are our kind." The other person, hearing that, replied angrily, "Of course. Did you think they were goblins?" Sanju moved forward to check the situation. Inside the vehicle was Sergeant Kim, the commander of this unit. Sergeant Kim said tiredly, "I'm sorry." But he wanted to welcome them, but his leg was broken and temporarily bandaged. He said with difficulty, "As you can see, my leg is like this, so I can't walk anymore." Sanju looked at Sergeant Kim and guessed, "It seems you were attacked by goblins with daggers." Sergeant Kim said with difficulty, mockingly, The bastards assassinated our company little by little like children. We killed goblins." But Sanju, hearing that, was slightly surprised and asked, "Killed them? Then what about guns?" Sergeant Kim recalled those guns with regret and said, "We couldn't use guns." Sergeant Kim recalled the previous battle scene and said, "Although they weren't damaged, no one knew why they wouldn't fire. So our soldiers killed them with shovels and swords." At this moment, Han Ho suddenly remembered something and said quietly, "Hung Mai." He pulled out a bottle of red potion. Sergeant Kim hastily said, "Do you have any medicine?" He leaned his body towards the window and said, "No." Sanju rubbed his chin, glanced to the other side and said, "I'm sorry, but in this situation no one can give anything for free." Sergeant Kim panted and asked, "Then how about information exchange?" Sanju, puzzled by his words, asked again, "Information?" Sergeant Kim said, "I'll tell you everything I've heard or seen." Sanju thought for a moment and said, "Tell me first." Sergeant Kim recalled the image of 3 wolves exuding immense killing intent and said, "There was a huge pack of wolves the size of an ox. We couldn't catch a single one and they wiped out our platoon." Sergeant Kim recalled the QR code image. He continued, "And a quad. Have you seen a blue Q code?" Han Ho and Jisoo looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Sergeant Kim continued, I saw it there. You can find it in the parking lot and subway transfer station along this road. Sergeant Kim took out his phone and said with difficulty, "Scan it with your phone and install this app." The phone screen showed the app named G-Play Guidebook. Sergeant Kim said, "This is the only means of contact available right now, a virtual social network." Sanju handed the potion bottle to Sergeant Kim, thinking to himself, "It's an app for survivors." Sergeant Kim opened the bottle with difficulty and looked at Sanji's group, saying, "Where are you going next? We're leaving this place and returning to base." Sanju looked back at the pile of corpses and said, "Do you think the base is safer?" Sergeant Kim's wounds were completely healed after drinking the medicine. He removed the bandage from his leg and said, "Ever since players appeared, high-ranking officials took all the good weapons. Damn it, we had no choice but to fight with other melee weapons. But I don't think that's a big problem." Hearing that, Sanju was somewhat relieved. He bid Sergeant Kim farewell. "We still have a few places to go." Sergeant Kim didn't ask for anything but wished them a safe return. "Then you all be safe too." But before leaving, Sanju reminded him, "Oh, and watch out for the sky too." Sergeant Kim asked, "The sky?" Sanju calmly dispelled his doubts. "There are giant winged lizards appearing there." Sergeant Kim and the soldier tensed up at his words. The sergeant still politely said, "Thank you for that information." After giving instructions, Sanju sent the military vehicle away and continued to head to another location with his team members. Standing in front of a phone booth, Sanju found the blue QR code that Sergeant Kim had mentioned. Sanju took out his phone and scanned it. He said to Han-Ho and Jisoo, "The QR code was here." As soon as he scanned it, it immediately connected to a survival log application. Han-Ho said with a slight worry, "Hung, are you sure this isn't a virus or something?" Sanju sighed and decided to give it a try. "What's the harm anyway? We don't need phones right now." After finishing the download, Sanju opened the app. He saw many notifications pouring in: announcements, player rankings, public posts, auctions, etc. Sanju looked at the app for a moment and found a complete new guide. He tapped it and it appeared on his phone screen. Announcement: Official Start Guide. You have used the service today. Since the first profession selection began, 2,067,821 people have chosen professions, and 1,411,222 people have survived and are continuing the game. The second profession selection will begin in 3 days, so we look forward to your profession selection. Sanju was surprised by that and thought irritably, "What bastard orchestrated this?" He frowned and said, "There are no posts on the public bulletin board." Jisoo looked at her phone and said, "It says it costs 1,000 gold every time you post." Han-Ho exclaimed in surprise, "So you have to kill 100 goblins to post one message?" Suddenly, a comment titled, "Is anyone around?" appeared. It turned out this person was trying to recruit survivors to a safe base in an apartment complex. He said, "Anyone in this area, please comment. We are a level 8 team, currently stationed in the safe zone of Wasan City's Air District, the theater building. Anyone near here, please reply to this post." As soon as the post went up, people started commenting, "Oh really, we're nearby too. Please tell us the exact address." The other party replied, "Let's meet at a nearby apartment complex. Since replying to messages costs a lot of gold, I won't reply to any more messages." Han-Ho immediately realized, that theater building is near my house." Sanju looked at him and asked, "Shall we go there?" Sanju looked at his phone screen and wondered, "They can use 1,000 gold so easily? I'm only level 6, but they're already level 8. Sanju frowned and thought, something strange. "But anyway, I want to meet high-level people." Sanji's group walked forward and a notification, "This comment has been deleted by the author," appeared on his phone screen. The 2 messages they had just exchanged were deleted, and another person commented, "Can't read the comment above." "Why did they delete it? Was there important information?" Sanju said quizzically. The author replied to the other person's puzzlement. "Some idiot just talked nonsense, so I deleted it. Don't worry, just come here." Sanju looked at the author's comment with suspicious eyes. Elsewhere in the darkness, a huge man was looking at his phone. The blue light from the phone screen shone on his jaw with 2 long fangs. A nearby area at dusk. A civilian was quickly attacked by a goblin. Suddenly something flew and ended its life. A terrified father swung a baseball bat, chasing away goblins to protect his daughter hiding behind him. He shouted loudly in fear. "Oh, get out, get out," he shouted in terror. "Help me." As the goblins grew more numerous, the father turned around and loudly pleaded for help from his daughter. "Is anyone there?" But what he got in return was the sound of a window slamming shut and the indifference of other citizens. He shouted loudly, "At least save that child." As soon as the father stopped, the goblins all rushed forward. The father decided to protect his daughter with his body. Just then a dagger flew and struck a goblin in the head. The other goblins were startled, completely unaware that orc skeleton soldiers were raising their axes. And with a few blows they struck down all the remaining goblins. The father stood blankly, unable to understand what had happened. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. "It's okay now." He turned around in surprise. Sanju smiled, extended his hand and said gently, "May I escort you home?" The father hesitated, pointed in the direction of his house and said, "Ah, my house is that way." The father quietly said, "We're almost out of food too." Sanju took out some food from his bag and said, "This won't be enough, but keep it for now." Meanwhile, Jisoo saw the 2 remaining goblins and tried to deal with them, but they realized they were stronger and quickly fled to the basement. At this moment, Han-Ho approached and said, "Oh, look at those fools. They've trapped themselves in a dead end." As Han-Ho was about to go downstairs, a dungeon sign appeared and he asked Sanju, "Is this sign a dungeon, Hung?" Should we go in there and clear everything out? Just as Sanju was about to speak, the father behind him was startled and stopped them. Wait, don't go in there, he explained sadly. That was my close friend's karaoke bar. I heard there are worse creatures in there than those green dwarves from earlier. Sanju smiled and said, worse creatures? Thank you for the advice. No matter how bad, Hung has to go get more experience. As soon as he stepped into the dungeon, the system chimed. Entered the sanctuary of the Elder's dungeon. Within minutes of entering, Sanjia's group scurried away, panting. He loudly said, I'll run away quickly. Han Ho, even in this situation, still wanted to tease Sanju. Hung, thanks for the advice to run away quickly. Sanju frowned and said, shut up and run, unless you want to bite your tongue. Suddenly, the entire team had to stop because of blue entities. Han Ho said, look ahead. At this moment, slimes were suffocating two goblins that had just entered in a strange liquid mass. Sanju calmly said, calm down, those are just small slimes. However, since the slimes were still small, Song Yu had the orc skeleton soldiers handle 2 of them and gained additional gold. The system notified that he had acquired 14 gold by defeating a small slime. You have acquired 140 gold by defeating a small slime. Unfortunately, Han Ho's dagger, upon contact with the slime's mucus, rapidly dissolved and emitted a foul odor. He covered his nose and said unpleasantly, oh, that's disgusting. Even metal melts. My flesh wouldn't last 3 seconds. I can't do anything this time. Song Yu smiled and said, it's a good thing the slimes don't affect bones so the skeleton soldiers can fight. Suddenly, a skeleton soldier behind Song Yu was absorbed. Everyone turned around and was horrified by the sight before them. Han Ho even trembled and pointed at it. He stammered, Hung, Sanju Hung, can you take care of that? It was the boss of this dungeon, the Elder Slime. The Elder Slime was swallowing the skeleton soldier whole. A moment later, a notification sounded from the system. Your skeleton soldier has returned to the void. Its body has shattered into bone fragments. Song Yu said in fear. If it can't absorb them, does it crush and destroy the bones? Song Yu said with slight concern. Given how sticky those things are, the skeleton soldier's attacks won't be very effective. But he still calmly continued. There's still a way to fight without making contact. He immediately used the basic bone weapon crafting item to utilize the bone fragments from the Elder Slime's body. He looked at the Elder Slime and said loudly, I'll use the bone weapon crafting skill to mix the skeleton soldier's bones into the Elder Slime's body. Since bones can't be decomposed even if it takes time, this is the only way to fight. Jisoo found a goblin bone, grabbed it, and threw it to Song Yu. She said loudly, Sanju, catch. He understood her intention and again used the bone weapon crafting skill to create a sharp spear piercing the Elder Slime. But Song Yu was caught off guard, and one of the slime's liquids headed towards him and a skeleton soldier. Han Ho pulled him out of the danger zone in time, but in the end the slime caught and absorbed the skeleton soldier. Slowly gnawing away at its bones, his second skeleton soldier also returned to the void. Song Yu smiled excitedly and said, you just made a huge mistake. What you're trying to swallow is nothing short of a time bomb. Song Yu raised his hand and activated the bone weapon crafting skill. The bones shattered inside the slime's body and the liquid splattered out, weakening it. Song Yu instructed everyone to defeat it now. He told them to finish it before it recovered. He said loudly, tear it to shreds, so it could never regenerate again. Oran also joined in, severing the regeneration loop. The system immediately notified them to collect the liquid coming out of its body into empty bottles. So Han Ho, Jisoo, and the other skeleton soldiers started searching for empty bottles to collect this slime. Song Yu said, alright, find some empty bottles and collect this slime. He looked at the slime on the floor, thinking that this liquid was nothing short of an extremely strong acid, and it would definitely be useful later. Suddenly a small blue orb appeared before his eyes. Song Yu picked it up and examined it. The system displayed the information. Name, Elder Slime Core, Rarity, Rare, Classification, Crafting Material. Description. This is the core of an Elder Slime. It has a thick hard membrane and contains an extremely strong acid that can melt almost anything. This core can be used to melt hard materials. Song Yu stared at the stone and said, crafting material. Suddenly, Han Ho exclaimed loudly, looking at his phone, Sanju, look at this. The previous post appeared on the phone. Someone had commented, I'm going there now. But why were the other comments deleted? The poster immediately replied, I deleted them because there were still many fools who talked nonsense and caused trouble even in this chaotic world. Another person commented, did those people come to your location yesterday? I'm a bit worried, so please write something. This comment was deleted by the author. The poster immediately said, they haven't appeared yet. Maybe something happened on the way. I won't be replying to any more messages. If you want to come, just come. Han Ho wondered why most of the comments were deleted. He asked Song Yu, Hung, don't you think this is strange? Song Yu looked at his phone, rubbing his chin, lost in thought. He frowned, thinking, what fool would easily waste 1,000 gold to help others? But what's suspicious is why so many people spend 1,000 gold to post malicious comments that were then deleted. Song Yu suddenly took his hand off his chin and muttered to himself, why do I still not understand? The moon was high in the sky, and in one area someone said, those bastards. 3 people sat in a garage saying to each other, I don't understand, why are they trying to hunt monsters like that? The blonde man smoked a cigarette and laughed. Killing people gives you 5,000 gold plus 1,000 gold per player level. The brown-haired man laughed heartily. Haha, catching people is much easier. The bald man smiled cunningly and said, and it's more comfortable too. The tall, black-haired man sitting in the car stared at them. The black-haired man crossed his arms and said, Boss, who is our boss anyway? The man called Boss was nervously biting his nails. The boss suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his head with both hands. The black-haired man was startled and said, Hung, the boss said, trembling with fear. Professor Red? The black-haired man heard that and asked, "Oh, is that person a serial killer?" The boss heard that and recalled someone's words. "Then you're lucky." Time rewound to a ruined landscape with bodies scattered everywhere. The boss, frightened by someone, backed away, screaming in pain. He widened his eyes and said, trembling, "Monster, monster." The person stood a few steps away and approached the boss. He said calmly, "It seems like the end of the world." He looked at the boss with blood-red, murderous eyes and said, "I need more food." The scene shifted to Song Yu's team. He suddenly said, "Hey, Han-ho." Han-ho, startled by his call, asked, "Yes, what is it, Hung?" Song Yu drew the sword at his waist and looked at him seriously, saying, "Are you ready to kill? There's a faint light coming from that house." After making a pact with the vampire, the boss became a member of the vampire race, and his profession changed to lesser vampire. He had no idea why everything had changed so much. It was also his first experience killing his own kind. As his body changed, he gradually turned his gaze to the fat man. The fat man, frightened by his grotesque appearance, said loudly, "Hey, how did you become a monster?" He had only come to hide some things in the convenience store, but he didn't expect the street thugs to suddenly turn into a hunting party. The fat man still trembled and pleaded, "Please spare me." Despite the fat man's pleas, the boss lunged. The fat man screamed, "No, don't do this," but the boss's thought was still not enough blood. So the boss, as if understanding the vampire lord's mind, bit the fat man. He died and his blood was drained. The killer laughed maniacally at this change. "Well done, you truly are my son." The boss at that time had almost lost his humanity. He began to consider blood a delicacy, muttering, "Delicious. Blood is truly the best." He was very pleased to see the boss losing his humanity. "Keep growing and getting stronger, my son." That memory ended when someone outside the door shouted, calling his name. "Boss?" He was startled and snapped back to reality. His subordinate asked, concerned that something might have happened to the boss. "Hey boss, what's wrong?" But he shook his head. "Nothing, why?" The subordinate held up his phone and showed it to the boss. "I have something to report to the boss. The prey has arrived." He had just found 3 new prey, and they were player team 157. According to the comment "Idiot 157 feet," the team consisted of 3 people and was outside the park. Seeing the 3 delicious plump prey, the boss did not hesitate and told his subordinates to get in the car, then stepped on the accelerator. "All right, move." The car immediately exited the parking lot and headed towards the park. They shouted excitedly, "Get ready to collect the 17th blood bag." There were 3 reasons why the boss chose the apartment complex. The apartment complex was quite large, but it was easy to chase prey. He also expected the people living in the apartment to ignore it as if it wasn't their business. Behind his car trunk lay gruesomely dead bodies. Player team 157 had no idea that death awaited them. That person continued to think, "All other prey have been dealt with, so they won't know that they will be the next sacrifice." At this moment, the boss's subordinate spotted their prey by flashing the headlights and shouted, "Boss, there's our prey." Before them stood 3 people wearing mysterious cloaks, and the boss, excited, ordered, "Step on the accelerator." He was excited. "Blood, this is the smell of fresh blood." The car approached the 3 people of player team 157 closer and closer. The smell of fresh blood confused his mind, and he now had no humanity left at all. The subordinate did his best to step on the accelerator and directly rammed into the 3 people's bodies, but suddenly there was a crunching sound, and they were bewildered. Looking up, bone fragments were falling to the floor. The subordinate said in bewilderment, "How, those are skeleton soldiers." Then someone from somewhere activated the basic bone weapon crafting skill, and the bone fragments quickly transformed into spears, piercing the car. The car lost its balance and crashed into a wall. The boss, still unaware of the situation, clutched his throat in pain, muttering, "Ah," when suddenly a hand broke through the window. That person quickly pulled the boss out and tried to speak. He coughed a few times and tried to lift his head. "Damn it, what is that?" An anonymous figure shoved a phone in front of his face. At 4884, he fearfully raised his head and saw Song Yu, Jisoo and Han Ho standing with their swords drawn. He shouted angrily, "It's them, those bastards." The boss wondered why the plan had been exposed like this. From the beginning, Song Yu had suspected this situation. The deleted comments, he wondered who would waste 1,000 gold to post nonsensical comments. Could this be some evil scheme? And thanks to the useful information he got from the anonymous figure, he no longer needed to think and was certain that this was true. "I can tell by looking at your faces." Jisoo and Han Ho had not expected such trashy people to exist even in this chaotic world. To think such trashy people exist. This world is truly scary. Song Yu, suspicious of this situation, sent his skeleton soldiers as decoys, and his prediction was correct. "I used bait and I didn't expect you to try to ram us with a car." The boss, angry, tried to introduce himself. "You bastard, do you know who I am?" Song Yu immediately delivered a powerful kick to his jaw. The subordinate who had been driving the car was captured by other skeleton soldiers and desperately called out to the boss. Song Yu widened his eyes and pressed him. "How many of you are there? If you don't answer properly, your head won't be on your body anymore." Blood began to flow from the boss's mouth. His fangs gradually emerged, revealing vampire teeth. "Damn it, my head!" The boss, enraged, sprung up and lunged at him. "Have a kid like you ever killed anyone? Don't be so arrogant." But Oran suddenly appeared, drew his sword from his waist and severed his cruel hand. The boss was startled, screamed, and cried out in pain, blood gushing from his hand. The subordinate was terrified to see the boss suffering. Song Yu continued, "Well done." Then he turned to the boss and said, "In this world I'm not evil enough to kill people, but my subordinates are. As soon as he finished speaking, an orc skeleton soldier approached the groaning boss, axe in hand. Song Yu thought he had passed out from too much pain and pressed his subordinate. "If you don't speak, I'll cut off your leg or arm," the subordinate, terrified, said. "There are 8 of us." But before he could finish speaking, a sword grazed his neck. The subordinate's head was instantly severed, and the boss sent him to the afterlife without regret. Everyone was disgusted by this act of killing a comrade, but what was surprising was that his severed arm transformed into a blade before attacking them. The boss first devoured his subordinate's corpse. More horrifyingly, he drank all the blood to the last drop. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally. "Good, good, truly the best." Song Yu could no longer watch this scene. He shouted, "This madman." The system notified. Health recovered by blood absorption. Experience acquired by blood absorption. Strength increased by 2. Agility increased by 1. Stamina increased by 1. He shouted, "My original profession was a ninja, but since he was bitten by his master, his profession changed to lesser vampire." He raised his hand and delightedly watched the blood dripping. "If you become a vampire, your level is fixed at 1, and you can't level up normally, but these things have no limits." And he continued, licking the blood from his hand, "If you kill people instead of monsters and drink their blood, you'll gain experience." The blood-drinking vampire began to transform. The system again notified that his strength, agility, and stamina continued to increase. He entered a frenzy state, with all stats increased by 20 for 10 hours. After exiting this state, he would receive a penalty of a 50 decrease in current stats. Song Yu was surprised to hear the vampire's analysis. "Is there a profession worse than mine?" Then he said, "Everyone take your positions. One mistake could cost you your life." Then Song Yu's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and his voice deepened like a demon's. "Attack!" Hearing his master's command, the skeleton soldiers under his command rushed madly at the vampire. But he, nimble as a kite, quickly flew towards his opponent and attacked, and wherever he passed, skeleton soldiers were cut down. Song Yu, surprised, observed him thinking, "Too fast. Is he aiming for the shield?" The vampire's remaining hand with sharp claws fiercely clawed at the skeleton soldier's face. He continued to rampage wildly, and one by one the skeleton soldiers fell at the vampire's hand. Song Yu's skeleton soldiers gradually all fell. It seemed his main target was people, not these white bone fragments. As soon as he saw Song Yu, the vampire laughed heartily in delight. "There you are." He was flustered and bewildered, unable to react immediately, but fortunately, the remaining skeleton soldiers united and rushed at him. On this side, the vampire quickly aimed the sharp blade in his hand at him. He knew Song Yu was the commander. He was in danger. The vampire rushed forward and attacked him. Someone hit him to protect him. It was Jisoo. She quickly drew her sword and rushed at the vampire, but she couldn't inflict any damage. But this contact drew the vampire's attention to her. He turned around and smiled wickedly. "I thought you were a kitten, but you're a lioness," and he shouted, declaring, "I'll taste your blood first." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to Jisoo and fiercely swung his hand, attacking her sword behind him. A powerful killing intent rushed fiercely from behind, forcing the vampire to be vigilant. Since he could turn around and dodge, he could be said to be surrounded from both front and back. Han Ho also scoffed and said loudly, "Don't forget me too." After that, he randomly threw daggers to distract the vampire, and this method was quite effective. Han Ho successfully angered him. The vampire shouted loudly, "These noisy fellows!" After that, he angrily rushed at Han Ho with immense speed. Han Ho, startled, shouted again, "Damn it, he's that fast!" Seeing everyone struggling, Oran also quickly rushed forward and with all his might pushed the vampire back. The skeleton soldier was slightly faster than him, so it went behind him and fiercely slashed at the vampire's shoulder. At this moment, Song Yu also quickly arrived with his shield. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Take this!" The vampire quickly rushed forward and attacked. The system notified, "Your equipment has been destroyed." Song Yu, annoyed, shouted loudly, "Damn it!" After that, he provoked him, saying, "Moving as slowly as a turtle," and he quickly ran away. The vampire was truly enraged at this moment and growled, "Take my attack, you weaklings!" On this side, he was busy attacking Song Yu, but Jisoo fiercely drew her sword and attacked from behind, aiming for his back. However, he easily dodged it. Jisoo seemed to have put a lot of power into this attack, and if it had landed, it would have been a critical hit. He chuckled triumphantly. It was too easy to predict. Then he began to attack Jisoo again. At the same time, Oran swiftly rushed in to support its comrade. It savagely slashed at his pointed arm. The vampire screamed in pain, clutching his bleeding arm. "Blood, my arm!" Sanju quickly commanded. Everyone all out attack. Everyone under his command charged him simultaneously. From a distance, the vampire's subordinates were rushing towards them at high speed. "Boss, we're here." He looked at his subordinates and chuckled with satisfaction. Good, his appearance is no longer human-like. The newly arrived subordinates were startled by his current appearance. "Boss, your arm is in danger. Suddenly, someone ambushed your injured arm and blood is continuously flowing out." The vampire cursed. "Damn it!" Jisoo knew she was no match for this guy, so she just waited for a chance to launch a surprise attack. As soon as she drew her sword, Oran also quickly rushed in and attacked him. Everyone seemed to be cooperating very well. The skeleton soldier immediately brought down its axe with force, and in an instant he was surrounded from all sides. The vampire was slightly flustered and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This attack seemed to have dealt very high damage. Sanju stood firm and said in a chilling voice, "If you're so confident in monsters' recovery abilities," he challenged him, "then show me you can recover your head." As soon as he finished speaking, he coldly and powerfully slashed, and a notification appeared on the system. You have killed a level 1 player and acquired 1,000 gold. A thought popped into his head. Gold acquired from a player? Sanju seemed to understand the situation at this point. Sanju fiercely asked them, "So this is how you were earning gold?" They were speechless for a moment, but their silence was an admission. Sanju shouted angrily, "You sons of bitches!" He approached them. At this moment Sanju, like a grim reaper walking out of hell, fiercely asked, "You're that level 8 team, aren't you?" He was almost certain, but he wanted to confirm once more. When they admitted it, he said in a calm voice, "Put down your weapons or I'll kill you all." Before his footsteps could draw closer, they were all terrified and immediately threw their weapons to the ground. Their car was quickly destroyed by the skeleton soldiers in case they tried to escape. According to one subordinate statement, he learned that they were working for their leader. He said, weeping, "We don't know who he is. We received orders through the boss and we didn't expect the boss to turn out like this." Sanju wondered if the leader had made him that way. So he's not human, and what's his profession? Sanju estimated his power to be around 5 stars. In any case, he knew that a very powerful being was roaming this city. Then Sanju asked them again, "How many people have you killed?" They honestly replied, "About 20 or more." Upon hearing that, Sanji's eyes turned chilling and he fiercely glared at the murderers. The skeleton soldier understood his intention and quickly raised its axe to kill them all. They all panicked and shouted, "Skeletons, spare us, we were just following orders." But there was no way he could forgive murderers. The skeleton soldier quickly dispatched them. A system notification appeared, stating that Sanju had acquired an additional 500 gold for killing ordinary people, 3,000 gold for killing a level 3 player, and 1,000 gold for killing a level 1 player. Jisoo and Han-ho, seeing him act so decisively, were both bewildered and shouted, "Hey Sanju, what are you doing?" Sanju didn't look back, radiating fury from his entire body. "If I don't kill them now, they'll keep killing other people. Old habits die hard." Recalling the scene of carelessly trusted people losing their lives, Jisoo sighed, "That's true, I have no more objections." As night fell, everything plunged back into silence, and inside the military headquarters lights were still on. People whispered among themselves about the comments left by previous victims. Before the vampire deleted it, someone nearby witnessed the situation and posted, "Look at this, besides monsters now people are killing each other." Sergeant Kim frowned unpleasantly. "Even joining the military, survival is very difficult. This world is truly full of lunatics." One comment mentioned Sanju again. That person wanted to meet him and the skeleton soldiers. He wondered, "Skeleton soldiers?" Sergeant Kim muttered to himself and smiled. "Could it really be those people? That's amazing." A colleague nervously rushed over, urging Sergeant Kim to gather quickly, but he was still diligently reading comments about Sanji's team. He asked them to wait a moment. He quickly left a comment praising Sanju. "Skeleton soldiers, I've met them once too. They're truly amazing. Player 157, be careful outside." Below that, lucky victims rescued by Sanju also commented. He told his colleague, "I'm checking on the situation of that benefactor from earlier. I'm busy for a moment." Night quickly gave way to dawn, and in the abandoned high-rise area, someone muttered to himself, looking at the comments, that it was interesting information. That person quickly got up, put away his phone, and muttered to himself that he didn't expect such good people to still exist outside. "Then shall we begin?" As soon as he finished thinking, the door swung wide open, and dazzling light poured in. The streets of the city below were very quiet. Cars on the road were overturned. The scenery at this time was like a dead city. Han-ho was tasked with holding his phone and checking the comments. He was startled. "Oh, Sanju Hung, a new post has been uploaded." The post was made by prosecutor Lee Yong-du Yong-dungo, stating that many people wanted to comment but 1,000 gold was too expensive. Therefore you can freely comment here. Let's find a guild together, share information and survive together. Note, each ID card has a limit of approximately 200 characters, and you can change your nickname by paying 100 gold in the settings. Han-ho continued, "It's unbelievable. This person spent 1,000 gold to create a post where people can comment for free." Jisoo also quickly took out her phone. Most of the comments were about finding guild members. Sanju skimmed through them. "A single wolf can jump up to the second floor thanks to a combination effect. I already know this information, but I need to keep checking for new information." Han-ho looked at him sarcastically. "Many people are praising Hung and prosecutor Lee Yong-du's posts from a few days ago." Sanju calmly replied, "I don't care." The sun set and evening quickly arrived. Everyone walked into a building and Han-ho spoke. "Han-ho has arrived." Sanju pointed forward with his finger and proudly said, "Finally, we've arrived at your house." But Han-ho trembled with fear. "Are my parents okay?" Han-ho seemed to want to meet his family. He pointed upwards. "My house is up there." Sanju warned, "Calm down, we don't know what's inside yet." Upon hearing that, Han-ho worried, "I hope nothing happened." Meanwhile, Jisoo looked around. "There are a lot of orcs here." Han-ho continued to wring his hands and tremble. "God Buddha, please, I've come all this way." Soon Han-ho found a very long and smooth gash on his house door. Shouted loudly, "Mom, Dad, open the door, it's your son Han-ho." Suddenly, upon hearing his voice, the house door swung wide open. Han Ho's parents rushed out from inside, weeping. How is it really, Han Ho? Both were overjoyed as if in disbelief as night fell in Han Ho's family's desolate apartment complex. The scene inside was very bleak. Han Ho picked up a piece of food and before putting it in his mouth said in great surprise, "Dad, you didn't choose any profession card?" He continued. No matter what Mom says, why don't you ever draw a card whenever you play a slime game?" his father said unpleasantly. "That's because your father isn't confident," he shouted angrily. "That's why Dad always loses all his money and ends up broke," Sanju asked curiously. "Auntie, how did you ward off the orcs?" Han Ho also recalled and said, "I was going to ask too," he said puzzled. "Orcs have wiped out almost all the other houses. How did you two ward them off?" Han Ho's father said, "We used nose spray." Everyone froze at these words. Han Ho's mother continued, "Your father attacked them with spray while fleeing." Her face was full of pride. Han Ho almost spat out water upon hearing that. Really? Sanju was surprised inwardly, to think orcs could be fended off this way. After the whole family had eaten their fill, Han Ho's mother continued, "Thank you two students for coming all this way with Han Ho. I'm sorry, there's nothing in the house right now. Have some tea instead." Jisoo quickly said, "It's all right." Sanju also quickly accepted the tea tray and expressed his gratitude. Han Ho proudly said, "Mom, I'm strong too. I can kill monsters with daggers." Upon hearing her son speak, her face darkened and she scolded him to be quiet. Han Ho's mother instructed, "This building's heating system is broken so it will be cold at night, but the water is still running so feel free to wash." In this chaotic world where night slowly deepened, the most terrifying thing was the coming of night. In the building area below, someone was looking up eerily. No one knew who they were, but those people smiled sinisterly towards the room where light from Han Ho's house was leaking out. Inside, Jisoo had finally finished showering. She came out drying her hair. "I'm done showering," she said shyly. "Auntie, thank you for lending me these pajamas." After roaming outside for several days, she could finally wash comfortably today, and Jisoo felt like a transformed person. Han Ho's mother exclaimed, "Oh, so smooth. This young lady seems to have trained very hard." Han Ho added, "Of course Jisoo Nuna is 30 times stronger than me." After she finished showering, it was Sanji's turn. Since there was only one shower room, they decided to let the woman go first. He leisurely enjoyed his shower. "It's been a long time since I've had such a comfortable wash. The most important thing is that Han Ho's family is okay." Actually, besides Han Ho, he was also very worried on the way here. Sanju was inwardly relieved. Fortunately, orcs don't have good senses. If Auntie hadn't brought the nose spray, terrible images of what might have happened if things went wrong flashed through his mind. Having a place to return to in this crazy world was a small happiness for him. Sanju thought for a moment, then saw Han Ho and Oran fighting without a care in the world again. Suddenly, a warm happiness washed over him, a small happiness. After finishing his shower and quickly washing his clothes, everyone promptly cleaned their weapons. Everyone was busy. Suddenly, Han Ho spoke up and asked, "Hung, what are you planning to do next? Staying here forever isn't good, is it?" Sanju replied, "I'll continue my journey," he continued. "The orcs below are just scouts. There's definitely an orc tribe living in this area and their numbers are very large." Then Sanju thought, "The problem is I still don't know where to set the next destination. At least a place needs to be decided." Suddenly Han Ho shouted loudly, "Sanju Hung, look at this," he sighed helplessly. "Who's glued to social media again?" Han Ho continued, "No," putting aside the chatter. Prosecutor Lee Yong-do commented, "This person uploaded a new post again. Hung, look at this specifically. He prepared a safe hideout for them. Many people would suspect this to be a trap, but I swear it's not. One of my comrades has a 3-star engineer profession. He can build defensive walls to prevent monsters from entering this area. We can't provide accommodation for everyone. But we're looking for a new leader, and it will take quite some time. So we plan to gather gold and materials. There will be a test for everyone who wants to enter this area. Please understand." Jisoo also skimmed through it. "Can I trust them this time?" Han Ho expressed his opinion. "I think these people are good too." But Sanju coldly scoffed. "So this is why these people kept posting?" At his question, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Everyone agreed, yes. Sanju judged that the place created by the prosecutor would be real. "The current world is like a game with overwhelming skills and professions all existing," he continued. "But yesterday 1,000 gold was used to create a place for survivors to comment. It's hard to believe this is unconditional goodwill." Then he reminded everyone to pay attention to other comments. The two immediately picked up their phones and reread it. Below it, there were many comments praising and thanking this prosecutor. But some people also suspected that he wouldn't be that good. Jisoo and Han Ho also saw that this post had many praises and indeed many grateful comments. Sanju concluded that they were trying to gain trust by presenting themselves as good leaders at first. Once everyone gathered, the hideout would start collecting gold. Then he thought of a scenario where a new government would be formed that way. He guessed that these people were secretly collecting gold and medicine. Han Ho gaped in surprise. "My goodness, there really is no such thing as a free lunch." Sanju was carefully calculating. In any case, this was just his personal opinion. Han Ho's parents were also here. Prosecutor Lee Yong-do's team was quite far from here, so it was better not to go there. Han Ho spoke. "Mo's profession is a priest. Mo's house is a very safe building and Mo's house is on the side of good and Mo is looking for women to live with him in this castle of love." Below it were comments criticizing him. His face darkened. "Ah, forget it." Han Ho was diligently searching for a place for them to go. He quickly held up his phone screen and asked if this was also acceptable. The commenter was Section Chief Ku. He said there was a safe place in Suwon and he was a 2-star priest, and if they wanted to stay there they had to pay a fee. Sanju muttered that he didn't like paying rent, but these safe places were quite secure. He asked Hanho, "Suwon isn't too far, is it?" Hanho quickly replied, "It'll take about 20 minutes by bus." Sanju took out his phone. "Then let's set our next destination here." Hanho said happily, "Yes, I'll ask my parents." Then everyone packed their belongings and finished preparing to leave. Sanju asked everyone if they were ready. Hanho's family was also ready. Sanju politely said to the two of them, "I'm sorry to make you move like this." Hanho's father smiled brightly. "It's all right," he continued. "Anyway, you safely brought Hanho home, so we can trust you." Hanho's mother added, "It's not safe here either. Not just monsters but gangs of thugs too." Sanju was surprised to hear that. "Gangs of thugs?" his father continued. "I think they're probably the neighborhood delinquents. They go around harassing other people and stealing things." Sanju scratched his head, thinking, to think there would be such thugs around here. As soon as he finished speaking, they rode up on motorcycles. They rushed toward Sanji's group shouting and then stopped. The female student sitting behind Jujin glared fiercely and said rudely, "Hey old man." Upon hearing that, Hanho was stunned. "Ah well, Sanju Hung is old too," he trembled, covering his mouth to suppress laughter. "Old man," Yang Zik said arrogantly, "we made this road, we built this road. Hand over anything delicious you have as a toll. Hand it over quickly, or do you want to cry while handing it over?" Sanju muttered, behind him. The skeleton soldiers were glaring ominously at the thugs. Their blue eyes glowed like grim reapers as if targeting people's lives. Before Jujin could finish speaking, Yang Zik shouted, "Over there!" They were all startled, seeing the blue eyes. They shouted at each other and quickly twisted the throttle. "Run away quickly! Quickly, you sons of bitches!" The thugs fled for their lives as if chased by demons without even thinking of looking back. Jisoo and Hanho were surprised to see that. Why are they doing that?" Sanju also turned around in surprise. A voice was heard, "Be careful, something's coming," from a distance. Two dog-like paws with sharp claws approached. Cars on the road were all sent flying far away. They seemed to have encountered a very large animal. Sanju gnashed his teeth warily. Those things, they still didn't know what it was, but they all quickly drew their weapons. Bloodthirsty eyes were fixed on him. What they now faced was a massive pack of wolves. They slowly approached Sanji's group, seeing them as delicious prey. He observed them secretly. They didn't attack immediately. Could they have the same habits as ordinary wolves? Sanju guessed so and told everyone to retreat. He knew that close combat with this pack would be extremely dangerous. Their sharp teeth and claws could instantly kill the entire team. Sanju began to analyze. Their bodies were horizontal while human bodies were vertical. One scene flashed in his mind. Once knocked down, there would be no way to get back up. At that point, his life would undoubtedly be in their hands. Sanju quietly calculated every move. Hanho, trembling, said, "Hung, will it be safe to hide here?" Sanju answered honestly, "No, if I were them I would definitely smash this place." Hanho said, flustered, "Then what should we do?" Suddenly, as soon as the two finished speaking, the huge wolf, unable to contain itself, let out a loud howl and charged. As expected of a giant wolf, its strength was much greater than that of ordinary wolves. It rushed wildly and slammed hard into the door. Suddenly, a glass bottle flew from somewhere and accurately hit the wolf's head, shattering into pieces. The blue liquid inside flowed out, and Hanho, dumbfounded, asked in confusion, "Are you going to use that, Hung?" Sanju replied with a hum. He explained that it was the slime mucus. As soon as it was thrown, it burst, and the wolf howled in terror. After that, Sanju turned to his skeleton soldiers and commanded, "Now it's your turn, throw your spears." The skeleton soldiers immediately followed the order, launching dozens of sharp spears accurately towards the wolf pack. He thought, to defeat these four-legged creatures, this tactic is the best long-range attack. At this point, only one remained. It seemed to be the leader. It wasn't dead yet. Seeing its comrades fall one after another, it charged in a rage. Then Sanju also quickly commanded his skeleton soldiers. "Everyone advance," as he commanded. The skeleton soldiers quickly rushed towards the giant wolf. At the same time, the wolf savagely opened its mouth and bit the skeleton soldier's arm. Suddenly, mucus flowed all over its body, and upon contact with the object, the mucus quickly took effect, startling the wolf. Sanju laughed triumphantly, saying, "Perhaps you weren't taught not to eat food given by strangers. I secretly put slime liquid on the skeleton soldier's arm and gave it to you as a gift." At this moment, the wolf's mouth seemed to burn as if boiling. Oran, not giving it a chance to recover, quickly drew his sword and flew at the wolf. The sword fiercely and decisively struck the wolf's head accurately. The system notified, "You have killed a wild wolf and acquired 240 gold." After that, Oran quickly retreated. Thus another wolf quickly fell. The skeleton soldiers on this side were also fighting the remaining wolf. It seemed even more cautious after seeing the previous scene, but it too very quickly was pierced in the belly by thousands of sharp blades. The system continued to notify that Sanju had killed a wolf, acquired an additional 240 gold, and leveled up to level 7. One after another they continued to fall. Sanju gained more gold from this unexpected wolf hunt. Jisoo, seeing him eliminate all the wolves by himself, said sadly, "I didn't get anything." Sanju consoled her. "No, it's just that your tactics weren't suited for this time." He thought to himself, for Jisoo's profession this is nothing short of a humiliation, but it would be better for her to focus on building her physical strength. After all, she's better at that. Immediately after finishing the battle with the wolf pack, without a moment to rest, Sanju turned to Hanho. He was cheerfully introducing his skeleton soldiers and Oran to his parents. Sanju thought to himself, "That guy is too excited." The system notified, The corpse refuses your summon. Your level is too low to summon a large monster. Sanju muttered regretfully. I still can't summon anything. After that, he told everyone, let's leave this place quickly. There are definitely still many of them nearby, on the other side. Again, sharp teeth opened wide and howled. They were wyverns. They were chasing the helicopter at incredible speed. The person in the helicopter screamed in terror. Hey, can't you go faster? They're catching up, the pilot said helplessly. This is maximum speed, Major. Then the Major even more angrily shouted, Sergeant Kim, you damn bastard, if there were monsters like this you should have reported it in advance. The pilot thought to himself. That person refused Sergeant Kim's report. It seemed the Major was a faction opposing Lee Yong-doo's side. He wanted the military to take the lead, but the biggest obstacle was these monsters. The system quickly notified, W Sector Leader has appeared. The wyvern quickly caught up to them. It firmly gripped the side of the helicopter with its claws. It was unknown if the people inside could survive. Faced with such a fierce monster, the helicopter could not endure, and its parts fell off one by one after that. The helicopter quickly exploded in midair, creating an enormous vibrating sound. At this moment, the wyverns became the rulers of this sky. They quickly entered the city. It seemed there were also other forms of them. They continuously destroyed everything. Sanju and everyone watched everything from inside the building looking outside. He was bewildered. Military aircraft. Han Ho also trembled. I somewhat expected it, but I didn't think those monsters would be so cruel. Above the high-rise building where they were sleeping, wyverns were quietly asleep. Han Ho's father said, I've seen those guys sleep here before. His mother also added, what should we do now? The safe zone is right in front of us. Sanju turned and said, we can't risk it. It's best to wait for those guys to go somewhere else. Let's set up a temporary camp here for now. Night fell and the wyverns were still fast asleep on top of the building. They showed no signs of leaving. However, inside, Han Ho's parents were also sleeping soundly. But no one else in this place could close their eyes. Suddenly, Sanju sensed something. He stood up in surprise. The system notified, what profession will help you survive in this apocalyptic world? Please choose. Han Ho shouted loudly to his parents, it's starting, Dad, Mom, don't be like me. Choose a card with more stars, his father replied. Of course your dad has been playing card games for almost 20 years. There's no way I'd make a foolish mistake like you, the system notified. Please select a profession card linked to your current profession. This surprised Sanju. Very quickly, the system notified them that they only had 15 seconds left to choose a card. Sanju thought to himself, a linked card, does it mean it's related to my profession? As soon as he thought that, the card in front of him quickly disappeared. Sanju was surprised. He realized to himself, it seems someone took the card first. Then as it shared with others in this set, he understood. In conclusion, this is also a speed competition. Han Ho mumbled as if possessed. A card with more stars is a good card. He calmed himself down. Calm down. If it's a linked card, a card with more stars might not be a good card. Sanju thought he needed to choose the card that best suited his necromancer profession. As soon as he thought that, his hand quickly grabbed the card in front of him. This is it. The system notified, you have selected the necromancer's linked card. The linked card is currently fusing with your current profession. A new skill is being set. This is a type of buff that provides beneficial effects to allies and harmful effects to enemies. Sanju muttered to himself, Spirit Aura buffs allies and debuffs enemies. That's pretty good. On the other side, Han Ho, tearing at his hair, screamed, I messed up, Hung. I tried to choose a 4-star card, but it was snatched away. I only got a 1-star priest card. Sanju muttered to himself, damn it. Han Ho continued to scream, the skill I got creates a shield for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. I'm a ranged dealer. His father quickly approached. Han Ho, is this card okay for Dad? Han Ho tearfully still turned around. How why? Dad's heart is breaking right now. The card his father chose was a profession card that created a safe zone. It was an engineer card. Hearing this, Sanju laughed brightly with joy. He couldn't suppress his joy and shouted, then we don't need to go to the Suwon safe zone anymore. Dawn broke. The place they decided to rest was very quiet all around. This was probably the safest temporary location. Han Ho's father was still diligently studying his new skills. He was delighted. Son, look at these skills. He continued to strike a pose. Son, don't you see? I should have learned these things earlier. If I had, both of you would have died by my hand. Han Ho asked his mother. What card did Mom get? She replied. I'm a chef. He was surprised. Mom, you should have chosen something to fight with. Han Ho's parents suddenly cried and hugged each other. Are you telling us to go out and fight because we're old and weak? Oh my son studied for 20 years and this is what he became. Sanju asked Jisoo, what card did you get? Jisoo replied, I got a 3-star assassin profession. The skill is Elite Sense. It's a passive skill that amplifies my senses in critical situations. Sanju stroked his chin thinking, Elite Sense, huh? Jisoo thought to herself, Sanju is very strong. He has the ability to effectively utilize others, and he understands that the ability to clearly judge situations is very necessary for survival. No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to be like him. On the other hand, Sanju thought he needed to fight to confirm how effective this skill was. Jisoo also wanted to become stronger. If I can't be like him, I need to find my own path. I need to become stronger in both physical and mental strength. Sanju turned to Han Ho's father. Father, could you explain the Pioneer's skill? Han Ho's father replied. Alright, just a moment, I'll explain it in detail. The skill name is Pioneer's Veil. Grade, Basic, Type, Active Skill, Mana cost 10 minutes. It can create a safe zone to block monster attacks. The effective range is limited. 200 square meters horizontally, 10 meters high. The safe zone can be defended with a shield and the shield can be restored immediately. However, it can be destroyed by attacks of immense power. If all mana is consumed, gold will continuously substitute for mana. 100 gold per 10 minutes, Sanju calculated. It will be very difficult to create and maintain a safe zone now. Gathering many people into one group to collect gold is also not a wise choice. Finishing his thoughts, he said, let's only use that skill when absolutely necessary. Anyway, we need to find a place to create a safe zone first, Hanho's father asked again. Really? Hanho was surprised. Senior, so we're not going to the Suwon safe zone now? He turned his head and said, we don't need to anymore. Sanju looked up at the sky. Besides, any team would have to follow the leader's instructions, and meeting them would be tiresome. He observed the wyvern on the upper floor. It was moving. It seemed to be restarting after sleeping for too long. The wyvern on the high-rise building fully woke up at this moment and began to soar into the sky. Sanju turned and instructed, Han-ho, check if there's any open store nearby. He quickly agreed and started searching on his phone. Just a moment. Sanju thought, I need to use gold to level up. We don't know when we'll encounter someone like that orb again. But Han-ho, scratching his head in confusion, said, I can't find anything nearby. Suddenly the quiet space around them began to shake as if there was an earthquake. Outside, people on motorcycles shouted urgently, the orb guy is gone. Quickly, Han-ho recognized them immediately and said, aren't those punks from yesterday? Let's ask them. An idea popped into Sanji's mind. They stole other people's gold, right? Then they must know the location of a shop where they can spend the stolen gold. Indeed, there was a large supermarket nearby. But Sanji's group seemed to have noticed it. Taejin said irritably, damn it, that orb guy gave us a hard night. How long have we been inside that meat shop? Yangshik said cheerfully, but thanks to that we got to eat meat. Suddenly Yangshik asked Taejin, can we spin the roulette 30 times this time? He replied lazily, we need to collect a bit more. Taejin continued, last time, when I got the banana survival pack, it was so bad. I hope I get something useful this time. After that he said loudly, hey, we're back. You guys thought we were dead, didn't you? But no one inside replied. Taejin was surprised. Why is it so quiet? One of them called his name, trembling with fear. But Taejin quickly became vigilant and quieted down. They all started walking quietly and cautiously. After all, in this chaotic world one naturally knows what to do in such moments. Taejin rushed down and reached out his hand, preparing to slowly open the door. After that, everyone outside was surprised. What is this? Everyone's gathered here. Taejin was internally flustered but forced a laugh. What's this atmosphere? Where's Jujin? Minsok, trembling in confusion, said that person has arrived. That person said there wasn't enough gold collected. Then Taejin hastily ran towards them. Damn it, what happened to Jujin? Nearby, Jujin shouted loudly. Shut up, Taejin was surprised. Are you okay? When that person took off their mask, Taejin was startled. He said loudly, what happened to you? It seems she's turned into a vampire. Be quiet, don't say anything more. I can smell human flesh. Every time I smell it, I get even thirstier. Someone was sitting cross-legged at a table. He said to the two, you're getting bolder and bolder. Leader Kong said, it seems there were also weak beings we could torment. The leader of the rescue team, he recalled how he had killed that person. At that time he laughed heartily and asked the corpse in front of him, why did you die like that, you fool? Taejin was also enraged. You bastard, how dare you attack us? The leader sitting at the table continued. Then this time it's Jujin's turn. He stood up. I told you, if you suppress your thirst for blood you'll only hurt yourself. You need to drink a certain amount of blood to maintain your sanity. Do you punks not understand what I'm saying? Taejin shouted loudly. A certain amount of blood? Do you know how many people Ji Yu-ho has killed? Leader Kong heard him speak loudly and laughed, asking in return, are you daring to defy me? Leader Kong threatened. The leader is watching you. How long do you think you can live if you don't listen to us? Taejin looked at Jujin fearfully. Then if you leave us alone we'll collect enough. But he quickly stood up and approached Taejin. Wrong. You must die. He fiercely approached his face. If you don't listen to me, I'll kill you. All of you. Taejin was just a child after all. Faced with such a terrifying vampire's warning, his legs couldn't help but tremble. He continued, collect 10,000 gold within 2 days, otherwise your neck will be the next target. You know you can't run, you just have to die, right? Suddenly, screams were heard from outside the door and Leader Kong turned around curiously. That voice echoed again. Who are you? Release me. Sanju and everyone entered and said, shouldn't you treat us as guests? The shop is ruined. Leader Kong asked in surprise. Guests? All right, my guests. What do you want? Sanju presented his sword in front of him and proudly demanded everything. Leader Kong, curious, asked again, what are you talking about? He repeated his answer clearly once more. Give me everything you have. Aren't you afraid we'll defeat you? He smiled slyly. You're not a guest, you're a madman. Taejin thought to himself. Damn it, a bloodbath is about to happen. Seeing him smile, revealing familiar sharp fangs, Sanju recognized those fangs. He asked him, aren't you them? You're Leader Kong from the apartment complex, aren't you? Suddenly exposed, he flinched slightly. Leader Kong focused his inner energy on his sharp claws, preparing for action. He fiercely charged at Sanju. You killed those guys, didn't you? But before he could even touch a hair on Sanji's head, Leader Kong was quickly restrained by his skeleton soldiers. His clawed hand was caught in the skeleton's grip. Unable to move, he exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Taejin, who was nearby, was also so startled that he fell backward. It's a skeleton. Sanju approached Leader Kong once more and asked, you're behind all this, aren't you? He didn't answer, only swearing loudly in extreme rage. You damn bastard. Then he gnashed his teeth, but before he could react, blood splattered onto Taejin's face. He could only hear Leader Kang's screams. Sanju fiercely thrust his spear at him. Give my skeleton soldiers energy. He was quickly lifted into the air by Skeleton Soldier 1, and his blood continuously dripped, making him tremble. Sanju fiercely slashed him once more with his sword. Leader Kong let out a painful grating scream. He coldly said, "Don't move or I'll cut off your head." The Skeleton Soldier immediately tightened its shackles. He groaned painfully once again. Sanju fiercely asked again, "Are you the vampire leader?" Even with the sword already at his throat, he still stubbornly refused to confess anything, only giving an eerie smile. Then the vampire fiercely swung his hand, shattering the Skeleton Soldier's. Sanji's sword immediately pierced his neck. At this moment, Leader Kong fiercely broke the sword in his hand. The system immediately notified that the item was destroyed. Then, filled with mad rage and thirst, he lunged at Sanju. He blocked with his hand and suddenly something flew from behind, blocking his attack very quickly. Before he could react, he felt daggers piercing his body. Hanho smiled brightly. "Hey, did I warn you not to move? Sanju Sr. told you not to." Jisoo also quickly slashed with her sword, cutting off the vampire's arm. He screamed in pain, but like that leader, another arm sharp as a blade grew from the severed limb. But that arm suddenly began to burn. The system displayed a notification. The effect of the ignition stone item has been activated. Regeneration ability is limited by the flame effect. Jisoo's sword was like a flaming staff. She fiercely gripped her weapon and slashed from behind, but he quickly noticed and successfully evaded the fatal blow. Then, he launched a powerful attack at her, but Jisoo was also a very strong girl, so she quickly ducked to avoid it. At the same time, Jisoo controlled the strength of her hand and moved her sword sideways. That sharp arm was severed from him once again. The vampire's blood at this moment flowed out like a spring without stopping. He was truly enraged, and after a loud roar he directed his remaining clawed hand at Jisoo. Neither of them retreated, exchanging blows. They fought for a long time but still couldn't determine a victor. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed Jisoo's sword, startling her. For some reason, Leader Kang's body couldn't attack Jisoo. The system displayed a notification, Elite Sense Effect. She thought, "I could feel it." So this was the effect of Elite Sense. For some reason, another attack came from behind Leader Kong, hitting him hard, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood that he couldn't hold back. The system again notified, Death Aura has inflicted a forced slow effect on the Apostle. The enemy is in a weakened state due to a contract created by the Apostle. Jisoo thought, if it were normal, I would have already been defeated by the vampire's power. But thankfully I'm still holding on. It's an expensive skill. The system again notified Leader Kong. You are in a weakened state and are subject to continuous attacks. He quickly couldn't bear it and lowered his head. Sobbing, he probably wouldn't live much longer. Taejin finally cried out loudly in fear. "Stop, what do you want?" Sanju triumphantly said. "Finally you're talking." He was calculating. "That guy is controlling those skeletons. He's weak in close combat, so I can finish him in one blow," he thought and chuckled to himself. "I'll pretend to talk, close the distance and kill him immediately." Before he could finish his thought, the Skeleton Soldier fiercely struck Leader Kong hard in the stomach, and then continuous powerful attacks rained down on him, and he could only scream helplessly. Sanju continued, "Guys like you with monster bodies should only talk in this state," he said with killing intent. "If it's still not enough, tell me. I have plenty of spears left." Taejin hid in a corner of the table, watching everything, looking at the terrifying old man Sanju with fear. "That person used to mock me when I met him, but now this kid has become truly ruthless. Who are those people anyway?" Leader Kong spat out a mouthful of blood, but still forced a smile. "Don't think that just tying me up like this is enough. When the commander's plan is complete, all insignificant guys like you will." His appearance was more grotesque than before, but Sanju knew he couldn't get any more information from this cunning vampire. So he hardened his face and ordered Jisoo to finish him off. Jisoo, receiving Sanji's command, fiercely swung her sword at the thought of killing that disgusting creature, instantly taking his life, and acquired 322 gold for killing him. The terrifying vampire fell in front of Taejin. He screamed in shock at the sight before his eyes, and suddenly Taejin cried out loudly, "Please spare us, we have nothing to do with them." As if he had heard what Sanju was saying, he gritted his teeth and politely asked again, "What? How can I ignore it? Didn't I tell you from the beginning? Hand over everything you stole." Everything. The sky also brightened very quickly, and the supermarket scenery became much warmer than at night. All the gold from Taejin's group was transferred to Sanji's group, totaling 984 gold. Hanho grumbled, "Less than I thought." Sanju laughed. "Hey, you were third in that task, weren't you?" Jisoo looked at the vampire's corpse covered in cloth. "That boss," Sanju spoke, "I don't know who they are, but it seems they're ready for a fight. Their power is increasing rapidly." And as he suspected, they were a complete system. Jisoo exclaimed in admiration, "Sanju, you adapt really quickly. How can people do such things?" Sanju replied. "Rather than adapting, don't you think all of this originates from this world? I'm sure all the remaining guys except their commander can multiply vampires. Some races have limits, but vampires don't. They spread rapidly like a virus," he thought to himself. "They can't ignore these creatures. We even had to fight together to take down just one earlier. In a worst-case scenario, what happens if they attack all at once? This news will soon reach them. So eventually we will have to fight them head-on." Sanju thought he needed to prepare early. They need to get stronger. After finishing his thoughts, he turned to Taejin. I heard there's a shop here. Taejin broke out in a cold sweat and whispered to his companions. Don't be arrogant anymore, listen to him. That kid just witnessed everything, now respect Sanju, I'll guide you, this way. Suddenly a question rang out from the system. What happens to someone who doesn't select a card? Even in this second player selection, everyone was surprised, and Hanho asked, what? Hung, did you see that, senior? Sanju was startled. The red window, this notification made him worried. What would happen if a player didn't choose a card? Suddenly, Minso clutched his head in pain and screamed. Taejin called his name anxiously. Taejin ran over, grabbed his hand tightly and asked loudly, Minsok, you didn't choose anything, did you? He stammered. Unable to say anything, Minsok shouted, I don't have a good feeling about this. I don't trust this system, Taejin said in annoyance. You'll never know what'll happen. Is this kid still trying to argue? I'm not the only one who didn't choose. They didn't either. The system again notified the answer. Despite being given 2 chances, you still refuse to awaken and become a player, so you are now given the opportunity to become a monster. As soon as the notification appeared, Minso quickly transformed into a monster that was neither human nor beast. Taejin cried out loudly, Everyone run! Sanju felt fear. This warning is undoubtedly true. We won't be able to win before he completes his transformation. But Sanju knew it wouldn't end too quickly. So while they were transforming, everyone had a chance to escape. Then he again cried out loudly, Everyone attack! Jisoo was surprised. Sanju gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, but there's no other way at this moment. He had to kill these people. They had already lost consciousness. Oran quickly shouted and charged at the people who had turned into monsters. They were fighting desperately. The people who had turned into monsters were much larger than everyone had thought. Sanju was surprised by their fighting style. Their bodies are so hard, why are they counterattacking so clumsily? On this side, Oran and the skeleton soldiers fiercely attacked and eliminated them. Hunted 2 wolves, acquired 3,000 gold, leveled up to level 8. This greatly surprised Sanju. He thought in disbelief, only 1 person but worth 3,000 gold. He was surprised. Even a pack of wolves was only 240 gold. How could those kids transform into such high-grade monsters? He almost lost his life. Then Sanju chose a random stat upgrade card and his agility increased by 3 points. Sanju exclaimed in admiration, even with a random card, I'm so lucky. Jisoo replied, your strength is in commanding skeletons, so this upgrade card seems good on this side. Hanho gaped. But do we really have to fight guys like those kids? The difficulty seems to have jumped suddenly, he said. There's one way. The idea of going with his family members came to his mind. Sanju turned around and thought, until now I haven't joined the skeletons. I did that because I was afraid of giving other survivors a bad impression. But now the situation has changed. People who didn't choose a profession have appeared in the same group. There might also be cases where not only individuals but entire groups turn into monsters. He calculated inwardly. If we have to face something like that, before he could finish his thought, a notification appeared from the system. The dead become your apostles. Do you accept the enhancement? Sanju still thought, this looks too bizarre, but I can no longer care about other people's gazes. Seeing his new apostles, Sanju couldn't help but exclaim, excellent, with this I could even face a vampire one-on-one. Taejin screamed in shock, seeing his friend transform like that. Minsok, Sanju still asked about the main problem. Taejin, what about the shop? He stammered, well, I couldn't tell you before, but that shop is a used car dealership. He recalled that the manager there looked very dangerous. We only had our gold stolen, but others even had to follow his orders and be offered to other guys. Hearing this, Sanju became even more curious. Take me there. From where they had just left, the group and skeleton soldiers quickly set off. The 2 newly enhanced apostles led the way. Sanju looked around. We moved secretly, but the air here is strange. There are no guards. Suddenly a loud scream echoed from afar in the quiet night, shaking the static space. Sanju immediately gestured for everyone to stop and told them to look over there. A large bear was fighting another vampire. He said loudly in annoyance, that crazy bear. But the bear seemed to have lost control. It kept lunging to bite the vampire. He narrowly dodged. Sanju thought to himself, I see, that bear is a kidnapped person. They were captured and couldn't choose a profession, so they turned into a monster, he observed. If you think about it, they're being killed by the very people they kidnapped. They're getting what they deserve. Finally, the vampire, almost mad, lunged and cried out, you damn monster, how dare a mere prey act so impudently? But the bear angrily roared like a mad monster. Fiercely swung its hand, breaking the chain and charging at the vampire. Blood continuously poured from both of them. Sanju watched the 2 fight, unsure what he was thinking. Wait a minute. Right at this moment, an idea popped into his head. If I act precisely, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He tried to use this opportunity to eliminate the 2 obstacles in front of him simultaneously. At the same time, both the black bear and the vampire screamed. Both seemed ready to die in this fight. The vampire lunged and growled, die you monster. The black bear also growled and lunged at high speed. But the vampire suddenly faltered. Something blue was rapidly flying. The scene changed. Hanho's parents safely went their separate way. The 2 skeleton soldiers next to them continuously protected and watched over them. The father said worriedly, aren't Hanho and Senior taking too long? The mother was also anxious but said, but it'll be fine anyway. Finally, the father seemed unable to bear it anymore. If you think about what those kids did, it'll be fine. They killed other guys, but the mother was still worried. But they're still young. I just hope they can resolve this well. Oran and Sanjia's skeleton soldiers quickly joined the battle, attacking both the black bear and the vampire. The chain binding the black bear continuously shook violently, then flew at the vampire, hitting him in the eye and making him scream in pain. The black bear successfully knocked down the vampire. It fiercely swung its hand, sending him flying far away, but this chain made of unknown material was very sturdy. Even with the black bear's strength, it couldn't escape it. Sanju watched it and observed more closely. Was it tied with a chain? Sanju looked at the corpse and guessed. It seems all the vampires were killed by him. Then he realized that the wolf apostles were a great threat to him and changed targets. From the vampire, the black bear lunged, grabbed one of the wolf apostles tightly and roared loudly. Sanju frowned, seeing it act like that. He was slightly flustered. Oh no, I was wrong. He realized that unlike the bear race, wolves knew how to hunt in packs by scent. I thought the wolf apostles would lose, but no, they quickly gained the upper hand. Sanju cried out loudly in encouragement, I'll make you my friends. Charge. The wolf apostles also quickly knocked down the black bear. The system immediately notified acquired 3,500 gold by hunting a black bear. The bear quickly fell. It was truly taking its last breath at this moment, and Sanju stood there without shedding a drop of sweat. Sanju turned to the skeleton soldiers. I need to eliminate that guy and make him your servant. The system immediately notified controlled the dead. Sanju thought too big. Wasn't its size limited to medium? Suddenly, Han Ho exclaimed, Senior, this bus is our school shuttle bus. As I recall, Senior Gyeongsu was driving it. Jisoo immediately recognized it with a glance. Look, Senior Gyeongsu took this car. Sanju continued, it seems the vampire attacked. He recalled Gyeongsu's words. I'll take everyone to the camp. With so many people, the enemy's numbers will also increase considerably. Charging blindly is tantamount to suicide. Sanju immediately asked Taejin, then where's the shop? He immediately replied, yes, this way. Then suddenly Jujin reacted strangely, and her fingernails grew rapidly. It seemed she was also beginning to transform. Taejin still stubbornly called her name, but at this moment someone seemed to have possessed her body. It smiled eerily. Ah, it was that young lady. Don't worry, every child is precious to me, that guy continued. But I'm very curious about the guy who killed my children. Let's see, that guy must be a really naughty one. Sanju carefully thought, that young lady's body has been possessed. Is death imminent? Then he spoke. I thought the leader would be a man of few words, but you're the complete opposite. It didn't concern Sanju, but the skill was quite taxing. The other person was triumphant. Why do I keep having to explain things to these deaf fools? That's probably how I got the nickname Professor. He turned to watch how they would handle it. I only do what I like, he spoke again in a challenging tone. You worm, you're dead, the system warned. You have been afflicted with a low-grade curse spell. Divine power is required to break the curse. He continued to laugh loudly and scream, die, die. You're finished. I'm going to eat all your guts, you bastards. Just wait, I'm going to tear your bodies apart. That will make you easier to eat. Suddenly, Sanju rushed forward at incredible speed, temporarily startling the professor. Not only was he unaffected by the curse, but he swiftly flew in and kicked him, sending him flying in one blow. He spoke vehemently. No need to listen anymore. Han Ho, standing nearby, said admiringly, Senior, are you still human? Sanju saw a red stain on his hand. He guessed it was due to the curse, but if so, why didn't he feel anything? Han Ho said with sparkling eyes. Hung, I feel an ominous energy from you. Sanju remembered that he had previously obtained a priest profession card. While he was healing himself, Sanju doubted, if this guy is a priest, this country is definitely doomed. Han Ho continued, I feel an unholy energy from you, Hung, but please wait a moment. The system warned, Vampire Lord's unique skill, blood tracking, has exposed your location. Your location will be revealed every 12 hours. The curse cannot be lifted due to insufficient divine power. A special challenge has appeared. Challenge name, no rest for the wicked. Condition, eliminate the murderers targeting you. Reward, 30,000 gold and a C-grade item ticket. You are being tracked. The fight continues until one of you dies. Sanju thought, in that case, there's no time to worry. I need to attack before they get stronger. Then he approached and said, Hey, I asked you earlier where the shop was, but that guy still seems clueless. Sanju lost his patience and became angry. Where is the nest of those vampire bastards? The system quickly notified again. Welcome to D-grade shop. Jisoo was vigilant. This isn't the violet roulette this time, is it? This is a lucky orb. D-grade shop only sells up to platinum grade. Han Ho was also puzzled. Choose an orb. Sanju quickly stepped forward. I'll go first. The system displayed, you possess an unlimited grade ticket. He calmly assessed the situation. It was the reward I received earlier for killing 100 creatures, and it was limited to 100 people. Now this platinum grade costs 1 million gold, which is 10 times more expensive, he calculated internally. If the price jumps by 10 times per grade, I should save a few tickets for the next one. This time I'll just choose gold. I just need to survive. Then Sanju was surprised. The screen displayed, you can add 1 to 3 limited orbs. You can convert 5 out of 100 normal orbs, which annoyed him. Did these game designers sell their souls to the devil? But considering the previous rewards, it's better to choose the best grade. No matter how much it costs. Jisoo was startled. A new jackpot item is coming. Han Ho was also tense. Senior, in my experience, this will fail. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Sanju won first prize. He obtained a random profession skill. This skill allows him to reach master level without special training. The skill, named Sanctuary Artisan Grade, creates a subspace as a haven for disciples. However, this space is only permitted when disciples are in complete condition. When resurrecting a large number of disciples simultaneously, a fatal curse will spread across the entire area. Sanju was delighted. I was really lucky. Then he turned to the two. What's wrong? Hanho shouted. Senior, move aside, I want to try it too. Jisoo too. Then Sanju tested his new power. He raised his hand and let the skeleton soldiers and disciples rest for a moment. He was satisfied. Truly amazing. Although there are still quantity limits, this also means that the inventory will soon expand, stealth movement will be possible, and the safe zone will expand when encountering other survivors. Then Sanju happily asked, what good things did you two get? Both had dark expressions. B-grade survival kit, bandages, first aid kit, rope, oil lamp, general items, bull tamer training suit. Sanju pretended not to know anything. Then we should keep going, right? Hanho shouted in frustration. Definitely, next time I'll go first. In a tall building an unknown voice was heard. Don't expect too much, you slaves. He couldn't believe it. Where did I go wrong? Gyeongsu said. All survivors get in the car. He thought to himself, I underestimated myself too much. Thinking of Sanju, should I have been with him from the start? No, I definitely should have been with him. At that time he thought the military camp was safe, so everything was ruined. He had barely made it here past Sector W and the monsters. At the military camp, everything was filled with smoke and ruins. This didn't seem like the safe place he had imagined. Jin kept screaming next to him. Gyeongsu, what are you going to do? You told me to come, but why is there nothing here? She kept screaming. If the camp is like this, we're screwed. What should we do now? Gyeongsu gritted his teeth and tried to remain calm, but that guy kept whispering in his ear. He was fuming. Damn it, I was just driving. Why do I have to be under such pressure? Then suddenly, a woman in the car picked up her phone and shouted loudly. Gyeongsu said, look at this. He saw and read the notification about a safe zone. The woman replied, yes, it's in Suwon Washang. Are we going there? The group behind continued to murmur. Gyeongsu, what are you going to do? Choose the next destination for us. He seemed to have regained his composure. Right, I survived by devising strategies to avoid W. These people risked their lives to follow me. I need to be more confident. Then Gyeongsu said loudly, all right, let's set off again, although he regretted it now. It was too hasty a decision. I should have been more careful. What awaits us? Gyeongsu gritted his teeth and looked up. What awaited us were monsters disguised as humans. It turned out this was a vampire nest. They lured people here to act easily. One of them kicked his back hard and said, move quickly, you idiot. He laughed gleefully as if Gyeongsu seemed to be resisting. What's wrong? Is it hard? Tell me if you don't want to. Go to the kitchen and make some food for us. Then he turned to his companions. These slaves are too slow, shouldn't we replace them? The other replied, right. Some of them tried to rebel as soon as I got promoted. That guy turned to him again. We can catch them and steal their gold. Then we can tear them apart and kill them to get promoted. Isn't this money-making method really creative? Gyeongsu was helpless. Damn it, it's truly desperate. I'm going to die like my other friends. Then the vampire said loudly, move quickly, you bastards. If you move slowly, I'll eat you. Suddenly, a vampire in front of him stopped. Gyeongsu bumped into him and it hurt a lot. Why did you stop? In front of them was Oran. Sanjia's group seemed to have arrived here. In front of the enemy, Oran held his sword like a mighty warrior, pointing it at the vampires. The two vampires were startled. What? The other guessed as soon as he saw it. A skeleton, but it's the size of a goblin? Gyeongsu knew immediately upon seeing it. The vampire looked at Oran and gloated. Are you kidding? I thought it was a new monster. Then he jumped and fiercely lunged at Oran with his claws. They shouted, die? But a sharp object pierced him from behind and the vampire couldn't block it in time. The remaining ones were also quickly pierced by sharp bone spears. They fell to the ground covered in blood but broke down and asked fiercely, what is this? They saw that there were many fierce skeleton soldiers and werewolf apostles. They overwhelmed the vampires. Amidst the bone fragments, Sanju slowly approached to observe these demons who were tormenting people. Gyeongsu was delighted as if he had seen a raft in the middle of the ocean and shouted loudly, Sanju hung. Sanju, I wished you good luck before sunset, but it seems it was no use. He smiled, relieved to see Gyeongsu still alive. As soon as Gyeongsu heard that, he knew that they would become stronger when the sun set. Sanju and I are from the same university, but who knew there would be such a huge difference between us? One of the vampires furiously stood up and smiled slyly. I'll kill you. That guy tried to launch a surprise attack on him. Before Gyeongsu could even think, Sanju leapt up. Many people here were surprised. They didn't expect him to charge so dangerously. Sanju said ominously, you look human, but you're a monster. So I'll only leave one alive. As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent emanated from his entire body, making the people nearby tremble. The sky gradually turned to night. After meeting Sanju for a long time, Gyeongsu thought to himself that he had become much stronger than he had imagined. Not only Sanju but Jisoo was also getting stronger. And Hanho was the same. To become strong so easily? He spoke, watching Hanho fighting with Oran. Right, you're my bodyguard, you know that. Oran had a helpless expression. One of the vampires pleaded in fear, please spare me, I'll tell you everything. He immediately got to the point. How many people are in the factory? How many vampires exactly? How many players? And what are their levels? He answered honestly. The vampire lord is there, currently level 5. There are about 12 players. The highest level is probably level 4. Sanju was satisfied. He's being honest, but I have no intention of sparing you. The vampire asked in fear, aren't you curious about the guards and the situation inside? As I said, your life. Before he could finish speaking, Gyeongsu rushed forward and stabbed his neck, and the vampire fell. His face darkened. I know what the situation is inside. I can't let him live. All my friends died at his hands. Gyangsu trembled and cried. Even though they were a bit indifferent and timid, they didn't deserve to die. He was recalling the beautiful memories with his friends. There were so many things I wanted to do with them. Sanju approached and consoled him. You mourn for others, but now you have been saved and survived. He looked at the vampires and continued. These bastards rage every night. They're just hiding in the community. Not everyone can make decisions in difficult situations. I think it's very different from being independent. Everyone listened quietly as Sanju continued. This world is heading towards its end, but we have to catch those bastards. In Lazuma's factory, Yang was the branch manager working diligently. No one knew what kind of conspiracy he was hatching. Upstairs, 3 people were watching the others working below. One person approached and asked, Manager, what are you thinking? That vampire said ominously that if we go out again, we'll have to catch other people. But how long do we have to do that? Branch manager Kim explained, they are just a second source. Catching them is much easier than catching the monsters outside, he said expressionlessly. What we are doing is called development business. Our director probably has his own plans or philosophy. Everyone is fighting for their lives, and we must become the leaders in this field. The subordinate next to him said happily, I want to be a leader, the vampire manager continued. If you work hard, you can become a full-time employee, just as he promoted me when I was walking around the warehouse. The director will promote you to a full-time employee too. Suddenly a voice was heard, startling the vampire. You're not full-time employees. It's more accurate to call you monsters. At the door, a tall, shadowy figure in fluttering clothes stood firm. He shouted, Who is that guy? Sanju asked in return. Development business, you truly do all sorts of things to make others give up their humanity. The vampire manager and his 2 subordinates quickly leaped down and landed on the ground. The subordinates around them also began to form a formation. The manager said arrogantly, You asked who we are, didn't you? The people trapped in the cage rejoiced at the sight of Sanju. Isn't that the person? Another said, Right, he's the person we saw at school. Who is he? He's the one who saved all of us at school. The vampire manager shouted loudly. Shut up, you bastards, he shouted. Who told you food to make noise? Then he looked at the prisoners in the cage with menacing eyes. Sanju said solemnly, Didn't you receive a message from your boss? Didn't the boss tell you who I am? One of them stammered. Are you the guy who killed Branch Manager Park? Sanju asked again. Branch Manager? He chuckled cynically. Are you playing office games, you fraudsters? Being so mocked, they were enraged. They couldn't believe it. We thought he was crazy and came in here, but how can he act like that? Sanju asked again. How do I act? Because I have skills. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, evil light emanated from his eyes. The vampires were afraid. The manager shouted loudly, What is this? What is this black smoke? The system warned. Warning, debris sword will affect the current area. This surprised him even more. What's going on? The debris sword was summoned. Sanju stood majestically like a demon from hell, and the vampires became even weaker. The system warned again. Warning, exposed to critical curse effect. All stats severely reduced. They trembled. What is this? What are these monsters? The vampires tried to escape, but the skeleton soldiers quickly rushed in and blocked them. They prevented them from escaping. The manager, seeing his subordinates in a state of confusion, shouted to bring them back to their senses. Everyone hold your positions. Deal with them calmly. Just kill the bastard controlling them. Very quickly the dead became Sanjia's disciples. The vampires trembled like a swarm. The vampire manager was startled to see the skeleton soldiers resurrected and shouted in rage, You bastards! The white bones continuously rushed forward, and no matter how much they hit, they wouldn't fall. Temporarily, there was no way for them to win. Branch manager Kim quickly stepped on a skeleton soldier and flew in front of Sanju. I just need to kill you. Suddenly a bottle of slime liquid flew from somewhere and accurately hit his face. Hanho laughed triumphantly. Fortunately the ceiling broke. The vampire shouted loudly, My face, the acid corroded my face. His face smoked and he screamed in despair and pain on the spot. Jisoo quickly approached and rescued the hostages, then reported, Sanju, the hostages are free now. Everyone became noisy. Now Gyangsu quickly drove the car over. Everyone get in the car quickly, put the injured in first, he shouted in frustration. Where are you trying to run? You're just my prey. From a distance or unapproached, it rushed forward at incredible speed and sent the vampire manager flying far away. System notified, Nature's Wrath activated. Attack and attack speed increased for 10 minutes. The manager sensed the danger and thought to himself, I need to escape, but he was exposed to a fatal curse effect, severely reducing all his stats and health. Sanju grabbed the bracelet. Owner's effect grants demonic attribute, consumes 2 of enemy mana with each attack. If enemy mana is completely depleted, absorbs enemy power. Bracelet classification, effect small goblin attack speed increased by 20, then it rushed forward and the manager muttered to himself, Right, I always have to fulfill my mission. The vampires chose a location that was extremely dangerous for them. The house's pillars were broken and the windows and walls were all terribly thin. There's no place more suitable than an abandoned factory. If they stay in a place like this, they'll surely lose. Everything went according to Sanjia's calculations. Manager Kim gritted his teeth. What? That kid is quite strong. My head is spinning. A subordinate quickly stepped forward. Manager, I'll share my strength with you. We have to deal with them. Hanho suddenly felt a chill at the sight before his eyes and quickly shouted, Senior, that guy is getting bigger and bigger. He's becoming monstrous. I can feel this power. It's the boss's power. Offer your life to my boss. As soon as he completed his evolution, the system immediately sent a warning that the high-ranking vampire was in a frenzied state. At this moment, his body had completely transformed like bone fragments with sharp fangs, but Sanju remained calm. Was this what he saw? He seems to have given up on being human anymore. The vampire no longer moved on two legs but quickly rushed towards everyone. Sanjia's skeleton soldiers quickly moved to the front to protect everyone, but then the vampire got annoyed, turned around, and shouted loudly, "Everyone shut up!" The skeleton soldiers still charged, and the manager didn't back down. He broke through the encirclement alone. The werewolf also fiercely charged from behind and bit, and though the manager was temporarily somewhat weakened, he still didn't give in easily. The vampire fiercely counterattacked. He swung his hand, delivering a powerful blow to the werewolf, sending it flying. But as soon as one was down, another charged like mad. Manager Kim tried to break through the encirclement alone at top speed. The werewolf was no pushover either. It charged, raising its claws high, and powerfully scratched the vampire's back, causing him pain. Jisoo watched the two, unable to decide a winner for a long time, feeling restless. Then she couldn't hold back either, and raising her sword, fiercely charged at the vampire. However, surprisingly, instead of attacking head-on, Jisoo rushed behind him and fiercely swung her sword, delivering a powerful slash. Attacked so low, the vampire manager was annoyed and truly infuriated at this moment. These damn bastards. As Oran was about to charge with his sword, Jisoo grabbed his hand and pulled hard. Her speed was too fast and her strength too powerful for Oran to react, and his body spun. He fought the skeleton soldiers alone but showed no signs of fatigue, and his opponent seemed to have lowered their guard. Jisoo said loudly to him, "Don't underestimate them." As soon as she finished speaking, two skeleton soldiers charged and stabbed the manager's chest. The system quickly notified, "The dead have become your disciple." Hanho was surprised. Jisoo Nuna is amazing. "Hung, wasn't this an emergency?" Sanju observed tensely. "So that's why it wasn't effective. He knows he's furious because of the blood and explosions. If this continues, he won't last long, but the monster's body could be destroyed. If his attack doesn't shatter the orc's shield, it'll be truly dangerous." And he realized, but the real problem is that this damn bastard is a disciple of Vampire Lord. Sanju felt a slight chill. If his disciple is this strong, just how strong is that lord? Suddenly, Sanju was startled. The system again notified that the dead had become his disciple. "The power of a comrade has been bestowed upon you. Combination effect." He grinned widely. "What a waste, it'll take a lot of strength to capture this guy. I need to make good use of this werewolf too." Hell's Cerberus condition, 3 or more wolf-like creatures. Effect: attack speed 10, strength 50 when attacking simultaneously, defense 50 in narrow passages. The vampire was surprised. The power of those skeletons. Suddenly he commanded, "Bite!" Manager Kim continuously defended, unable to counterattack at all. He helplessly cursed these damn bastards, and then his entire body seemed to melt away. Sanju looked at him and said, "Tell your boss that his development business in the district has failed. The system notified that you have killed a special player and acquired 10,000 gold." Sanju was surprised. A player? He looked like a ferocious werewolf, but he's still considered human. He thought he might be able to make him a disciple. Sanju quietly calculated, looking at the huge corpse before him. Vampires have regeneration, so to eradicate them root and branch, I have to cut off their heads. I couldn't summon them after their heads were cut off. But what if it's that guy? The system issued a warning. "The dead have become your disciple." Sanju said to him, "From now on you'll serve me instead of your boss." After making the vampire manager his disciple, the system notified him that he could check the memory fragment of his disciple Sanrakusu. Sanju was surprised. "Memory fragment, what's this?" He instantly saw dark things appearing from somewhere in his mind. "What? I've never seen this before. Is this a necromancer's ability?" Then Sanju listened in silence. A voice echoed, "That's what I want to talk about." Vampire Lord smirked cunningly. "What's the core of this game? Anyone want to answer?" The vampires all fell silent at this question, looking at each other. And no one spoke for a moment. That guy took a sip of fresh blood and said, "There's no way no one would. To be honest, I don't know what's going on either." That guy continued, "But I know what I have to do. We have to evolve." "I'm right, Manager Kim," the manager answered politely, as if hypnotized. "Yes, you are right." Vampire Lord continuously brainwashed them. "Whether it's a divine being, a supernatural being, or a creature from the universe, whoever it is, we've been given a special opportunity. We must eliminate these weaklings," that guy whispered. "Humanity has already reached its limit. If not for this incident, another would have occurred. Anyway, they will be annihilated. They will evolve into other beings and open a new world." Sanju, who had been listening to the conversation from beginning to end, couldn't help but grit his teeth. "It was you after all, Vampire Lord." That guy continued, "I have a mission. Everyone must complete this mission with me." Sanju muttered inwardly. "A mission?" they all shouted and exclaimed together. "Of course, leave it to us. We will follow you to the end." He wondered what this strange passion was. Does drinking that brainwash them, or is it something else? He couldn't believe this strange loyalty. So that's how their organization became so strong in just a few days. Vampire Lord raised his blood-filled glass and said loudly, "We're holding a celebration party. The district will be the first location." As soon as that guy thought about it, he couldn't help but feel excited inside. "The name of this strategy is the Grand Feast. Let's happily invite all the neighbors." Then that guy turned to Manager Kim. "Manager Kim, you'll handle the meat supply and material harvesting." Sanju was speechless with these bastards, he cursed inwardly. Human flesh harvesting, combat slaves, slaughter party, they're devising a sinister plan. He realized that the main goal of this plan was to use safe zones as bait to gather people. Ironically, that strategy worked. The system again notified that you had been given a hidden mission. Sanju was surprised. This is the second time this has appeared since the professor died. System, what more do you want from me? This mission was to prevent or carry out a massacre. As the Master of Death, you can save many people or control them after they die. The choice is yours, and it will affect your future destiny. Hanho stopped. Hanho, wait a minute. She still seemed to be hesitating about something. Then a hand was fiercely placed on Hanho's head and he was startled. Sanji's face darkened and he asked in an angry voice, "What did you eat?" Hanho stammered nervously. "Senior, it's not that." Sanji's face darkened and he asked again, "You said you'd do everything I asked, didn't you? At these words, Hanho felt a little guilty. "It's nothing." Sanju smiled brightly. "You have to complete this mission with me." Hanho was even more flustered and asked again, "What?" In a scene that switched to another location, a sharp hand was clenched in anger. "The manager is dead?" Madame Y was surprised. "How? He received power from the director and he still died." Vampire Lord scratched his head with his hand and said, "That guy was stronger than I thought," he thought to himself. "I don't know how he killed the manager with a few weak bone fragments, but it bothers me." Madame Y continued, "Doesn't this affect the director as well?" That guy smiled wickedly. "Madame Y," that guy was angry. "Are you looking down on me?" That guy's voice was soft but threatening. Madame Y was flustered, her face flushed red and she stammered, "I was too rude." She seemed to have forgotten that her master was a bloodthirsty fiend. Vampire Lord observed Madame Y and said, "No, Madame Y, you're not wrong. It's quite annoying to be constantly interrupted when we should be focusing on the main mission." That guy thought again. "But if we can use the oath tracker, after the party it'll be his turn to make a move. I'm really curious about what kind of guy he is." In the afternoon, everything in a factory complex was extremely desolate. The people here seemed very busy. Some were carrying luggage, some were collecting weapons, and the injured were bandaging their wounds. A sigh echoed, "The cleaning never ends." They seemed to have wasted a lot of time. Hanho turned to Sanju and said, "Senior, do we really have to do this?" When he suddenly asked that, Sanju was slightly puzzled. "What do you want?" Jisoo spoke. "If what you say is true, then the massacre will happen in the district, right?" Sanju explained, "We can't stop it early and it seems we don't have enough time, so we need to prepare as much as possible starting now." "What is you looking for?" "You said she found several bottles from Manager Kim. You seem to have found some medicine." Sanju was surprised. He picked it up with curiosity and excitement and observed, "There's a lot of medicine." You also carefully looked closely. "Since they are guys who hunt people instead of monsters, there are quite a few useful things." Suddenly, Hanho shouted with joy, "I was worried about what we'd do if we didn't have electricity, but we have this too." The item he found was a small charger. It provides power or charges batteries. Remaining charge 87. Sanju quickly connected his mobile phone. The system notified that the battery was charging, 10 minutes remaining. He was surprised. "Nothing unusual, right? It's easy to use too." Jisoo handed him a white bottle. Sanju looked at it. "This is an intermediate healing potion. It can cure various infectious diseases and relieve wounds." He looked closely with satisfaction. "I think we can use this too." While everyone was busy cleaning, it quickly grew dark. It was truly a chaotic world. Whether day or night, the atmosphere was extremely quiet and frightening. Suddenly, the thugs stood before Sanju and respectfully bowed their heads in unison. "Captain, thank you so much." He looked happily at his girlfriend. "It must have been hard enough for her to accept me, but she even gave me medicine." He was happy inwardly. "Everything is still dangerous, but even though she's not completely healed, it still has some effect." Sanju said nonchalantly, "If she's controlled by Vampire Lord and attacks me again, I'll kill her, so keep a close eye on her." Taejin quickly said, "Yes, I'll stop her." Sanju looked at Taejin. "Is this guy trying to stop me? He looks like a thug, but he's not a thug." He continued, "It's not free. I'll have something for you to do later." Taejin immediately replied, "Yes, please order us to do anything." Sanju couldn't tell what calculations were going on in his mind. As soon as his conversation with Taejin finished, he turned to Hanho's father. "Let's begin, father." He was delighted. "Good." Then he was extremely enthusiastic. "Finally I can use my hidden power." Hanho, standing next to him, was speechless. "Hidden power, father?" He raised his hand high and shouted loudly, "Pioneer start!" As soon as he did, this area became a pioneer camp protected by a shield. People inside the camp could recover their stamina and the manager could restrict entry and exit. Everyone was surprised by this. "It's so warm and comfortable. It feels like I just came out of a sauna." Hanho's mother also made everyone a lot of delicious food. They were even more surprised. "There's food here too. We can finally live like humans." Everyone's stamina quickly recovered. "The special dishes made by mother. Everyone's stamina will increase in 20 minutes. Jisoo felt heartbroken. It seems they tried very hard to adapt to the current situation. "If we can solve the massacre problem." Sanju asked curiously, "Jisoo, did you receive a special mission?" But she quickly said no. Sanju thought to himself, "Jisoo seems too obsessed with stopping this massacre. She hasn't received any suspicious or special missions. Even without a mission, I and Vampire Lord have become inevitable enemies, so this is unavoidable." But for Jisoo it wasn't like that. Sanju said firmly, "You know that stopping this massacre isn't your duty, right?" She said loudly, "Yes, but," he cut her off and looked at her firmly, but you're still trying to stop it because of your conscience? At Sanjia's question and firm attitude, Jisoo lowered her head and bit her lip tightly. No, suddenly she became angry. If you avoid it, one day you'll be killed by someone. Not even a vampire. I'm just fighting to survive. Suddenly, the system appeared, leaving both of them bewildered. Guide to the start of a new trend, Chapter 1. The Dark Night continues. A welcome message to all survivors. A long time has passed since this catastrophe befell the world. Many people have lost their lives, and those who couldn't adapt have turned into monsters. I respect everyone who has survived this disaster. However, you will experience even more terrible things from now on. In the struggle for survival, you must not forget that you have to fight. Whether fighting monsters, fighting people, or fighting both worlds, you must be brave to survive. Important warning. The event will last for 7 days. All movement to the combat zone is prohibited. The current zone is Suwon empty. Gold acquired in the zone is doubled. The second player will acquire a boss every time they hunt monsters. Boss monsters will appear in the zone. Opportunities to acquire their powerful items are not available in shops. Sanju secretly thought that what Jisoo said was correct. According to the system, this was just the beginning. But what does the system mean by saying they can't move to the combat zone? Jisoo, upon seeing that notification, became even more determined to survive in this game. Until now, the sky has cleared. Hearing Sanjia's words, Hanho complained. Senior, isn't this too much? You're involving me in such a dangerous mission, but leaving Jisoo Senior out. They were on their way somewhere with the archers. Hanho thought it was unfair and constantly pestered Sanju. Jisoo has worked so hard since she became our comrade, he said to Hanho in a teasing tone. She's strong enough to survive on her own, but you'd pass out in half a day. Hanho gritted his teeth. Senior, haven't you heard that slandering others is illegal? There's a comment on this post. Sanju replied, we can't just sit back and let the vampires deceive other people, so I wrote it. The content of the post was that someone wanted to warn everyone not to believe in anyone who unconditionally helped them at this time. Many people agreed, but some disagreed, but Sanju didn't care. Even if it wasn't for that, I would have warned everyone, he continued. I expected to get comments, Jisoo interrupted him. Prosecutor Yoon Dong-po also commented. He's really famous. It's no joke how many comments there are. That person specifically posted that they couldn't wait for government help. So he created a player community on his own with the goal of protecting safe zones, rescuing survivors, and defeating monsters. As soon as Song Yu read it, he realized that this person not only wanted them to join but also wanted to promote that they were not bad people. Hanho was surprised. Really? That person acted like that before too. They're really amazing. Song Yu was well aware that ambitious individuals had already begun to emerge. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed the subject. By the way, Senior, where are we going now? Song Yu said they needed to level up and asked him what level he was. Hanho hesitated and replied that he was level 5. Upon hearing this, Song Yu immediately thought, it's amazing to survive even half a day. After talking for a long time, they seemed to have reached their destination. The wheels quickly stopped. Gyeongsu said cheerfully in a loud voice, Song Yu, we've arrived. We need to walk now. Upon hearing his words, everyone quickly jumped out of the car and prepared to walk there. Hanho looked ahead and gritted his teeth. Senior, is this our destination? Song Yu quickly replied, that's right, a new hunting ground. The scene before them was very desolate. Many cars were parked, and behind the ruins, dozens of pairs of eyes were watching Song Yu's group. Noon. Sunlight streamed strongly in front of the supermarket, illuminating all the space here. A fairly large fireball was quickly falling from somewhere in the sky. Hanho tightly closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and shouted. The fireball still fell relentlessly. Song Yu quickly pulled him behind a nearby car. Hanho said in a fluster, Senior, this attack. As soon as he saw it, he knew they were monsters with fire magic abilities. They looked very bizarre. But before they could finish speaking, a loud explosion echoed, shaking the monsters. For Song Yu, these kinds of monsters were not a big problem. His werewolf disciples quickly lifted one upside down. Jisoo rushed in. She held her sword and fiercely slashed at the remaining monster. It opened its mouth in surprise. Before it died, in its eyes, Jisoo looked like a grim reaper who had come to take its life. They eliminated all the monsters very quickly. Hanho said, I thought they would be similar to goblins. Jisoo wiped her sword. They're not that dangerous, but they use magic attacks. Song Yu thought, the purpose of this hunt is for Hanho to level up and find new power. And for me, just using skeleton soldiers has greatly increased my strength. He knew that werewolf skeletons were strong enough to deal with low-grade vampires, but these kobolds, despite being able to use magic, were not strong enough yet to be made into disciples. While he was thinking, Jisoo looked ahead and said, Song Yu, doesn't the scene in this supermarket look very similar to our factory? It was still a very gruesome sight, with cars haphazardly placed and corpses and blood strewn everywhere. Song Yu judged. Many people gathered in one place. It seems the tutorial took place here. Upon hearing his words, Jisoo looked ahead curiously. Are there any survivors inside the supermarket? Song Yu guessed. The more people there are, the more likely monsters will appear. There's probably no hope, Gyeongsu interjected. In that case, a remote place would be safer, for example, Jeju Island or an island. He and Jisoo both made a sound of hum. Song Yu remembered that Jisoo's family was on Jeju Island. Sensing his thoughts, she said, Don't worry, anyway, we decided not to meet again in the future. After that, Jisoo looked a little unhappy. And I believe they are still living well. They have always been capable people, Song Yu thought. Is her family situation that complicated? It might be better not to ask further. But not all families are the same as Han Ho's. They put aside the topic of Jisu's family for a moment. Everyone quickly entered the supermarket. The system notified, "You have entered the Kobold Mage's Fortress, a large dungeon. The entrance has been sealed by magic. Find a way to escape from here." He looked around. "So this entire place is a dungeon?" Jisu saw something and exclaimed in a fluster. Song Yu, they were standing on a purple. She was surprised. "Is it a magic circle?" Something sparkling quickly appeared from the purple light. It was a passage, but the surroundings were very dark, eerie, and gruesome. As soon as Han Ho saw it, his face turned pale. He couldn't stop trembling and shouted. Kobolds quickly poked their heads out. Their eyes glowed like night owls, making him cry. "Where is this?" they whispered with magic. "Caught." Another replied. "Good, caught in the trap. He came alone and brought nothing, so now he's just going to die." Hearing the voice, Han Ho was surprised and thought inwardly, "Are those monsters talking?" Seeing them despise him like this, Han Ho laughed triumphantly. "Damn kobolds, the weakest monsters in the world, even if I came alone." But suddenly he stopped blankly. Alone? He seemed not to have realized that he had fallen into their trap and there was no one around. Han Ho's lifespan had shortened from half a day to 30 seconds. Before Han Ho could react, the kobolds quickly shouted loudly. A leader ordered to kill him, and another also shouted excitedly, "You're finished." At this moment, Han Ho was confused. He had never fought alone like this. The sword in his hand quickly dropped. Han Ho shouted desperately, "Senior, save me!" Seeing him scream so miserably, they became even more excited and scoffed. "Brat, you weakling!" Han Ho cried and thought, "Mom, Dad, your beloved son is going to heaven first. I came into the dungeon with Senior and I'm dying here." Before he could finish saying "it hurts," Han Ho realized it doesn't hurt. There were still 2 of their daggers stuck in his head, or on approach from behind. After killing him, this skill could only create a shield. At this moment, the kobolds were again filled with fear. "What? I don't know." Han Ho regained his composure and stood up. He was more aggressive and confident. "Now who's the brat, you weaklings?" At this moment, Jisoo was flustered. Gyeongsu said, "Let's go quickly. We need to find Han Ho and Song Yu." Gyeongsu was worried. "It'll be fine if they're together, but if they're separated." Before she could finish speaking, she heard Han Ho singing. Jisoo's heart was anxious and she quickly ran in that direction, shouting loudly, "Han Ho, are you okay?" On this side, Han Ho walked out fiercely with daggers in both hands. "Jisoo Senior." Jisoo looked around warily. "You didn't deal with all of this, did you?" Han Ho boasted and laughed loudly. "Senior, did you see that? This is my new skill." He took advantage of the momentum and showed off. "It was I, Han Ho, who dealt with the strong dealing with the weak." Gyeongsu was speechless. What kind of virtue is that? But Jisoo was still very worried. "If we're here, Song Yu is still alone," Han Ho calmly said. "There's no need to worry if it's Senior." Fortunately, Song Yu was trapped with skeleton soldiers and werewolf disciples. They were passionately wielding their swords to kill the kobolds. In a short time, all the kobolds on Song Yu's side were dealt with. Corpses were strewn everywhere. After completing his mission here, he and his skeleton soldiers quickly set off to find others. Song Yu muttered to himself, "I'm so worried about Han Ho, I just hope he's with Jisoo." Everyone continued to move forward. "The warehouse is much more lively than I thought, and it's hard to find an exit." Suddenly, he found a corpse in the far corner, but upon closer inspection it seemed to still be alive. The person was covered in blood but still breathing. He calculated inwardly. "That wound looks difficult to heal even with my new medicine." When the person saw him coming, he trembled and struggled to open his eyes, then pointed to the side. Song Yu followed the direction of his finger and it was a box on a shelf. It seemed the person was asking him to take that box down. Song Yu quickly went over and picked up the box. "What is this? Is there some good new medicine inside?" As he opened it, the system notified, "Unidentified egg. This is a special item of the Dragon Knight. If you successfully protect this egg, your fate will change the moment it hatches." He stammered, looking at the egg. But before he could finish speaking, the person coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was exhausted. The boss monster took the barcode. Song Yu asked what was happening. "Barcode," he said weakly, stammering one word at a time. "Owner identification. Item." It seemed this person would not live much longer. Song Yu looked at him and, frustrated that he couldn't do anything, made a sound of HMPH. This terrible world, was that person a 5-star Dragon Knight? Song Yu felt it was a pity that he died here. He speculated that this man had been caught in a trap while looking for a supermarket and had his barcode taken by the boss monster. He continued to think. Furthermore, according to the item information, this is a profession with explosive potential later on, but he probably couldn't wait until then. Song Yu held the egg and carefully observed it for a long time. "The name is unidentified, but this is definitely a dragon egg." He felt sympathy for the passerby. "Even though he cried with regret, he still wanted to give me the dragon egg. Then I will consider this a desperate wish to end this terrible game." Other kobolds saw him and said cheerfully, "There's a human, let's kill him." "Are those going to die?" Before they could approach Song Yu, a werewolf disciple quickly rushed in front of the kobolds. They were all quickly killed and some only screamed desperately, "Save me!" The last thing they saw was Song Yu standing silently like the god of death. He said resolutely, "Then in addition to avenging that anonymous man, I also need to find the barcode." They were all dealt with very quickly again, and he gained an additional 150 gold from hunting kobolds. As one group died, another advanced. They looked at Song Yu and the skeleton soldiers and said to each other, "There." Song Yu was surprised. "Isn't it strange they keep getting massacred, but they don't seem to be retreating," he calculated. Do they lack intelligence? They're even charging like zombies without lasting a second. Both sides continuously engaged in battle, and a loud explosion echoed, making Oran flinch for a moment. One of them stood in the middle of a large door. Magic is truly beautiful. It was a kobold mage. It used a shield to block the skeleton soldier's attacks. Such walls are enough with one finger. A very powerful blue aura emanated from the body of that kobold mage. It seemed to be the strongest one in this group, but it died with just one attack. Song Yu acquired 800 gold from hunting the kobold mage. He fiercely glared at the remaining kobolds. Now you're surrounded from both front and back. Song Yu was determined not to let a single one escape. The skeleton soldiers quickly rushed in and eliminated them all. Hunting gold continued to be added. Eventually, he leveled up. Song Yu was surprised. I can choose a skill. I hope the damage increases. This skill was called Corpse Explosion, and it had the function of turning corpses into bombs to cause explosions. He was surprised. Explosion! For some reason these kobolds were as numerous as straw, and another group rushed in madly. They said to each other, "There, block, don't kill." At this moment, for some reason, Song Yu prevented his subordinates from advancing. He gestured and said, "Retreat now." His face was deep in thought. It's a skill I just acquired, but a test subject just walked in on its own. The kobold didn't understand what was happening and suddenly saw a bright yellow light emanating from its body. Their bodies quickly exploded like bombs with powerful explosive force. There were still a few remaining inside, and they were listening to how the situation outside was unfolding. It had to be said that it had sent a lot of kobolds to fight Song Yu's group. The leader was curious. "Explosion," the one behind also asked. "Magic accident," the leader said irritably. "You coward, go check it out." But before they could react, Oran darted out from outside and rushed in fiercely with his sword. The kobolds just stood there screaming, and their blood continuously flowed out. Another massacre occurred. They were terrified and launched fire attacks at Oran, shouting loudly, "Monster!" But in front of them, Oran was like a ferocious god. Before they could attack, Oran quickly turned back and approached the kobold. The sword in Oran's hand continuously slashed at the opponent like a true assassin. Song Yu was satisfied. As expected, Oran completed the mission wonderfully. Upon hearing his master's praise, it was a little shy. After that, he quietly observed, "Something seems about to happen where the monsters are gathered. Is this the route?" There, a kobold with fierce eyes was looking in this direction. This was a kobold mage leader, currently possessing a sturdy shield. Most attacks would not be able to penetrate it. Song Yu was curious. "A shield? So that's why you didn't rush at us without subordinates?" He looked at it and deliberately provoked it. "So you were trying to buy time?" The kobold glared at him fiercely. The system notified, "Warning, the kobold mage is casting a basic death curse. Players below level 10 within the dungeon will die instantly. You must stop it within the time limit. Time calculation has begun." Upon hearing this, Song Yu was surprised. "Death curse? Does that mean if we're below level 10 we all die?" He realized that the reason the kobolds kept charging was to buy time. At this moment he finally understood. He calculated inwardly, "If I can't break through with an attack on this side." The kobold mage laughed loudly. "It's useless, die." After that, he decided to use his most powerful attack and ordered the skeleton soldiers and disciples to gather. The kobold mage temporarily didn't understand what Song Yu was trying to do. It didn't think he would find a solution. For some reason, strange sounds continuously echoed from there. Kobold corpses were strewn everywhere. Song Yu threw all those kobold corpses in front of this mage, and it temporarily didn't understand what was happening. Eventually, it couldn't bear it and shouted, "What are you doing?" Song Yu laughed triumphantly. "Thanks for waiting and goodbye, high-grade kobold mage." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of that room closed. He said coldly, "Explode." The kobold still didn't understand what was happening, but no one could explain it to it. The yellow light radiated hotly again, and it couldn't help but stick out its tongue. Very quickly, the entire room was engulfed in flames. The explosion was so large that it shook the entire area, and everything inside quickly turned into a completely desolate landscape shrouded in smoke. Song Yu poked his head out to check. "It's too far away, that won't do." The kobold mage was unvected by the explosion, but at this moment it became enraged and began to make strange sounds. The system again notified that the boss monster had transferred its life force to reduce the casting time, and the time had almost halved. Song Yu gritted his teeth and cursed. "This damn bastard, you had enough time earlier." Seeing his expression, it laughed triumphantly. Roots stretched out long in all directions, and the place had an eerie and desolate atmosphere. Song Yu and the skeleton soldiers ran quickly, and he urged them on. "Run quickly," he shouted loudly. "There must be a core nearby, find it quickly." The subordinates, upon receiving the command, quickly obeyed. As he expected, there was a core surrounded by brown roots there. Oran quickly approached without command and cut off the surrounding roots. The system notified, "You have destroyed the dungeon core. You must stop it within the time limit." And at this moment they only had 19 minutes left. Song Yu gritted his teeth and said urgently, "If we hurry, we can do it." He had separated some corpses, all of whom were mages, so he could summon them as disciples. They were level 1 apprentice mages, with a power combination, a minimum of 3 mages condition, and a 20 increased casting speed effect. At this moment, he could check the memory fragment of the deceased. Song Yu thought, I thought this was only possible in dreams, but now I can really see the memories of monsters. He pointed his finger at the place. It was slightly blurry, but he found the location of the dungeon core. The next core was in the electrical control room on the first floor. There were also many roots intertwined around here, and kobolds and kobold corpses were strewn everywhere, making it very messy. As soon as he looked, he surmised that Sanju had already dealt with it, and only then did he feel a little relieved. Sanju happily looked ahead. The core is good, Jisoo. The death message must have been sent to all team members. Suddenly, a kobold fell in front of his eyes. It continuously screamed in pain, and Sanju was startled. He frantically shouted, Jisoo, find Hanho and Gyeongsu, I'll deal with the remaining cores. But contrary to what he imagined, Hanho happily lifted the kobold. Senior Sanju, you're late. Sanju and Oran stood dumbfounded at the sight before them. He and Oran rubbed their eyes and checked again. Sanju wore a dark expression, not understanding what was happening. Jisoo quickly approached. Sanju, I destroyed the core, but what's this terrible situation? He explained. The dungeon boss was planning something, but I want to know more about what happened to Hanho. Hanho said, let's talk about this later. We don't have time. We need to deal with the last core first. Sanju was surprised but still replied, all right. The system quickly notified them to stop it within the time limit. They now had only 13 minutes and 27 seconds left. Everyone quickly attacked frantically to stop them. Sanju was also tense. There isn't much time left. We need to focus on destroying the last core instead of killing them. Jisoo continuously ran towards the kobold boss, shouting, Sanju over there. The kobold seemed scared. Don't come this way. As the kobold soldiers charged, the kobold horde continuously rushed forward like moths to a flame. Sanju judged that these kobolds were desperately protecting the core. Then he crossed his arms, lowered his body, and loudly shouted, Oran over here. Upon hearing the command, Oran leapt up and without Sanju needing to say another word, charged fiercely towards the core with his sword. Oran succeeded in destroying the last core, the system notified. Dungeon core destroyed, successfully stopped within the time limit. They completed the mission in 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Then Sanju commanded the kobold soldiers. Now wipe them out. The kobolds panicked and fled. Save us, what should we do? The system again notified. All cores destroyed, barrier destroyed. Sanju breathed a sigh of relief. Now we just need to stop the sudden death magic. He was so angry that a vein bulged on his forehead. To suffer like this because of that damn bastard. Just you wait, I'll make you pay the price, Hanho then said. Senior, defeating the boss will be easy, right? You got the corpse explosion skill. Sanju was relieved. He's back to his senses, he replied. No, I tried using that skill and it seems to be wary now. Hanho continued, you're right, the power to make something explode will be much scarier than corpse explosion. Let's throw bombs all over this building and bury the boss. At Hanho's words he thought, building, then he said, let's get ready and go defeat the boss. We don't have much time. They quickly returned to the mage boss. Roots were continuously stretching out long at this time. The system notified Sanju that he had 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. Kobold Mage was surprised to see him return. How dare you? Sanju said. What's wrong? Your plan seems to have collapsed. Unfortunately, you only have 2 minutes left. A kobold soldier, glowing blue like a god of death, stood before him. In front, a hot light erupted and the mage boss quickly exploded. It had no time to react and could only scream in pain. The basic death magic was stopped. He gritted his teeth. The magic you painstakingly prepared has failed. If you have no other skills to show, your life ends here. It roared furiously in dissatisfaction and blood quickly foamed from its eyes, nose and mouth. Roots continuously stretched out long. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanju was again startled and Hanho also shouted in confusion, Senior, no, it's transforming. The system notified. The true boss monster, the corrupted elder mushroom, has appeared. It charged wildly. Everyone was flustered. It was no longer the original kobold. The boss monster was now frantically chasing and attacking Sanji's skeleton soldiers. It now resembled a gigantic plant monster. Its entire body was connected by roots, and only intense yellow light emanated from its eyes, but it couldn't speak, only roared in this situation. For a while, Sanju couldn't react at all. Jisoo stood in front of him, trying to protect him, but it fiercely delivered a powerful blow. He shouted in surprise, Everyone quickly dodge! Jisoo was not afraid at all. Instead, she said fiercely, If the enemy has a wooden body, I'll burn you with a flaming sword, though such a small girl. The boss monster stood tall like a giant beast, surprising her. Sanju shouted, Jisoo, get out of the way, werewolf disciples. He quickly shouted something to be thrown. The boss monster was surprised that Sanju threw the kobold corpses in front of its eyes. For a while it stopped, observing what else Sanju was going to do. With a bang, a shocking explosion occurred, and the boss monster seemed to have exploded. He gritted his teeth and observed, We did it, right? Hanho, cover your ears, Senior. He was hit by this attack. The boss monster had clearly exploded, but its body was slowly recovering at this moment. He was surprised. Regeneration? Its entire body returned to normal very quickly, as if nothing had happened. Then it charged towards Sanju. But before it could react, another attack fiercely flew, and half of the boss monster's body was continuously burning. It screamed in pain, its entire body once again consumed by fire and completely devastated. Hanho shouted, Boss monster, can we defeat him? He keeps regenerating, Sanju said irritably. Keep attacking from now on, the system again notified. Enemy has exhausted mana and is using life force instead. It seemed quite surprised. Sanju said, I've been using this from the beginning, but now his life force has finally started to decrease. Thank you. What he used was blood ghost arts. The owner gains demonic attributes, and with each attack mana is drained. If the target's mana is completely depleted, life force is absorbed. The boss monster roared furiously in annoyance, and Hanho hid behind him in fear. But senior, it's not stopping completely. Sanju was surprised by the sight before his eyes and loudly said, "That's a sign, everyone retreat." Werewolf disciples quickly run away. The boss monster chased its target, and though its body was heavy and slow, everyone quickly left and it was left behind, dragging its massive body. Before leaving, he looked back and smiled with satisfaction. "We've prepared a gift on the first floor." After the skeleton soldiers and everyone successfully escaped, Sanju coldly shouted, "Explode." Flames began to ignite. With a loud bang, the entire space lit up and the boss monster had no time to react. In the end, it was completely defeated. Sanju acquired 1284 gold from hunting the true boss monster, the corrupted elder mushroom, and he quickly leveled up to level 10. Sanju was surprised. "I didn't expect to level up. Does the boss monster give that much experience?" He received 1 violet roulette ticket as a level-up reward, and he was the 69th person in history to receive this reward. Thus, the ticket could be upgraded without grade limit. The maximum number of disciples increased upon reaching a specific level. Sanju was satisfied. "Very good, if I can get more skills." This was a basic corpse summoning skill, allowing him to summon 10 zombies from hell. These zombies are not limited by maximum size. After 30 minutes, they turned to ash. He suddenly felt that 10 zombies was too many when the system mentioned zombies. He wanted to increase the maximum size of his disciples to fight vampires, but unexpectedly, he could suddenly summon 25 monsters and warrior skeletons. After speaking, he caressed the new sword in his hand. This sword was acquired after this incident. Sanju said with a joyful and determined face, "Finally I can go hunt vampires." The sword he possessed had no owner. This sword would be the key to awakening an unknown soldier, but he did not have the appropriate profession to achieve that, and he had to wait 5,000 days for the egg to hatch. Sanju gritted his teeth. "More than 13 years, Jisoo replied. "It's probably a punishment for not choosing the right profession." Hanho sighed. "By the time it hatches, we'll already be middle-aged grandpas and grandmas," he said helplessly. "It said I could only get the egg by killing a strong enemy. I didn't expect to be in a situation where I had to earn the egg's recognition." The more monsters he hunted, the shorter the time until the egg hatched. But he thought, if I can get 6 more strength points, it might be okay. "The sword doesn't seem to break easily, so I got a good item." Hanho suddenly said, "Senior, your phone is lit up. What's wrong?" This was Taejin's comment. "I found the hidden comment function. So I'm sending this message now. I'm at Hyunggung Wonhyung Plaza. About 100 to 200 people are gathered and no vampires are visible. We'll keep waiting. It costs 300 gold to send this comment, so please prepare some gold in advance, Senior." Sanju read the message and was relieved. "Fortunately, it's still safe," he commanded. "All survivors will also gather there. Secretly observe the people in the safe zone." He remembered telling Taejin that he couldn't let the vampires act freely. "I created a hidden comment just in case." At that time, he seemed very determined. "Since I've been with the vampires for a few days, I can at least do that small task." Sanju sighed. "That guy is really annoying. Is this why vampires are so insignificant?" While he was thinking, a skeleton soldier tugged at his clothes. When he looked up, the skeleton soldiers pointed outside the door, and Sanju wondered, "What did you find over there?" Roots were continuously stretching out long. As observed by the skeleton soldiers, there seemed to be something. They were 2 werewolf corpses, but strangely roots had sprouted from their stomachs. This sight was very gruesome, and Sanju wondered, were they crushed to death by roots? Sanju reached out his hand. The dead were now under his control. With these 2 additions, he now had 5 werewolves as subordinates. He calculated. Werewolf skeletons, orc soldiers, mage kobolds. I now have a total of 15 disciples. Now let's go to Suwon Wonhyung to see the vampire's demise. Night quickly fell again, and a dark and eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire city. The scene shifted to Taejin's group. He said to everyone, "This is a safe zone. No one manages this place. There are no monsters around. Let's wait and see." They looked upstairs, and a group of people upstairs had been looking down at Taejin's group for a long time. They looked down and said, "When will the food arrive?" Another guy pointed over there. "See that kid? He's mine. That kid's blood is really delicious." Their leader shouted, "All of you got ready to go outside." Another vampire excitedly asked, "Is the banquet starting now?" That guy's eyes widened and he said with an evil expression, "No, we're going to catch the kid who attacked the factory." One of them wondered, "Didn't the spokesperson say we should start after the banquet?" Their comrade replied, "That guy told us to save our strength for a big problem." The leader thought deeply. The situation has changed. That guy is nearby. He asked again, "Is that guy an idiot? If he saw the post, he would know we manage this area, wouldn't he?" The leader said firmly, "Trust me. We have to catch that guy and kill him before he ruins the banquet." He laughed wickedly. "This is the boss's order. Kill that guy. Don't leave a single bone." Taejin's group quickly took out their phones and left a hidden comment to transmit information to Sanju. The vampires quickly gathered below the parking lot. The surrounding scenery was very deserted. One of them said, "He's at the elementary school near the shopping mall. He was hiding closer than we thought," the leader continued. "He probably wasn't wary because he didn't know a curse was cast on him." Suddenly, a subordinate panicked at the sight before his eyes and shouted, "Boss, we found a werewolf corpse." Everyone was surprised. A huge and fierce werewolf was now lying dead on top of a car. Almost all its blood had flowed out. They approached and observed. The blood hasn't dried yet. These claw marks seem to be from a werewolf, but there are no bite marks. He probably became his disciple. The situation before their eyes made the leader's face slightly dark. He didn't expect the opponent to have such an ability. He quickly used his hearing to sniff and then said, "The smell of werewolf blood is coming from over there." They discussed with each other. "That werewolf lost to such a shabby guy anyway. He's not on our team. If there's a blood trail, monsters will gather soon. He probably doesn't know how to hunt at all." The others followed the blood trail. "Boss, look here. The blood trail all leads to the president's house." The vampires cheered joyfully. "Don't let those guys escape. Everyone charge," the leader shouted frantically. As the Lord said, the disciples he summoned are skeletons. Just be careful of the wolf skeletons. He seemed to underestimate his opponent too much. He was confident that there would be a maximum of 5 werewolves. If so, his team would be able to handle them sufficiently. The leader was very smug. "I am a direct subordinate of the vampire lord. I have the power to defeat 2 werewolves simultaneously." Very quickly, they rushed into the cathedral. Their red glowing eyes made onlookers tremble with fear. A vampire kicked the door triumphantly and shouted, "How dare you disregard the Lord, you foolish bastard, this will be your grave." Seeing his team members, he wondered, "Is this all?" But the boss said there were 10. They were even happier. "No problem," another guy said. "Bro, did you wipe the blood from your neck? The blood of those prey is too dirty." Then they laughed evilly at each other. "But I prefer that." The leader was delighted. "Oh my god, look at that guy running away in fear." They charged towards Sanju, but for some reason he ran out the door. The vampires shouted, "He's blocked, you foolish bastard." Sanju was running fast when he suddenly stopped. He turned around, his eyes wide, and said, "You finally found your place of death." They temporarily didn't understand what he was saying. The leader asked again, "What did you say?" Sanju repeated, "You wouldn't just sit still if I were nearby." "Normal dogs become more sensitive and vicious when fed," he continued. "Seeing all of you rush here, it seems you don't yet know my skill level, do you?" As expected, their eyes widened when they saw him. A vampire furiously cast a skill. "Are you talking about your skeleton soldiers? How many do you have?" He chuckled slyly. "They're not just skeletons, they're heavy skeletons." The system quickly notified, "/sword will be cast." Sanju at this time was like a demon from hell, demanding the lives of the vampires. A vampire shouted, "Damn it, I'm not ready yet." He casually sat and watched them fluster. "All of you are the same. I don't even know who the hunter is." Very quickly, all the vampires were dead. Sanju continued to kill players and acquired 2,000 gold. He provoked them, asking, "Do you understand now?" Seizing the victory, Oran commanded the skeleton soldiers to charge. Organize a stealth hunting team. Classification power combination. Condition: command 11 or more regular team members at command stage 1. Effect: increased attack and defense. The vampires shouted at each other. "I can't see anything. Stop right now," another guy said with difficulty. "What kind of smoke is this?" "My body won't move," Sanju fiercely explained. "Death curse, possession curse, blood ghost stone. All of these will only be cast when you fight undead." At this moment, a player with gleaming eyes ran up and loudly said, "Hung, why are you in such a hurry? Just kill the guy who summoned those things." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit twice on both arms and exploded. Immediately, that player disappeared into thin air. The system quickly notified, "Killed a player, acquired 2,000 gold." The space was very chaotic at this time. Another muscular player furiously shouted, "How dare these rotten corpses kill me?" After that, he charged forward like a madman, launching a provocative attack. "Is that all, Humph? Give me more. Give me more." Suddenly his pupils constricted and this player's body was bitten by a skeleton soldier. He shouted again, "Don't cling to me so miserably." Then he turned to Song Yu, who was sitting nearby. "Right, it was you, the one controlling those damn guys. All I have to do is kill you and it's over." He shouted and rushed at him, attacking. "I'll kill you. You alone are the Lord's enemy." Song Yu sneered and stretched out his hand, replying, "Don't run around everywhere." This player wore a terrified expression, unable to understand. What? 2 hours earlier, Song Yu had commanded his subordinates, "You guys have to wait until the dragons come." Then he pointed to one side with his finger and said, "Go over there for now." The skeleton soldier, still unable to understand, followed him. He said, "Good, create an explosion." The skeleton soldier, hearing this, was flustered and trembled, trying to execute it but failed. Song Yu said, "It's useless." "Oh right, you're just a pile of bones, not a corpse." The skeleton soldier at this moment despaired and wept, falling to the ground. Another skeleton soldier comforted his friend and glanced at Song Yu. He blankly thought, "I only did that just in case. Don't look at me like that." Song Yu stretched out his hand and a notification appeared. "Zombie summon will be activated in this area." The corpses began to move. Song Yu wore an extremely sinister expression at this moment. "How about these corpses?" The corpses turned into zombies and stood up. Song Yu manipulated them, muttering, "As a result, I'll set the affected area while they're moving. This is called corpse explosion." Returning to the present, the player still couldn't reach Song Yu and screamed miserably from his attack. Song Yu said with a dark expression, like moths rushing into a fire. The player still continued to scream, "Damn it, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Immediately, a skeleton soldier bit his body and painful screams echoed again. Lying on the ground panting, he still struggled. "Do you think you can stop the Lord? He is a great being." Song Yu's eyes gleamed as he raised his hand. "I didn't know that guy could brainwash others in just a few days," the player shouted. The Lord will kill you, Song Yu gritted his teeth. Damn it, that vampire lord is a disgusting bastard. He stabbed with his sword and a notification immediately appeared on the system. Killed a special player, acquired 20,000 gold, will hatch in 4,949 days. Song Yu said, it's time to fill up the defeated disciples. Gather the corpses that are still in good condition here. A large number of notifications appeared. The dead have become your disciples. The party has activated a combination effect. Sinister List 5, Vampire Stage 1, Classification Power Combination. Condition 5 Vampires. Effect, Vampiric ability increases attack power by 2, all stats increase by 10 just before defeat. He looked down at the item in his hand and muttered, thanks to this the strongest team is complete. At this moment a message arrived from the little one at the 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock direction. They have already started moving somewhere in a hurry. The managers who were previously idling suddenly confiscated our weapons, saying it's a condition for entering the safe zone. I have a bad feeling about this. Please reply to the message. Jisoo and Han Ho successfully infiltrated. He must have sensed the death of his subordinates and became so agitated. But now they are my disciples. The situation has changed. This will be your end. The scene shifted outside and at this moment a chaotic place. People looked to one side in fear. Look there, werewolves. At this moment countless werewolf corpses were impaled on skewers above. Everyone's faces turned pale with fear. Damn it, why are they leaving them like that? But it's amazing that they defeated all those werewolves. A werewolf can kill even a single wolf, so how did they catch them? Han Ho said at this moment. Jisoo Nuna, our turn will come soon. I somewhat expected it, but it seems they're confiscating our weapons. The prosecutors laughed at this moment. We know some of you might be displeased, but this is all for our safety and order. Since we caught those 4 werewolves, your weapons are not needed. Jisoo gritted her teeth upon hearing this. The vampire's subordinates, they're not trying to take everyone's weapons, they're just trying to make it easier for them. At this moment a shout echoed, Jisoo Nuna, what are you doing? Hey, don't cut in line, Taejin whispered in her ear at this moment. Nuna's 2 swords are hidden where you told us. Yongshik's profession is a 2-star thief, so this went quite smoothly. And no one noticed. Han Ho quickly pointed to himself and asked, then what about me? Did you prepare everything I asked for? He replied. Ah yes, I prepared everything you asked for, Hung, the staff loudly said at this moment. Next person, even if you try to hide your weapons, we'll find them all during the inspection. Han Ho had a nervous expression. Taejin was inspected first. While everything was proceeding normally, at this moment a certain figure appeared, with a group of masked figures rushing in. Vampire Lord questioned, is this reasonable? How can this be? I sent so many subordinates. Why did they all lose to a fool like Song Yu? Han Ho had a worried expression. Jisoo Nuna, those masks must be to cover their fangs. Jisoo at this moment turned around and frowned. The sword has been resolved. Now according to the plan, we just have to wait for Song Yu. Vampire Lord, you will have to take responsibility for all of this. Vampire Lord at this moment spread his arms before everyone and loudly said, attention. Jisoo's group was flustered. Han Ho shouted, Jisoo Nuna, we're surrounded. Vampire Lord continued. Oh dear, you humans have stopped evolving. What do you think of this catastrophe? Aren't you curious why all of this happened? Anyone want to answer? Humph, no one? Some people exclaimed in a panic. What's going on? What is he talking about? Vampire Lord continued. This is why you are all nothing. Your fate is to be sacrifices for evolution. As he spoke, he removed his mask, revealing his wide white fangs. At this moment staffs hit the ground and they were the vampire's subordinates. He shouted. The masks were thrown into the air. Moreover, the ones chosen to evolve are us. We hold the future. Let's celebrate. The vampires at this moment extended their claws full of appetite towards the humans. Kahaha, I must enjoy a delicious meal. They were extremely frightened. Why are those people like that? Vampires, we have waited for a long time. People at this moment ran in all directions. That way, there's nothing that way. Let's get out of here. Suddenly at this moment an electric current that seemed to tear through space appeared. This isn't electricity. The vampire smiled sinisterly. Hee hee, come closer to me. I'll help you rest comfortably. The panicked people turned around. What should we do? Don't come this way. Jisoo stepped forward at this moment and shouted loudly. Everyone fall back behind me. Han Ho continued. It's an electric fence. That's an electric item. No one can escape. At this moment the vampires exclaimed in surprise. What is that guy? Why is he carrying a weapon? Just then a large car appeared, and the driver's eyes gleamed. A bus? Aim for those people. Immediately the car charged towards the vampire group. The bus wheels skidded on the road and Han Ho shouted loudly. The electric fence has stopped. Run towards it. The vampires were flustered. Why is there a bus here? Because of it, all our prey escaped. Everything was in chaos. Vampire Lord at this moment gritted his teeth with an ugly expression. You bastard. At this moment Song Yu appeared with a confident smile. I'm not late for the party, am I? The leader was still standing in the dark night space. Song Yu turned around and casually asked, weren't you guys having a party? Did it get ruined because all the strong ones died? Vampire Lord at this moment stepped forward boastfully. Haha, I thought you'd be late, but how did you arrive so perfectly? We haven't even had appetizers yet. Now that everyone's here, shall we start the party? Good. His expression was extremely terrifying, but currently he was slightly confused. Madame Y stood next to him with a stern expression. That's right, a party can't be without food. After that she leapt from the ground and charged forward. Madame Y shouted, apprentices, come with me to catch the escapees and the rest help the representative deal with him. Vampire Lord at this moment still stood firm. "Oh, you don't need to stop them," Song Yu replied. "I have trustworthy comrades over there." He heard this and laughed loudly, covering his face. "Haha, what comrades now? So funny, we've never even met. This is already mine." He began to summon his disciples. "Don't worry, you'll have close friends too." When the werewolf skeletons appeared, he was surprised. "Werewolf skeletons?" The werewolf skeletons at this moment leapt forward. Vampire Lord followed his movements with a contemptuous expression. "You wouldn't dare to pit those against me, would you?" The werewolf skeletons at this moment opened their mouths wide and charged. He launched a powerful attack at them. Song Yu at this moment exclaimed with a satisfied expression, "As expected, a well-prepared party is always excellent, isn't it?" Vampire Lord looked down in surprise. "What? Goblin corpses?" Immediately, a tremendous explosion erupted, illuminating the space. The vampires at this moment watched in terror. "Our representative, how could this happen?" "Calm down, the representative couldn't have fallen like that. I'll handle this. You guys go kill those bastards. Don't let the one who drove the bus escape. We have to finish him here." After that, everyone's eyes gleamed and they shouted with terrifying expressions. A moment later, everyone started looking for him and said in confusion, "What? Where did that guy go? There are only corpse monsters here." Then another guy raised his head and looked up. "On the bus roof, damn it, everyone move." Song Yu appeared at this moment. "It's really convenient that you're all gathered in one place." Corpse explosion. Immediately, a huge and powerful explosion erupted from the bus. The vampires looked up in terror. "Oh no, are we going to be annihilated like this?" Sharp hands appeared. Madame Y's group at this moment was quickly flying through the forest. Her subordinates followed, asking, "Explosion, did something happen to the representative just now?" She exclaimed in admiration. That was quite a loud sound. With his formidable ability, nothing would have happened, but Madame Y's heart was still deep in thought. "I've been very worried about the representative until now, but going there alone is akin to suicide." Then she turned around and reminded her subordinates, "Instead of meaningless worries, focus on chasing the escaped victims." Immediately, she saw that her subordinates had already collapsed, unconscious, and she didn't know what had happened. A moment later, Madame Y sensed two glowing eyes from behind and was flustered. A flash of power appeared and she quickly retreated, dodging and questioning. "Who are you?" The newly appeared person was Jisoo. She held her sword forward and declared, "It's over, vampire." Madame Y laughed triumphantly. "You dare to act like that, knowing my identity? What an arrogant little girl. You're not the representative's type, but if I throw you to my subordinates, they'll surely like you." Jisoo gritted her teeth. "Shut up, old hag, bring it on," she growled with a furious voice. "All right, I'll tear you to pieces." "This damn bitch." The night was still long, and in a quiet place, Han-ho loudly commanded the people, "This building is safe, everyone hide inside." Taejin immediately reported. "Han-ho hung, everything is going according to plan. This way the vampires won't be able to approach us," he said confidently. Han-ho gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "TCH, as expected, Sanju Sr.'s plan is different. This is the jam I brought. I don't think I'll need to use it." Taejin at this moment cracked his knuckles as he spoke, extremely excited. Han-ho still frowned at him. "This guy always causes trouble. His vision is quite good too." Suddenly at this moment someone appeared behind the two. At that time, the manager in the safe zone. "I thought he was worrying needlessly. Fighting is really annoying. Why aren't they coming to catch us?" This was another long-haired guy. "TCH, if they don't make a move then that's good, I'll level you up." As he said this, two sharp fangs popped out of his mouth, clearly a vampire. Taejin at this moment shouted excitedly, "All right, college hung is indeed different from adults. I believe you." Han-ho, with a stone-like expression, thought, "It really happened. What do I do now?" Taejin again clenched his fist and rushed forward, shouting, "Han-ho hung, that vampire looks weak, let's kill him." Han-ho was flustered. Wait, stand still, you idiot." The vampire at this moment casually dodged his attack and said, "It really hurts that you look down on me like that. Compared to the others, I'm quite weak, but I'm not so weak that I'd lose to worms like you." Before he could finish speaking, he appeared next to Taejin and opened his mouth wide, trying to bite his neck. Just then, countless knives flew at him. He shouted and quickly ducked to avoid them. This vampire looked ahead, his face pale. Taejin punched and the opponent leaped into the air again to dodge. Han-ho controlled a knife to charge and he leaped into the air, finally made himself a perfect target. After that, a series of continuous attacks rained down. And then the vampire fell to the ground. Taejin shouted, "Got him, Han-ho hung. It seems we're better suited than I thought." Han-ho was nervous and sweating. He looked down at his hand and thought, "Strange, did I just catch a vampire? This can't be." Suddenly, he realized something. "Wait, I haven't received any gold yet." At this moment, broken blade fragments were scattered on the floor and a voice echoed, "Well done, you bastards." The vampire had already risen without them knowing, and had a terrifying expression. "You ruined my handsome face." The scene shifted to another location. Space engulfed in fire appeared, and all the lower-ranking vampires were dealt with. Corpses were exploding in the intense fire. Song Yu watched the situation and shouted, "It's begun." The bus was slowly tilting. Just then, Vampire Lord appeared with wings and landed above. He shouted with a terrifying expression, "I'll repeat what I just said. You are dead." Song Yu calmly replied, "It won't end that easily." After that, he summoned skeleton soldiers. Vampire Lord shouted even more frantically, "Come on, I'll kill the orc skeletons first. Defend with spears." Just then, countless sharp spears were pointed forward. The grotesquely shaped Vampire Lord hovered in the air and he easily broke through the skeleton soldiers' formation. Song Yu gritted his teeth and worried. It seems the orcs are nothing to him. They were shattered by Vampire Lord's attack, and their hands were embedded in the ground. A notification appeared from the system. Summoning of the dead has begun in this area. He saw a swarm of zombies rushing towards him and shouted, "Zombies, all right, it seems my subordinates died because of this, but I am Vampire Lord," he shouted frantically. But the collision with the zombie swarm was unavoidable. A zombie bit his wing. "Is that what you call a zombie, still gnawing at others even with only a head left? Quite impressive, making me bleed from just one scratch." With those words, Vampire Lord Rot destroyed the zombies clinging to him with 2 attacks. At that moment, Song Yu pointed to one side and shouted using a skill, "It's time!" Corpse explosion. The space distorted at that moment, and the vampire retaliated using a Bloodbone skill. Song Yu, surprised by the sight, exclaimed, "Bloodbone membrane, is that his active skill?" He couldn't help but feel worried. He transformed blood into bone and spewed it out with immense pressure, though its attack power isn't high. It's enough to prevent his body from exploding. If so, with the synergy effect of the werewolves, my HP also increased, allowing me to confront the enemy. "But these damn guys are different," Vampire Rot then roared even more arrogantly. "Do you think you can win with just that much power?" And launched a powerful attack. Song Yu, flustered, summoned 3 werewolf skeletons at once and shouted loudly, "Everyone keep your distance and attack with spears." Vampire Rot then attacked relentlessly, shouting, "How boring. This is the limit of you humans who haven't evolved," Song Yu retorted. "Evolution, do you call a monstrous appearance evolution?" But he was still confident. "So what? It's not bad, is it? We are far superior to insignificant humans. Superior beings must conquer the weak. Hasn't humanity's history developed that way? But modern society, full of lies, treated me as a serial killer. And that day came. The beings of heaven must have realized this was a boring fake world. The body I possess is far superior to you weak humans. Humanity must evolve to lead this world." He generated power and spoke about his past. Song Yu listened, frowned, and scoffed. "I thought there would be some great reason. But in the end it was just eugenics theory. Eugenics refers to the genetic improvement of humanity. Do you really believe in a theory that was already discarded 100 years ago?" Vampire Rot shouted. "That's just a story from the past when there was no system." His expression became even more ferocious. "Our existence is proof of evolution. We are far more supernatural beings than the old-fashioned races." Song Yu's eyes sharpened. "But it seems this new race will be killed by our old-fashioned race." At this moment, Madame Y opened her mouth and screamed, "Boss, please save me, please save me." Vampire Rot was surprised and thought to himself. Madame Y on this side, the sharp sword blade was covered in blood. Madame Y's face distorted as she snarled, No, I've evolved, yet I'm being attacked by a mere young woman? Unbelievable, unbelievable." She frantically swung her sharp claws. Jisoo attacked, analyzing the situation. "Her strength and speed are far greater than a human's, but slower and weaker than mine. But she's already been attacked, hasn't she?" She swung her sword and shouted, "Curious, aren't you, why your attacks have no effect on me, old woman?" But Jisoo thought to herself, "Although I'm not as strong as Song Yu, I've grown a lot by continuously hunting. With every level up, not only my stats but also countless combat experiences have accumulated, leading to improvement." Finishing her thoughts, she spoke again. "That's why I know you're just playing around now, old woman." Jisoo's eyes sharpened. Despite her impressive strength, her attacks are unchanging and easy to predict. "It seems she's only trying to intimidate me. She must have gained experience working under the Vampire Lord." As she analyzed, their attacks crossed. Madame Y then shouted, struggling, "Damn it." Her face was pale and tears and snot streamed down. Jisoo said, "Thank you, old woman, for helping me prove that I'm not weak." Saying so, she plunged her sword into her opponent's body. Fresh blood spurted into the air and Madame Y desperately cried out, "Lord Rot, please save me." But it was already too late. Jisoo sighed. "Phew, Han Ho is evacuating everyone now, and once Song Yu defeats the Vampire Lord, everything will be over." On this side, Taejin lay weakly on the ground and called out to the person next to him, Han Ho, Han Ho. "Are you okay, Hung?" At this moment, the long-haired vampire looked down from above and arrogantly said, "I thought you were just weaklings, but you're surprisingly tenacious. Can you fight more? It's a waste to just kill people. How about both of you become like us? This is a rare opportunity." He wore an excited expression. Han Ho exclaimed with a flustered look. "What?" He pressed him. "You want to turn me into a vampire?" The vampire calmly replied. "You drew a card in the tutorial, didn't you? A profession card to survive in this chaotic world. Frankly, I think choosing another option is better than choosing a profession for survival. A choice that guarantees your survival. The best way is parasitism." He tempted them with sweet words. "How can people who have never fought, like students, cleaners, or shop owners, cope in this changed world? Their best choice is to rely on the strong. Now join us. Survival is the priority, isn't it?" Han Ho was silent and said, "You're right." Taejin heard and was surprised. Han Ho hung, but Han Ho's expression was filled with madness. "But what should I do? Our side seems much stronger than yours. It's not just the two of us fighting you." Just then, someone rode a motorcycle and charged in, startling the vampire. "A motorcycle?" Han Ho threw a spear and shouted, "Don't let your guard down, you fool." The attack grazed the vampire's neck. "You killed your comrade," the vampire shouted. "I'll kill all of you." Just then, a motorcycle was charging in. The vampire was flustered and turned around. At this moment, the blonde man on the motorcycle was still smiling. Was the goblin a decoy? He pointed with his finger and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, I wasn't aiming for you from the start. I was aiming for that goblin." Just then, Han Ho suddenly turned into a giant, startling him. What did I see wrong? That guy suddenly got bigger," Han Ho shouted. "Confidence is what makes a true man." The vampire attacked wildly again. I don't know what kind of skill that is, but even if you get many times stronger, the outcome won't change. Suddenly his expression went blank. Why do I hear the sound of metal? The gigantic Hanho wielded his sword and said coldly, the moment you aimed for my goblin, my body became invincible. You can't win. After that, he used the lightning-fast skill. The vampire's body was impaled by continuous sword attacks. Teijin and other comrades attacked him together, delivering a fatal attack. Iron stab, the vampire snarled, swinging his sharp claws. You damn bastards, you think I won't retaliate? Teijin then stood proudly in front of the giant Hanho and pressed him. What are you trying to do? To stop you in this situation, you have to move very fast, don't you understand? You damn bastard, you can't escape. The city knight was silent. The vampire continuously launched attacks and Hanho screamed, why aren't you getting hurt? Die, die, die. Teijin swung his angry fist and said, I'll handle it. Iron punch. Immediately, his gigantic fist flew, his body began to take attacks. Blood continuously flowed. These guys' attacks are nothing. But their teamwork is really good. I've lost my balance and I'm bleeding because of their spears, plus they have a huge shield that moves incredibly fast. Dangerous. At this moment Hanho was worried. Damn it, my strength is weakening. The vampire's expression turned menacing, right? There's no way such a strong skill wouldn't have a time limit. Now it's your end. But at this moment Hanho raised his hand to the sky. At this moment another skeleton soldier appeared and blocked the sword. Another goblin. Why is a goblin in the air? An amazing attack. Hanho hung. Yangshik then stood upstairs, panting and barely speaking. Hung, I heard you had to take the goblins to a safe place. Do you know how many floors I climbed? Come to think of it, my mission was the hardest. Hanho pointed his finger at the vampire and said, my strength won't end just by killing the goblin that fell from the air. You said you'd harm others to make me survive, didn't you? The vampire then looked around flustered, and Hanho said ominously, then you're wrong. True survival is uniting with trustworthy friends to overcome difficulties. That's how we make our way. That's how we survive. Love and peace. Hanho then looked very righteous. The vampire was flustered. Unbelievable. That. He still didn't give up and shouted, you're just brats, you damn bastards. Immediately, Teijin's team hit him. Hit him, kill him. Everything was chaotic at this moment. Vampire Rot stood up with an even more terrifying appearance and shouted, you foolish idiot, why did you lose to those insignificant humans? Song Yu exclaimed with a grotesque expression. Actually, vampires are nothing special. They have more weaknesses than humans. He heard and attacked even more furiously. HMPH, I let you live to talk, but you've been spouting nonsense all this time. While Vampire Rot was confronting the skeleton soldiers, Song Yu continued, the first weakness of vampires. They can't use any weapons. I thought it was because their fingernails were long so they couldn't use anything, but I realized this was a death penalty. Considering distance and range, not having weapons is a really big penalty. His expression was very serious. The second is regeneration. Because of their fast regeneration ability, vampires are very weak in defense during combat. You make blatant movements regardless of what's around you, he snarled. Foolish, that's our power. Song Yu still continued calmly. The third is that vampires have no mana. All skills and regeneration abilities are activated by blood. Don't you know your HP is being depleted and yet you're still arrogant? As he spoke, he held out a blood-red orb. Immediately, the item information appeared. Item info. Name, Blood Ghost Stone. Grade, Legendary. Classification, Orb. Effect, Demonic Attribute granted to owner. Reduces enemy mana by 2 on attack. When enemy mana is depleted, absorbs power from target. He was startled by the sight. You damn bastard. Song Yu drew a finger across his neck and snarled. The fourth is that you talk too much. If I were you, I'd ignore the enemy's provocation and aim for this necromancer first. Vampire Rot then unleashed demonic power like a madman. Plasma, it's too late to attack now. I just need to absorb the insufficient blood. He charged forward like a demon, and at this moment a small but powerful skeleton soldier rushed at him. What? A goblin? Are you trying to bite me with just that? Song Yu continued. And the fifth is that at this moment the skeleton soldier transformed into a warrior and attacked with one arm. You judge by appearance and easily lose your guard. The more Vampire Rot heard, the more furious he became, shouting, you brat! At this moment the skeleton soldier opened its mouth and spewed out a bottle, pouring the liquid onto Vampire Rot's face without hesitation. The glass bottle fell to the ground and shattered. The liquid emitted steam, clearly showing it was a toxic substance. Vampire Rot screamed miserably. Song Yu smiled again and said, that magic mucus from earlier fooled me. He struggled to open his eyes. My eyes, I can't see anything. I've bled too much. These eyes can't regenerate. Screams echoed. Let's end everything here. Vampire Rot gritted his teeth and thought footsteps are coming from all directions. Dangerous, I'm going to die. Thinking, he rushed wildly again, attacking everything in front of him. Die? Absolutely not. I will stand above the world. You think I'll die here? Immediately, skeleton soldiers were destroyed. Song Yu exclaimed in surprise. Still resisting? TCH, the outcome will be the same anyway. Vampire Rot then became even more frenzied. Blood, I need blood. I smell blood nearby. But sensing the blood, he broke through and charged forward. Get out of the way, you brat. Song Yu, flustered, instructed. Is he escaping? Chase him, don't miss him. But he leapt too quickly. Vampire Rot climbed the wall wildly. Here it is, blood. Werewolf blood. It wasn't fresh from being outside too long, but it's okay. Once my body regenerates, I can kill the people in a truck. I can't let my guard down now. Just as he was about to charge excitedly, he suddenly faltered. Song Yu then appeared and said, you fool, I know you're talking, but do you think my bone monsters are just decorations? There's not a drop of blood to drink here. Just then a werewolf skeleton rushed straight at him with a weapon. Vampire Rot fell from the air with the weapon, and his body hit the ground hard, raising a huge cloud of dust. Blood continuously gushed from Vampire Rot's body. "No, no, I will rule the new world," Song Yu then looked down from above and coldly shouted. "Still tenacious, you worm." He tried to speak with difficulty but could only utter a few words. You. Song Yu again held out a flaming finger and smiled. The party started quite splendidly, so shouldn't the ending be just as grand? After that, the skeleton soldier stabbed his body forward again, and thus his body was violently pushed against the wall. Vampire Rot was startled by this outcome. Here. Sharp claws were about to extend, but immediately a grotesque flame ignited and he screamed in horror. "No, no, I hate it," Song Yu gently said. "Live happily. In hell." Immediately, a powerful explosion occurred. The system quickly notified. Killed special player, acquired 10,000 gold, exclusive mission. No rest for the wicked completed. You have successfully eliminated the murderer who threatened your life. Reward, 30,000 gold and a C-grade item ticket. Dedicated mission, you as the Master of Death have saved many people. Reward, exclusive skill acquired. Your future destiny has slightly changed. Exclamations erupted. Truly a boss-level reward. Jisoo and Hanho's team also gathered here, rejoicing. "Song Yu Sr., you're really reliable." Song Yu turned around and said in surprise, "Everyone should be in a safe place," but he also smiled with relief. "Although this world is dying, I will continue to live with the people in front of me." And he smiled happily at everyone. The scene shifted to a bright sky. Song Yu's group stood in the middle of a crowd of people. People looked at them with curious eyes. "Did those people defeat the Vampire Lord?" someone said happily. "I don't know who it is, but they definitely saved us." "That's right, they saved us. I already told you. That person 157 saved me and gave me food." "Oh, that man from the apartment, the Necromancer." Hanho then turned around and joked. "Senior, many people seem to know you." Song Yu calmly replied, "This is a civilian community. We can't help but save many people." Suddenly, several people pointed to one side. "Oh, what are those people? What are you saying? Who are you talking about?" A group of people approached in a line. "Is it the army?" An army appeared majestically. "Why is the army here? Are they deserters?" Suddenly, the army lined up in front of Song Yu's group. "Everyone, how are you all doing? I wonder who fought such a big battle. I didn't expect to meet again." A wave of surprise erupted. Sergeant Kim said excitedly, "It's good to see you still healthy." Sergeant Kim approached cheerfully. "Yes, thanks to the medicine you gave me before, I'm still alive." He asked seriously, "But the timing is a bit strange. Why are you here?" Sergeant Kim continued. "For the past few days we've been tracking those who created safe zones in this area. We never imagined something like this would happen." Song Yu's eyes sharpened and he thought, "Tracking? Does that mean they knew something bad was going to happen beforehand? Given the current situation, it's probably best not to get involved further." He spoke again. "I apologize for saying this so suddenly, but someone wants to meet you," Song Yu said in surprise. "Me? Who?" Sergeant Kim smiled and replied, "It's what the South Korean military can do when carrying out its mission." The scene shifted to another building where someone in a military uniform with 4 stars on their cap was ominously looking down from a window. The scene then shifted back to night with the moon high in the sky. In the director's office, Song Yu was seriously checking the information panel. Player profile. Lee Yong-do, level 10, HP 1010, mana 33,300, profession, elemental necromancer, strength 8-6, agility 8, stamina 5, equipped items, skill information, experience 128.5, total gold 288. After checking the information, he smiled excitedly. "I got 150,000 gold out of a total of 300,000 gold from the battle. It's truly incomparable to hunting monsters on the street. Moreover, bone armor." Immediately, bone fragments on the floor flew up and attached themselves to Song Yu's body. At this moment, the attribute information appeared. Name, bone armor, grade, basic classification, active, mana cost, 10. This is armor made from the bones of corpses. It wears down little by little with each use. The result varies depending on the type and quality of the materials. The higher the skill level, the higher the completeness of the armor. Song Yu looked down at his body, solidly wrapped in bones, and said with satisfaction, "It fits perfectly and the density is higher than I expected. Moreover, my movements are comfortable. This armor can be worn down by corpses, but its defense will gradually strengthen. And I also received items from the mission." At this moment, a crossbow appeared. Item information. Name, Dwarf Demon's Crossbow, grade, heroic, classification, crossbow effect, connected to the magazine and a subspace in the armory. Can fire continuously without reloading. He held the crossbow and said, "This is a very suitable item for me, especially good for long-range sniping. Although I also received a greatsword, it doesn't fit my tactics. Today will bring tremendous progress. I will become strong enough to defeat any enemy. I will no longer be as helpless as before." Suddenly, flames flared up behind him and a voice cried out, "Song Yu? Ah, it's hot." Song Yu was startled and turned around. Before his eyes was a building engulfed in massive flames and pitiful screams could be heard. Help, please help me, save me, Song Yu, please." The scene inside the building became clearer and shadows of people were visible. Song Yu seemed to recognize 2 people and cried out in shock, "Parents!" That person opened their mouth wide as if pleading. "I've become strong, so hurry and help your parents." Then a small hand reached out and dropped the sword. At this moment, Song Yu returned to his small body and looked down at his hands in confusion. The two shadows engulfed in flames reached out their hands, reproaching him. Why aren't you saving your parents? We're suffering so much. Don't go, are you running away again? He turned around in fear and fled. A reproachful voice came from behind. You weakling, Dad thought you had become strong. Why are you still stuck in reality? Song Yu wore a pained and unpleasant expression, and a voice called out, Senior. Han Ho stood there and said, Hung, you've been sleeping all day, you must be very tired. Song Yu covered his head wearily. Han Ho. Han Ho glanced outside again. I saw Sergeant Kim talking to some soldiers. Song Yu recalled the recent encounter. Sergeant Kim had said, please come with us to our unit. Feel free to visit us anytime. It doesn't make sense for us to go to him when Hung is so tired. Then he put on his jacket and said, just a moment, Han Ho. Ah, yes. Song Yu quietly clutched his jacket at this moment. I must get stronger. I must get stronger. I must become stronger to save people and leave no one behind. At this moment, soldiers appeared in the corridor. That person opened the door and entered, asking, is he here? Han Ho, flustered, quickly replied, excuse me, please wait a moment. Suddenly, that masked figure opened their mouth wide and shouted, wait, does the current situation look like child's play? Hurry up, a pot-bellied bald soldier confidently introduced himself. I am Lieutenant Park Tae-young of the 51st Infantry Division. Are you the Necromancer? Song Yu put on his jacket and looked outside. Park Tae-young calmly walked over to the sofa and sat down, then continued, I'm sure you know we've come a long way, so time is short. So I'll get straight to the point. Song Yu sat opposite him and replied honestly, all right. An unpleasant expression was on his face. Last time you were one of the people who defeated them, right? I want to take some statements about this matter and your future cooperation. Song Yu calmly asked in return, statements are fine, but what kind of cooperation are you referring to? Park Tae-young pointed a finger at him and said, enlist in the military. Song Yu paused for a moment, looking at him as if hearing a joke. After processing the words, he helplessly covered his face and said, enlist in the military. Your offer made my heart drop. Is there a reason why I should go there? Park Tae-young calmly replied. Our country is in a state of emergency. More precisely, martial law has been declared, therefore asking you to enlist in the military in this situation is not illegal. Of course, we are prepared to offer you special treatment. Song Yu heard this and thought seriously, not illegal when the country is in chaos, it's too late. Then he asked again, what do you want me to do? He tilted his chin up, serve the country, reclaim territory, and protect the system. You just need to support those processes. Song Yu once again despairingly covered his face and screamed inwardly, that means I have to work myself to death. Park Tae-young did not stop there and continued, I believe you, having prior military experience, will understand these matters better. The current situation is unimaginable in its severity. Even mobilizing all citizens is not enough, but that guy, that public official, decided to betray the country and create his own puppet army. Song Yu calmly replied, I know. Park Tae-young looked at him with admiration at this moment. Saving coastal residents, creating Korea's first guild, establishing safe zones, maintaining public order, and hunting boss monsters. Ultimately, he led that group, however, he lost patience and unconsciously raised his voice. Now is not the time for frustration. All citizens must unite under the command of the military. The more serious the situation, the more important it is to follow the words of a pioneer who can see the big picture. Everyone must follow our orders and manage society systematically. Become a soldier of Korea and a hero. We have a lot to do now. Song Yu began to pay attention from this point. Park Tae-young spoke to him unexpectedly, but he resolutely refused. No, I cannot agree. The military has no right to do that. Park Tae-young ground his teeth in anger at his refusal. What did you say? Song Yu said seriously. When this happened, the government and military could do nothing. Only the citizens survived by relying on each other. Yet you call that a puppet army? Park Tae-young ground his teeth in anger at this moment. Song Yu continued undeterred. We have merely adapted well to the system. Monsters poured out, items were given, and missions appeared. This is not a problem that the state and military can be held responsible for. You asked me to be a hero, I prefer to be a mercenary. He could no longer hold back and leaned forward, reproaching him. Are you saying you're going to defy the state? Song Yu continued. The people are dying and you can do nothing. The goal of the state has disappeared. That stark revelation. Park Tae-young flinched and angrily grabbed him by the collar. HMPH. Every word you say insults us. How dare you deny the country you grew up in? Song Yu pulled his hand away from the opponent's grip and declared, the negotiation ends here. I'm leaving. With that he stood up, turned and walked away. Park Tae-young, enraged, chased after him, shouting, hey, his spittle flew everywhere. You'll regret this. How dare you insult us? Unity and discipline are the source of human strength. How can you survive alone against the military? Before exiting the door, Song Yu merely turned back calmly and replied, I prefer being a lone wolf. The scene shifted outside where the military was carrying out its mission. The surrounding people shouted cheerfully, wow, now that the military is here, it's really different. Everything will go back to normal. Han Ho frowned unpleasantly. We saved them, not the soldiers who came late. Jisoo, standing nearby, smiled and said, I understand, everyone just needs someone to lean on. We don't know what's happening in this world, do we? He heard that, smiled and replied, honestly, I'm relieved too. After all, they have more combat experience than us. Jisoo thought seriously again. There are many. They are combat specialists. probably the strongest and most experienced team. But their expressions don't look very good, do they? Why? Han Ho approached some soldiers and called out cheerfully, "Excuse me." The two soldiers were startled and turned around. Yes, what is it?" he asked excitedly. "You're Sergeant Kim's subordinates, right? I met Sergeant Kim and another person once before. I think his name was Sergeant Lee Byongjun. Where is he?" The soldiers' expressions twisted upon hearing that, and they stammered, well, there's a slight problem with the soldiers in the current public order situation." Han Ho heard that and scratched his face. "Really? I wouldn't know since I didn't enlist." Jisoo guessed from behind. Public order? Wasn't he asking about the sergeant's whereabouts? Han Ho approached her and said, "Jisoo, doesn't the atmosphere feel a bit strange?" She replied, "I think so too. I have a bad feeling about this." The scene shifted to another location. At this moment, Song Yu was walking down the corridor, saying that the negotiation with the military would end here. He had tried to maintain a good relationship with them. However, he recalled Park Tae-young's words and felt a headache. "But that guy I never imagined asking me to enlist in the military. He needs to learn how to give orders to others." Suddenly, someone rushed up and called out to him, "Mr. Song Yu." He was startled and turned around. It was Sergeant Kim. Sergeant Kim approached quickly, explaining, "I apologize for putting you in such a difficult situation." Song Yu smiled and replied, "It's nothing. It's the military after all. Soldiers can't be held responsible for such matters. But did the sergeant ask you to persuade me?" He scratched his head upon hearing that, a little flustered. Well, Song Yu sighed again. "Everyone seems to need me a lot, don't they?" Sergeant Kim said with a nervous expression, "Yes, we really need you, Mr. Song Yu, but I didn't expect the commander to do that. So this is a secret, but I thought I had to show you this." Song Yu was surprised to hear that. The scene shifted outside onto the street where Song Yu and the others followed Sergeant Kim. As he walked, he wondered, "A secret? Is it about confidential information the military possesses?" After a moment, Sergeant Kim stopped and said, "Please wait here for a moment. If we get caught, we'll be shot on sight. But the soldiers are off guard now, so I'll sneak in and get it." Song Yu watched his actions and speculated, "Shot on sight? For whatever reason, is he risking his life to show me something?" Sergeant Kim had a very anxious expression. Someone saw me. Hurry up and get inside." A moment later, a long staircase appeared, and Song Yu's eyes were filled with surprise as he saw the object. What is this?" he spoke, pointing to a glowing stone slab. Sergeant Kim held the object and replied, "This is an item called the Stone of Prophecy. I heard these items are scattered all over the world. This allows people to see future events. We can't see the exact scenes, but they are quite similar to reality. Anyone lucky enough to find this will gain tremendous advantages. This game is called Imbalanced Luck." The more Song Yu looked at it, the more his expression became tense. He said two words, "the future." As soon as he touched the Stone of Prophecy, light immediately erupted and a system notification appeared. "You have touched the Stone of Prophecy Season 2. A beam of light burst forth in space. Song Yu raised his head and looked at the sky. "Sky, where am I?" His body was floating in the air. Suddenly at this moment a huge flaming skeleton monster brushed past Song Yu. He cried out in surprise, "What? That monster is turning into a skeleton!" And in Song Yu's vision, red-eyed zombies crowded the streets. Corpses. This entire city is filled with corpses. Guangmen. Song Yu looked down at the chaotic landscape. This was a completely ruined world. "That's Jisoo and me, same as the Angel Captain's location." "Where's Han Ho?" "Oh, there he is. And the one who caused all this is a monster." A cool three-horned skeleton appeared, spewing fire. "If I have to stop an enemy like that, my life will be ruined." Song Yu worried. The skeleton's flames spewed out towards Song Yu. It was as if one side of his body was burning. At this moment, a system notification appeared again. Season 2, Hell's Adventure. A massive change will occur on January 1st next year. Returning to the present, Song Yu grabbed his hand with a confused expression. Huff huff. Sergeant Kim, seeing his exhausted state, asked, "What's wrong? I only saw bones and corpses." "So you immediately came to mind." Notifications kept appearing. Exclusive mission. Name, the one who becomes the Master of Death. Type, objective achievement. Objective. Choose, Scythe of Death. Reward, Pioneer Awakening. Exclusive skill. You will witness countless scenes of death in your current state. You cannot obtain that authority if you do not acquire the power to confront it. You will be assimilated by the power of monsters and become one of them. The location of the Scythe of Death will be revealed upon reaching level 15. Your choice will affect your future destiny. Song Yu tried to calm himself, covering his face tiredly, and said, "What an amazing item. Thanks to this, I now have a goal." Sergeant Kim was surprised to hear that. This, Song Yu ground his teeth again, and thought, "Damn it, level 15 within 2 months before Season 2 begins. If I don't get the Scythe of Death, it will be as the prophecy showed. It's cool, but not right at all." Then he spoke again. "Sergeant Kim, I have a question. I know that boss monsters appear in each region. Do you know where they are?" After asking the question, he thought again. "The boss monsters in each region have been there from the beginning. The rewards were quite appealing, but I've postponed them due to the danger, but I can't do that anymore. The fastest way to level up is to catch them." Sergeant Kim pondered, stroking his chin, then suddenly exclaimed, "I only know of one boss monster, and that's the one that gives the lieutenant the most trouble. Eliminating the community threat and building a base is the lieutenant's first goal. But without a player like you, we can't carry this out." At this point, Sanju decided to go there and tell him that he would persuade him to go after the boss monster. Sergeant Kim's face lit up as he heard this, and he exclaimed, "Mr. Song Yu." Sanju, climbing the stairs again, waved his hand, "But it's not free." Sergeant Kim still didn't seem to understand. What do you mean? This, he turned back, rubbed 2 fingers together and said, gold of course, put it in my hand. The scene transitioned to Park Tae-young. He listened to the report and exclaimed in surprise, 100,000 gold, that bastard is crazy. His expression was filled with disbelief. The person reporting chimed in with a slightly awkward expression, there's no one more skilled than him anyway, Commander. I've seen Sergeant Kim fight vampires, but his skill is truly on another level. Park Tae-young softened slightly upon hearing that, then asked again, that bastard fights better than Sergeant Kim. The person immediately replied, there's a slight difference. Sergeant Kim was alone, but that bastard commands an army. Park Tae-young said, slightly annoyed. But we're an army too, the person continued to explain. Even if we let Sergeant Kim lead player soldiers, we won't be able to fight those skeletons and subdue that bastard. I'm not afraid of the skeleton army that bastard created. I'm afraid our soldiers will lose their lives when we carry out the commander's mission. Furthermore, I believe that bastard will be stronger than a whole battalion, even if we increase our troop numbers or supplies. The lieutenant at this point scratched his bald head, hesitating slightly. But 100,000 gold is a bit much? Just then, Sergeant Kim loudly interjected, Commander, I have something to say, he calculated inwardly. Anyway, we need to make Sanju an ally. Sergeant Kim highly valued Song Yu, he's very skilled. He even gave me information and new medicine. Sanju is a capable person who sees through everything. We can no longer sacrifice soldiers. I'm sure that money is just for carrying out the mission. Park Tae-young's small eyes flickered at this, and he calculated inwardly, the soldiers earn about 60,000 gold a day, and the money paid to that bastard is almost equal to 2 days' worth of salary for the soldiers. Finishing his calculation, he crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. How embarrassing, but our top priority is to restore the main area, he thought again. The battle for survival isn't just one. The most terrifying monster has taken over the runway. We need to eliminate it. If we just sit here, we won't be able to get out. The regimental commander sent dozens of player soldiers, but all were annihilated in 10 minutes. They abandoned the operation. If it weren't for the wyverns, the air would have been the safest route for movement. If we can repair that area, we'll get a big promotion in the next evaluation. Thinking, Park Tae-young hit the back of his chair hard and said loudly, damn it, there's no other option. Hand it over to that bastard. The company manager will handle that bastard. That greedy son of a bitch, he gritted his teeth, filled with anger. Someday I'll get back what I gave you. The flames of anger and regret burned. Sergeant Kim was very nervous at this moment. The scene shifted outside. A notification rang out. 100,000 gold has been transacted. The two shook hands. The soldier said seriously, we collected this money from the soldiers. We hope for your continued cooperation in the future. Song Yu laughed and replied, but I can't go that far in 5 days. He recalled the notification. 1. Citywide transportation is prohibited for 7 days. The currently movable areas are Suwon and Wonhyang. 2. Your acquired gold will be doubled. 3. The second player gets an opportunity every time they hunt monsters. Song Yu continued, I just need to deal with the things inside, right? The person immediately replied, there's still a threat to the aircraft, so we need to maintain it. Everything will be finished in 3 days. You will be dispatched with Sergeant Kong. He is someone who survived the runway attack. Sergeant Kong appeared at this moment with an arrogant expression. I am Sergeant Jinso Kong. Unfortunately, you seem to have become my subordinate. By the way, what level are you? If you're lower than me, you must be a level 0 player, right? Song Yu frowned the more he listened, then calmly replied, I'm level 10. Sergeant Kong was startled and gritted his teeth. Damn it, what are we doing? I killed orcs all day, but it was useless. Are you kidding me? Song Yu walked past and turned back and smiled. It would be even better if I could kill a boss monster. Sergeant Kang's forehead throbbed with anger. Ha ha ha, you're not wrong, but don't be too arrogant. That damn monster on the runway is different. Song Yu walked with his comrades, waving his hand. Thanks for the advice. See you in 3 days. Level up a lot by then. As night fell, people outside gathered, somewhat confused. Where did Song Yu go? Oh, he hasn't summoned them yet. He's truly an amazing person. I hope he continues to protect us. Gyung-soo, seeing so many people at this moment, shouted happily. It's hard to say how many survivors are left in the factory. Just then, Han-ho's father nearby smiled and asked Gyung-soo, you can create a safe zone when it's dangerous, right? He turned and replied, that's right. There's no need to do it right now. The military is still working on maintenance. At this point, Han-ho's parents were a little disheartened. Then what should we do in the future? What about food? Of course, we have to find food. Gyung-soo clenched his fist and said in a determined voice, we need to build a survivor village. Somehow all of us are people who survived this situation. There will be a lot to do. Crafting and production specialists will be able to develop the village, and those with professions suitable for the military and combat will be responsible for hunting and protection. The main goal is to constantly increase our gold and our army, he said with a hopeful expression. Han-ho's parents next to him also exclaimed, what a great plan, we've always trusted you. Gyung-soo immediately replied, no, honestly, this was Sanju Hung's suggestion. I'm not that capable. I was once a failed leader. My team and friends lost their lives because of my foolish decisions. How can someone like me lead others? His expression was once again tinged with sadness. The two, seeing him like this, were moved and wept. Mr. Gyeongsu, leading others in this world is not something an ordinary person can do. Gyeongsu was disappointed in himself. That's right, Hanho's father smiled and consoled him. It's a sad story, but when there was no one to lead, you stepped up and made decisions, didn't you? You did your best. That itself is a brave act. Be confident, you deserve it. Gyeongsu couldn't hold back at this moment and shed tears and snot. Please be the village leader. He immediately hugged the other person. Thank you, father. He thought to himself, I don't want to take on such a stressful position, so I have no choice but to pass it on to you. The scene transitioned to another location, a place full of death and flames. Song Yu's group also appeared here. Hanho looked around and exclaimed in admiration, wow, it's like a toy. Song Yu turned and said, it's just an ordinary thing at our level. Only 3 people and a skeleton knight dealt with all of them. If they continued to survive and brought more orcs, they too would eventually fall to the sword. If an suspiciously large number of enemies surged in, I'd finish them with corpse explosion. And while Song Yu was calculating the path, a group of monsters charged. Song Yu aimed his crossbow and fired at them. This is how to deal with them. A moment later, a window opened and a group of people rushed inside. Song Yu's group of 3 lined up and entered, and Hanho spoke again. Senior, there's a dungeon sign over there. Oh, it's not a dungeon, is it? Song Yu replied. It's hammer-shaped. Then it must be a blacksmith shop. Let's go in for now. After that, the 3 opened the door and entered the room. System information appeared. Combination crafting item. You can combine items here. 1. Sea Soul's Tear material, Demon's Bloodstone material. Elder Slime's Core monster drop item. Exploration cost required 100,000 gold. 3 different colored orbs appeared. Song Yu exclaimed in surprise inwardly. I can even combine legendary items. Just how amazing will the item be? I got the Sea Soul's Tear from the shop and the Demon's Bloodstone from an orc monster, plus the Elder Slime's Core. Song Yu picked up the green orb and laughed gleefully. Obtaining these kinds of items is very important. Hanho exclaimed in surprise. Oh, senior, the result will be random. Then his expression brightened. So there's a chance you'll get an item you can use like a dagger. Song Yu laughed and replied, you still don't know my luck. Besides, I have 2 orbs. How could a dagger appear? At this moment, he noticed Jisoo seemed to be praying with her hands clasped and eyes closed. Jisoo thought, A notification appeared again. Required cost 100,000 gold, chance of damage to continue. 3 glowing orbs appeared in the air and Song Yu exclaimed, are you kidding? Of course I'll continue. The 3 orbs moved closer to each other. Several notifications rang out from the system. Orbs are merging. Please move behind the table for safety. Song Yu exclaimed inwardly with a blank expression. Hanho, Jisoo, please tell me this is a joke. Behind his shoulder were 2 pairs of glowing eyes. Merge complete. Item information. Name, Crystal of Chaos. Grade, Legendary. Classification, Orb. Effect. Grants the owner Chaos attribute. Increases mana by 500 and grants 3 mana absorption effect on attack. Song Yu received the purple crystal orb and thought in surprise. Chaos? Isn't this no different from a demon? This seems to be a special concept that's hard to understand. Unfortunately, I don't have items above legendary grade yet, but I can enhance it. I just need to absorb all enemy mana and convert health into a continuous absorption ability. Hanho exclaimed, wow, as expected, Hung got a good item. Jisoo also said happily, congratulations. Song Yu replied in confusion, thank you. A notification appeared again. Item combination possible. 1. Ignition material, Watto material, unidentified material, required cost 15,000 gold. Jisoo said perplexed. Does this mean I can combine items too? A description appeared. Watto is a curved blade sword used by the military, similar in shape and material to the Japanese wakizashi sword. Immediately, her sword combined with the item. A moment later, the sword turned into a red flame, becoming even more powerful. Jisoo exclaimed with satisfaction. The combustion level has increased and all attacks are engulfed in flames. I like it. Hanho, seeing this, exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Wait, what about me? He hit the table hard. At this moment, a faint light burst forth and Hanho cried, shedding tears and snot in dissatisfaction. Only I can't. Song Yu forced a smile and consoled him. It seems we'll get more gold. I'll buy you an item at the shop. Jisoo reluctantly continued. That's right. There will definitely be good things. The scene transitioned to the basement parking lot where everything was somewhat chaotic. What is this? If it's like this, we won't be able to use the shop, right? Yu looked outside and asked. They blocked the door to prevent monsters from entering, but it seems it's no use. Hanho at this moment wailed bitterly again. Who is it? Why did they destroy the shop? This is a place not just I, but everyone needs. Song Yu picked up the broken objects. That's right. Monsters wouldn't do this. Incompetent humans only rely on luck, so they should all die. The era of new life forms will begin soon, Yu exclaimed. It seems something intelligent did it. She pointed at a symbol on the wall with her finger. This looks like someone's scratch marks. I don't think monsters can write perfect sentences. Song Yu smiled brightly, excited. But what if it's a beast that knows human language and can write? I don't think so. Maybe if it's a Disney character. For now, let's head back to the village. The scene transitioned back to the tall building. Empet led the way. Song Yu's group of 3 followed. At this moment, someone appeared in front of them and called out to Song Yu. Song Yu exclaimed in surprise, Sergeant Kim, what are you doing here? Sergeant Kim's face was covered in scratches at this moment. He had just dealt with a group of orcs and was holding a hammer. We were assigned the mission to deal with the monsters around here. I also had a team mission before, so it feels like going back to the old days. Song Yu was startled. Team mission? Sergeant Kim looked down at the corpses strewn on the ground and replied, it's like a daily mission. Every day we hunt quite a few monsters for the unit. If we do that, we'll receive a combination reward, he asked again. Are the rewards given to soldiers good? Many soldiers were injured and receiving treatment at this moment. Sergeant Kim said with sharp eyes, if we complete the mission we'll receive an attack and defense 10 buff the next day. But I definitely felt it. These orcs and goblins keep appearing from somewhere. I don't know what kind of reaction this is. Han Ho at this moment sat on the floor observing a goblin corpse and exclaimed, wow, there are so many. I don't even know where they came from. I hope not. If so, Sergeant Kim gripped the necklace in his hand tightly. How frustrating. It feels meaningless that we have to die like this, Jisoo asked with a sympathetic expression. Were there no escapees? Surely everyone stayed to find their families. Sergeant Kim looked at his comrades and said, there were many people at first, but we were immediately defeated. It would be very difficult to move without reinforcements, but the military wouldn't let the soldiers run away like that, would they? In the current situation, the military cannot come up with any strategy. We can only gather soldiers and go to the battlefield. Please give us the gold you have collected. From now on no one can access the community. Saying so, he thought again. I thought the military would get used to it quickly, even with initial losses. But I didn't expect them to try to control the situation in such a rigid way. That's why Prosecutor Lee Yong-doo's guild had the opportunity to grow larger than the military. Song Yu immediately said, let's move now. Since there are injured people, it would be safer to go to a nearby village. At this moment, a ferocious monster suddenly lunged, swinging its claws. The vulnerable people were massacred. Confused screams echoed, block it, we're finished, everyone get inside. Everyone desperately tried to escape. Gyeongsu at this moment turned and shouted, combat team, hold them off until everyone has successfully escaped. At this moment, a huge red-eyed bear monster suddenly appeared behind him. Gyeongsu was startled and looked back. Does this only happen when Song Yu isn't around? Will it happen again? No, he needs to quickly regain his composure and fight the bear. Then a group of people charged and attacked the bear. The bear monster's expression went blank as it swung its claws. Gyeongsu leaped into the air and thrust his spear. If there's someone to protect, I won't give up. The bear monster opened its mouth wide and roared, and Gyeongsu successfully attacked, sending blood flying. He shouted joyfully, I did it. If I can buy time this way. While he was happy, suddenly two giant beast claws gripped his waist and lifted him. Oh my god, I forgot there were 3 bears. Gyeongsu shed painful tears and blood continuously gushed out. Come on, you're too late, Song Yu. Just then, Song Yu's empit slashed the bear with a knife and the claw holding Gyeongsu was cut off. The bear growled, looking at its severed arm, and immediately a knife pierced it from its head to its jaw. Flames erupted from the attack, and Jisoo shouted, well done, Gyeongsu hung. Another giant bear monster appeared and let out a loud roar. Immediately, several flashes of blades erupted. Get your claws off my body, you monster. Han Ho at this moment was crying and sniveling, saying he wasn't feeling well today. Gyeongsu collapsed on the ground, and despite his injuries he couldn't stop his surprise. From somewhere someone appeared and spoke. I thought I put all my strength into the ambush, but I didn't expect you to crawl all the way here yourself. Now prepare to summon the spirits. Just then, Song Yu reached out his hand and summoned his skeleton soldiers. Sergeant Kim and the other soldiers were astonished by Song Yu's power at this moment. No, a giant skeleton soldier appeared next to Song Yu. Its attributes appeared. Cirrus 3, Frenzy Stage 1, Race Combination Condition. 4 or more bear monsters. Effect. Reduces opponent's defense by 10, increases allies' defense by 10. Sergeant Kim couldn't help but admire it inwardly once again. Not only Song Yu, but his entire team was very strong, and they were also very good at hunting using their power. This is truly unfair. We are not as strong as Song Yu's team, but our comrades and successors can also fight like that. The people sent to the battlefield cannot fight like that. They cannot die like that. Recalling a severely injured comrade crying out in pain, Sergeant Kim, I miss my mom so much. Sergeant Kim gritted his teeth, and all sorts of thoughts intertwined in his mind. Is it best to follow the commander's orders? Am I doing the right thing now? Song Yu approached him at this moment and said, Sergeant Kim, please tell them that we are ready. Sergeant Kim was startled again and exclaimed, What did you say? He immediately said, the mission to catch the escaped ones. I think we can start it now. A moment later, the injured were quickly treated by the healthy people. Han Ho and Jisoo approached Gyeongsu and encouraged him. Gyeongsu hung, you did really well. I can't believe you caught the rampaging bear. He forced a smile and replied, well, yeah, I wasn't unharmed either. Song Yu gave a thumbs up and said, it's not easy for everyone to react like that. Hung did his best to protect the village. Gyeongsu looked up in surprise. Song Yu, suddenly at this moment other people appeared. Is there a problem? They were none other than Sergeant Kang's team. He looked around with a triumphant expression. This village is a bit chaotic, isn't it? It seems a few people died. Song Yu thought to himself, annoyed. Is that his reaction to seeing casualties? Then he calmly replied, there was a surprise attack by bear monsters just now. Sergeant Kong looked up coldly with an arrogant expression. Oh, those guys, I caught one too, it was really strong. Song Yu thought to himself at this moment, from what I heard, Sergeant Kang's profession is a 3-star warrior, a warrior who fights without weapons. Didn't he say he didn't know what card he got? Just then, Sergeant Kim approached and asked, Sergeant Kong, are you ready for the ambush? Mr. Song Yu wants to proceed as quickly as possible. Sergeant Kong cut him off. Sergeant Kim, he gritted his teeth with a disgusted expression and challenged, since when did you become his spokesman? Sergeant Kim paused for a moment at his words. Yes, Sergeant Kong kicked his ankle again and growled. He needs to tell me the action plan himself. Why do you have to care about this? Are you sure you're doing your job well? Sergeant Kim gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, yes, of course. Sergeant Kong became even more vicious. I don't think so. Did you think I didn't know you always complained about meaningless deaths while performing your duties? Yes. Then he turned around. It seems your gold has also decreased because you guys didn't do it properly. You guys should know that the commander always knows the exact location of the soldiers. Song Yu watched the situation and thought, exact location? Do they have a system in the military? They're even collecting gold. The soldiers are no different from slaves. Sergeant Kim couldn't take it anymore at this moment and shouted, Are you saying we didn't do our job properly? Do you know how many of my soldiers fell? They died because of Sergeant Goon and Sergeant Yeo's unfair promotions. Sergeant Kong grabbed his collar and lifted him up, his face darkening. Are you crazy? Just shut up and collect gold. I'll go catch all those monsters. They died because of your weakness. Is the blacksmith who hid behind the captain blaming me? Sergeant Kim gritted his teeth and trembled at this moment, muttering inwardly, I chose to be a fighting blacksmith to help the soldiers survive. Just then Song Yu appeared and placed his hand on Sergeant Kang's arm, saying coldly, We need to go now. You know you don't have much time either, right? He glanced at eyes that were almost white with malice, released Sergeant Kim and said irritably, I guess I have to teach this bastard a lesson myself. Hurry up, let's go. He directed his subordinates with annoyance at this moment. Everyone rushed to Sergeant Kim and worried, Sergeant Kim, that trash. Song Yu thought to himself, Sergeant Kim's relationships here are quite complicated. Sergeant Kim rubbed his jaw and forced a smile at him. Song Yu, I ended up showing you a shameful side of myself. He immediately replied, It's all right. Sergeant Kim, Sergeant Kong is so competitive that he even gets angry at me. We'll help you with the ambush. Now let's go prepare. Saying so, he turned with his comrades. Song Yu's team followed him with thoughtful expressions, and Han Ho said, Sergeant Kim looked really tired. The scene shifted to a traffic road and cars were driving on the road. A moment later, as the cars stopped, they saw a shattered airplane. Oh my God, Sergeant Kong said. The plane was able to take off in that condition. The boss monster seems to be rolling in the mud. A few days ago, I was playing with that guy and got quite bloody. Song Yu heard him boasting and thought, he's full of nonsense. I heard that Sergeant Kong only ran away. Everything he says is meaningless and useless. I know he doesn't want to fail this ambush, but his jealousy and pettiness are truly the worst. But I got some information about the boss monster from Sergeant Kim, so it won't be a big problem. Just then, a notification rang out. A giant kobold regional boss has appeared. After that, a giant kobold monster with rough skin appeared. Song Yu's mouth dropped open as soon as he saw it, and he said, Damn it, it's bigger than I thought. Forget the plan to defeat it with 4 bear monsters. Growl. The kobold monster glanced to one side at this moment. It was looking in this direction, then a roar that shook the space erupted. Sergeant Kong turned to Song Yu, pointed his finger, and said, How about it? Did you see? You can still give up now and run away and get back 100,000 gold. He confidently stretched out his hand and replied, It's all right. I don't only have one plan. Immediately, a notification appeared. Summoning of the dead has been cast in the current area. Numerous zombies appeared and crawled onto the kobold monster's body. It let out a long breath from both nostrils and stamped its foot hard on the ground. Everyone staggered from the impact. Song Yu loudly reminded everyone, The ground is shaking, so be careful, Sergeant Kim shouted. Song Yu, but the zombies are all dead already, aren't they? Song Yu immediately reassured him, saying calmly, Now is it time to level up and face it? After asking himself, Song Yu used his corpse explosion skill. At this moment, the zombie corpses began to explode. The kobold monster's huge body could not avoid these attacks at this moment. Song Yu observed the situation. Is it hurt? At this moment, the kobold monster's wrist was broken and hung limp, but it immediately recovered. The kobold monster was not only huge but also had very good defense. Moreover, it had self-healing ability. It should have been weakened by the curse and continuous attacks, but it seemed unaffected. It didn't have special skills like a dragon or an earth spirit, but its physical strength was incredibly high. This guy will probably be my strongest enemy. The kobold monster roared again. Sergeant Kong returned at this moment and challenged, Damn it, is your special attack ineffective? Even if you run away now, a few people will die. Song Yu calmly thought, Run away, there is a way. But the safest and most effective solution is that their turn has finally come, Han Ho said with an excited expression. Jisoo with determination stood beside him and said, Let's go. The scene shifted to the military area. A report rang out. Commander Prosecutor Yun Dong-po has gathered survivors and their number is currently increasing. There's also a place called the War Guild in Busan. Bong gnashed his teeth in anger before even listening. Those damn traitors are continuously increasing, as if they were waiting for this opportunity, the reporter suggested. How about posting on the military community, Defense News favorite bulletin board? Our team is currently Commander's 2 words, Unit Bulletin Board. 4th Publishing Company. Don't you think the news for the public will decrease if the power of the guild is not slowed down? He looked up and reminded, Commander, as members of the military, we cannot believe unconfirmed news. Not even on our network, the commander exclaimed in surprise. What did you say? Park Tae Young explained. News is very important. Won't the enemies find our location the moment the military or government confirms it? We don't know who created this program, and in this situation the military and government acted very cautiously. The commander at this moment thought, but will it be okay? Is it okay to trust the orders from above? Although unfamiliar, isn't the influence of this system too great to ignore? Tisk, this system is truly powerful enough to manipulate soldiers. Park Tae-young asked again at this moment. Oh, did you convey the news to the soldiers? After defeating the boss monster, that damn bastard is the next target. Anyone who doesn't cooperate will be eliminated. The commander immediately replied, yes, I did. Sergeant Kong and 2 military units will be in charge of that mission. At that time, Sergeant Kim will have no choice but to cooperate. Park Tae-young narrowed his eyes and asked darkly, I think that damn bastard has allies. Does that guy have a weakness? The commander began to recall. One of them was a human. Jisoo's delicate figure appeared. Jisoo is very afraid of monsters, but perhaps she'll be strong since she's a woman. Song Yu disliked him criticizing. The commander continued, the other one is quite low level. He uses daggers, but his body is quite weak and he always hides behind the Necromancer, only attacking weak monsters. He was describing Han Ho. Park Tae-young heard it and became excited. Excellent, perfect. Go check it out. Don't touch it immediately. You must bring at least 100,000 gold. No, bringing more than that is the goal of this attack. The commander frowned upon hearing that. Isn't this the work of a bandit, not the military? More interested in getting gold than killing potential enemies. No, don't mind it. As soldiers we can only follow orders. Sergeant Kong will surely complete the mission. On the battlefield a giant hideous monster charged. Too weak, come on, don't you have more powerful skills? I am the guardian of the holy shield. I am the king's neighbor, another person shouted. Dio. Song Yu at this moment stabbed the monster with his sword from midair. The attack lodged in the monster's neck, but on its huge body it was merely a mosquito bite. The monster still roared in pain. Struggled. Jisoo quickly leaped down from there and landed on the ground. She analyzed the situation in the boss monster's area again. It's big but quite slow. We have a chance to beat this. At this moment the sword stuck in the boss monster's body was bound by black ropes. Jisoo shouted loudly, Han Ho, the rope is ready. You can start now. Han Ho began to draw his sword with a ferocious expression. The item Jisoo acquired, the climbing rope, was different from a normal rope. This rope would not cut no matter what. We will use it to tie up the monster's feet. Then the rope was thrown into the air again. The kobold monster opened its mouth wide and roared again at this moment. Sergeant Kong was dumbfounded at this moment, seeing the sight. What's going on? I thought he was just the Necromancer's servant, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. It's like they're playing with a giant enemy. Is it okay to attack the head? He gritted his teeth, filled with jealousy. Did this bastard take their level points to boost their reputation? A notification appeared. 3 seconds left until the barrier is created. Han Ho shouted loudly at this moment, Sergeant Kim, it's the wind. Sergeant Kim held the tied goblin and replied, Han Ho, I'm ready. A notification appeared again. Defeated a goblin. Barrier effect activated. Sergeant Kim again instructed his comrade, next goblin, hurry. Sergeant Kong at this moment once again exclaimed in surprise inwardly, they're hunting goblins and fighting the boss at the same time? He looked again at Han Ho on this side, who was very proud of his plan and was glowing there. This skill, after all, needs to be maintained by killing monsters. Then he looked at Jisoo again. I think that woman still lacks combat experience or hasn't been properly trained. Fighting monsters is very different from fighting people, but this situation was unexpected. Is the best way now just for me to kill that guy? Calculating, he reached out his hand towards Song Yu. Song Yu at this moment frowned and thought, hey, are you trying to tie up Han Ho's legs? Previously, Song Yu had said it was dangerous and that it would be better to have the undead do it. Jisoo immediately replied, but if we get hit by the boss we'll fail right away. Jisoo, who was next to her, pouted and said, Jisoo, honey, my opinion too. She continued, I think it would be best for me to go with Han Ho. We're quite fast. With Han Ho's shield skill, the boss's attacks won't be a problem. Han Ho heard it and nodded. Ani is right. I have a shield, don't I? Song Yu heard it and thought, shield, isn't that a transformation skill? Then he said, I'll think about it. I need to ensure the safety of both of them. Suddenly Jisoo said, Song Yu, we're not your bodyguards. Please let us be your allies. Please trust us more. The two looked at him with firm eyes, and returning to the present, a huge log struck the ground hard. Han Ho, with a ferocious expression, had wrapped the same rope around his body as the monster. He struggled to pull it. A moment later, the huge body crashed down. Boss monster, it's down. Song Yu approached at this moment and said, it's good to see you grow big and strong, but I think it's my turn now. Protective spirits appeared behind him. Sergeant Kong gritted his teeth and thought angrily, this Necromancer bastard. Damn it, his salary is already secured, so I can't attack him. Song Yu at this moment held his sword and said, the Dragon Knight's nameless sword needs to drink some blood. Everyone attack. Thus the skeleton soldiers appeared and began to follow Song Yu. The kobold monster was attacked by Song Yu's subordinates at this moment, and the space was momentarily chaotic. Giant skeleton soldiers swung their huge fists. The kobold monster seized the opportunity to bite these bones. Song Yu appeared again at this moment and looked down, asking, my undead taste good, don't they? Just in case you need more nutrients, I have other things in my bag. The kobold monster still had something in its mouth. As Sanju shouted, a second explosion erupted. The attack instantly detonated, turning the area into a fiery inferno. He moved closer. In most cases, the boss can't revive, I'm sure you will. Then he fiercely plunged his sword into the monster. a notification immediately appeared. Slaughtered regional boss Kobold Mono and acquired 220,000 gold. Received a special reward for defeating the main boss monster. All stats increased by 2 points. Received a special reward for defeating the main boss monster. Acquired a special item box. Leveled up to level 11. Remaining time to prove authority, 4,851 days. Sanju pointed his sword forward and exclaimed, "This hunt cost me 98 days. He selected the Bone Marrow Creation upgrade card. With this I'll be able to create even more diverse items. Sergeant Kong was in turmoil at this moment, trembling. "Oh no, is it really over this easily?" Sanju turned to him and said, "My contract with the military seems to end here. I'll take the corpses. From the beginning I only promised to defeat him." Sergeant Kong glanced back and calculated inwardly. "Should I attack him now? There are over 20 soldiers here, so it'll probably be fine. All right. I'll approach slowly and hit him from behind." He made a plan. He feigned a smile and said, "Do as you wish." Sanju, seemingly aware of his malicious intent, smirked coldly. "Sergeant Kong, you seem to have gotten yourself into a difficult situation. It's too late." His eyes gleamed with not a trace of mercy. Sergeant Kong at this moment viciously swung his flaming fist. Damn it, did he notice? Die. The gigantic fist tore through the air and the situation ahead was uncertain. The flow of power began to dissipate. Sergeant Kong exclaimed in confusion, "A shield?" Sanju at this moment blocked the attack. Sanju calmly observed the situation. Then he exclaimed, "Bone weapon." Immediately bone fragments appeared and they merged to form a shield. Sergeant Kong gritted his teeth. "A shield?" He retracted his fist, muttering, "Damn it, the surprise attack failed." Then he commanded his subordinates, "Soldiers, quickly attack the summons. I'll kill that guy. Without those skeletons you're nothing." Then he charged and threw another punch. Sanju raised his shield to block. He tried to slash with his sword, but Sergeant Kong used a kick to perform a delayed skill. Then he scoffed again. "Barehanded? You think that punch will win?" Sanju, without answering, hardened his face and slashed. That guy dodged backward. "What, you bastard!" Sergeant Kong cursed and retreated to evade. Just then a long gash appeared across his nose on his face. Sergeant Kong exclaimed, "A dagger? You had nothing in your hand a moment ago. Where did you pull that out from?" Sanju held out a few bone fragments and replied, "The armor I'm wearing is made of bone, so it possesses the essence of bone. I can transform it into any shape using the bone weapon skill." As he spoke, he created 2 daggers. He thought to himself, "The more skilled I become, the more useful these 2 skills will be." Blood continuously flowed from the wound on Sergeant Kang's face. He shouted, "Don't act so smart, you bastard. My physical strength and close combat abilities are far superior." Just then he looked at the bone fragments on the ground in confusion. "What?" Sanju simply said calmly. Of course a skeleton's bones can be used as weapons. Evil aura at his command. Those bone fragments transformed into weapons and pierced Sergeant Kang's body. A lot of blood began to flow from his body. Sanju continued, "Physical strength, close combat, anything else to brag about?" Sergeant Kong turned around with a frightened expression and shouted, "You damn bastards, why aren't you helping me yet?" Sergeant Kim and everyone else merely watched silently, and he again pressed, "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" "Yes." Sergeant Kim at this moment clutched the dog tags of his deceased comrades and exclaimed, "Are you acting or are you really an idiot?" "Ah, we don't need to say anything, he'll figure it out himself." "Sergeant Kong, I have decided to protect this life. I don't want to die in vain following you." Sergeant Kong, upon hearing this, shouted again, "Ha, you want to live? I can kill you. Your actions are treason, you military imbecile. Aren't you just soldiers who only know how to hunt? You didn't protect civilians. You only served them to extort money." The other soldiers heard and shouted in anger, "That's right, I can't take it anymore." Just then, the commander and a group of soldiers approached and exclaimed in surprise, "What is going on?" Sergeant Kong, despite being pierced by numerous weapons, still spoke loudly with difficulty. "Commander, why are you only just arriving?" The commander pulled out a few weapons and asked, "What's the matter, Sergeant?" Sergeant Kim then spoke, "Commander, soldiers from other companies told us everything about the operation, but we are no longer qualified as soldiers." These words startled everyone. Commander quickly turned around and shouted, "Sergeant Kim, we understand you well, but can we do this? Look at this world, we can't live anywhere else but the military base." Sergeant Kim merely snarled and exclaimed, "Don't you understand?" Sanju agreed. "Those words are truly counterproductive." Sanju said to him, "If you're the commander, your subordinates must be having a very hard time." The commander again pointed his finger and reprimanded loudly. "Do you think the commander will overlook this? You know very well that deserting results in punishment." Sergeant Kim turned to Sanji's group and replied, "We have lived as slaves for a long time, fearing that. But if these people are here, we will rise." Sergeant Kong at this moment shouted, "You fools, quickly hand over the gold, I'll take care of it myself, useless bastards." Then he pulled out a syringe. "I didn't intend to use this, but it's all your fault," a soldier exclaimed in surprise. "Wait, that's..." Sergeant Kong gritted his teeth and injected the drug into his body, snarling, "Shut up. Some soldiers are beyond teaching." Sanju, seeing this, frowned in worry. "What is that? A syringe? It can't be medicine to cure diseases." Sergeant Kong at this moment roared and his body began to grotesquely transform with muscles. His clothes tore apart. Sergeant Kim, startled, quickly evacuated everyone. "Everyone run," he reminded Sanju to be careful. "Be careful, Sanju. That's a transformation syringe. It can turn people into monsters." The commander at this moment tried to stop him in alarm. "Sergeant Kong, calm down, you shouldn't do that." Just then a claw flew and decapitated the commander. Sergeant Kong had transformed into a ferocious tiger monster and his claws were stained with blood. Han Ho exclaimed anxiously. Hung, he's turned into a demon tiger. Sanju was also surprised. I thought only people who didn't choose a card could turn into monsters. Sergeant Kong at this moment roared, emitting flashes from both eyes. You bastard, come here if you have the guts. Jisoo quickly charged with her sword and sharp claws tried to strike her face, but the next moment she ducked to avoid it. This was the transcendent sense skill. Then Jisoo used the strength in her hand to spring her body up and jump. Flames slashed. Her eyes gleamed and she thrust her sword forward. Her blade successfully embedded itself in Sergeant Kang's claw, but he used his strength to swing his arm. The lightweight Jisoo was swung along with the sword still embedded. Before she could escape, she received a powerful attack and was then forcefully slammed to the ground. Han Ho exclaimed Jisoo. Jisoo painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Sanju at this moment exclaimed, Cerberus? A notification appeared. Sub-effect, 3-headed dog guarding the gates of hell. Racial support. Condition, 3 or more wolf-like creatures. Effect, attack speed increased by 10, strength increased by 10, strength increased by 50 on continuous attacks, defense increased by 50 in close range. Sanjia's eyes blazed with fury. I didn't intend to kill you to get information about the military, but you've crossed the line too much. Don't even think about getting out of here alive. Then Empet led the bone soldiers and charged towards Sergeant Kong. Then vibrations occurred in the space. The scene shifted to the military. At this moment a soldier opened the door and hastily reported, Lieutenant, the soldiers have returned. Really? Park Ta-young exclaimed in delight. Bring them here. Sergeant Kim at this moment walked in with a cold expression. Park Ta-young exclaimed, Oh, you've returned alive. How was it? Did you succeed? He asked anxiously. Sergeant Kim replied with a serious expression, We defeated the boss. Park Ta-young exclaimed happily, Good, very good, but what about Sergeant Kong and the commander? He replied with difficulty. They all died. He was confused at this moment. What, that guy? Just then, Sanju appeared at the door. Let's talk. About Sergeant Kong and your plan to kill me. Scene change. At this moment a military vehicle convoy rushed in and soldiers who emerged questioned, Who are you? Which unit is resting without permission? Isn't that Sergeant Kim of the 1st unit? Wasn't he Air Force? Everyone looked at the bone soldiers in astonishment. What is that? Skeletons? That's a necromancer. They're rebelling. One person quickly asked Sergeant Kim what's going on. Sergeant Kim happily replied, Everyone, we are now free. On this side, Sanju dragged Park Ta-young. As soon as he entered the room he threw Park Ta-young to the floor, our soldier daring to commit violent acts. The person sitting in the room working called Commander said with a serious expression, Lieutenant Park, I am disappointed in you. Violent acts must have had precursors from long ago. You should have stopped them then. Of course. Sanju spoke. I don't know why such a thing happened, but you send your soldiers to the battlefield like that and you call it violence when they don't obey? Continued to drink water and asked again, Did you push him to a dead end? You need to carefully strategize, he also reminded. We quickly adapted and successfully survived, but this is war. From the beginning our soldiers were dispatched to kill monsters and I found a way to replace those with low morale. Sanju heard and scoffed. Oh, the method you're talking about is this system's combination effect, forced, and if they don't obey, they suffer burning pain. The commander at this moment slammed his water cup down hard on the table. Damn it, but it's still effective. That way only elite troops can survive on the first day. The soldiers sacrificed a lot to deal with the monsters, and at that time there was a combination ability that always bound them. A notification appeared, hidden combination ability activated due to shared loss. A list of combinations appeared. 1. Thorn Road of Patriotism hidden. Type, special combination ability. Condition, specific conditions met. Effect, commander profession granted to your commander. The commander can issue any command to you. Disobedience results in punishment. All abilities are restricted and you feel burning pain. Team missions are assigned daily at 6 a.m. Upon completing missions you receive a buff effect for a certain period. If you refuse orders and leave the area, deserter will be displayed in your profession slot. You immediately receive a remaining troop penalty and are continuously tracked by nearby monsters. The commander at this moment exclaimed, All units have recently been defeated and destroyed. This is war. It is perfectly normal to demand that soldiers go to the battlefield. Sanju questioned, War? A war against monsters that are not systematic and have no intelligence? This is a survival game. Until we know the true nature of this system, we are merely pawns on a chessboard manipulated by the system. Let's get back to the core issue. Why did you order them to kill me? He snarled. He then spoke. Because it was clear you would become a nuisance someday. Sanju wondered, Don't you think such actions will create independent organizations? He replied, Don't speak like that. If the people want stability, the military will soon be rebuilt. A vast national system requires the operation of many people. People who can connect strong and capable talents are needed. He suddenly spoke loudly. People like you will remain at the bottom of society and eventually be rebuilt. Those who created independent organizations like Yun Dongpo must all be eliminated. This is the right way. As he spoke, he slammed his hand down hard on the table. Sanju frowned, looking at the bow placed on his desk. Is he blatantly criticizing me? Does he think he can deal with me with a bow? Don't make me laugh. Then he sighed, showing his disappointment. I gave the soldiers the freedom they desired. so let me go. We will leave this place after the main mission is over." The commander, upon hearing this, became angry again and shouted, "You traitorous bastard! Soldiers are all assets of the nation." Sanju, no longer holding back, radiated killing intent. "I didn't tell you to pay the cost. If you don't want to die, give me everything." He was again frightened by his appearance. All right. Instead, you must leave one young and Su one as promised, but can't you return the soldiers? I need someone to rebuild this country." Sanju thought of Sergeant Kim and his comrades and firmly refused. "No, you will only use them as slaves to gain combination abilities." The two approached and shook hands. A notification appeared. Acquired 45,688 gold. Sanju, upon receiving the notification, unpleasantly pulled his hand away from the opponent's grip and thought, "Is this all? I thought he earned a lot of money from team missions." He asked again. "Oh, one more thing. Where did you get the frenzy potion?" he snarled. "Why should I tell you that? This is not part of our negotiation." Sanju wiped away invisible tears with a sad expression. "I was debating whether to stay here a bit longer. The thought of returning to a wandering life brings tears to my eyes. As you know, you shouldn't send players away without a contract, should you?" The impots behind him also agreed. The commander gritted his teeth, trembling, then reluctantly covered his head and replied, "I don't know who they are, but they called themselves door-to-door salesmen. They said they sold items that couldn't be obtained in shops, so I bought a few." Sanju exclaimed inwardly, as expected. Then he continued to ask, "So where are they?" The commander replied, "I don't know. They didn't answer any questions. All they said was, 'Relying on roulette luck is very foolish and useless.' That was their catchphrase. So I decided to buy the items." Sanju thought to himself, "Relying on luck? I'm sure those phrases were written on the shop walls. All fools who rely solely on luck must die. A new era will soon begin. Were they the ones who destroyed the shop?" Then he turned and reminded the person in front of him, "Then I'll be leaving. Don't forget the combination ability. I'll reconfirm with Sergeant Kim." Suddenly, that guy reached out and grabbed his bow. "Wait, I forgot one thing," he shouted as he shot the bow. "The nation's punishment. Die, traitor." A soldier with a bow rushed in and accurately shot an arrow into Sanji's back. Park Tae Young and his subordinate smirked triumphantly. Is it over?" But Sanju turned back, created a shield and blocked it. "I expected this. There's no way a guy like you who only knows how to give orders would leave me alone," the two exclaimed in surprise. "And no way, Commander, what are you doing? Shoot and kill that bastard." A continuous barrage of gunfire was directed at Song Yu. At this moment, bone fragments detached and were shot back. A system notification rang out. Killed a grade 4 player and acquired 8,000 gold. Additional reward X2. Killed a grade 3 player and acquired 6,000 gold. Additional reward X2. The commander was astonished at this moment, seeing the skeleton soldiers charging at him. "No, don't come near me." He then pulled out an item. "Stop, this is a bomb." Song Yu was surprised. "A bomb?" he shouted. "Right, you thought I wouldn't have prepared for this. This is an item called concentrated abyss essence that I bought from those merchants. I've even experimented with it on monsters. Even on orcs." His expression was extremely triumphant. "If this explodes, both you and I will die." Song Yu calmly said, "Do it." He was startled and confused, exclaiming, "W what?" Song Yu grinned sinisterly. "I told you to do it. The bomb used by the orc chieftain was only slightly refreshing, so I want to try this." The commander at this moment waved his hand and shouted, "No, don't come near this madman, you'll really die." Just then, a skeleton soldier outside the window broke the glass and reached out, grabbing his arm. The commander's hand was crushed and he shed tears and snot in pain. Song Yu opened his mouth again. "Everything you said earlier was about wanting to rebuild this country, but you still didn't mention saving people. You're not a soldier, you're just someone who only cares about your own safety." His eyes shone as he leaned closer to his face. He shouted. The traitor was immediately miserably torn apart by the skeleton soldier. A notification immediately appeared. Killed a grade 3 player and acquired 6,000 gold. Additional reward X2. Song Yu wiped the blood from his face and scoffed. "A self-proclaimed commander is only grade 3. It seems he didn't even try to level up. As expected, he had no idea what was happening in the world. He seemed to have only focused on collecting gold through the combination effect. But he didn't have much gold either. You acquired 45,688 gold." Suddenly, he turned to a cabinet next to him. He ordered Empet to open it. Empet quickly tore off the two cabinet doors. Song Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Inside was several bottles of liquid. He exclaimed in admiration, "No wonder there was so little gold. It was all here." Song Yu picked up a bottle, and its attributes appeared. Item info. Name, Beastification Wolf Serum. Grade unidentified. Classification, Player-made item. Effect, temporarily transforms into a ferocious wolf. Details, this serum was extracted from a friend who transformed into a beast. Injecting it turns you into a ferocious wolf, but everything returns to normal after 20 minutes. The skill to use was on Han Ho's side. At this moment he was using his healing ability to treat Jisoo. He then spoke, "Jisoo Nuna, wouldn't it be better to use the new medicine than to treat you with the healing ability I just acquired?" Jisoo replied, "There are still many injured soldiers who haven't been treated. Besides, you need to improve your healing skill, Han Ho. The effect just now was still lacking, but increasing your proficiency will help a lot." Han Ho pouted, looking at the skeleton soldiers who couldn't look him straight in the eye, trembling. "You're right, but it makes me sad every time I see those guys." At this moment, Empet approached coolly and comforted Han Ho. The two hugged each other tightly, and he cried, moved, "I know, you're the only one who chose the right side. Song Yu walked out at this moment and asked, Jisoo, have you recovered a bit? Jisoo replied with a disappointed face, Song Yu, I'm ashamed of myself. I thought I could handle that rampaging tiger, but I was suddenly attacked and fell into an illusion of power. He smiled and encouraged her. That's because you haven't mastered your profession skill yet. But now I think it's better to develop a specialization for dealing with specific monsters. Because monsters with the form or characteristics of tigers are very few. Then Song Yu turned back to Hanho. Hanho, learning healing skills is also a good choice. Even in the worst situation, we can deal with Qualic's undead army as a priest profession. To deal with the undead, in close combat he has healing and shield skills. Furthermore, he can use daggers in long-range combat. This profession combination is a bit strange, but if he can develop well, Song Yu frowned, thinking, in that case, can he win? Suddenly, Hanho called out, Senior, he exclaimed with a bewildered expression. I've never seen this cloak before. I have one too, but why is the color different? Song Yu replied. I acquired this item from a special item box after killing a boss monster, but the items inside are just random. Item information appeared. Name, Cloak of Night. Grade, Legendary. Classification, Cloak. Effect, reduces magic damage by 10, can hide in darkness. Exposed when attacking enemies and can be detected by detection skills. Hanho, having gained nothing, felt extremely jealous and awestruck, lying on the floor and pounding his fists. I don't want to see anything, hear anything. Why is it always you, Senior? Song Yu saw that and quickly took off his cloak. Hey, I'll lend it to you. At this moment, Sergeant Kim came out and called, Mr. Song Yu, we're all done. Except for those looking for their families, we've decided to join the village. Some people held on to their opinions until the end. TCH, I guess they'll find their own way to survive. The responsible and brave ones died from the start. I have no more hope for the remaining people. Song Yu smiled and said, Then let's all return to the village. There's still a lot to do. He then frowned, thinking, only 3 days left until the main trend mission ends. I need to keep hunting. In a scene that transitioned to another location, everyone was happily lining up to receive food. They then went to treat the injured and deal with the remaining monsters. Everyone happily carried out their duties. A group of bold young people rushed in, dragging goblins, intimidating them. At this moment a notification appeared. You have leveled up to level 12. Song Yu sighed. Damn it, at this rate, when will I reach level 15? A notification appeared again. Strength 3 increased. Song Yu exclaimed. My strength is 13.6. I defeated orcs with this, but it will be useless against that damn guy. I need to reach level 15 as quickly as possible and protect the Scythe of Death. A notification appeared. Current main trend. Chapter 1. The Dark Knight continues. Ends. Gold acquired in this event is doubled. Movement restrictions have been lifted. Hanho excitedly exclaimed. Oh, the gold has doubled. The notifications continued. Main trend start guide. Chapter 2. Confront the Great Destiny. To all survivors, congratulations to all of you for reaching Chapter 2. Many people lost their lives in the last chapter, but those who survived will become stronger. You may wonder what your destiny is in this world and what the purpose of this game is. The path to the answer will soon be revealed. Now is the time for all of you to build your strength and fight against the world. Important notice 1. This event will continue for the next 20 days and all movement restrictions have been lifted. However, the double gold acquisition has ended. 2. There are many large-scale rewards around the world that can be obtained through boss monster raids. In some cases, safe zones may also be attacked. 3. The choice between angels and demons has now begun. Find the traces of the almighty tribe scattered across the world. The three people looked at the content together. Jisoo exclaimed, It's starting again. Song Yu admired. I don't think this game has no effect. He then analyzed inwardly. The most important thing is the boss monster raid. This is what I need to level up quickly. The second is angels and demons. I don't know what will happen with this. Suddenly Hanho looked at his phone screen and called out loudly. Senior, look at this, he exclaimed in surprise. What? The rankings just updated. Hanho held out his phone screen and told him to read it. The content was as follows. Korean region rankings. 1. Hanggang High School level 15. 2. Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo level 13. 3. Instructor 157 level 12. 4. Viper 4400 level 12. 5. Viper 44002 level 12. Song Yu exclaimed in surprise. Number 1 is level 15. I'm only level 12 even after all this hunting. How did he do it? He doesn't even have online game experience. Can it really be true? Jisoo frowned, thinking. Numbers 4 and 5 are a bit strange. Doctors. Looking at their IDs, they seem to be on the same team and both are high-ranked. Hanho excitedly held out the screen again. Senior, look at this community. Song Yu asked. What now? Hanho shouted. Number 2 prosecutor is coming to meet you. The system quickly notified. Player Guide 3. Announcement 38. Instructor 157. Request for official meeting with prosecutor as representative of Free Guild. The Free Guild is Korea's first survivor guild. Composed of 500 of the most capable players, we have overcome crises, saved people, and will ultimately uncover the truth of this game. We have heard much about your brave actions in the community. Instructor 157, this is why we earnestly request an official meeting with you through this platform. We sincerely hope you will join our guild. Guild leader Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo will personally come to meet you. Please accept this request. Song Yu was surprised, thinking. Announced publicly through the community platform, what is their objective? Civilization has collapsed. The world has become selfish for survivors. Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo definitely has a reason to approach me. I knew I would meet him someday, thinking. He sighed. Ha, it seems trouble has come early. When the space was quiet, a huge explosion suddenly erupted in front of everyone. Yang Min-him excitedly shouted at this moment. Prosecutor Yun Dong-po, movement restrictions have been lifted. Now is the chance to expand our power. Sung Min-hwa scoffed and adjusted her glasses. What a foolish thing to say, boss. Monster raids and angels. We need to gather more information about the existence of demons. Yang Min-him gritted his teeth as soon as he heard. What? Sister will find out even if she goes hunting. Even if this situation comes, our mission is to deal with them. Choi Dong-hoon calmly opened his mouth at this moment. We will save people by eliminating monsters. We must do everything we can to prevent the world from returning to the Stone Age. Yang Min-him heard and admired inwardly. As expected of Prosecutor Yun Dong-po, a warm heart, a selfless soul, immense charisma. This is the man who will save this country. The more he thought, the more moved he became, shedding tears and snot. Sung Min-hwa saw that and admired. He's crying again. She then looked down at her phone screen again. Since the prosecutor also wants to invite strong players, I looked for the strongest person in this community, but there's no trace. It's like a ghost, so I contacted the third strongest person, the summoner. The one below you, Sung Min-hee heard and exclaimed in surprise. A summoner? I thought he saved many people in Suwon, but some people said the world now only revolves around money, Sung Min-hwa said, looking at her phone screen. He didn't receive money for it. Even if he did, he only asked for a reasonable amount. In this kind of world, even that can be considered appropriate. There are probably communities that praise this person more than Prosecutor Yun Dong-po. Sung Min-hee was excited again. What? Higher than our prosecutor? Sung Min-hwa continued reading the comments. He seems to have played a big role in finishing off the vampire horde, and currently, survivors are continuously spreading rumors. But it's still temporary. There's a big difference between fame and player support. Choi Dong-hoon opened his mouth again at this moment. This is precisely why I need to find out more about him, he then thought again. According to the information, the summoner is just a team of 3, and he leveled up to level 12 with just those 3 people, excluding the number 1. His speed is truly unparalleled. Now it's time to find out who he is, if he becomes a dangerous person in the future. Choi Dong-hoon gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Sung Min-hwa was still scrolling through her phone screen at this moment when she suddenly exclaimed, Prosecutor, I got a reply. Instructor 157 replied, We are waiting for you. Choi Dong-hoon exclaimed, Then hurry and prepare to go to Suwon Washung. At this moment the sun was high in the sky, shining brightly. Han-ho at this moment asked, somewhat worried, Are we meeting Prosecutor Yun Dong-po? Isn't it unpleasant? Song-yu replied. TCH, I'll have to meet him once anyway. If I can get confidential information, it will help me level up faster. I won't be able to reach level 15 by hunting normally. Suddenly, a group of motorcycles rushed in menacingly. Taejin panicked and reported an attack. Song-yu exclaimed in surprise. An attack? He gritted his teeth, angered. Right, those strange guys suddenly attacked us. Yangshuk was caught. They're looking for a golden deer. When I said I didn't see it, they attacked. I didn't let them chase us, but they'll be here soon. Jisoo said seriously. They seem to be from another region. They even took a hostage to tell us their location. Song-yu coldly said, Take me to those damn bastards. In a scene that transitioned to another street, a group of people were beating another person. One of them exclaimed in annoyance, This damn guy won't spill anything. Then you'll be beaten to death. Yangshuk was battered but still gritted his teeth, comforting himself. I have to endure. If I tell them the village location, I'll die. I have to hold out until Taejin comes. The yellow-haired guy at this moment swung a big stick and shouted, I'm tired, let's kill this damn guy and go find that deer. He wore an excited expression ready to kill someone. Just then, Taejin brought Song-yu and called out loudly, Yangshuk? The guy with the stick turned around and grinned triumphantly. Hey, the damn guys who ran away are here. You seem to have brought your hung and Nuna, but have you seen the golden deer? Just tell me if you have it and I'll spare you. Just tell me which direction it went. His expression was extremely arrogant and provocative. Song-yu calmly opened his mouth at this moment. We haven't seen it. Why are you looking for the golden deer? The guy frowned. At this point you're wasting too much of my time. He then suddenly stuck out his tongue and wore a lewd expression. Oh, your pretty Nuna is here. This place isn't very good, but I want to date your Nuna, the other guys teased. Oh really, he's doing it again. Jisoo frowned unpleasantly and snarled, I'll kill you. Song-yu also permitted. Alright, go ahead. The guy arrogantly swung his stick and rushed forward. Kill me, I shouldn't have been polite to you. Stand still. Lightning-like flashes emanated from the tip of his stick and the attack was quite impressive. Jisoo dodged by leaning her body and swung her stick wildly, shouting, Haha, how about that? If my skill hits, you'll be stunned. Take it while I'm being kind. Jisoo, with her agile body, dodged and drew her sword. She then slashed once to his astonishment. His wrist was cut off and the guy fell, screaming in pain. Ah, my hand. At this moment his subordinates jeered. See, Captain, that woman isn't an ordinary woman. Kill her. Then one of them launched an attack called Fireball. Jisoo scoffed these insignificant guys and charged with a murderous expression. They still didn't know her true skill and they cursed at each other. This mad bitch, she killed the captain. Catch her, Jisoo. Her eyes shone brightly, emitting a powerful aura of intense flames from her sword. A subordinate shouted, Ah, here it comes. The crossbow hit him in the neck before he could even speak. How dare Han-ho attack a woman with a crossbow? This silver armor of mine won't let such a thing happen. Just then, one of them grabbed Yang-shik, held a knife to his throat and threatened, Stop, or I'll slit this guy's throat, Tae-jun shouted in a panic. Yang Shik, that bastard keeps threatening, don't move. He didn't notice something appear behind his back. Song Yu appeared like a demon and slit that guy's throat with a dagger. Extreme, a notification quickly appeared. You have acquired 8,000 gold from hunting a player. The remaining thugs quickly jumped into their car and fled, but still shouted back, we have to escape now, we'll definitely come back and wipe you all out. Tie Jun rushed over in a panic. Yang Shik, are you okay? Yang Shik, battered and bruised, laughed and replied, he, I'm alive. Han Ho then crossed his arms and said, Senior, you're even more thievish than I am. Song Yu immediately replied, that's why I lent it to you. Han Ho refused with an exaggerated expression, and a pink light appeared around him. I refuse such cheap pity. I want something else. Song Yu, already seeing it, also recoiled in surprise. Don't come near me, I'll hit you. Han Ho pouted, looking displeased. I'm talking about luck. Tie John then frowned and admired. How amazing must that golden deer be for Yang Shik to be treated like that? Yang Shik said, I think it's really amazing. Suddenly Jisoo pointed to one side. Song Yu looked there. He quickly followed her gaze. Before them was a golden deer. Everyone shouted, it's a golden deer. A notification appeared again. Hidden mission, name Lucky Golden Deer Hunt. Objective achievement type. Objective, hunt the golden deer. Reward, secret stage admission ticket 1-2. Jisoo looked at the screen and exclaimed, a mission, it seems we have to catch it. Han Ho flashed a triumphant smile. See, there's definitely going to be some luck. The golden deer seemed to sense danger at this moment. It panicked when surrounded by zombies. Death sentence has begun in this area. The golden deer quickly turned and fled. Song Yu waved his hand and commanded, damn it Wolfstorm, chase it, it's going towards the valley. The golden deer then turned into an alley. He quickly chased after it. Damn it, was I too hasty? Just then something suddenly appeared in front of the golden deer and he cried out in horror. In the alley was a giant wolf chewing on another animal. Wolfstorm. Seeing new prey, Wolfstorm began to drool and growl fiercely. Grr! Song Yu's Wolfstorm skeleton soldiers stopped at this moment. Song Yu looked at the beast with bright eyes. His eyes began to gleam and cold sweat ran down his face as he sensed danger. Grr! It howled once and then leaped over the wall, escaping. The golden deer sighed at this moment. Phew, but just then Song Yu's soldiers charged. A notification appeared. You have completed the hidden mission. The reward for the lucky golden deer hunt will now be dispensed. Secret stage admission ticket 1-2. A hint of uneasiness appeared in Han Ho's eyes. Wasn't that a bit strange just now? Senior, did that guy run away because he was scared? Song Yu fell into deep thought again. Wasn't that based on his own assessment just now? The guys who were caught kept attacking until now, but they fled as soon as they realized they were at a disadvantage. How can we defeat them? Thinking, he said, annoying. But now it's time to keep our promise. Let's go back to the village first. Very quickly, night fell. As the moon rose high, Song Yu and his group returned to the village and stood before the people. Whispers echoed. Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo is really coming? A free guild meeting hall? The person we're meeting is truly important. Senior Song Yu, suddenly, someone pointed to one side in surprise. Look at the sky there, Song Yu happily said. Even with a circle in the sky it's noisy, Han Ho said with an admiring expression. For you, Senior, the best guild in Korea should do at least this much. Helicopters appeared in the sky at this moment. The helicopters quickly landed. Choi Dong-hoon descended with his comrades. Song Yu bit his lip and thought, so this is Choi Dong-hoon ranked second. He extended his hand with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you. My name is Choi Dong-hoon. As the two shook hands, camera flashes went off. Song Min-hee captured the moment and laughed. We have to record moments like this, as you know, in the future. This moment might be considered a historic one. The photographer behind them shouted, my camera. Suddenly, Song Min-hwa's eyes sharpened. Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo's story. Song Yu thought to himself, I guess I know what the guild members think of their leader. Honestly, Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo is quite charming. Song Yu glanced behind him at this moment. There was nothing strange. Several young men and women blushed and looked his way. Wow, he's handsome. I can tell by his jacket and weapons he's really tall. That man looks really different. He deserves to be called a hero. Even the elderly are captivated by his beauty. Song Yu frowned at this attitude. To think the villagers are like this even though they've just met him. Several girls shouted. Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo looked this way. He kept thinking to himself, just praising him as charming won't make him work harder. At this moment, Han Ho's eyes sparkled with curiosity. His gaze is the same as the vampire lord's. Was that a clear belief in his eyes, or am I too sensitive? In a scene that transitioned to a more secluded area, Song Yu opened the door for Choi Dong-hoon. Right this way, please come in. After a moment, canned drinks and some food were placed on the table. Choi Dong-hoon sat in a chair, rested, and then spoke. For several days I've seen expressions I've never seen before. Song Yu approached, not quite catching his words. Yes, he smiled again and continued. The expressions people make when they feel safe. Understood. It was the right decision to come here. Song Yu sat opposite him and asked again. Really? Yoon Dongpo is safe? Choi Dong-hoon chuckled TCH and said, that's right. Because all the survivors in Suwon gathered in Deung. Many people died, but when the survivors gathered around us it became much more vibrant. 30,000 people. That's the population of Mr. Yoon Dongpo's district. Song Yu heard this and exclaimed in surprise. That many? Choi Dong-hoon continued. It will soon exceed 40,000. It's a lot of people, isn't it? He wondered, wouldn't having so many people be more advantageous? Is that why you've been active in the community? Choi Dong-hoon fell into thought again. There's a misunderstanding. I just want to save more people. And having so many people isn't necessarily a good thing. How many of those 30,000 do you think can adapt to the current situation? Song Yu listened and silently analyzed. passive people and the elderly, we're only a quarter of them. He's the leader of 30,000 people. Wow, he couldn't help but frown in envy. Choi Dong-hoon then spoke again. So we truly need capable people. Actually, I've been observing Mr. Song-yu for a long time. To be honest, inviting you wasn't my priority at first. He immediately asked again. Because of the ranking? Choi Dong-hoon nodded and affirmed, that's right, I'm not a lucky person and my rank proves it. I'm not as capable as people think. The world is changing and people relying on me makes me anxious. As he spoke, his two hands tightly clenched each other. Song-yu thought to himself, he seems too weak, and then replied, I don't think you should say such things to someone you've just met. However, Choi Dong-hoon continued to open up. Mr. Song-yu seems cold and decisive, but you still know how to share emotions. I lost my family because of this disaster. I had no choice but to survive and become strong. And then I got angry at this game. I'm following the rules now, but someday I want to break them. So I need someone trustworthy by my side. Someone who can share my thoughts, someone with similar abilities. Song-yu seriously asked again, do you really see me that way? Choi Dong-hoon immediately shook his head. I'm not sure. All I know is your level. That's why I came to see for myself, he asked again. Are you inviting me to your guild? He affirmed. That's right, but if it were simply for that, I wouldn't have come here so quickly. As he spoke, he opened a travel bag, and Song-yu exclaimed in horror inwardly, Stone of Prophecy. Choi Dong-hoon introduced, this is called the Stone of Prophecy, and it's why I rushed here. Place your hand on it. Song-yu quickly placed his hand on it. A notification appeared. You have entered Season 2 Korean server's Stone of Prophecy, bad ending. A beam of light shot out. Song-yu was transported to another space. Yeoido. In the distance, an orange light appeared. As he got closer, a surge of power was causing everything to be chaotic. Song-yu shouted, seeing something gigantic rising. A tree is growing. Very quickly, it turned into a giant old tree. Song-yu said in disbelief, the world tree? No way. Suddenly, a surge of power exploded. The tree roots then attacked the surrounding people. Help me. Everyone was tightly bound by the roots. The area under the giant tree was a scene of death. Returning to reality, Song-yu took his hand off the Stone of Prophecy. A notification appeared again. This is the future that will occur if you fail to stop the Reincarnator. The Reincarnator will plant the seed of the World Tree and sacrifice humanity to change the characteristics of the World Tree. His expression became serious. The Reincarnator. Choi Dong-hoon closed his travel bag and then spoke again. You can only see a part of someone else's future, but you and I probably saw something similar. The world was destroyed because of the World Tree, Mr. Song-yu. We must combine our strength to prevent this ending. The location of the World Tree's roots is Yeoido, and that's where the boss raid is. I confirmed it when Chapter 2 began. Song-yu immediately replied, understood. So he's gathering an army to form a raid party. Choi Dong-hoon shouted excitedly, that's right, we're concentrating humanity's power for the success of the boss raid. Song-yu then remained silent, covering his face, thinking with difficulty. I have no choice but to cooperate with him. The world is on the verge of extinction. Should I tell him about the future I saw too? No, that's another situation. If I can't obtain the Scythe of Death, a monster attack will occur. If I don't complete this mission and he kills me, the mission might be cancelled. Let's keep it a secret for now. After finishing his calculations, he replied, then it seems we have to work together. Choi Dong-hoon was happy to hear this. Thank you. Song-yu then continued. However, I will not join your guild. Let's just confirm this temporary cooperation for now, but in the raid everything must be distributed fairly. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Choi Dong-hoon thought for a moment and then prepared to shake hands. Understood. Then I'll contact you in 3 days. Suddenly, the space was filled with tension. Han-ho rushed over in a panic and reported, Senior, urgent news, bandits are coming to the village. At this moment, a convoy of bandit vehicles rushed threateningly, looking very imposing. Choi Dong-hoon drew his sword and spoke. A good opportunity. Let's show our strength before forming an alliance. His expression and Song Min-hee's expression seemed very excited. And Choi Dong-hoon loudly called for the extermination squad. Song Min-hee excitedly replied, always ready. At this moment the bandits shone their headlights. The leader wore bone-tooth decorations on his chest and was smoking a cigar. Choi Dong-hoon spoke without looking back. Mr. Song-yu, your profession is Necromancer, right? Knowing each other's professions might be helpful in the future. So I'll tell you mine. My profession is Extermination Squad Commander. I can designate team members, assign missions, and receive combination abilities. The leader spoke. Is it the guy in armor? A subordinate behind him pointed and shouted. No, it's the guy in the cloak and the woman with the sword. Han-ho then looked blank. I thought it was something amazing, but why don't they recognize us? Song-yu and Han-ho also looked blank. Those guys have changed, the leader then sneered. Sorry for making a fuss. I didn't know there was a village like this. I'm looking for the guy who killed my brothers. If I kill everyone here, how much gold will I get? I came to find gold. He looked very confident. Choi Dong-hoon then stood up and replied. Those guys look like villains from a movie. I've never seen criminals like you in Suwon City Hall, Han-ho exclaimed with a blank expression. Prosecutor Choi Dong-hoon continued to speak. Judging by your actions, it seems none of you have ever killed anyone. There's no need to hesitate." Then he pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Extermination squad, eliminate the enemy." The extermination squad quickly charged, and the bandits were still very confident and arrogant. "You idiots, we'll start with long-range attacks. We'll all be destroyed before you get here." And fireball and ice missile attacks erupted. Choi Dong-hoon swung his sword in the air. Then he created a shield that blocked those attacks. He called it Shield of Faith. Song Yu and Han Ho exclaimed in horror inwardly. "A shield?" All the magic disappeared. The leader then pointed his finger again and shouted, "Ha ha ha, childish games, we are hunters who will devour all the monsters and players in this area. Ridiculous, advance and eliminate them." One of them swung a hammer, a confident smile on his face. "A sledgehammer is the best weapon for hitting armored guys." A hammer attack was delivered to an extermination squad member. But even after that attack, the extermination squad member seemed unharmed and he was astonished. "What?" Then he cut that guy's body and both sides cut each other to death. The bandits were at a disadvantage. Screams echoed. "The attack isn't working." At this moment the bandits drove their truck threateningly. "Move if you don't want to die." Choi Dong-hoon coldly pointed his sword towards them. Song Min-hee shouted, "Extermination squad, move aside, I'll use a skill." Choi Dong-hoon used a cross-spear skill and power erupted from 4 directions. Explosions occurred in several trucks and the bandits scattered. Song Yu exclaimed in horror inwardly. He attacked 2 trucks at once. The remaining bandits were astonished. "No, no," one of them loudly demanded. "You idiots, what kind of combination ability do you have?" Several attacks erupted in the air and then plunged to the ground, exploding again. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, 2 axes were revealed embedded in the ground. They were the bandit leader's weapons. According to his words, the 2 axes flew back to him in 2 powerful arcs. This guy again had an extremely confident expression. "It will be difficult for you. You won't be able to block metal weapons." Song Yu and Jisoo clearly showed worried expressions. "A weapon that can be freely used with immense power. It's really strong, it's definitely not an ordinary weapon." Song Min-hee was lying on the ground injured at this moment. Prosecutor Choi Dong-hoon stepped forward with a relaxed expression. "You seem like a quite interesting toy, I'll fight you." The leader heard this and his eyes darkened. "A toy, you damn bastard," then he shouted. "If you think I'm a toy, then block this." He threw his mythical item, the boomerang axe, at him. Horrific explosions continuously erupted and everything was covered in smoke. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, Choi Dong-hoon was revealed, having pierced the 2 axes with his sword. He scoffed contemptuously. "Who would be interested in a mythical item like yours?" Then Choi Dong-hoon exerted more force, shattering the axe blade. The leader exclaimed in surprise, "My weapon of destiny." Song Manhwa then declared arrogantly, "Our defense force is as numerous as your knights, perhaps the strongest team in this country or maybe even the whole world." Upon hearing that, Song Yu thought, "They're really confident, like a moving fortress. I've never seen such a defense force." Thinking this, Song Yu and Jisoo simultaneously glanced at Han Ho. He was taken aback. What's going on, senior?" Choi Dong-hoon, still radiating power from the front, continued, "Yes, receive the light of the knights." Yang Min-him invigorated, his eyes shining brightly. Another team member exclaimed, "I can feel my stamina increasing." Song Manhwa explained again, "This is a skill that allows the knight to heal and strengthen damage when defending. With him, we will be invincible." Choi Dong-hoon then pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Now eliminate the remaining enemies. Let's end this fight." The invincible team charged quickly. The leader gritted his teeth. The scene shifted to Gyeongsu. Han Ho's father asked worriedly, "Are we really just going to hide here?" He laughed and replied, "Hiding? We're merely maintaining a state of alert until the fight is over. Who among us here has ever fought before? It could even be counterproductive. The day will come when we have to fight humans, but that day is not today." He listened and still asked regretfully, "I mean, we're not going out to fight. Aren't you curious about the power of the guild?" Gyeongsu listened, blushed, and turned away in embarrassment. TCH, that." Han Ho's father immediately encouraged him. "I told you, just go and watch. He's probably dying to go. In that case, let's just quickly take a peek and go." He was immediately pushed by him. "All right, let's go." Then the two carefully peeked their heads out from where they were hiding. They saw many corpses lying on the ground, and surprised shouts echoed. "What on earth is happening here?" The extermination squad members shivered uncomfortably and shouted, that's poison." The leader then covered his nose and mouth, spewing out poison, and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, do you think this pipe is the only weapon I have? The concentrated abyss essence was sold by some very suspicious guys, but its effectiveness is guaranteed." He held a bottle of liquid in his hand. Choi Dong-hoon covered his nose with his jacket collar and dispelled the poisonous smoke with his sword. He thought, "Concentrated abyss essence, wasn't it poison? We've got a problem. This fight is meant to show the summoner the power of our guild. There's a way to resolve this situation, but it would be better to deal with that guy. I need to use more power." As he was calculating, he was suddenly startled. Song Yu stepped forward, pulled down his hat, and opened his mouth. "I've seen the power of your guild. Now we will take over. It would be better if we cooperated to deal with that guy." As he spoke, he flashed a grotesque smile, and poisonous smoke billowed from his mouth. Seeing this, the leader shouted, "Insignificant fool, you don't know how precious this item is." He brandished his hand ready to throw. "All right, taste this." Saying so, he threw the bottle at Song Yu's feet. He calmly accepted the poisonous smoke and slowly opened his mouth. "As I said, we seem to be a really good match." He then advanced with an even more grotesque appearance. Song Yu chuckled darkly, growling excitedly, "It's been a long time since I felt this way." He felt the purple aura spreading through his body, concentrated abyss essence, weaker than the orc chieftain's skill but still useful. Free guild. I need to show Prosecutor Yun Dongpo how a necromancer fights, the leader wondered. Why does he seem so calm? The subordinate next to him was also nervous. This is a scouting item. At that moment one of them foamed at the mouth and collapsed, convulsing. Song Yu raised his transformed hand, inwardly determined. If I'm going to show off, I should do it properly. Just then a notification appeared. Death lightning has begun casting in this area. Zombies appeared and approached the leader, who exclaimed in surprise, "Zombies!" The subordinate next to him was horrified. I remember. That's the necromancer everyone was talking about. Song Yu's eyes shone even brighter, and they would soon be overwhelmed by the spectacle that was about to unfold. After that, the corrupted sword skill appeared and the bandits were horrified, quickly turning around. "Captain, no, we're leaving right now." Then they all got into the car and fled. Explosions erupted and hands were in the air. Gyangsu laughed and said, "Every time I see him, Song Yu's fighting style is truly amazing," his father added. "Not that much, but it's really reassuring." Han Ho's mother then came out again and asked, "What happened here? Is the fight over?" The two turned around in surprise, and Han Ho's father exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, you startled me." The leader looked at the three and pointed his finger, calculating. "I need to take them hostage. That's the only way we'll survive. If they resist, I'll kill all but one." Then they all rushed towards them. Gyangsu shouted in panic, "Damn it, everyone run!" Han Ho's father quickly ran back inside. All right. Just then Jisoo rushed over and Gyangsu shouted with joy. "Jisoo," one of them laughed triumphantly. "A woman will take her hostage then," another, seemingly recognizing her, said with a terrified expression. Wait, don't move, that's Jisoo." Her eyes flashed brightly and she charged, slashing with her sword aura. Confused screams echoed. "This old hag is like a monster. Ah, damn it, to die in a place like this. Ah." The sword blade pierced his stomach. Song Yu decisively dealt with that guy, and his body crashed hard to the ground. A ray of light shot out. Song Yu took off his hat, looked up and smiled. As expected, that damn guy was the last one, wasn't he? Attributes appeared. Item information. Name hidden stage admission ticket 2-2. Classification event. Effect activated when 2 are present. Song Yu retrieved the item. Choi Dong-hoon exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Song Yu put the item back and replied, "I don't know either." A notification appeared again. Hidden stage admission ticket has been activated. Only one player can enter. He looked at the screen in surprise. Admission ticket. Immediately his body was slowly engulfed in a golden flash. Han Ho shouted in a panic. "Senior Song Yu." Choi Dong-hoon was also flustered. He tried to reach out, but a notification appeared. "You cannot enter the spatial gate." He looked down at his hand in surprise. "I can't enter?" Is that what he was holding earlier? A golden gate. Where does that lead? Just then, flashes erupted again. The photographer exclaimed with delight. "Perfect, very cool. The necromancer was much stronger than I thought." Choi Dong-hoon coldly reminded him. "Don't photograph him. He's difficult to understand." "What did you say?" He leaned closer and looked down. "You can only photograph when I tell you to." The young man was flustered and could only comply. "Ah, understood." Then Choi Dong-hoon suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I've always known you work hard. Someday the image of the prosecutor you capture will be a source of hope for everyone. But because this world is still full of evil, we must strictly restrict the leakage of information." The photographer's face brightened upon hearing that. "Yes, I understand this mission. I will only photograph when you wish." On this side, Jisoo was very worried. 6667 asked, "Can you tell me where Sanju went?" Jisoo replied seriously, "I thought you knew." He immediately smiled and politely extended his hand forward. "Where could it be? Can you tell me?" Attributes appeared. Skill information. Name aura of a war hero. Skill grade passive. Cost none. Effect when perfectly equipped. An aura envelops the body, dazzling the eyes of those around, and the wearer gains affection and respect. The lower the opponent's level, the greater the skill's effect. Suitable for targets below level 10. The more unstable the opponent's intelligence, the better the skill works regardless of level. Jisoo was unaffected by that ability and simply said coldly, "Who knows, I didn't hear what you said to Song Yu, so I don't know if it's okay to tell you." Choi Dong-hoon still smiled gently, thinking to himself, "She's suspicious of me, very wary, but she hasn't refused yet." He then placed his hand on his chest again and bowed. "Song Yu and I have decided to work together. That's why I'm confused about Song Yu's situation and what I should do." Han Ho, influenced by the ability, tried to speak, but Jisoo quickly covered his mouth. Choi Dong-hoon turned around and said again with a serious expression, looking back, she didn't know he was in danger either. She just stayed here doing nothing, waiting for her comrade. These words were clearly a provocation to sway Jisoo's heart. Hearing that, she glared at him sharply and retorted, "Puppy." Then she looked at the spatial gate and continued, "We don't know anything except that Song Yu went to a place called the Hidden Stage. Song Yu and I didn't know something like this would happen. We trust him and are waiting for him. Because we are comrades." Choi Dong-hoon returned to his gentle expression. "Thank you for letting me know. I trust Song Yu will be all right." "Excuse me, what is your name?" Jisoo replied. "Yoon Jisoo." He complimented her. "You are truly amazing. I'm talking about how calmly you could counterattack in an instant. Our guild is recruiting team members to prepare for what's to come in the future. We need players like you. Ms. Jisoo, we will provide you with full support to improve your skills." Choi Dong-hoon tried to entice her, but Jisoo firmly turned her head and refused. "I don't want to, because I have trustworthy comrades." Her expression was very firm, and after that she grabbed Han Ho by the collar and pulled him away. "Let's go, Han Ho." Han Ho clasped his hands together and shouted, "Please remember me. Prosecutor, I'm Han Ho." Song Min-him gritted his teeth. "What is that woman? Does she not trust him?" Song Min-hwa adjusted her glasses. "TCH, this will be difficult," Choi Dong-hoon agreed. "Yes, everyone here is hard to trust." The scene shifted to Song Yu. At that moment he was thrown out of the spatial gate. Then he landed in an unfamiliar place. Seeing the towering buildings before his eyes, he exclaimed, "This place is," a system notification quickly replied. "You have entered the hidden stage, Golden Valley. Hidden stage guide. 1. Special rewards upon completion. 2. Automatically returns to original location upon failure. 3. Automatically returns corpse to original location upon death." Song Yu read the notification, frowned, and exclaimed, "What? A bonus stage?" Suddenly, an unpleasant laugh was heard, and he was startled. "Hee hee hee hee." Song Yu turned around, and a goblin was grinning triumphantly, baring its teeth. A goblin, a golden goblin. Then other goblins appeared from every corner, laughing sinisterly. "Hee hee hee hee." Song Yu frowned and retorted, "It's been a while since I've seen goblins react like this. Do you think I'm prey?" Then he reached out his hand and summoned Empet. Good. Empet appeared magnificently and swiftly. Song Yu instructed Empet, "Empet, show those useless shiny guys who the real hunter is." Empet immediately charged towards the golden goblins. Outside, the spatial gate still stood there. People were dealing with the confusion that had just occurred, and Choi Dong-hoon was watching. Then Song Min-hwa approached and reported, "Prosecutor, all our injured team members have recovered. The recovery potion had no effect, but the antidote worked," he replied seriously. "Antidote? Understood. That was more like a curse than poison, but it's surprising that the antidote worked. The concentrated abyss essence causes a debuff called Breath of Hell. Do you know anything about that item?" Song Min-hwa explained, "Based on the name, it seems to be a dark mage's item, but no powerful item capable of removing curses has appeared in the shop so far. Did they acquire it from a special shop or by other means?" Choi Dong-hoon exclaimed. "A special item acquired by special means. Why didn't such an excellent and powerful item affect Song Yu?" At that moment, Song Min-hwa startled him by calling out, and he grumbled irritably. "Song Min-him, don't call that name," she continued. "Upon checking with my special profession skill, 3-star scout, it wasn't that it had no effect, I buffed him." Song Min-him's eyes sharpened. His experience must have increased significantly. That's why other effects must have awakened. Even his HP and mana must have increased. Choi Dong-hoon stomped his foot, thinking, dungeon events and concentrated abyss essence. There's still so much I don't know. Song Min-hwa continued, "Prosecutor, I heard we have to share the boss raid rewards with the Necromancer." He chuckled helplessly. "There's no other choice, otherwise Song Yu won't join. Haven't we all witnessed it? If we lose that warrior, we'll suffer immense losses." Song Min-hwa immediately bowed and pleaded, "Then leave the contract drafting to me. He hasn't tasted the true flavor of the world yet, so I believe I can draft a contract favorable to us." She looked down at Song Yu with a sinister expression, belittling him. "I trust you also know how important it is to obtain the boss raid rewards. Please consider the 30,000 people our guild manages." Choi Dong-hoon silently observed the other person. Yang Min-him, covering his mouth from behind, whispered in fear, "That woman is really scary. She's showing her true nature." Choi Dong-hoon immediately turned around and said, "Then do so, but make sure he doesn't become our enemy," she replied. "Of course, I truly hate being a malicious scout." Saying so, she kicked Song Min-him hard. Choi Dong-hoon again fell silent. "Moreover, what do you think about the Stone of Prophecy?" Yang Min-him, nose bleeding, shouted hastily. "Isn't that the item that gave him countless damned missions and prophecies?" Song Min-hwa again fell into thought. "Prophecy. I was a bit skeptical at first, but after touching it, it was truly terrifying." Choi Dong-hoon thought with a sharp expression. "Right, doubt and fear. That's the typical reaction of people making their first covenant with the Stone of Prophecy." But Song Yu seemed to simply accept the situation. He looked into the distance. "Perhaps I'm thinking too much, but please investigate whether Song Yu has ever touched that stone." The scene shifted to Song Yu. His Empet was dealing with the golden goblins. Corpse explosion. A massive explosion erupted, and within the flames were golden goblins and golden orcs. A system notification appeared. "Corpses are under your control." Song Yu smiled excitedly, thinking to himself, "Even the ones I revived are golden, quite strong but useless." Nothing was easy. No need to overthink, just simply kill, kill, and kill again. Don't care about anything. Don't care what others think. Don't care about comrades. Although alone, this Necromancer is a one-man army. No, it will be easier alone. Comrades are, as he was thinking, somewhat insane. He suddenly heard a voice calling out, "Senior Mr. Song Yu." Song Yu turned around, but saw nothing. Around him were only his admiring skeleton soldiers, and he felt a little lonely. A moment later, he took his pets to another area and arrived at a rather empty space. He muttered, "The boxes on the left and right are different sizes. Surely the larger one on the left is much more dangerous." Tisk. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. Since he liked big rewards, he willingly headed to the right. Immediately a giant box appeared before everyone. Song Yu crossed his arms and pondered deeply. "We've come this close and nothing's happened. Attack." Immediately his pets attacked the box, and suddenly the box opened, revealing a colossal eye within. A grotesque event. A mimic appeared. The mimic's eye glared out and the box's mouth was filled with jagged teeth. Song Yu exclaimed, "Those teeth are really big, they must be sharp." He seriously analyzed the situation. but our total strength is greater and that monster's weakness is very clear. It has no limbs while it can move. Its movements are very limited. It's cornered. I'll defend with bear and wolf magic and the rest will attack. A perfect strategy. Just then a sound came from its teeth. Song Yu looked over in surprise. Suddenly its teeth grew larger and it lunged forward, roaring, "You useless fools. Run!" Song Yu and his pets were pushed back and he painfully coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough. The eye within the teeth glared and said, "The smell of fresh blood. That food is here. Fresh food." It grew larger and chased Song Yu. He thought frantically as he fled. I was wrong. A moment ago I thought it was a boss monster with limited movement. When did I start underestimating it? When did I become so arrogant? Is the power of hell still lingering, or has everything gone smoother than expected, that you wouldn't defy my commands? Even the people I trust most, right? They only follow my will. Han Ho and Jisoo must not have dared to think I don't need comrades. Truly arrogant. I need to correct this. If I survive this time I need to be more careful. The gigantic teeth tried to swallow Song Yu. Just then an orb of light appeared, and the teeth began to tremble. His pets had not yet regained their senses, and the teeth continuously growled, "F food." Song Yu gritted his teeth and thrust his sword. "But I have to kill it first." A notification quickly appeared. "Call of the Dead has begun casting in the current area." Oh, zombies began to rush the mimic. Song Yu gritted his teeth and drew his sword. His pets at this moment worked together to close the box's lid. Song Yu apologized to his pets. "I'm sorry, this fight went too wrong," and he gritted his teeth, reached out his hand and cast Corpse Explosion. This fight went too wrong. Corpse Explosion. An explosion erupted and Empet, as if understanding its master, had a very calm expression. Immediately, another powerful explosion erupted nearby, tearing a massive hole in the ceiling. Song Yu looked up, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. A system notification appeared. "You have gained 200 points from hunting the event monster mimic. Total 1084. Song Yu muttered in disbelief. "Isn't this a scam?" The system continued to notify. "You have completed the final round, grade A. You have gained 350 points for a total of 1434 points. Song Yu tapped the box. It wasn't damaged at all by all the external explosions. I wouldn't have been able to kill it without attacking from the inside. That's why it couldn't recover from the attack. I need to be more careful," he said, pulling out a bottle of solution. "One mistake is enough. Just because the world has become like this game doesn't mean death is as meaningless as in a game. We only have one life. No matter what, we must survive until the very end. That's the best I can do." After drinking the liquid, he crushed the bottle. "Because I abandoned my family and survived until now." Saying so, he took his pets and continued walking. "You have entered the reward room." Song Yu entered the room and wondered, "Is this classroom the reward room?" A notification appeared again. C-grade stone for equipment enhancement 200 points. C-grade essence for muscle enhancement 400 points. C-grade essence for stamina increase 400 points. C-grade experience card 300 points. Panacea 500 points. Wish granting certificate 500 points. After reading everything, Song Yu muttered, "All these items can't be obtained in a normal shop. They're skill and experience items, but I don't know what the wish granting certificate is for." Item information appeared again. Name, wish granting certificate. Grade, special. Classification, consumable. Effect, can grant a wish to another player with conditions that, if not met, result in death. Song Yu muttered with satisfaction. This might be useful somewhere, but I don't have enough points to get all of them. After a moment of manipulation, a notification appeared again. C-grade stone for equipment enhancement purchased. C-grade essence for muscle enhancement purchased. C-grade experience card purchased. Wish granting certificate purchased. Song Yu asked himself, was this truly the best choice? Notifications continued. You have leveled up to level 13. All stats have increased as a special reward for completing the hidden stage. 1. You have received 150,000 gold as a reward for completing the hidden stage. He was very happy. My stats increased too. This is the best reward. I chose and confirmed a card to quickly raise my agility to level 3. If I had been a bit faster I could have avoided this. But it's not too late now. Just then the spatial transfer gate appeared again. You will be moved from the hidden stage in 15 seconds. Song Yu headed towards it. I've got everything I wanted. I need to return to my comrades. The scene shifted outside. It was nighttime. The moon was high and Song Yu was outside. Choi Dong-hoon spoke first. We were very surprised when you disappeared. Thank you for participating in the raid operation. Song Yu smiled and replied, I didn't expect this to happen either. I apologize for wasting your time. He immediately denied it. Not at all. We needed this much time too. We couldn't come empty-handed, so we brought gifts, he said, turning around. And can we upload our contract and our photos to the community? Choi Dong-hoon asked, holding his phone. Song Yu looked down in surprise. Photos? Did the community have such a function? Choi Dong-hoon turned and looked at the photographer. That friend's profession is a photographer. There's an item that allows uploading photos to the community. Don't we need something to show people to give them hope? It's embarrassing, but we're called heroes. Song Yu thought to himself, lazy guys might attack, but this will help us maintain a positive image, and he agreed. If that's the case, then fine. A moment later, Choi Dong-hoon's group's helicopter took off and flew away. Han-ho happily looked at the gifts they left behind and cheered. Senior, these are all panaceas. The prosecutor is truly amazing. Song Yu reminded him, you need to look closely. Jisoo at this moment smiled and asked, Song Yu, since the raid has been decided, there's only one thing we need to do, right? he immediately replied. That's right, let's hunt while preparing for the raid to become stronger. Very quickly, the scene shifted to another location. Here there were not only goblin hordes but also red orc hordes. Thus both sides began to attack each other. The goblins, small but nimble, wielded knives and stabbed their opponents. However, because they were small, quite a few fell to the ground and died. Suddenly that monster emitted light and caused a massive explosion. Song Yu's group entered this place majestically. This is my 5th chance to activate the warrior's sword, Jisoo exclaimed in surprise. You can hunt like this? Hanho happily held a box and said, I like it. I need to use these items right away. It's like fishing. Item info. Name wolf luring bait, grade normal. Classification player made item. Effect. The smell induces nausea. Has the effect of luring nearby monsters. Description, please do not use it on the battlefield, and please keep it a secret that I made this crafter's skill. Suddenly, everyone except Hanho covered their faces and grimaced. Get it away, even though it's so well packaged it smells. Hanho said, Mother, my mother made it. Song Yu tried to say something nicer but was still holding his nose. Oh, this item is truly perfect, Jisoo. That's right. After that, she said, isn't this item made from the food you ruined? I found another way to upgrade besides hunting. Song Yu, my uncle set up security to support the safe zone, Hanho continued. That skill is called Korean Rooftop. Song Yu, thanks to you, the village is still safe, so you don't need to worry. HMPH, suddenly a convoy of vehicles rushed in. It was the assault team, looking very imposing. Before even braking, he shouted, Commander, I've come to report this news. He frowned at being called that. Commander, he continued to report. We found a shop in the north, but this time someone destroyed it. We don't know who the damn bastard is, Song Yu frowned. This is a serious problem. Using gold can greatly influence the current situation, and it's not directly related to energy. It's similar to taking all the essentials obtained from hunting. Right now, we can't even dare to mention harvesting crops. And he immediately instructed, if you find a shop, contact Gyeongsu. If we don't send people, all survivors will be in danger. The assault team happily complied. Yes, Commander. And he wondered again, HMPH, but why did they act like that earlier? He noticed 3 girls huddled in a distant corner. The assault team looked back in surprise. Tisk, tisk. The 3 girls looked at Song Yu with expressions full of fear and caution. The assault team immediately explained. Hung, didn't you hit you earlier? Rumors are spreading that Hung uses violence against women. Hanho said, Senior, you're a hero in the community, but here you're an asshole. Song Yu muttered to himself, I trust the community. After that, the assault team quickly departed, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust. Song Yu turned around and said, let's keep hunting, Jisoo. However, Jisoo felt a dangerous aura, as if a wild beast was lurking. She hastily pointed her sword forward and shouted, Song Yu, someone's here. Just then, a wild wolf smashed through the glass door and leapt out. Another one ambushed him from behind Song Yu's back. Wild wolves? The wild wolves at this moment rushed at the skeleton soldiers and dealt with them. Song Yu gritted his teeth, picked up his crossbow, and aimed it at the charging wild wolf. Just then, the one clinging to the wall shouted loudly, stopping him. No, don't shoot. Song Yu looked up in surprise. A wild wolf can talk. This is completely unexpected. Just then, Hanho's bag was being snatched from behind by a wild wolf. He shouted, Senior, I feel like I'm going to die. Song Yu turned around frantically. Hanho, his bag was quickly pulled away and a smelly food appeared from inside. The wild wolves continuously ate the food. Delicious, delicious. They ate as if they had been starving for a long time. Wait, this situation feels like the wild wolves have come to their senses and are looking at Song Yu's team. Hanho hid behind him in fear and he aimed his crossbow at them, demanding, You told me not to shoot, right? Now explain why. Just then, one of them shouted in fear, Lord, what do we do now? The wolf called Lord calmly reassured them, We're surrounded, but there's still a chance. Song Yu listened and thought, unable to understand. Still a chance? Suddenly, the largest one bared its teeth and charged forward, continuously clawing at the skeleton soldiers, shouting, I'll break through the encirclement. Run while you can. Song Yu also quickly reminded, Press in on the weakened orcs. After that, the wild wolf was hit by many arrows in the back and painfully fell in front of the skeleton soldiers, but still urged its comrades, Run quickly. The remaining 2 wild wolves fled desperately, shouting, Lord, we're sorry. We will never forget this day. Just then, the remaining wild wolf screamed in pain as it was forcefully stomped on the ground. Song Yu looked down and said, Comrades, truly amazing. You attacked first, so I merely responded. Your actions are moving. Then it shouted again. It's all because of the food you brought. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have lost control and attacked you. He asked again with a serious expression, Have you come to your senses? A skeleton soldier's claw dug into its face. It screamed in pain and then said frantically, It's because of the mission. Even after transforming into monsters, we haven't lost control and have continuously received missions. We don't know the situation, but we're just following our instincts. Song Yu asked again, What's the mission content? It calmly replied, Simple. If we eat enough humans, we can regain our bodies. Hanho frowned. I thought monsters attacked humans out of instinct, Jisoo continued. So there was a reason. Song Yu asked again from behind, Are there many human-like creatures? The wild wolf asserted, Of course. There are countless players who have turned into monsters without a choice, Song Yu said again. That's not what I mean. Are there more human-like creatures in this area? The wild wolf then fell silent again and closed its eyes. He understood, so that's it. Then coldly demanded, Are you the ones who destroyed the shop and left messages about new species? It quickly denied again. No, it wasn't us. If we wanted to, we wouldn't want to meet humans. When we came to our senses, we just wanted to live in peace. But not everyone is like that, it explained again. There's a group dedicated to attacking players to vent their hatred. They must be behind all of this, Jisoo asked. You mean a group of monsters that hate humans? The wild wolf heard and scoffed. Haha, a monster group you say. There are humans too. Those damned scientists, they are the main culprits, but they always shift the blame to monsters and create dangerous items. Song Yu's eyes widened and he exclaimed inwardly, are they those guys who sold the monster transformation syringes the door-to-door salesman had? And he asked again, are you stalling for time for reinforcements to return? It immediately denied. No, I told them to run far away and never look back. He again pointed his sword. Then do you think I'll forgive you? However, the wild wolf calmly replied, no, I was waiting for this moment. Even when I could choose a profession, I chose nothing due to worry and doubt. Besides, I stopped my family. But my smart son secretly chose a profession. Tisk, he probably liked games, it cried painfully. Do you know who the first person I ate was? I'm only alive because I don't have the courage to take my own life. Song Yu still decided to swing his sword. I can't forgive you. Don't blame me. The wild wolf dissolved. No, it's truly unfair. I chose to live, but everything failed. Song Yu, don't say that. Good luck. A moment later, Han Ho walked, tying the remaining bait in his bag. Tisk, it's not comfortable at all. He had his reasons, plus he knew how to protect his comrades. I only have this bait left, Song Yu seriously reminded him. Don't hesitate. The moment you let your guard down, you'll be in danger. The hunter I just killed also had a family. Right, I'll go after the monsters that ran away earlier. Jisoo turned and asked, what will you do if you find them? Judging by what he said, I think they're still children. He had a bit of a headache. I haven't thought about it yet. For now, I'm trying to find their territory or where the human-like monsters live. He clenched his fist and muttered to himself, System, how far are you going to push humanity? The moment the monsters regained consciousness, they started spreading chaos among humans. Some people even sympathize with the monster situation. The problem is, no matter how much you deny it, the current monsters are bait set by the system. Monsters consumed by uncontrollable rage given killing missions. Everything proves it. Their way of development is also the same as player hunting. Unfortunately, we cannot coexist. Thinking this far, Song Yu gritted his teeth in anger. The scene shifted outside to a quiet street and Song Yu's group moved here. Han Ho looked around as he walked. How far could those damn guys have gone? Song Yu said that if they smelled the bait, they would surely be drawn in soon. Suddenly, Jisoo pulled the two of them behind a wall. They're up ahead, everyone hide. The pets also quickly hid themselves. At this moment, the werewolves were screaming, wrapped up like cocoons. Help me, help me. The ones who had captured them were a goblin horde. They were very arrogant. Kakeke, you fools, come eat sausages. Don't touch this. This is a gift for our queen. And as sharp spears pierced the two werewolves, they cried out in pain. My body won't move. Just then, the goblins stopped and looked back with very terrified expressions. Song Yu's group had already moved elsewhere. Han Ho exclaimed, those are goblins, and they even captured werewolves. Song Yu continued. And they even figured out how to stab their prey with poisoned spears. I don't know how they thought of that. Moreover, look at this. Jisoo pointed at the screen and a surprised voice burst out, a shop sign. They even have a dungeon sign. This subway station has both a shop and a dungeon, Han Ho said. TCH, even so, the shop will be safe thanks to the dungeon. Song Yu stood on the stairs and said, let's go. Protecting the shop is essential for our survival. A notification appeared. You have entered a giant dungeon, the Spider Queen's lair. Warning, this is a cannibal dungeon that has killed 124 players. Rewards increase by 50 upon completion. Han Ho was panicked and worried at this moment. Oh, I didn't bring any goblins today. I thought we were going to hunt with bait. Song Yu reminded them, be careful, these monsters will have an advantage in this terrain. Suddenly at this moment, people wrapped in cocoons were hanging upside down from the ceiling screaming for help. Ah, help me, Song Yu said. Humans? Jisoo quickly advanced and swung her sword a few times. The people were freed and very happy. Thank you. Suddenly a giant spider monster appeared. Song Yu shouted, everyone run. Han Ho's face turned pale. Well, what is that? Song Yu quickly used the corpse explosion skill. An explosion erupted. Han Ho said in disbelief. They laid eggs in human bodies. Song Yu gritted his teeth worriedly. Watch the ceiling. You never know where the monsters will appear from. Just then, goblins and young spiders appeared with terrifying eyes, and an explosion sound was heard. Damn you malicious bastards, Jisoo also frowned. Too many spiders. Song Yu gritted his teeth. It's because of the symbiotic relationship with the goblins. Suddenly, a knife flew and pierced the eye of a kobold. Song Yu, Jisoo, and the pets stared blankly at the figure. Han Ho said confidently. But when it comes to numbers, I'm confident. I'll take care of all of them. Han Ho's eyes shone brightly, and he snarled wildly. Song Yu just nodded in confusion. All right. A moment later, the bodies of the newly hatched spiders shattered in midair. Han Ho laughed loudly, his eyes shining madly. Ha ha, you were just insignificant things, not even enough to get stuck in my gums. The goblin, sensing danger at this moment, exclaimed in horror. Monster, and it even killed spiders. Han Ho thought to himself, when have I ever fought so comfortably? After that, he said again, he, don't stop, attack. His expression at this moment was truly maniacal. No need to think about anything, everything is clear. Just kill, and kill again. No need to think about anything else. I don't need my comrades' help to kill goblins and kobolds. It's much easier to act alone. I am now strong and a thief, and moreover, I'm alone." At this moment the goblin still calmly commanded, "Tie him up, tie him up." Immediately a giant spiderweb enveloped Han Ho. Song Yu saw it and gritted his teeth worriedly. A spiderweb? That's what bound the werewolves. Han Ho was tightly wrapped like a cocoon at this moment, he said contemptuously. "Just a few thin strands of this," he snarled. "Do you think you can stop me?" Just then, power exploded from within Han Ho, tearing through the spiderweb. A goblin pointed a finger and commanded again once at it with sharp eyes. His expression at this moment sent shivers down one's spine. "You foolish monsters, no matter how many of you there are, it's useless." Song Yu was wrapped in an even thicker spiderweb at this moment. The goblin laughed triumphantly. He, got him, got him." Han Ho could no longer resist and returned, crying and sniffling, shouting, "Say, senior, save me." Song Yu immediately used the corpse explosion skill. Another explosion erupted. The explosion incinerated some of the goblins, and he said coldly, "Since you were blinded by your emotions, it's only natural that you'd fall into danger." Han Ho knelt before him and apologized. "I was too arrogant." The young pet sighed, powerless, and Jisoo exclaimed in admiration, "You were too reckless, Han Ho. There are countless of them." She turned and looked at the disgusting things. "Call of the Dead has been activated in this area." Song Yu extended his hand and commanded the zombie horde, "Deal with this quickly." After that, an explosion sound erupted. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Acquired 990 gold from hunting giant ants. Acquired 990 gold from hunting giant ants. Acquired 990 gold from hunting giant ants. A moment later, everyone stopped and Jisoo asked, "If we keep going like this, we'll be able to clear all the monsters in this subway station, right?" Song Yu replied, "We've already cleared all the tracks. The next track seems blocked. Is that the boss monster room?" After asking, Song Yu looked up at the spiderwebs covering the ceiling. "This subway station is connected to a department store building, isn't it? Then this must be a sectional dungeon. Let's go that way." At this moment, goblins and young spiders lay dead in the flames. Song Yu went to one spot and said, "This is the boss monster room." Suddenly, a warning sounded, startling everyone. "Warning. The boss monster room of this cannibal dungeon has already killed 124 players. You can stop the game here and still receive rewards. Do you wish to continue?" Han Ho's face turned pale with fear. What did you say? It must be incredibly difficult. That's why it's displaying a message like this, right?" Jisoo also asked worriedly, "Song Yu, are you still going?" Song Yu grabbed the doorknob at this moment and replied, "Let's go. We've prepared for an even harder assault than this." Jisoo thought, "Just as I expected, he'll definitely go." As the group entered, grotesque laughter was heard along with spiderwebs. He, welcome our cute players." This was a monster with a cunning and sinister expression, the system notified. "Boss monster Kobold Wizard has appeared." Song Yu exclaimed in surprise inwardly. "Kobold Wizard? I thought the boss monster was the Spider Queen." Suddenly, Han Ho hastily pointed to one side. "But that's really different from other ordinary kobolds. It even speaks so clearly." At this moment, the Kobold Wizard held a fan made of a few feathers and laughed contemptuously. "Kiki, how can a great wizard be compared to those foolish things?" After that, he pointed to his head and laughed sinisterly. "Human brains? I've eaten 20 brains myself." Song Yu gritted his teeth worriedly. "He gained intelligence by eating brains, just as I thought. Monster evolution is closely related to human death." The Kobold Wizard again stuck out his filthy tongue. "Since you've come this far, you can't go back. Then I'll soon be eating 23 human brains." Just then, the space vibrated, and a notification appeared. "Boss monster Spider Queen has appeared." A giant spider full of eggs appeared from above. Han Ho's face distorted as he shouted, "Are you crazy? There are 2 boss monsters." The Kobold Wizard at this moment combined spiderwebs, charged forward, landed on the Spider Queen's back and burst into maniacal laughter. "Quahahaha, how about it? Human, have you fallen ill? Stand up." Just then, Song Yu quickly counterattacked. "Undead counterattack has been initiated in the current area." Song Yu gritted his teeth and calculated inwardly, "Use the undead to trigger corpse explosion, then finish with skeleton soldiers." The Kobold Wizard shouted loudly again. "Spider Queen's iron web." Immediately, spiderwebs spewed out, but the zombies were trapped in the countless spiderwebs. The Spider Queen continuously spewed out spiderwebs and shrieked. "Kiki." Spiderwebs continuously spewed out, and all the pets were idly bound and unable to move. The Kobold Wizard wore a sinister and maniacal expression. "Kiki, you're trying to use those insignificant things to create an explosion, aren't you?" "I know all your plans." Song Yu gritted his teeth. "He has considerable language ability. He even has human-like intelligence." Han Ho threw a dagger. "Let's attack first." But the daggers were all blocked by the Kobold Wizard's counterattack. He shouted again, "The Spider Queen is the body, and I am the brain. The Queen will always protect me. If we combine, we are invincible. Just become nutrients for me, human." Suddenly, Jisoo swung her sword emitting flames and her eyes widened as she looked back. She smiled confidently. "Invincible? That's ridiculous. That wizard is weak against fire and so are the other spiders." After that, Jisoo continuously swung her sword aura towards the Spider Queen. The Kobold Wizard immediately opened his mouth and spewed out water, and Song Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Elemental magic, water attribute." He continued to speak, "Water and fire are not our weaknesses." Song Yu loudly commanded, "Skeleton soldiers, surround and block the boss monsters." Han Ho was flustered. "Say, senior, what do we do? I don't think we can hold out much longer." Song Yu said loudly, "Han Ho, go that way with Jisoo." And he smiled confidently. I have a plan at this moment. The space was chaotic. The kobold wizard shouted with a terrifying appearance, destroy, destroy. If you want to destroy all of this, you need to eat more human brains. Song Yu calmly extended his hand. If you can really destroy all of this. Eating human brains is still a long way off. Just then a notification appeared. All dead are under your control. All dead are under your control. Song Yu said, if you're going to eat, you should clean up properly. All dead are under your control. Song Yu said, it seems the best place for me is your stronghold. At this moment the skeleton soldiers unleashed their power. The Spider Queen swung her claws down, breaking the skeleton soldiers' formation. The kobold wizard shouted, steal many, be careful. The queen's claws were cracked at this moment. The Spider Queen began to go wild. The kobold wizard hastily calmed her down. Calm down, my queen. The Spider Queen opened her mouth and spewed out massive amounts of venom, and Song Yu thought, venom? After that, the skeleton soldiers were still fine even after being hit by the venom. The kobold wizard shouted again, Queen, don't waste your useless power. They are rotting things, poison won't work on them. Song Yu couldn't help but laugh at his words. Excellent intelligence. As expected, they also knew. The Spider Queen continuously swung her claws wildly. Just then, other lights appeared in the air. Another horde of skeleton soldiers appeared before Song Yu. Kobold wizard exclaimed in surprise. Again, he thought worriedly. I don't know if we can win this battle. They are all werewolf species. That queen is too picky, so there are only strong and terrifying monsters around. Monsters without intelligence will die from exhaustion in battle, but if they can use even a little intelligence, there's a high probability. Sweat began to pour down his face. At this moment power exploded and the skeleton soldiers flew away. The kobold wizard shouted, focus and kill that necromancer first. Song Yu saw them rushing at him. The Spider Queen's gigantic body also charged quickly. Song Yu slid back and dodged. Song Yu quickly created a shield. The kobold wizard said, a shield. He gritted his teeth, a little troubled. My current HP is far superior to an orc monster's. What meaning does weapon crafting have against a boss monster? Weapon crafting. If I can block this attack, I have a chance to win. The kobold wizard at this moment shouted, die, you damned annoying bastard. Song Yu took the attack and spat out blood. The Spider Queen again swung her claws down. Kobold wizard, is this his head? Just then, the purple stone in Song Yu's chest emitted a purple light. He barely managed to stand up, gritting his teeth in anger. I thought I could avoid the boss monster's attack, but I have to try hard not to die. Crystal of Chaos summoning attacks cause mana depletion, so the kobold wizard shouted in irritation. Ah, this damn sticky guy. Song Yu gritted his teeth and charged, vowing inwardly. Just hold on a little longer, I have to maintain this until the end. If it weren't for Jisoo's shield, Han Ho wouldn't have been able to hold on. I have no more drinks either. The Spider Queen at this moment raised her claws and stopped. Song Yu asked, what's wrong? Tired? I can fight all day. The kobold wizard snarled, Kakeke, I'm not like you, brainless fool. I have no intention of continuing this meaningless battle. I can think, and I've already found the answer. After that, countless spiderwebs spewed out from the Spider Queen's hole. Far more than before, it seemed to want to tightly bind and control everything. Song Yu frowned and thought, spider cocoons? At this moment, the kobold wizard opened his mouth and spewed out fire, and the space was slowly burning. Fireball, fireball, fireball. I'll eliminate you first so you can't summon anymore. He was sweating profusely and thought, burning even my family? How is that damn guy smarter than me? While he was spewing fire, a few skeleton soldiers approached from behind. He shouted again, bubble explosion. And an explosion erupted, blowing away the skeleton soldiers. The kobold wizard laughed triumphantly. Kiki, you've already reached your limit. You won't be able to summon anything else. You're finished, insignificant human. Just then, Jisoo leaped into the air and swung her sword aura flames. You're the one who's finished. The kobold was startled, sensing the surprise attack. As she swung down, a flame explosion erupted. The kobold wizard shouted, I saw you. That human woman, I forgot about her until now. You were preparing a surprise attack. He again exclaimed in surprise. Come to think of it, there was another one. At this moment, Han Ho stood behind the zombies and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, thanks for waiting. This is the secret weapon Jisoo, Nuna and I prepared. He looked back and frowned contemptuously. Human, doesn't your brain have wrinkles, or have you not evolved yet? Those things can't even get close to me. The zombies also looked back at Han Ho with suspicious eyes at this moment. He wore an expression of disbelief that he was being contemptuously dismissed by a monster. The kobold wizard was still confident. I will destroy, Queen. What's wrong? He looked at the trembling Spider Queen, unable to understand. Han Ho held the bait bag and chuckled cheerfully. I even have a special sauce, can't you see? The Queen probably can't resist it. She'll eat it right away. Filthy and smelly monster cuisine effect activated. The kobold wizard drooled and shouted, this is the best dish. The Spider Queen also lunged. Song Yu thought with a satisfied smile, while I made them complacent, Jisoo and Han Ho released the zombies and threw in more bait. This is an item that even sentient monsters can't refuse. If they're monsters, they can't control their instincts. The kobold wizard gobbled up the bait. I'll wait, your majesty. We have to escape. If we keep this up, we'll die. Song Yu then drew his sword and snarled, it's too late now. You ate our food, so you must pay the price. Corpse explosion immediately. A powerful explosion erupted. The scene shifted to another street. At this moment, a giant boar monster charged forward and was immediately sliced in half by a blade attack. A notification appeared. Cannibal Boar Boss Monster defeated. It was Choi Dong-hoon's group, the extermination squad, cheered. We did it again, thank you everyone. Song Min-hwa adjusted her glasses and said proudly. It was a perfect battle, Song Min-him shouted with delight. As I thought, the commander's leadership is the best. A notification appeared again. Extermination squad members gained 10 experience. Choi Dong-hoon thought with a tense expression, overwhelming power, amazing hunting, and experience gained as a team member. He may be one, but I'll get stronger soon. Han River CO1, who are you and where are you? How can you level up faster than me? My guild has the strongest influence in Korea. There's no player who can lead more people and hunt more than me, yet the unknown one, Han River CO. This is the most frightening thing I still don't understand. If that unidentified one decides to create a guild, it will instantly surpass mine and become the strongest guild. Suddenly, Song Min-him looked at his phone screen and shouted excitedly, "See, Commander, look at this." Choi Dong-hoon turned around. "What is it?" he exclaimed. "The rankings have changed." Choi Dong-hoon hastily looked down. Did a new person enter? After reading the entire content, his lips were speechless. The current rankings were 1 Han River CO, level 16, 2 Instructor 157, level 14, 3 Lee Yong-do, Ottoman, level 13. Choi Dong-hoon said with a disbelieving expression, "How did he do it, the summoner?" On Song Yu's side, a cloud of dust rose, and the kobold wizard, looking very miserable, was still cursing humans while lying on the ground. Han Ho decisively threw a dagger, embedding it in the wizard's head. A notification quickly appeared. Defeated kobold wizard boss monster and acquired 300 gold, 50 additional. Han Ho then had a proud and excited expression. Finally, I acted like a rogue too. I'm no longer just a shield bearer. Suddenly, something else moved. The Spider Queen began to rise, making a creepy sound. Hee 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 hee. Han Ho screamed in surprise. At that moment, Empet stabbed its knife into the queen's eye. A notification appeared again. Defeated giant spider queen boss monster and acquired 300,000 gold, 50 additional. You have leveled up to level 14. Goblin skeleton absorbed the power of the giant spider queen and became even stronger. Attack power significantly increased and attributes remained the same. Maximum number of monsters that can be summoned increased by 2. Song Yu looked at the system screen. If I can summon this many monsters, raid preparations will be over quickly. I'll be able to find the Scythe of Death wherever it is, and he fell into thought. The first awakening is coming soon, Jisoo returned, delighted, and said, if we can find the shop, we'll achieve our goal for coming here. The scene shifted to the shop and everyone cheered. Found it? Welcome to the C-grade shop. Lucky roulette. 1 gold 1,000, 2 platinum 10,000, 3 diamond 100,000. The C-grade shop only sells up to diamond grade. After reading it all, Song Yu was confused. But in the D-grade shop, platinum grade was 100,000 gold. Jisoo fell into thought. Surely this shop is different. A notification appeared again. Roulette rules. 1. Match all pictures. Will receive a reward. 2. 1 coin is consumed each time a failure appears. 3. Using coins can increase the number of specific pictures. Max 10. Han-ho shouted angrily. Come on out. Jisoo covered her head helplessly. Han-ho, this isn't a game where you exchange coins for rewards anymore. It's closer to a gambling game. If a failure appears, you also lose coins, right? Song Yu analyzed the situation again. Jisoo and Han-ho have about 300,000 gold, and I have about 1,600,000 gold. I can increase the probability by using coins. Han-ho excitedly raised his hand and said, I'll spin first. Senior always spun first. If I do that too, luck will come my way. Jisoo's face darkened as she asked, then what about me? Song Yu forced a smile and said, there are 3 of them, so we can do it together. A moment later, the screen continuously showed failure, 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 failure. The 3 of them were having their patience tested by this result. Han-ho, who was originally impatient, shouted again, wait, calm down. Is this the right way? Jisoo helplessly covered her face. Han-ho, it's too late to turn back now. Song Yu gritted his teeth, dissatisfied. Coins, I might get something eventually. But the result was still a failure. The system tempted again. Additional chance. Don't be disappointed by 5 consecutive failures. You will eventually get at least a low-grade item. Everyone's gold is invested in the next person. Han-ho's face was twisted with so much anger. Damn greedy bastards, they're trying to drive me crazy. The results that appeared next were Spat's necklace, herb charger, failure, failure, failure. All 3 of them felt like they were about to burst. Han-ho shouted, so angry. Jisoo was already exhausted, and Song Yu still wanted to try again. It's not over yet. I have to keep going until I get 10 cards. Just then, Han-ho shot up. Ah, I got it. Attributes appeared. Item info. Name, Scroll of the Goddess of Luck Magic. Grade, Mythical. Classification, Consumable. Effect, when used a random skill appears. 50 chance of failure, 40 chance of low-grade skill, 7 chance of high-grade skill, 2 chance of top-grade skill, 1 chance to choose skill directly. Han-ho unfolded the scroll with magic drawn on it. A strange item appeared on this side. 2 people kept getting failure results. Jisoo couldn't take it anymore and knelt down. I feel like I'm going to die. Song Yu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I'm going to use all 10 coins. The very next moment, a notification appeared. Congratulations, you have received the first place prize. Song Yu shouted, yes, it worked. Item information appeared. Name, Ring of the Night King. Grade, Mythical. Classification, Ring. Effect: Agility 3, Stamina 2. When attacking in darkness, a Shadow of the Night is summoned to assist you in combat. The Shadow of the Night deals 50 damage to the user. The ring had been on his finger for quite some time. The system again continuously notified of a special mission. Legacy of the Night King. Type: Collection. Objective: Collect all remaining legacies of the Night King. Reward: Crown of the Night King. Jisoo, having gained nothing, was so angry that she swung her sword intending to smash the machine. Song Yu shouted in surprise, "A mission?" and he again smiled with satisfaction. "It's a mission to collect item sets, isn't it? How great would it be if there were such things in the shop? Let's forget about it for now," and he said with a friendly smile, "I'll give you a heroic grade bracelet, Jisoo." Jisoo quickly withdrew her murderous intent, narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Really? Thank you." He forced a smile and reminded her. "But don't smash the roulette machine, okay? Now I need to go back to the village. I need to set up a defense barrier near here." And the three quickly returned to the village. People were gathered discussing among themselves. Everyone was carrying out their respective duties. Soon morning broke. Jisoo was carrying a large bag. The raid has finally begun. The pets were also carrying luggage. Song Yu said, "We'll definitely get good results. You've worked hard." Han Ho rummaged through his phone and shouted again, "Senior, senior." Song Yu sighed. "What is it? Is there something else on the community? Show me." Bait. The phone screen displayed content that read, "The strongest person. 1 Lee Han Ho. 2 player ranking full list. 3 free bulletin board. 4 auction house. 6 live streaming beta area. 7 live streaming beta area. Only 1 live streaming video was posted. Pre-raid live streaming test. Free guild leader." Jisoo also took out her phone but was confused. "We only see office footage. Are they doing a camera test?" Song Yu exclaimed inwardly with surprise. "Are they trying to record the attack process? The system's plan? No. Is it the free guild's plan? Personal live streaming isn't possible. I don't know if they have bad intentions, but this is the best way to control the citizens. Since the community has been noisy since I became 2, he wouldn't ignore it." Song Yu was worried. Judging by his actions and goals so far, he's not a bad person, but greed can lead to wrong decisions at any time. If Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo is such a person, he will eventually be blinded. He'll probably try to keep me in check, for example, by trying to make me get the least rewards in the raid, but in this situation he can't. I knew the hidden stage, Promise of Vows, would be important someday, and now might be that moment. At this moment a helicopter appeared in the sky. Han Ho shouted, "Oh senior, they're here." The helicopter quickly landed. Song Min Him opened the door excitedly. "Hello, I'm Song Min Him, a rescuer from the extermination squad. I've come to pick up the 2-player. Please prepare." His voice and eyes were meaningful, and then the helicopter took off again. Han Ho, Jisoo and the pets huddled in the back. Song Yu calmly asked, "There are still some wyvern monsters in the sky. Is it okay for us to take the helicopter?" Song Min Him smiled confidently. "Nothing is impossible for our guild." The pilot also gave a thumbs up indicating to trust him. Song Min Him continued, "Our team members are scattered throughout Suwon. We are aware of all our routes and the current location of Wanchon. We cannot guarantee 100 safety," the pilot continued. "But we can't ignore priorities." Song Yu looked out the window and thought seriously. Indeed, thanks to manpower, their guild operates very efficiently. This is something small survivor groups like ours cannot do. Air travel, but isn't there another way? System appeared again at this moment. Team raid mission starts now. Team question: What is the commonality between a name, a hero, and a star? Type: Competition. Objective: Defeat the raid monster alone. Reward: Special item. Numerous teams have gathered for the raid, and an invisible competitiveness may also exist among them, and the rewards will be even greater. Final boss monster, Blessed Divine Warrior Dominator, possesses 90 damage reduction effect. This power activates in Battle 1. Defeat the boss monster in Battle 1 to receive a special title. Song Min Him shouted excitedly. "Oh Hung, did you see?" Song Yu calmly replied. "Yes." Song Min Him began to analyze again. But this wasn't part of the plan, was it? Damn it, oh well, Gongmyung Sa or someone else will handle it." Han Ho empathized with his dissatisfaction. "This person is similar to me." Suddenly Song Yu covered his face, tense. "I'm screwed. A raid monsters I knew were where many people combined their strength to defeat one giant monster. The most important thing here is cooperation. The word raid itself was created because no one can defeat a boss monster alone. If they attack as a team, they get a 90 buff. They're tempting us to defeat the boss monster alone and take all the rewards for ourselves. Someone is observing this place. I've invested too much time and effort to get to this stage. I can't turn back. They must have used the system to increase the difficulty of the raid. Everything has come to this." He seemed to realize something dangerous, but Song Yu quickly resolved again. "I have to fight Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo and the other team leaders. I'm not going to stop here." The scene shifted to a bright day. Information appeared on the system screen. Player Guide 3. Free Bulletin Board 67. Boss Raid Departure Announcement. Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo, to all survivors of the Republic of Korea. In the name of the Free Guild, we declare war on all monsters that have invaded this land. 12 teams and thousands of players will participate in this fierce battle, and each stage will be broadcast live through a personal live streaming system. We ask for your interest and support. We will eliminate monsters in Liwu and then tour the entire country. People who saw the announcement cheered, as expected of Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo. He'll lead Korea's strongest guild. He's even prepared to live stream the raid. He's truly thoughtful. People's interest in this is no joke. The announcement continued. Warrior Devo, will he succeed in the raid? Good luck. Please save the world. Busan Monin, prosecutor's rank has dropped, hasn't it? Shouldn't the summoner lead this raid? Yun Dongpo's team is great, but the summoner should lead this raid. Donggim, I don't care who leads. If we can save Korea even at a time like this, at least we should hear some good news, shouldn't we? Has everyone eaten? Is it hard to find food? You can find bread at the shop. Star 7272. I've heard a lot about this mission. Isn't it only advantageous for monsters? Damn system, think about humans too, people continued to whisper. This raid, the system made it a mission, didn't it? And they say the rumored summoner is participating too. At this moment a helicopter appeared in the sky and people looked up expectantly. Ah, I think he's here. What kind of person will he be? As the helicopter landed on the rooftop, Song Yu stepped down proudly with his comrades. Choi Dong-hoon came out to greet them with a happy expression. Welcome, welcome to the Free Guild. You've come a long way, Song Yu calmly replied. I only looked down from above, but the surroundings are really well organized. You seem to have prepared very thoroughly for this raid. Song Yu thought seriously. Cameras. I immediately realized that the purpose of the live streaming was to build the Free Guild's image. I don't know if this haste is to show the difference in power. Lee Kong-hoon appeared from behind at this moment with a contemptuous expression. Are you the rumored summoner? Did only 3 of you survive? I heard there was a large survival group in Suwon. This alliance is a bit unbalanced. As he spoke, he stroked his head as if he thought he was very handsome. Song Yu looked at the opponent with sharp eyes, and he continued, pointing at his own people. On our side we have 31 elite players. Didn't the 102nd Lord of Gangnam also come? Song Yu was displeased. What is this? They haven't even decided on the contract terms yet, and they're already putting pressure on me? Is he connected to Prosecutor Yun Dong-po? He calmly asked back. Excuse me, could you please introduce yourself first? Choi Dong-hoon introduced him as Lee Kong-hoon instead. Lee Kong-hoon, the leader of the DH survivor group, tilted his head in accordance with the introduction. Song Yu immediately remembered that Lee Kong-hoon was a flame wizard and very famous in the community. Song Yu calmly asked again, is he from a dispatched unit? Lee Kong-hoon exclaimed in surprise. What did you say? Song Yu confidently repeated. We've been a 3-person team from the beginning. What's the point of filling up the number of other dispatched teams? The people gathered here are not trying to wage war with each other but to go on a boss raid, aren't they? Hearing that, Lee Kong-hoon became angry and was about to charge. Choi Dong-hoon immediately stopped him. Now Mr. Lee Kong-hoon, consider Mr. Song Yu's abilities. Mr. Song Yu is not alone. This is why I invited him, even from afar. His rank proves it. Time is short, let's proceed with the meeting. Song Minhwa bit her nails in dissatisfaction from behind. A moment later, Han Ho, Jisoo and the pets were outside, and Song Yu went in alone to face Choi Dong-hoon, or rather the other older, more imposing figure sitting next to him. Song Minhwa stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Song Minhwa, the vice captain of the expedition team. She quickly pointed to the projector screen. We've confirmed everything, and this raid has one mission. The difficulty has increased, so the rewards will also definitely increase. We don't know what items will appear, but if converted to gold, it will be divided into 12 equal parts. Hearing that, Song Yu immediately realized. He looked around and saw everyone reacting with blank expressions. Song Yu muttered inwardly, they're all in cahoots, but dividing it equally like this isn't fair. There are 10 team leaders here and no one objects. Although the teams are different, they are basically all members of the Free Guild, so if it's divided into 12 parts, the Free Guild takes 11 and my team, even though it's alone, only gets 1. Song Minhwa finished her report and spoke. Does anyone have any opinions? Song Yu quickly raised his hand and said, I do. She gave him the floor, thinking triumphantly. It's easy to draw him in. Song Yu began to analyze. Why do we have to divide the rewards from the boss raid into 12 equal parts? Isn't a boss raid a one-on-one battle? Shouldn't the rewards go to the victor who risked their life and was in danger? Song Minhwa broke out in a cold sweat and muttered inwardly. Such a mission only appears once. Then she hastily refused. For equal distribution we cannot agree. Song Yu coldly said, this isn't about equality, it's about fairness. Everyone's level and strength are different, yet you talk about equality? So you want me to come here and carry you? Wouldn't that make everyone here freeloaders? He frankly exposed their intentions. Immediately, several angry people expressed their dissatisfaction. What nonsense is that bastard spouting? Carry us. Freeloader, did you just say freeloader? At this moment Gwensok stood up from his seat, pointed outside and challenged. That necromancer bastard, come out and fight me. Song Yu recognized him. He was the one who called himself the first king of Lichangwon, ranked 11th, and was famous for hunting giant monsters in close combat. He pressed again. Why aren't you answering? Song Yu interrupted him. Sit down. His eyes gleamed sharply. It seems I was right and you're angry. So sit down. Gwensok, full of rage, was about to charge. That murderous bastard, Choi Dong-hoon, who had been patient until now, slammed the table hard. His expression darkened and he spoke. Then let's do that. Sounds like a good idea. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the city, where monsters swarmed in the air. Gwensok, enraged, cursed as he dealt with the monsters. That bastard, the necromancer, that arrogant damn guy, he should have shut up and listened to us. No one is supporting him, right? His system appeared. You have acquired 3,800 gold from hunting a lizard monster. Gwensok laughed hysterically again. Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry for getting angry at you, but is this all you've got? Is this all, really all? Several lizard monsters cautiously looked at him at this moment, then suddenly tried to charge, but flames erupted. The explosion shattered them. A figure appeared from behind and reminded him, "Captain, be careful. If you die, we'll be in danger." Lee Kong-hoon spoke, "It seems this place is a perfect hideout for lizard monsters. If monsters keep breeding from now on, it will be a problem." Gwensok triumphantly pointed to himself and said, "Isn't that why we're intervening anyway? We must kill all monsters, prevent the world from ending, and stop the corrupted ones." Information appeared. "This is the future if you fail to stop the corrupted ones. The corrupted ones will plant the seed of the world tree, and through the sacrifice of humanity the world tree will continue to grow." Lee Kong-hoon frowned. "Bad ending, remember, right? If we don't stop them, all of Korea will sink." Gwensok asked again, "But we don't know who the corrupted ones are, do we?" Lee Kong-hoon again put on his melancholic handsome act. "No, the corrupted ones are not monsters or players, it's just a name. That's why we have to stay here and protect the place where the world tree grows." Gwensok scoffed. "TCH, the prosecutor will handle all the complicated problems. Prosecutor Yoon Dong-po keeps his promises. He's not like some guys who just talk." At this moment a helicopter appeared in the air and he looked at it thinking, "It seems the film crew has already started broadcasting, but the prosecutor should be over there." Suddenly, Lee Kong-hoon excitedly shouted, "Damn it, Captain, the Necromancer!" Gwensok exclaimed happily. "What, that guy's dead? I knew it." But Lee Kong-hoon immediately retorted, "No, they've arrived at the affiliated park." Hearing that, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. No, isn't that where the boss monster is?" He gritted his teeth. "Right, that guy might get to the boss monster faster." He trembled in fear. They again cursed at that damned Necromancer. At this moment the person with the bow smiled confidently. "Enhanced Steel Armored Archer, level 11, that's me, Yang Yi-soo. I was a genius, even before this world ended. From past experience, success has nothing to do with ability. Connections and political skills are important. Human skills can be corrupted, but eventually, I can manipulate everyone with my rhetoric. Isn't it really strange to evaluate people by their abilities in this society? Right. People also need to know how to flatter and fawn. I got an opportunity by equipping weapons." At this moment, Song Minhwa met Yang Yi-soo alone and charmingly said, "Mr. Yang Yi-soo, don't overdo it today, all right?" Currently, he looked at Song Yu's back and thought, "Indeed, the president is testing the Necromancer. Anyway, this is a forced battle that the Necromancer has to lose. All 11 guild leaders are participating in the raid. All I have to do is sit here and wait. Then the path to success will naturally unfold." Yang Yi-soo's expression hardened. "But what on earth is happening? What is this?" A huge vortex of fire was swirling in space. Jisoo gritted her teeth and showed off her abilities. Yang Yi-soo said in disbelief, "What is that woman, this ridiculous game? Why is that woman suddenly charging first?" And he looked at that monster. His gaze was directed at Han-ho. Han-ho at this moment laughed sinisterly, as if he had turned into a monster. "Ha ha ha, it's too much. Pepsi, did that guy tame a new type of monster? How can so many humans transform? The last problem was that Necromancer bastard. What are those armored monsters?" Song Yu's pets appeared before Yang Yi-soo's eyes, looking very terrifying. 5th Cavalry Commando 4th Stage Integration List. Armor Integration. Condition: maximum 40 or more armored monsters. Effect: armor efficiency increased by 25. Shield corresponds to 35 of defense. Yang Yi-soo almost fell backward. This is the true integration effect of the extermination team. Their synergy is this strong. Just then, Song Yu returned, looked at him, and was startled. He smiled and asked, "Do you want to wear armor like us?" "Don't worry, everyone's an archer anyway. Create armor." Immediately, bones began to attach to Yang Yi-soo's body and he exclaimed in horror, "Bones are covering me?" A moment later, Yang Yi-soo's team all wore bone armor. It's lighter than I thought." It's difficult." The 5th Cavalry Commando 4th Stage Integration List appeared in the system. Armor Integration. Condition: maximum 40 or more armored monsters. Effect: armor efficiency increased by 25. Shield corresponds to 35 of defense. Yang Yi-soo muttered inwardly, filled with anger. "This damn game just ended quickly. It's so annoying in this situation. I feel like I've become their guide." Yang Yi-soo said in a flattering voice, "Ah, Necromancer, I saw something in Lidu before. Someone. If you pass there, you'll see the park right into the boss room." Song Yu pondered, The surroundings are a bit. The further we go, the higher the difficulty." Yang Yi-soo continued to tempt. "There might be more lizard monsters over there. Underground, I mean. Our visibility is quite limited, and the space is a bit small, so how about joining another team?" Then he smiled slyly. "This will definitely be difficult for the Necromancer too." Song Yu immediately shouted, "Han-ho, Jisoo, step back." Hearing that, he was bewildered. At this moment the pets were playing, throwing lizard monsters into the air. Lizard monsters were floating on the water at this moment. Song Yu used the corpse explosion skill, and immediately an explosion erupted. The action was repeated continuously. Corpse explosion. Acquired 3,800 gold from hunting a lizard monster. Corpse explosion. Acquired 3,800 gold from hunting a lizard monster. Acquired 3,800 gold from hunting a lizard monster. The surroundings were covered in smoke. Song Yu opened his mouth and asked, "Did we deal with all of them?" Yang Yi-soo buttered frantically to himself, "A gap. I really need a gap to look around." At this moment a helicopter appeared in the air. Han-ho exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, the helicopter is coming." "No, are they filming us?" Yang Yi-soo thought disappointedly. "But wasn't the purpose of that helicopter to demonstrate excellent skills?" At this moment the photographer in the helicopter, excited, filmed the situation, shouting, all right. Armored skeletons and explosions, I have to film this." It's a scene that can give courage to all survivors. The prosecutor will definitely be talking about this scene. He remembered that song Manhwa had tasked him with filming other teams, but he never expected to capture such an amazing moment. The audience's reaction was also explosive. At this moment the comments showed people were very excited. Umbrella God Run. Amazing. No Yun Run, that explosion is really cool. They're much better than those stupid extermination team members. General No Prosecutor. They're on another level, blow them all away, Kong Yun Do. This is the power of the Necromancer, God Sung. In my opinion, the Necromancer seems much stronger than the prosecutor. Don't rely on him too much anymore, the photographer continued to shout. All right. At this moment his colleague came out and said, Hung, the extermination team has contacted us. He immediately extended his hand and said, give it to me. But the other side had already shouted loudly. What on earth are you doing? Turn the helicopter back, the photographer answered in a fluster. But the vice captain told us to film other teams. From the other side, Song Manhwa shouted hysterically, do you really not understand what I'm trying to say? I told you that, to check on the team's situations. Come back right now if you want to live. Listen to me, he quickly complied. I am sorry, I'll go back. Seeing the helicopter fly away, Song Yu wondered, are they not filming anymore? Han Ho speculated. It seems other teams have made some progress too. A moment later, he and his comrades entered the waterway and a notification appeared. You have entered the boss room. Jisoo walked, then turned back and said, it used to be Lidu Park, but now it looks like a desolate forest. Suddenly a tremor occurred and everyone swayed and fell. Earthquake, everyone be careful. Jisoo looked to one side and shouted, Song Yu, look over there. A light appeared from the north in front. A light was shooting into the sky. A notification appeared. Regional boss monster Lizard Warrior Chief has appeared. The final boss monster of the Lidu battle, Lizard Warrior Chief, has received the prosecutor's blessing. 90 damage reduction effect is activated. The Lizard Warrior Chief is searching for a warrior. Defeat the final boss monster in a one-on-one battle to earn a special title. Han Ho excitedly pointed to one side. It must be over there. Let's go, senior. At this moment several helicopters were flying towards the light in the air. Han Ho again exclaimed in surprise, what? It's not the extermination team. Wow, they're really fast. As soon as we found the boss monster's location, they immediately appeared. Song Yu bit his lip and thought, are they looking for an opportunity to monopolize the items? I didn't know they would even use helicopters to fly directly here without caring about the surroundings at all. He's more competitive than I thought. The contract didn't specify that we had to stay on the ground. My trust level dropped by 5, but it's really hard to trust them. At this moment Han Ho turned back, opened his eyes wide and asked, Senior, what should we do? Song Yu sighed, what should we do? Then he smiled and replied, we can't fly in the sky. So let's just keep going our way. I need to find air transport. A moment later the notification sounded again. Acquired 3,800 gold from hunting a lizard monster. Acquired 3,800 gold from hunting a lizard monster. Song Yu's pets were slaughtering lizard monsters at this moment. Suddenly Song Yu shouted, what? Han Ho quickly turned his head to look. Senior, your clothes are glowing. Song Yu pulled it out in surprise. This is an experience card. Item information. Name, C-grade experience card. Grade, hidden. Classification, consumable. Effect, grants a large amount of experience when used. A green light appears when the experience points required for leveling up are filled by the card. He thought, an item obtained from the golden dungeon. It's glowing, so level 15, if I can get the Scythe of Death at this level I can achieve the first awakening. The system quickly asked, you have acquired the experience points required for leveling up. Do you want to use the card? Song Yu laughed excitedly. Of course. Suddenly a scene appeared where his two comrades looked at him in surprise. Han Ho saw the light emanating, and Song Yu seemed to enter another space. What is this, a prophecy? It's not different at all. It's as if my body is really floating in the air. His body was floating in a dark night space and there was light. Someone's over there, something's over there. An unknown entity appeared. A person opened their mouth. You finally come, Yu Songwoo, the one who holds the reins of death. Find the Scythe of Death. Exclusive mission name, Who is the Lord of Death? 2 objective achievement types. Objective, possess the Scythe of Death. Reward, first awakening exclusive skill. You will soon face a being imbued with an immense aura of death. A terrifying source of power, difficult to bear. If you do not possess sufficient power, you will be assimilated by the monster and become its apostle. Your choice will affect your destiny. Song Yu stood there and received the mission. After reading it all, he exclaimed in surprise. If it's a system window, there must be some entity behind it, right? It seems to be trying to tell me something. But I can't understand anything, so is it using the system to talk to me? How strange. I'm facing an unknown entity, yet I feel peaceful. For some reason, I don't think he'll harm me and he feels very familiar. At this moment, a voice from the system screen spoke again. Yu Songwoo. Song Yu replied in surprise. Ah yes, the nameless entity reminded him again. Observe death more carefully. Observe death more carefully? Song Yu was flustered but was pulled away again. Wait, what does that mean? Light erupted from his location again. Outside, Han Ho and Jisoo kept calling out, very worried. Senior, senior, senior. Mr. Song Yu snapped back to reality. Han Ho said worriedly. Hung, you disappeared for about 10 seconds. Are you okay? Song Yu smiled and thought, as expected. My body also moved to another space. Then the mission I received from that unknown entity must be real. Observe death more carefully. It doesn't mean being killed by a comrade, does it? At this moment another explosion occurred in the forest and a startled sound was heard. An explosion, smoke, and a helicopter crash. Song Yu pulled his hat down and resolved now is not the time to hesitate. I can't complete that mission right away anyway. Let's focus on catching the boss first, and he pointed that way. Hanho Jisoo, from now on we need to move to wherever the boss monster is. Song Yu said coldly again. Empet, if you can't keep up, join another team and try to catch up with us. Empet, startled when called, muttered, what did you say? Song Yu said, let's go. Thus his army moved forward as one. On this side a massive blaze was still raging. Song Min-hee lay miserably on the ground. What on earth is this, a helicopter? The helicopter was attacked. How could those bastards attack a helicopter that had already taken off? A spear. He saw the spear embedded in the helicopter. Choi Dong-hoon approached, carrying someone over his shoulder at this moment. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Song Min-hee hastily stood up. Prosecutor. He immediately said, Realm of Faith. I successfully used it in a short amount of time. Upon hearing him, she rejoiced and exclaimed inwardly, I see, everyone survived thanks to the prosecutor's ranged skill. As expected, the prosecutor is different. Choi Dong-hoon continued. There's one more. I couldn't save the pilot. Take your anger out on those monsters. At this moment another helicopter appeared in the sky. These people were on a live streaming mission. Currently 17,555 people were watching the live stream. Is that Necromancer getting so much attention? Song Manhwa said. At this moment he can't help but attract everyone's attention. Her face was filled with pride. Because he is the hope of this country. At this moment the army below was slaughtering lizard monsters. These damn bastards are easy opponents. Block them. Move the helicopter to destroy them. Suddenly Song Min-hee turned around and said, Prosecutor, cross spear. A ray of light erupted and many lizard monsters were dealt with simultaneously. Song Manhwa smiled proudly. Did everyone see that? It's Prosecutor Yoon Dongpo. Below, Choi Dong-hoon hastily reminded them. Prepare for the second assault team and the appearance of the boss monster. Everyone replied, yes, Commander. Then vibrations erupted from the forest. Those who heard were flustered. That, Song Manhwa said, it's finally appeared. Simultaneously a notification appeared. Lizard Monster Chief has appeared. A giant red lizard monster appeared, wielding a sword. Choi Dong-hoon pointed his sword forward and shouted, fire, use ranged attacks. A notification appeared again. Lizard Monster Chief has received the prosecutor's blessing. 90 attack damage reduction effect applied. Choi Dong-hoon shouted loudly again. Cease fire, he thought. I don't know how much damage we inflicted, but is he completely unharmed? His regeneration ability has rendered everything meaningless so far. At this moment the lizard monster chief began to crawl, and with its sword it attacked, and the attackers couldn't stop it. Blood splattered into the air and desperate screams were heard as the lizard monster chief continuously swung its sword trying to kill them. No, but the blade had already descended. At this moment an attack grazed his body. Choi Dong-hoon reminded everyone, fall back. The extermination squad will handle this. I'll deal with that damn bastard myself. After that, he confidently stood before the lizard monster chief. Your opponent is me. The monster became even more ferocious and terrifying, lunging and swinging its sword. Choi Dong-hoon prepared to receive the attack, thinking, he and I have similar strength, but in terms of ranged attacks he's far superior thanks to that giant sword, but I'm faster than him. So I'll attack the lizard monster chief with my sword, he thought with an arrogant smile. Victory is mine. In a 1v1 I can win. At this moment the attacks intersected. Song Manhwa was very pleased and spoke into the microphone as if to elevate her leader's reputation. It's truly astonishing. That monster is faltering because of one person. Everyone saw it, didn't you? Lee Kong-hoon's team appeared at this moment. Commander Dong-hoon were here. Choi Dong-hoon admired them, the guild leaders of the alliance, and he saw familiar lights behind the trees. Mr. Song Yu as the Necromancer arrived. Thus Choi Dong-hoon confidently used his cross-spear skill again. After finishing the attack he felt uneasy. But something strange. Why hasn't that bastard's smile disappeared from his face even though he's being overwhelmed? I want to rip that bastard's mouth open. Just then the lizard monster chief roared, opening its mouth wide and spewing massive flames. Choi Dong-hoon quickly created a shield to block it. Others, startled, tried to rush forward, but he shouted, Commander, don't come near. After that, Choi Dong-hoon exclaimed in horror inwardly. Both my shield and defense are depleted, he reminded them. You'll die if you come near. Just then, Song Min-hee pointed to one side, too surprised to say anything. Monster boss. The lizard monster chief began to mutate, and simultaneously a notification appeared. True boss monster. Combat dragon has appeared. The area around the combat dragon was completely engulfed in flames. Stage 2 had begun and the mutations became more terrifying with each moment. Choi Dong-hoon gritted his teeth and looked up. A dragon? So you've been hiding your true form all this time? The combat dragon's attack flew towards him, and he barely managed to block it. Just blocking it and my bones feel like they're breaking. I'm no match for him. He's attacking with his tail. The combat dragon's tail swung at this moment, followed by a sword. That great sword? The blade grazed Choi Dong-hoon's body. Kwon-sok shouted loudly, Prosecutor. Lee Kong-hoon also shouted, Dong-hoon? At this moment a deep wound formed on Choi Dong-hoon's body from his shoulder to his stomach. No, Song Manhwa's team was horrified by this situation. The combat dragon growled at this moment, bowing its head before him. It's over, it's finished. Song Manhwa gritted her teeth, shedding tears. This raid has failed. I'm sorry to everyone. I'm truly sorry. Her initial arrogant demeanor was gone. Just then, a lizard monster's corpse was suddenly thrown at the combat dragon, followed by a massive explosion. Song Yu's empits rushed at the combat dragon and continuously attacked him. It opened its mouth wide and roared. The combat dragon was momentarily subdued, and giant skeleton soldiers held him tightly. Just then, Song Yu appeared and plunged his sword into its head. Song Manhwa hastily asked, "The Necromancer?" The cameraman immediately replied, "That's right." Live stream viewers were very happy at this moment and seemed to believe in him. Song Yu has appeared, he's here. Taejin was happier than anyone, as expected of a leader. Appearing at such a crucial moment, just like a movie protagonist, Song Manhwa realized Song Yu's importance at this moment. "I didn't expect the Necromancer to appear so quickly, but it's truly fortunate." She shouted, "I don't care about the reward. Just end this battle and save everyone." Below, the combat dragon was still writhing in pain. Song Yu plunged his sword into its head and then jumped down. Giant skeleton soldiers were still subduing the combat dragon. At this moment, one of the skeleton soldiers swung a bone hammer. A hammer. Gwensok also leapt into the battle at this moment. As expected, he planned to attack with this and then tear it apart with a sword. Lee Kong-hoon also spoke happily. "We can win. The Necromancer can win." They no longer had their initial unpleasant demeanor. Suddenly at this moment, the cameraman exclaimed in a panic, "Commander, the area around Suwon Station is crawling with lizard monsters." Song Manhwa looked that way in surprise. "Huh?" She gritted her teeth. "These damn bastards, the boss 1v1 battle was just an option given to players. And there was no mention of other monsters. If they were going to do this, they shouldn't have given us a challenge in the first place." After that, she contacted everyone and instructed them to protect the Necromancer. On this side, Lee Kong-hoon's team and Gwensok formed a human shield. "You shall not pass." Han-ho and Jisoo were slaughtering monsters at this moment. Han-ho had a satisfied expression. It seems those people finally realized who to support. A giant skeleton soldier swung its hammer and struck the combat dragon's head. Song Min-hee, not fully grasping the situation, shouted happily, "Ah, he killed the dragon. We finally defeated the monster." Song Yu became uneasy again. "It can't die this easily." No, then another startled sound was heard. "That dragon is moving." No, Han-ho gritted his teeth. He definitely wasn't breathing anymore. Jisoo had a worried expression. "Something strange." Song Yu exclaimed inwardly, "It seems like stage 3. A notification quickly appeared. Hidden boss raid seed germination. What is the commonality between a hero and a star? Team mission completed. All entrances to Liwu are sealed until the boss monster is defeated. Song Yu looked up at the monster, flustered and angry. "The system window is always problematic. It's like it's toying with us." People screamed in surprise. "Ah, those monsters are strange. Don't let them come closer." At this moment, the young lizard monsters charged confidently as if sensing the king's power, and everyone was horrified. Those things are like zombies. "We have to kill them all." Song Yu exclaimed inwardly. "Have the monsters gone berserk? I trust Han-ho and Jisoo. They can stop the rampaging lizard monsters." And he turned towards the combat dragon. "This guy is the real problem," he shouted. "Flame breath is coming. We need to evade it." At this moment, the power of fire erupted from the monster's mouth and confused screams were heard. "Help me, help me." Song Yu looked around, even his subordinates. "What should I do?" On this side, the monster was still approaching ferociously. Song Yu used his corpse explosion skill. An explosion erupted, but the monster still appeared growling, and it had no effect on him. It opened its mouth again and spewed fire. The skeleton soldiers raised their hands to block it, and the system displayed, "Undead have met their eternal death." Song Yu turned back in a panic. My bear soldiers immediately turned to ash. No plan comes to mind in this situation. I need to distract him with energy-draining attacks. Corpses are currently under your control, and he reminded his comrades. Han-ho, Jisoo, fall back. We can't hunt lizard monsters and defeat the boss monster at the same time. Let's retreat first, devise a new strategy, and then deal with the lizard monsters. Jisoo asked again. What about the others? He immediately replied. First, scatter and retreat. Before they gather more, monsters always attack where there are many people. We'll all be in danger, but you must prioritize your own safety first. Jisoo was silent, looking to one side. Han-ho turned back and replied, "Yes, senior." Song Yu, let's get out of here. After that, the three leapt away in 3 directions. Song Yu shouted, "Everyone retreat." The others immediately followed. The assault team failed. Run. While running, Han-ho saw someone. That person. He was startled to see Choi Dong-hoon injured and unconscious. "Prosecutor Yoon Dong-po, why are you here?" Han-ho lingered for a moment, trying to help him up. "Ah, we can't just sit here, we have to run." Just then, the combat dragon monster appeared directly behind the two of them. Han-ho cried, shedding tears and snot, "Say, senior." He recalled what Song Yu had just said. In a situation where everyone is in danger, each person's survival is paramount. As the monster approached with its mouth open, Han-ho squeezed his eyes shut and screamed. Just then, a small goblin skeleton soldier appeared and plunged its knife into the monster. Han-ho looked up in surprise. What? Its body flexibly circled around the combat dragon, and after using the netting teeth skill, the goblin skeleton plunged its knife into the monster's head again. It roared miserably. Han-ho looked that way, delighted. "Ah, this way too." Song Yu also did his best to stab the monster, saying, "Oh come on, I should have only cared about myself." After being stabbed in one eye, the combat dragon began to move, wrapping its tail around the sword. Song Yu was directly slashed, and his wrist was cut off. A startled cry was heard. Senior, Song Yu's hand was cut off and blood gushed out, but he immediately vanished from the space while the combat dragon was flustered. On this side, Han Ho was grabbed by the scruff of his neck by Song Yu and dragged away. What? Han Ho looked back in surprise. Say, Senior, that just now, he immediately explained. It was a substitute body. Attribute information appeared. Item information. Name, Ring of the Night King. Grade, Mythical. Classification, Ring. Effect, Agility 3, Stamina 2. When attacking in darkness, a Shadow of the Night is summoned to assist you in combat. The Shadow of the Night deals 50 damage to the user. Song Yu frowned and said, I can't deal damage myself, but this alone will be enough to blind him. He recalled that he had just poured all his strength and his energy was depleted, but the substitute body dealing 50 damage attacked its eye, making the effect even greater. The combat dragon growled again at this moment and pursued. It opened its mouth wide as if to swallow everything. Both of them were horrified, and Han Ho shouted, Ah, that bastard is coming this way. Senior, Song Yu gritted his teeth and looked back. Did I anger him? He's targeting us. Just then, flames appeared before the combat dragon. Jisoo launched an attack, blocking the monster. Song Yu turned back and was surprised to see her. Jisoo, I told you we had to separate. She merely gave a firm smile. I'll fight with you, Hung. The three of us must always be together. Han Ho moved, shouted, Jisoo Nuna. Song Yu couldn't help but smile. I guess there's a lot to say, but I'm a bit busy right now. Let's talk after we defeat the boss monster. As soon as he finished speaking, the notification appeared. Call of Death is beginning in this area. A barrage of attacks poured onto the combat dragon. Corpse explosion. Another explosion erupted. The monster growled. Song Yu began to analyze the situation. We have to catch the boss, but the current situation is too desperate. Corpse explosion is useless. I don't know if he's doing it intentionally, but he hasn't swallowed a single zombie, so there's no way to explode it from the inside either. Even continuously summoning skeleton soldiers has no effect. He's dispatching skeletons much faster than Han Ho and Jisoo's speed. At that moment the monster opened its mouth and spewed fire again. Flame breath. Song Yu was extremely tense at this moment. Damn it, they're all behind me. Behind him at that moment was a horde of lizard monsters. The combat dragon spewed fire at Song Yu. He shouted, Armor? Han Ho and Jisoo exclaimed, Senior Sanju? He gritted his teeth and endured at this moment. The flames had already begun to weaken. Song Yu collapsed into the smoke. I barely blocked that attack and all the skeletons are gone. My energy is also depleted. He panted for a long time and the monster still growled and moved. It swung its tail with its sword again and Han Ho leaped in front of Song Yu to block it. I'll protect you, Senior. Suddenly a notification appeared. Your holy armor has been destroyed. Han Ho was extremely distraught. He stared blankly as the knife descended. Just then a goblin skeleton soldier leaped up again and saved Han Ho's life. Charge! He cut off the monster's tail. A cry of astonishment rang out. The combat dragon's tail was severed and bleeding at this moment. The monster went even more berserk, growling. The goblin skeleton soldier pushed Han Ho back, and he calmly accepted the combat dragon's rage and its claws pressed down on him. Han Ho shouted, No, you fool! The goblin skeleton soldier stretched its hand forward as if to bid farewell to everyone and was crushed by the claws. Han Ho's eyes were filled with astonishment. Your friendly skeleton soldier has returned to eternal death. What a waste, everyone! The goblin skeleton soldier was so smart and cute. Han Ho was filled with rage and tried to charge with his sword drawn. My right arm! Senior Jisoo Nuna, run quickly! Jisoo hastily called out to him. Han Ho, calm down. At that moment the two were grabbed and dragged away by a giant bone soldier. Oh, Song Yu only said, everyone try to survive, and walked alone towards the monster. The two were extremely distraught. Senior Song Yu, what are you doing? Song Yu gritted his teeth and looked down at the purple stone in his chest which was emitting light. I've barely recovered from that attack. That monster is truly amazing. It always attacks more powerfully than I expect and never gives up its target, so I have to buy as much time as possible. And he was attacked by the combat dragon again. Its claws pressed down on his body. Song Manhwa was extremely distraught at this moment. NEC Necromancer too. No, we haven't even talked yet. The Necromancer was still fighting to the very end, unable to give up hope. Song Yu desperately blocked the combat dragon's attack, but all his weapons flew off him, and he was hit hard again by its severed tail. Song Manhwa gritted her teeth in worry. His leg was hit. The cameraman next to her hastily said, I don't think he can hold on any longer. At that moment the monster opened its mouth and spewed fire again. Song Yu shouted, Horn! Song Yu collapsed onto the water. I really failed. I tried so hard to survive until now. Am I really going to die like my parents? But the images of his two comrades Han Ho and Jisoo came to mind. Song Yu smiled resignedly. At least I didn't completely fail. Then the massive flames engulfed his body. Song Yu burned emotionlessly in the flames. The bone soldier ran for a long time carrying Han Ho and Jisoo. They hastily shouted, Senior Song Yu! The scene shifted to a dark space. Song Yu was floating here. Where is this? Did I die? He opened his eyes but saw nothing. TCH, to be honest, I only survived by luck. The money, my comrades, it was all the same. Now that I'm dead, the skeletons will be too. Will they be alive? Suddenly a voice said, You Song Wu. Song Yu looked up in surprise. You? He looked at the figure in a black hood from head to toe and speculated inwardly, the Grim Reaper. Did I die and see him? And he said with a laugh, Have you come to take me? I don't care if it's heaven or hell. Just go. I'm tired now. I want to stop now. The figure heard it and suddenly burst out laughing. Peeved, you're not even 30 yet and you're already that tired? Song Yu thought, unable to understand. Why is the Grim Reaper acting like an old man? At that moment the figure turned and said, I didn't come here to see you like this. Song Yu was extremely surprised. Dad, the figure removed his hood and said with a smile, finally I can talk to you. Sanju hastily shouted, Dad, is it really you? He was overwhelmed with emotion at this moment, finding it difficult to distinguish reality. Is this another one of the system's damn tricks? He looked at him, who was gently looking at him, and said indifferently, who knows, but does it matter now? He sighed and accepted this ambiguous reality. Dad is right anyway, everything was over, and this ending would be best for him. He had come to realize through many strange events, death is a terrifying and nameless dread. He feared everything would turn to naught, but if the afterlife truly existed we would not be so afraid. For we still have to face our sins. At the same time the terrible sight that had destroyed his family vividly unfolded before his eyes again. Seeing him just silently looking at him, he spoke again, asking a question that was too obvious. Dad, are you angry with me? When our house burned down I abandoned my family and ran away to live alone. And he honestly faced his past self, speaking with a voice full of emotion. I ran away because I was afraid of dying, but in the end I watched you sink deeper and deeper into the terrible flames. I stubbornly survived and always learned how to become strong. I tried not to create uncontrollable problems. I thought I had overcome it well and grown well, but in the end I failed and met you again like this. Suddenly his whole body trembled. Finally, unable to bear it, he laughed heartily and said, have you been worrying about such useless things all this time? Han Ho asked in bewilderment, suspicious. He pouted and said, I thought you were all grown up but you're still young. You ran away because you were afraid of getting scolded by Dad, didn't you? He was silent, thinking, is he really my dad? He spoke again. How old were you then? What could you have done in such an emergency? Han Ho retorted. But he still had the same gentle smile as before. That smile led him into forgotten memories. Besides, you didn't run away, you just did as I told you. Think again. We were together then. He recalled that time. It was just an accident. While the whole family was asleep, an unknown fire broke out. Damn it, Mom was still in her room. He grabbed his father's trousers in fear. Dad, he gently stroked the child's head and said softly, Sanji, get out of here first. Never come back, he rebelled. Dad. But his father, suppressing his fear, pretended to be strong to soothe him. Dad will find Mom and come back to you. He remembered all the events again, now as the Grim Reaper. He spoke eloquently. We are your parents, so we would never put you in danger. He thought in bewilderment. That's right, I had completely forgotten that memory. My parents were good people, he explained in more detail. That accident was caused by an electrical short. Our house was too old back then too. You are always very responsible, but you have no obligation to save our family. That's what I, as the head of the family, should do. But he didn't understand at all and belittled himself, saying, but Dad couldn't save Mom either. Dad failed just like me, he repeated suspiciously. I failed? And he opened up a new world to him. That's not a failure. Dad saved you, so I'm not a failure. He completely understood. All right, I didn't fail either. Then from now on, he demanded, do you not intend to fight me? Do you not want to return? He replied firmly, yes, I will never be defeated again. He pointed to one side and said, the way back is over there. He turned and walked towards the light, but hesitated, stopped and looked at him. He closed his eyes and said contentedly, I'm really happy to see you again after such a long time, Dad. He urged him. All right, hurry up. Someone's waiting for you. TCH. He patted his head and said, I almost forgot. Here, it's yours. He dazedly grabbed the item. A notification appeared. A special mission has been given to you. Who is the Lord of Death? Reward upon completion. First awakening exclusive skill. A small change in your destiny will occur. Meanwhile, in reality, the dragon was roaring fiercely, and heavy weapons were embedded in the ground. Jisoo was astonished. Senior Song Yu Han Ho panted and said firmly, no, Senior can't die there. Choi Dong-hoon walked over, limping with his arm around his shoulder, and said firmly, we failed. Even Sanju. He was prevented from finishing his sentence. Immediately turned and glared at him. Choi Dong-hoon was flustered, an angry expression. I understand. This is punishment. Punishment for me. I vaguely remember Han Ho saving me. His passive skill was truly amazing. Specific skill information appeared. Name Aura of a War Hero. Type Passive. Cost none. Effect. When perfectly equipped, an aura envelops the body, dazzling the eyes of those around, and the wearer gains affection and respect. The lower the opponent's level, the greater the skill's effect. Usage conditions. Suitable for targets below level 10. Moreover, the more unstable the opponent's intelligence, the better the skill works regardless of level, he recalled. This raid was to catch the boss monster, but the strongest team member died. I was too hasty, blinded by rewards. I failed to adapt to this battle, and that's why we failed. I need to correct my mistakes. The world is on the verge of destruction. I can't stop here, can I? Suddenly, Song Min-him appeared and stopped him. Commander, calm down, he glanced at him. Han Ho saved me, but that Song Min-him abandoned me. As the heat intensified, he said firmly, Commander, we will retreat first. He already understood. As expected. To preserve manpower, everyone retreated. He looked towards that place. He said to himself, I'm sorry, Sanju, but I will definitely protect Han Ho and Jisoo. Suddenly, a mysterious aura surged and covered the sky. He hastily exclaimed. Hush, he said firmly. The sky is completely dark. He looked suspiciously at its source. Black smoke at this moment. Warning. The program has started in this area. They were startled. The dragon roared fiercely. They thought in astonishment, look over there. Is that blue light the Necromancer? In the grotesque light, the figure of a person wearing strange armor vaguely appeared, and they hastily speculated. Damn it, is it the Necromancer? No, it's a Lich. He's turned into a monster. Meanwhile, he vaguely thought, are my senses broken? I can't feel anything. Am I alive? At the same time, a notification appeared. You have been resurrected thanks to the Necromancer title. Cooldown 21 days. He unpleasantly thought, resurrection? Is this resurrection? As specific information appeared, First Awakening has been activated. You can summon the Scythe of Death. You can summon giant monsters to form a team and fight. Thanks to the 9th First Awakening in history, you have received a 50 limit secret shop coupon, he immediately demanded. Scythe of Death. The skill information for this item appeared. Name Scythe of Death. Type First Awakening. Status active. Cost none. Effect. For 1 hour each day you can summon the Grim Reaper's Scythe of Death and transform into a Lich. Each time you kill a monster, the power of a ferocious tiger is activated. The maximum number of monsters that can be summoned increases by 50. All stats increase by 10. In addition, you can summon vanished monsters and recreate them up to the maximum summonable number. He had heard about liches. The dragon growled, threatening him. Shall we make this dragon our toy? Now it's my turn. Stage 2. In other words, the undead under your control have become family-like teammates. They rushed through the lava. Li Hanho charged and said, look over there. Senior's skill must have been activated. Yun Jisoo asked in surprise. Sanju is still alive? Choi Donghoon and his subordinates were dumbfounded to hear that. And cold sweat streamed down his cheeks. He suspiciously thought, the Necromancer is still alive? How could he have survived that fatal attack? Seeing the Lich, he asked worriedly, Sanju, are you okay? But he was crying with tears and snot, and shouted hoarsely, Senior, we're coming. Seeing his current appearance, he screamed in fear again and sobbed. Senior has turned into a monster, she calmly said. No, look at that Scythe of Death. Senior has completed his awakening mission. As the dragon attacked the monster, a hazy shock occurred throughout the space and bone fragments scattered. At the same time, notifications continued to appear. Your defeated teammate has been resurrected. Your defeated teammate has been resurrected. Your defeated teammate has been resurrected, they shouted with joy. The skeletons keep resurrecting. Everyone saw it, didn't you? The monsters summoned by the Necromancer are immortal. The dragon panted and spewed fire, and flames spread everywhere. In the scorching heat, he ordered armor crafting, and everyone continued to be pushed back. He admired, the flame breath spread all the way here. He instructed everyone fall back. The scythe was swung and the goblin skeleton soldier leapt in front of everyone to block. Yes, I'll trust you, he pouted and said gently. He sobbed and hugged him tightly. Don't abandon us again. Let's be together until death. In the midst of the war, he said arrogantly, why aren't you getting stronger? Are you tired? I'm sorry, but I have infinite life and power. Immediately, he used damage resistance. The scattered bone fragments spread everywhere, attacking the dragon front and back with a special scythe, and he crafted armor again to completely suppress it. The dragon struggled to break free from the chains. The helicopter hovering above broadcast live. He's not dead yet. Those who are mentally or physically weak, please do not approach. Just watch this live stream video. He growled and glanced at it. He officially declared to it, all right, finish him. A small shadow dashed out and the goblin skeleton soldier directly killed the monster. Finally, the termination notification appeared. Time remaining until confirmation, 4,335 days. You have acquired 1,115,556 gold from hunting lizard species in Lidu main wetland. Team mission, what is the commonality between a hero and a star? Completed. Winner K0157, you have acquired the title of Amateur Dragon Hunter. Strength 2 increased, fire resistance 30 increased. The people watching the screen cheered, it's over, it's over. I knew he could do it, Tejan hastily said. What on earth is this? What did I just see? He admired inwardly. I finally killed the boss, I finally succeeded. Then he called out, come here. A notification sounded. Your controlled undead have become family-like teammates. He was startled and asked himself, is that Hanho? He's expressing emotions more directly. It's ridiculous. How can that be? Can he control that? If so, the gap between us will only widen. On the contrary, Hanho said happily. Senior, I knew you were alive. Song Yu said emotionlessly. I died once. Looking at him, transformed into a lich, she cautiously asked, that form you can return to normal, right? Why does the combat dragon still have valuable items? Item info. Name heroic grade combat dragon hide. Type material. Details. This is an incredibly tough hide from a young black dragon. Although it's a young dragon's hide, not yet fully grown, it's considered to be among the strongest. Next item info. Name legendary grade dragon heart. Type material. Details. This heart is completely different from those of other smaller organ species. This is a very valuable item and should be carefully preserved. He exclaimed in admiration. Ah, so these are items that can be used to craft equipment. It wasn't over yet. Next, information about a seed appeared. Item info. Name. Seed of life. Grade, epic, classification, unidentified. Effect, unidentified. Details. A very strange sensation emanates from this seed. This seed of life is directly related to the tragic ending I witnessed in the prophecy. The mission's influence slowly faded and he returned to his normal state, carefully observing the seed. This seed of life is directly related to the tragic ending I witnessed in the prophecy. After this item, all other information will be cleared. The brave photographer approached and asked, hey Necromancer, Just one word, please say something to the viewers, he said coldly. Those who claimed they would protect you. Don't trust them too much. Hanho asked. He fell into deep thought. The people who saved survivors and called themselves heroes were actually incompetent. The system tested the teams and found that too many of them were not suitable for survival. He explained, if we don't have the strength to jump into a sea of fire, it means we don't have the strength to escape it. We need to become stronger. After speaking, he clenched his fist as if expressing his resolve. Suddenly, the space shook, and a tremor occurred with the sound of thunder. Everyone was startled. Why did it suddenly explode? They immediately found the cause. That was Yangdongpo Station. It was currently on fire. Sung Manhwa hastily reported to the commander. They say they attacked the station. He asked in alarm, who did it? Listening to their conversation, Song Yu thought, surely the Gangbuk Guild forces wouldn't attack the station at a time like this. Shortly after, someone instructed the crowd to move. Everyone evacuate this area. The people immediately complied. All right, the expedition team will take everyone by helicopter. Looking at the cause of the incident, the black smoke was clearly a sign of the abyss. Could it be that team has that death bomb? He watched the helicopters hastily evacuating citizens and speculated. Suddenly, Choi Dong-hoon knelt and pleaded, Song Yu, please help, there are still many residents left in the station. In this situation I can't do anything. Song Yu thought he couldn't just sit idly by. I have to step in. So he bowed to Choi Dong-hoon and said, Prosecutor, I have a lot to say, but now is not the right time. Grabbing his hand, Choi Dong-hoon pleaded, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, the rescue team had almost reached their destination, but due to the smoke they planned to land on the outskirts. Everyone prepare. Everyone evacuated to the safe zone together. Sergeant Kong suddenly delivered news. The Vice Guild leaders are prisoners, and they are the ones who attacked us. She froze in surprise. What, prisoners? She immediately confirmed. Who provided the information? He explained. Yes, I saw them exchanging signals. Watching their argument, Song Yu fell into thought. Even the Gangbuk Guild knows this fact. This is a gathering of scientist merchants, sponsors, and other scoundrels. And he looked at the current situation again, thinking the color has become lighter. They did this to increase the probability of infection. Even in this serious situation, the expedition team could do nothing. Now Song Yu said, I'll go inside. Please keep everyone safe. Hanho hesitated and asked, Senior, those guys did that, right? Jisoo added. You mean the Beast Alliance that hates humans? He replied quietly. Since the sponsor has confirmed it, they are now a thorn in our side, he speculated. Given that they targeted Yangdongpo Station, Suwon Village could also be attacked. Those guys usually attacked residents within allied forces, so I need to catch them and confirm it myself. After equipping the necessary gear, he stood up. Now it's time to reveal you to the world. Draconic bones. Black smoke filled the space. Noisy. Is there still someone resisting? Then dealing with them won't be difficult, Song Yu said indifferently. And then he heard a monster making excuses. After the raid, most of our forces are exhausted, so those humans think we won't attack anymore. Fools, another monster said. It's absurd. New species like us cannot coexist with those humans, the first monster agreed and added. Humans who can't accept the new era won't understand this. Song Yu then asked, so how long will the ritual continue? The monster replied without hesitation. You know the rebels, right? The wizards will handle it. It's rare for lucky ones to get to eat those wizards' brains. Another monster showed off his proud claws, expressing satisfaction with the rewards he would receive. Then why do I only get to eat archers' brains? I used my claws too. The first monster scoffed and reprimanded. Foolish. But you're better than those scientists anyway. And Song Yu recalled them engrossed in research for a grand objective, cautiously speculating. If we die, are those guys going to take our things? Are they trying to create an elixir of immortality? A monster said with a foolish expression, only thinking of eating. Elixir of immortality, you say? I want some too. Outside, a wolf died with a long mournful howl. A notification appeared. You have currently acquired 3,000 gold from killing Wolfstorm. You have acquired 3,000 gold from killing Wolfstorm. He quickly exited the cave, leaving behind a wolf skeleton oozing green liquid. Song Yu muttered, I thought people would be scattered on the streets, but they were gathered in one place. He then commanded, let's go back. New bone soldiers following the mysterious green liquid became his shadow army. Elsewhere he speculated about the situation and formed a rough plan. A ritual. I don't know what it is, but they're not killing people. They're confining them in this building, right? And I can directly catch the monster humans myself now. I'll deal with them one by one. A strange white shadow appeared in the black smoke. A rat human carried several unconscious players and headed towards the rally point, constantly grumbling, damn it, how many are there? We need 200. Another rat human carefully recorded data and replied, they demanded we capture as many players as possible. There are still many left on other floors. When another rat human received the processing order, they asked curiously, are all these people experimental subjects? Another rat human reprimanded, how would we know what they're trying to do? He thought for a moment and replied, I heard they're extracting experience points. He was startled. How can that be? He said logically. We've become monsters too. What's impossible? He chuckled and said, I thought I was born a rat from the beginning, but this life isn't so bad. Suddenly, a red warning appeared. Warning, corrupted sword has been activated in this area. Warning, call of the dead has been activated in this area. He looked closely at the notifications that appeared in the virtual window. Startled, what? He shouted in panic. Look at the captain. Before he could finish speaking, a hand reached out and grabbed his neck as powerful skeleton soldiers charged and attacked. He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" A bony hand appeared from above and scratched him painfully. He retaliated, cursing, "What are these damn monsters?" Looking closely, he was even more surprised. Skeletons. He no longer hesitated, gathered his strength and shouted, "Enhance," and blew away the skeleton soldiers. He furiously attacked the skeleton monsters, completely overpowering them. A notification soon arrived. "Your teammate has met eternal death," he shouted. "Where are you all? I've found out who you are. Come out here." The necromancer immediately swung his scythe and pierced him. He groaned in pain but still had enough strength to curse, "You damned rude bastard," Song Yu said with burning intensity. "Then is it polite for you to spread poison gas?" At the same time he took his life and received a reward. "Acquired 30,000 gold from hunting a grade 2 wild ox," he exclaimed in admiration. "Grade 2, the gold I received has doubled. Their growth speed is truly on another level." A colossal shadow spoke to him. "Thanks to you, I now have a more powerful bone monster." It was clearly an ox bone monster. "The dead are under your control." Heavy breathing echoed around him. He approached and observed. "He's still alive, but if he keeps inhaling this poison gas, he'll eventually die." He commanded his subordinate bone monsters, "Charge, you need to take everyone outside. Check all floors and move them out." The city was covered in gloomy black smoke. Even the skeleton monsters were affected and staggered. Again a red warning appeared. "Warning, terrible summoning magic is appearing in this area." He looked up at the sky in surprise. "Summoning? What on earth is it? What are they trying to do now?" He had no time to lose. He hastily ran in the opposite direction with his bone monsters heading towards the building. He hurried, catching his breath, and said, "I'm here." They saw him coming and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter," he said calmly. "Search calmly through the smoke for the culprit." But now the smoke is spreading everywhere. The enemy monster now realized Song Yu's identity. "Damn it, a necromancer, what's wrong with him? Why isn't the power of hell affecting him?" He pointed a finger and commanded, "Don't let him escape, catch him. The experiment can wait." Song Yu simultaneously recognized the source. A magic circle, so this was the summoning magic. Amidst their suspicion he said, "I don't have time to play with you." Fortunately it was night, and he summoned the Scythe of Death. "You have summoned the Grim Reaper's Scythe of Death. Time limit 0 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. You possess the power of a Lich. Maximum summonable monster count increased by 50. All stats increased by 10. The undead around you will resurrect thanks to the infinite number of friendly teammates." Transformed into his Lich form, he discovered a small secret. "I can use the scythe for 1 hour a day, but for you, 5 minutes will be enough." Facing the bone monsters pouring out from the green hole, they scoffed, "Filthy, damn it. We just need to crush their skulls. You guys can easily win." Indeed, they had not anticipated it at all until then. "The fallen bone monster is resurrecting." "The fallen bone monster is resurrecting," Song Yu scoffed. "You guys are quite capable, but in this situation you are bound to lose." They were completely surrounded by countless bone monsters. "Help!" Suddenly, the enemy leader exclaimed in admiration. "Excellent. Seeing these guys, the researchers will salivate." Then he bent down and completed the magic circle. "It's already too late, Necromancer." Next, a notification appeared. "Warning, terrible summoning magic is appearing in this area," he said triumphantly. "Foolish. You knew we existed in this world, yet you dared to live stream. It's truly amusing to watch you waste your power there. From now on, this world," before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly attacked, pushed back, and thrown into the air. He first ordered a retreat, and everyone headed to where he landed. He pressed, "What did you summon?" He barely managed to say, "You guys are dead, be careful. A truly terrifying monster will appear soon." Just then, a warning, a raid boss monster is approaching this area. A solution bottle was in Choi Dong-hoon's hand and the last drop fell. Choi Dong-hoon frowned, watching his wounds heal. He now had little time to sit idly by, and he truly realized the current situation. Despite drinking the new power potion, his condition hadn't improved at all. "Perhaps I am standing at the threshold of death." Song Yu was able to resurrect even after dying. "Moreover, I was so sure the Korean peninsula was the safest place, but now it's in such a precarious situation." He bitterly scoffed at himself. Meanwhile, Lee Han-ho happily pointed and said, "Ah, look at that. It's the monster senior summoned," Yoon Jisoo added. "They're saving the citizens. They're taking everyone outside." She emphasized that the necromancer saved everyone. Watching the people cheer in joy, Choi Dong-hoon felt an uneasiness deep in his heart. "I was wrong. My guild development method was flawed. I couldn't get stronger because I mistakenly thought I couldn't do anything alone. In fact, it was the exact opposite. This was the result of considering himself the best." At this moment, everyone received another red warning. "Warning, terrible summoning magic is beginning in this area." Choi Dong-hoon repeated suspiciously, summoning magic?" Sung Manhwa said that the sign of hell was slowly disappearing. They hastily pursued in the direction the black smoke was disappearing, and they arrived at the center. The necromancer was there. Yangdongpo Station was collapsing. A monster rose from the ground, that is, an orc warrior boss monster appeared. An enormous monster, 8 feet tall, arrogantly looked down at the crumbling world. The enemy leader was still laughing heartily at this entire situation. He scoffed, "Haha, can you guys defeat that one? Even if you do, your plan won't succeed." Song Yu felt his strange gaze and said, what are you staring at? The enemy leader laughed bizarrely and said, you must have been busy drawing the magic circle, so you didn't watch the live stream until the end, did you? We have a truly astonishing monster on our side. A blue slime inflated the bone monsters to their limit. The grade 2 wild ox bone monster easily defeated the boss monster. It subdued him alone, and the orc boss groaned in pain. Grr, the crowd cheered enthusiastically at the sight. Wow. Choi Dong-hoon saw that, speechless, and trembled. What on earth is that? He exclaimed in admiration. What a truly astonishing monster, Choi Dong-hoon said excitedly. That's right, finish him off. The battle earlier was truly horrifying. Now only one thought remained in his heart. I need to become stronger. Stronger than that necromancer. Only then will I not have to rely on others, not even the expedition team. The orc boss struggled to retaliate, and immediately, the enemy leader commanded his remaining bone monsters to attack. New bone monsters continuously appeared, but they were all overwhelmed by Song Yu's ox bone monster, and unfortunately your summoned creature has disappeared. Song Yu fell into thought. Disappeared. My bone monsters could resurrect infinitely, but they disappeared without a trace. Is this really how boss monsters work? Unfortunately, draconic bones cannot use flame breath on him, but if I can still control him. Suddenly a bone monster grabbed his head and seized him by the hair, applying mental and physical pressure. Grr, the battle raged fiercely. And after an overall assessment, Song Yu was confident. I have the advantage. The orc boss gripped the bone monster's neck and growled. Grr. Now it was the goblin skeleton's turn. It stabbed the boss monster's core once. Grr. The boss monster was subdued and fell to the ground surrounded by other bone monsters. Roots were crushed by the bone monsters. The moment of total settlement arrived. You have acquired 705,000 gold from hunting the invincible orc dungeon boss monster. You have leveled up to level 16. Choose a promotion card. Random stats, random skill, random item, random other. Call of the Dead was confirmed. He muttered that his skill had improved. Specifically, your skill level has been fundamentally enhanced. Skill info. Name Call of the Dead. Proficiency level acquired. Type active. Mana cost 100. Summons and controls 15 ownerless hell zombies. No limit to summon quantity. After 20 minutes they turn to dust and disappear. Cooldown 30 minutes. He thought that his zombie usage strategy was now reinforced, but the greatest reward obtained from defeating the boss monster was this. After that, his ghost appeared and said, corpses under your control have become family-like teammates. Item info. Name Blessing of the Thunder God. Grade Heroic. Type Bracelet. Description: consumes all mana to generate a lightning attack. You cannot recover mana for 5 minutes after using this attack. If the previous owner has no mana, the bracelet can still generate an attack, but the cooldown is 24 hours. He muttered, consumes all mana, then I should use it on this guy. Turning back, he saw they had already become sworn brothers. Did they become close fighting together? Indeed, fighting brings people closer. He froze. What? No way. What did you do, Necromancer? He calmly replied. Didn't you see? Becoming friends with monsters is my specialty, he cursed. Don't mess with me. And then was hit and came to his senses. Kakeke, he said coldly. Alright, enough playing around, let's get to the point. It was only then that he begged for mercy. Wait, alright, I understand. Too late. He strangled him with his bare hands. Kakeke. You have acquired 30,000 gold from hunting a grade 2 ferocious wolf. He looked at his corpse suspiciously and asked, why did he suddenly die? She speculated. Perhaps he died because his blood rushed to his brain, fearing interrogation. He sighed. What a waste, such an excellent informant, he thought. It's not over yet. It's not certain, but there must be another way. Corpses under your control have become family-like teammates. You can check Andre's memory fragments. Through his memory fragments. He looked down at the entire landscape from above. Not bad. He didn't know what architectural style this was, but the system seemed to want it. This place was probably built to participate in a dragon boss raid or other large-scale missions. They quickly appeared, he said. Turn off your phones. We're entering the territory now. He laughed cheerfully. It's getting more and more interesting. The expedition team lost, didn't they? He realized. So you guys couldn't watch the broadcast until the end, he grumbled. Handsome wolf leader, he said coldly. I told you not to call me that. He stopped joking. Alright, leader, I heard that the Root Ango team violated the Free Guild's rules, he said coldly. I don't know about that. He asked suspiciously. Why are you like that, leader? I heard about it too, he resolved. Since you said we should join the Free Guild someday, now's the time. Let's make a plan, he said blankly. I heard some crazy scientist threatened to build a research center in Lidu. He was startled. Lidu, Korea is in danger, he cursed. Why do you always listen to such ridiculous things? He turned his head and looked elsewhere. Ridiculous excuses, you say. Wasn't our leader the head of that organization? Since the day I joined that science team, it's been a bit confusing, but fun. I mean, they're really interesting. They really like Lidu, he shouted. Shut up, the flashback ended. He called out worriedly. Senior, she asked directly. Sanju, did you find anything? He replied briefly. Yes, I understand now. The reason they attacked Yun Dongpo was to take over Lidu and Kim Do Rim too. Now that I've found their traces, I need to investigate their next plan. Kim Do Rim, the central station where Line 1 and Line 2 intersect. So many people gather here. In other words, there are many experimental materials here. This research center was built here not only because it is close to Yeongdong Post Station, but also because there are many experimental subjects nearby. This place is our paradise. Guangsu laughed sinisterly. The rat human asked worriedly, Director, can we lower the temperature more? It's starting to smell rotten. He sighed, sounding bored. I have no more patience. Get used to it. Once you're used to it, you can control your sense of smell. He hesitated and made excuses. Mutated people like me are sensitive to smells. He sighed again. These animals really. I don't even know what I smell like. You said you wanted to return to being human, didn't you? He mustered all his courage and said, Of course. I didn't want to be mutated like this. And I'm tired of turning into a rat. He turned his back to the research table as if uninterested in such trivial matters and said calmly, Since they've started research at the headquarters, you'll have to volunteer for the experiment too. He cringed in fear. Participate in the experiment? He laughed sinisterly and cruelly. Yes, experiments always start with rats. He crouched down and asked softly, Are you joking? He replied with a cheerful laugh. He, of course I'm joking. Are you scared? But you should think about it too. What's the point of living in this mutated form? Rats are the most despised species, aren't they? Even if a cure is successfully developed, it will take a considerable amount of time to reach your hands. And the lifespan of a rat isn't long. He lowered his head in fear and said, Yes, thank you for your concern. Guangsu waved his hand and said, Since it's my experiment, of course I have to be concerned. A guard ran in and reported urgently. Director, a riot has broken out outside. Dinosaurs are appearing and destroying the building. He suddenly turned and interrogated the rat human. Did you guys secretly steal the medicine? A tyrannical lizard appeared among your species, didn't it? He shook his head vigorously. He ordered, The situation seems urgent. Inform everyone. Gather the beast humans and let's go out together. Speaking of them, it can be summarized as Dino's Clone Drug Stage 2 Classification Enhancement. Condition: administer stimulant to 10 or more people. Effect: defense 25 increased, attack 25 increased. Fear resistance 40. Continuous use of the drug builds resistance. He ran and hastily relayed the news he had just learned. I just heard that the operation in Yeongdong failed. He asked in surprise. What? He speculated. It's probably related to this situation. Suddenly the beast humans in front shouted, That's too big. Retreat. As the bone monsters glared at them through the glass door, everyone was startled and cringed. He frowned and said suspiciously, Damn it, what is this? Wasn't that monster a real dinosaur? The heroes rushed inside as the bone monsters broke through the glass wall and charged. He was startled. Skeletons, it's not the dragon that appeared in you, is it? With an ominous premonition he shouted, Run, you guys can't beat them. He hastily fled, cowardly entrusting this mission before leaving. Just hold them back for a moment. We need to pack our things. While fleeing, the rat human sensed something. He stopped and inhaled the strange air. He cursed. What are you doing, you damned rat bastard? He explained. I just smelled something pungent. And due to his timid nature he easily gave in, or did I imagine it? He urged him. Quickly, there's a lot to take, he replied, agonizing over his choice. Yes, Director. He hastily collected important data. I need to take this and that too. He smelled a strange scent again and his mind was disturbed. Phew, that smell again. A box flew quickly towards him. Unfortunately, he quickly sensed the danger and blocked it. Director, it's dangerous. He groaned. Ah. Seeing him hiding in the darkness, he asked in surprise, Who are you? He shouted. When did he get here? He said coldly. You sent the wrong item. I've come to settle accounts with you. He dusted himself off and stood up, asking suspiciously, Settle accounts? What are you settling? He immediately retorted. Didn't you send monsters to me? He was startled and recognized the colossal thing behind him. As the bone goblin laughed, the bone monster charged. He was startled. He seized the momentum and said, Now you understand, you sent the wrong one. After that, he looked around at the surroundings and thought, This is their research facility, isn't it? Not only human corpses, but also mutated people. I suspected it ever since I read the detailed part about mutated essence. These damned bastards, they only see humans as experimental toys. Fortunately, Ju and Hanno didn't see it. He hesitated and said, How about it? I didn't expect this to happen. He countered, Are you ashamed that your ugly actions have been revealed? Guangsu became angry at these words. Ugly actions? How dare you speak such rude words? What I'm doing is taking scientific knowledge to a new level. TCH, fools like you wouldn't understand. This is an experiment to make humanity immortal, he said triumphantly, but a few arrows embedded in his leg. Ah, he knelt in pain, clutching his leg. Ah, what is this? He said emotionlessly. Your insane babbling is really disgusting to listen to, he tried to argue angrily. You, he called out worriedly. Director. He held up a vial with a crazed look and said, You've worked so hard until now, I'll make you more useful. After that he began the next mutation, groaning in pain, his pleas turning into curses. You damn Director. He immediately waved his hand and used the item info. Name: Ring of the Shadow of Night. Grade: Mythical. Effect: Agility 3, Stamina 2. When fighting in darkness, a substitute self is summoned to assist you in combat. The substitute self takes 50 of your damage. He screamed in pain as he charged. He attacked the bone monster next to him. He barely dodged. My attacks have been greatly enhanced, but he came too close and I was easily hit in the leg and fell. Hearing the sound of something breaking, he strangely felt that his senses were off. Anyway, the rat human was indeed dead. You have acquired 13,000 gold from hunting a mutated rat. He was completely insane. I was just appointed director, but I can't die here. He attacked and cut off his hand. Next will be the lower body. If you don't want to meet the same end as those you experimented on. He suddenly realized something strange. He muttered, "Did you drink poison?" He lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and replied, "Yes. I used that rat to buy time and drank the poison." "Necromancer, my comrades will treat experimental subjects like you well," he said calmly. "Then that's even better. No need to get my hands dirty," he angrily asked. What do you mean?" He left coldly, saying to the air, "You'll never know. That I'll resurrect you as a friendly bone monster and read your memory fragments." But the answer he received was, "Living creatures cannot be turned into friendly bone monsters," he muttered suspiciously. He angrily stomped on his eggs, cursing, "What a cowardly bastard." He swung his knife. "You don't deserve to live," he pleaded. "Wait, I'll cooperate. I'll give you my inventions." Immediately after, his heart was pierced. Finally a notification arrived for him. "The dead has become your friendly bone monster. You can check the dead's memory fragments." Entering the memory fragments, he saw Guangsu cautiously asking, "So I've been appointed director of the research center?" He smiled alluringly. "Yes, once you become a doctor, you'll manage this center." He gradually realized that this person was the key figure in all these incidents. The doctor loudly said, "And once you go there, make as many hee-hees as possible." Hee-hee, the more the better, he asked himself in disbelief. The leader of the smugglers, after that meeting, Guangsu and the doctor began discussing the upcoming plan. Make as many hee-hees as possible? Yes, can you do it alone? When asked this, Guangsu didn't think much and pointed to himself, stating firmly, "Yes, it's my specialty. Weren't 80 of the items made by me?" After a moment of excitement, he calmed down a bit and expressed his passion for research and crafting. "I only helped with other items, but this item is my own creation." Expressing his passion, Song Guangsu smiled and suggested. And the doctor immediately agreed without hesitation. "What will you do, director? Just make enough and scatter them in Ion Dongpo, enough to catch those insects." After agreeing to this idea, he spoke the next part of the plan. "Leave the rest to the wizard monsters. They'll use their teleportation skill to bring the boss monsters currently confined to Ion Dongpo." After a pause, the doctor dropped a shocking piece of information, making both Guangsu and Sanju doubt their ears. "Release 3 at once." This information cast a slight doubt on Sanji's worldview. 3, they were holding 3 boss monsters captive. Guangsu was momentarily stunned, then stammered in unease, "Smelly guys, can we entrust such an important task to them?" These words clearly displeased the doctor, who interrupted the other person. "Watch your mouth. Without them our plan cannot succeed." Feeling that there was nothing more shocking, the doctor dropped another bombshell. "Especially 4 wizard monsters stronger than the top 3 players. We need to borrow their power." At his confidence, Sanju overtly judged, "How can we assume 4 monsters are stronger than the higher-ups?" The reason for his skepticism was that monsters were creatures who always sought reasons, not choosing card decks. "In my experience, there's no way they're stronger." Thinking this far, young Sanju was suddenly startled and asked himself again, "Your experience?" Repeating that phrase, his eyes widened and his face filled with fear. Even if they didn't choose a card deck, that doesn't mean they can't develop. As this thought came to mind, 7,749 other scenarios flooded his head. Moreover, those monsters must have received missions just like those scientists. These special missions will also be their opportunity to become stronger than others. The same goes for me. Returning to the conversation, Guangsu froze for a moment, then returned to his original greedy self. "Knowing that they're stronger than the higher-ups makes me even more furious and makes me want to dissect them to create new drugs." Satisfied with this reaction, the doctor moved on to another matter. "By the way, our main goal is not to kill those players. So don't torture them after you've captured them." As soon as the other person finished speaking, Guangsu suddenly stood up, shouting fiercely for an unknown reason. "Understood. Our goal is to create new species in Lidu. I believe humans can transcendently evolve. That's why I'm doing my best right now." Upon hearing this, Sanju immediately deduced a few things. New species, I need to remember that. Perhaps this phrase is included in their exclusive mission. Before the conversation ended, another person appeared. "Are you two discussing something?" The appearance of that person caught Sanji's eye. A white beast had appeared. "I met this guy before, he must be an important figure then." The doctor, seeing that the wolf hadn't appeared, stood up and approached him. Guangsu, seeing that person, reluctantly greeted him. "You've arrived, the third-ranked great mage." The werewolf lightly dismissed this greeting. "Wrong, I'm not a mage." Guangsu sat and observed him, assessing. His ears are glowing." After a moment, the werewolf looked at Guangsu, who was hiding behind the doctor, and smirked. "Perhaps you thought I was a mage because of my appearance, but I'm just like Mr. Guangsu." Suddenly called by name, he was startled. "How do you know my name?" Seeing his surprised reaction, the werewolf hesitated. "Actually, I am." He then forcefully slapped him with his hand and admitted, "Just a type of person." Guangsu, suddenly hit, was flustered and felt all over his body. The werewolf saw this and lightly reassured him. "What did you just do? It's insurance." The werewolf explained in more detail, fearing people wouldn't believe him. While we were talking, he suddenly concentrated on something. "You'll be with me for a long time, so you should at least have some safety equipment. It will protect both you and me. Guangsu, if it's in danger, it can send a message through this device." As soon as the werewolf finished speaking, strange blue flames erupted from his 2 eyes. Soon after, a red screen appeared. Following that, the werewolf appeared next to Sanju. Warning, you have been interfered with while checking memory fragments. What is this? While he was still bewildered, he spoke in an unpleasant voice. It was you after all. Upon discovering you, Sanju the Necromancer. Sanju gritted his teeth and remained vigilant, but he still spoke relentlessly. You just stopped everything in Yin Dungpo, but how could you find Serum so quickly? Is this his technique? The werewolf pretended not to notice his facial expression and offered his own speculation. So you can read memories from corpses using this method? After a moment of thought, Sanju decided to respond sarcastically. It seems you're more idle than I thought right now. Your main body must be somewhere else, right? This remark naturally angered the werewolf, who moved closer to Sanju. He threatened with murderous eyes, Necromancer, don't get in my way. No matter how long the fight, victory will be ours. Not stopping there, the werewolf openly criticized. Don't think you're superior just because you've reached a high rank. To us, you're nothing, however. Sanju didn't care about the criticism and focused on another key point. Who are we? The werewolf didn't hide it and added a reminder. Evolution Society. Remember that name clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his power to push him out of this place, because this is where humanity's history will end. Suddenly pushed back to his original location, Sanju shouted in indignation. That guy even had mental interference skills? This won't be easy. No matter how frustrated he was, he couldn't help but feel fear as he recalled the conversation he had just overheard a moment ago. That guy said they would summon 3 boss monsters in a row. So if the first boss monster failed, the plan is likely to change. I can't help but worry. As he was lost in thought, a skeleton soldier returned holding a scroll. Right, you found something? He quickly took it and opened it, surprised by the drawing inside. A map? This is part of the city map. Sanju didn't overthink it, focusing on observing and analyzing the circled points. Gurojiu is marked as Point A, Point B is located near the Suwon area, and Point K is Bomgae Station in Anyang. After a long analysis, he concluded. All arrows point to Seoul. That's right, these are all boss monster locations. With this thought, Sanju recalled the monster he had fought. We defeated one of those 3 monsters before the dragon appeared. The orc warrior is now standing next to me. It didn't take long for him to deduce the remaining boss's hiding place. Then the remaining one will be hidden by that evolution society in this location. At this moment, everyone in the city was actively improving their facilities, but as soon as Sanju and his group returned, they all stopped and rushed over to greet them. Song Minhwa was the first to approach and ask about the situation. You returned so quickly. Was the result good? Sanju didn't answer, but only made one request: connect to the community and find information about Suwon and Anyang. Focus on posts about boss monsters. After making the request, he moved elsewhere without any additional information. I need to talk to Yun Donghoon for a moment. Everyone please step aside for a while. Yes, understood. As soon as he approached the tent door, Sanju couldn't help but exclaim. He looks busy. Yun Donghoon smiled at this remark and asked frankly, there's a lot to take care of because of this big event. What would you like to discuss with me? Did you find something? Since he asked frankly, Sanju immediately spoke. However, he didn't quite believe it. A large-scale attack will soon be concentrated on Seoul. Who said that? Having already anticipated this, he stated all the information he had gathered. The attackers call themselves the Evolution Society. They are not actually targeting the Free Guild. Noticing the strange name, Yun Donghoon frowned and asked, Evolution Society? I've never heard of them before. Why are they attacking us? Receiving such a question, he slowly spoke a name. Yeouido. That name successfully diffused Yun Donghoon's emotional outburst. Yeouido, that's impossible. Wasn't that already resolved? Seeing his excessive reaction, Sanju reassured him. There's no news yet. It's just my speculation. Even though he said that, he still couldn't hide his surprise. Their very existence is astonishing news. We must stop them by any means necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, Choi Donghoon bowed and pleaded, and Sanju froze on the spot. Mr. Sanju, can you help me? Why are you suddenly doing this? Since he said nothing, he pleaded sincerely. Please protect Yin Dungpo. You are the only one who can fight against the power of hell so far. Fearing Sanju wouldn't agree, Choi Donghoon immediately offered a price. I'll give you 1 million gold. No more than that. Please help me. Sanju hesitated, avoiding his sincere gaze. Is he using me? But isn't this much money too good to refuse? Even if he's using me, Choi Donghoon isn't my enemy. After a long consideration, he decided to agree. All right, the current goal is to deal with that Evolution Society. Let's negotiate then. After finishing the negotiation, Sanju went outside. Ran Ho and Goblin Rin Seong rushed over as soon as they saw him. Senior Sanju, are you done with your work? As he ran, he was indignant to see people's cheerful conversations. Sanju misunderstood the scene. Their relationships are truly amazing. Have you already befriended them? Lee Han Ho didn't answer the question but asked him back. Should I say that I became friends with the people Senior fought? Jisu's popularity was also immense. Seeing Jisu surrounded by people, Lee Han Ho was indignant. Sanju heard this and felt a little helpless. They praised her red dress as pretty. They praised her hair like flower petals when she swung her sword. Really? Just then, his phone rang. There's an announcement on the community. As soon as he opened his phone, he excitedly showed the screen to Sanju. Senior, the rankings have changed again. Prosecutor Yun Donghoon, Dr. Wu, level 15, has dropped 3 ranks. Hearing the familiar name, his expression hardened. Dr. Wu is not someone to be ignored. thinking of that person, a question arose in Sanji's mind. Is he also part of the Evolution Society? After updating the ranking table, Sanju sifted through the information he knew. Level 15 is the highest level a player who has undergone the first awakening can reach. After reconfirming everything, he firmly questioned himself and was convinced. I don't know if it's only attainable by 5-star players or if anyone can level up to 15, but either way, Dr. Wu reached level 15. Realizing this, Sanju frowned. Meanwhile, Li Hanho greeted Jisoo, who was surrounded by people and had disheveled hair. If we don't do anything before he gets stronger, Senior Jisoo, you're finally here. He was lost in thought, but when she appeared he still greeted her formally, and Jisoo was puzzled. Did you have a good outcome after talking with the Free Guild? No, I didn't. They just made me uncomfortable. Li Hanho, who was standing nearby, heard this and concocted all sorts of stories. What? Senior, you're not thinking Jisoo Nuna is going to leave us, are you? Before Sanju had a chance to defend himself, Hanho brazenly exposed Jisoo's secret. Do you know how shocked Jisoo Nuna was and how much she cried when Hung died? Hoya. Don't talk nonsense. Suddenly scolded, he tried to make excuses, but seeing a knife pointed at his face, he meekly said, I was just telling the truth. Just then a scream was heard and everyone hastily looked. Mr. Song Minhim, what's wrong? Song Minhim lay on the ground crying and explaining, and Li Hanho hesitated before helping him. I was just trying to see what those suspicious bottles were. After saying this, he couldn't contain his curiosity and pointed at the Breath of Hell bottles. But when you went to Suwon Dorum, what kind of bottles did you bring? Receiving such a question, Sanju approached, picked up the car and looked at Song Minhim with disdain. These are my precious belongings. Don't touch them. Who wants them? Just close the lid properly. Setting this issue aside, he confidently pointed to himself and declared, Anyway, I, Song Minhim, assistant of the Free Guild, will be your messenger. Getting even more excited, he stroked his chin, pretending to think. Those people will instantly recognize the truth. Our guild is currently chaotic and busy, but that doesn't mean Mr. Yu Seonggu's position isn't very important. He was probably fired. If he was fired, he should be honest. He definitely was fired. Song Minhim, unaware that everyone was judging him, responsibly announced. The information you were looking for has been investigated by the guild members. Now go there. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the way with Jisoo. Sanju asked Li Hanho as they walked together. But was she really that shocked when I died? Are you asking Nuna? Although he didn't get confirmation, Li Hanho leaked information. But Sanju didn't believe his information was accurate. She didn't cry, but she was definitely tearful. Now she's probably going to hate me for revealing her secret. Jisoo really cried, not you? Receiving such a question, he reluctantly admitted. That's right, but I only cried because my hand died. I'm a cool guy. Senior, next time you die, please make sure your right hand is safe. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hanho rushed over and enthusiastically hugged the skeleton goblin, leaving his master speechless. My beloved right hand. He'll definitely save my right hand first if I fall into the water. At this moment in the office, Choi Dong-hoon slammed the table, recalling the conversation that had just occurred. How dare he say such things in front of me? But remember, you still owe me. Don't think I'll just hand you 1 million gold easily. Especially you who disappointed me. With this thought, he couldn't contain his anger. That raid's boss battle was completely unreasonable. We focused solely on the boss and didn't care about the other monsters. After that attack, all fingers pointed at Choi Dong-hoon. As a result, many citizens criticized me. In terms of current power and image, I've definitely lost to Seong-woo. Recalling the situation at the time, he was indignant yet wary. Now the citizens are all on Seong-woo's side and right-hand side. More importantly, the fan club president is a strong player. I need to be careful. Just then, the familiar system screen appeared, announcing a mission. After reading the entire notification, Choi Dong-hoon couldn't hide his surprise. He then began to recall the information he had gathered. The Scout Commander's personal mission is, according to the information I've gathered, awakening missions are only given to 4-star or 5-star players. With this thought, Choi Dong-hoon frowned, and his eyes were filled with determination. That's why I need to complete it as soon as possible. This is the only way to contend with other 5-star players. That was his wish, but another problem made him think deeply. But 30 people, 6 have already died, only 14 team members remain. How can I train the remaining 16 to level 10? No matter how much he thought, he couldn't find an answer, so Yoon Dong-hoon lamented. This is really difficult, but Seong-woo wouldn't be satisfied with this result. He picked up his sword and stood up. I have to do something. Choi Dong-hoon, with burning determination, drew back the curtain and left the room. I'll do it. As soon as he appeared, people lined up and greeted him. Did you call us, Commander? Seeing everyone gathered, he immediately ordered, Song Minhwa will start hunting again tomorrow. Choose the team members for hunting. Song Minhwa, bewildered by this sudden decision, tried to persuade him. What? But Commander, it will take some time to restore this station. If we go hunting now, before she could finish speaking, he cut her off. Choi Dong-hoon even narrowed his eyes and threatened. While we restore the station, others will get ahead. Then if we're attacked again, the damage will be even greater. Fearing people wouldn't follow him, he gave another reason, but inwardly he harbored another intention. Seong-woo will soon deal with the Evolution Society. This will be our biggest threat. I must become the watchdog of the Free Guild. As soon as that name was mentioned, everyone was agitated and agreed. We are the strongest guild in Korea. We will never fail. We will be the victors again. The person mentioned at this moment was in an underground bunker. Song Min-hee appeared out of nowhere with a man holding a phone. Mr. Seong-woo, my friend, found the information you needed. You asked us to investigate the Suwon and Anyong Bomgye station areas, right? In Sosa, before he could finish speaking, Sanju immediately asked, "Did residents see orcs there?" Receiving the question, he was slightly surprised and quickly replied, "Yes, it was the boss monster summoned in this attack." Mentioning this issue, the man scratched his head and provided shocking information. People didn't just see it once or twice, someone probably blocked the information. At Bomgye Station, before he could finish speaking, Sanju spoke first. The man was surprised by his knowledge. It was all black smoke and zombies. "Yes, that's right, but how do you know?" At the question, he hesitated and turned his head, and the man followed suit. Before their eyes was Lee Han-ho surrounded by a group of phones. "I'm becoming a phone." Seeing this scene, the two inwardly assessed. "He's probably the last phone addict on Earth. No, there was never such a person before." Ignoring the murmuring, he courteously provided the information he found. "Senior, the village is still safe. I contacted Dong-hoon and told him to stay in a safe place and not go out." This information naturally left Sanju with food for thought. The village is still safe and the boss attacks in Guro-ji-yu and Soso have been resolved, so now only Bomgye remains. Looking at the moon high in the sky, he imagined the city filled with zombie corpses. According to posts about Bomgye Station, people warned players not to go there due to poisonous gas and wandering zombies. With this thought, Sanju immediately came up with a bold idea. Poisonous gas, it's likely the breath of hell. If so, there's a possibility that the Evolution Society or another research facility is located there. Snapping out of his thoughts, he looked back at Song Min-him, who was startled. "Assistant, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" He smiled brightly and simply requested. "Lend me a knife." At this moment, purple smoke floated everywhere in Bomgye. In that peaceful scene, a group of people were desperately fleeing. As they fled, they urged each other, "Hurry, run faster." No matter how hard they struggled, people were chased by zombies and cursed. "Damn it, we're done for. I don't think we can stop them this time." As the situation worsened, other people appeared. "The artillery team has arrived. Take care of those zombies." The newly arrived people, upon receiving the signal, fired their guns in succession. "Fire quickly. If we can't stop them here, the shelter will be in danger." Before long, many zombies fell, and at the end of the road a pile of steel shields was ready. A girl inside pointed to the side door and shouted, "Quick, get inside. Zombies rush in even more when they see people." The ordinary people turned pale at this sight. The chased people, seeing the zombies, gritted their teeth and suggested, "We have to stop here, otherwise the zombies will get inside. We need to distract them." "Everyone run away." Having obtained agreement, one person suggested, "Let's scatter in different directions. We need to lure them far away from the shelter." With the plan set, he threw the bag he was holding to a nearby girl. "This is food. Take it to your family." Having finished their task, they picked up their weapons and began to provoke the zombies. "Come on, you bastards, we're here." But suddenly a shadow appeared and darted out, taking down a few zombies. Not only that, but flames shot up and burned everything. Everything happened so quickly that the people there stood dumbfounded. "Who is it?" Not only flames, but a bony monster appeared. "That's a monster." Then Sanju appeared from somewhere and suggested, and surprisingly, she also followed. "Jisoo, I used that skill, so you need to move to another place. Blessing of the Thunder God, heroic grade bracelet type. Effect, consumes all mana to generate immense power. Mana does not recover for 5 minutes after the attack. If the user has no mana, it can only be used once a day." Immediately a powerful explosion occurred, sweeping away all the zombies there. The monsters also actively dealt with the remaining zombies. Such conspicuous movements naturally drew the attention of the people inside the building. "That's a skeleton," one person recognized Sanju. "That's the guy from the live stream video before, the one who killed 2 boss monsters." After a moment of contemplation, everyone finally realized he was the Necromancer. On one side there was utter chaos, but the city side was very peaceful. The citizens even prepared banners to welcome Sanju. However, the current situation left everyone perplexed. Lee Han-ho, pretending not to see such faces, pointed to himself and said confidently, "The heroes have returned. Everyone must have worried a lot, right? But fortunately my senior and I took care of everything." Upon hearing that, they rejoiced but kept looking around. "Only you've returned. Where are the seniors? You went with them." At that question, Lee Han-ho made a thoughtful expression, but others thought differently. "We were worried about a dangerous army attacking the village, but at least one important person should be here." Was that kid exiled? He was finally kicked out. Yes, he must have been. He didn't care about such judgmental glances and raised his hand to set a condition. The people there still didn't believe him. "We need money to maintain this safe zone. He just runs errands after all. My son earned a ton of money thanks to goblins and kobolds. Did you know that?" Just at this point, Lee Han-ho finally confidently opened his bag zipper. "I thought I was abandoned, but my senior showed me his true heart." Immediately, a familiar shadow leapt out and he looked at it proudly. "My senior's true right-hand man this time. My senior entrusted me with it." Upon seeing the goblin skeleton's appearance, everyone's trust level soared. "If it's his right-hand man, we can trust him. He'll be a great help to us." "Were you caught?" As soon as Sergeant Kim untied the bound item, a strange magic circle appeared, and the goblin even waved its hand in greeting. "Is it disappearing?" Realizing the situation was not good, Lee Han-ho panicked and demanded. At this reaction, Sergeant Kim was slightly suspicious. Catch him, don't let him escape. Lost him. What do you mean? Turning back to Sanju, he and Jisoo were currently in a hospital. Outside the door of their room, a group of children gathered trying to eavesdrop inside. It's the Necromancer. The Necromancer is here. A symbol of justice and faith. That's the Necromancer. Sanju, hearing such words inside, didn't know what to say. A necromancer and a symbol of justice and faith. What is this strange combination? On the other hand, Jisoo admired the arms hanging precariously on the door. There are so many children. If we hadn't returned, they would surely have been in danger. Putting that problem aside, he was startled to see blood on the other person's chin. Ms. Jisoo, there's a lot of blood on your chin and neck. Jisoo, seeing his surprised reaction, casually wiped it away and explained. Unlike before, I'm used to the smell of blood now. This answer inadvertently made him ponder. Unlike before, however, after a brief speculation, Sanju immediately understood everything. Come to think of it, we've been together for quite a while, haven't we? But I still don't know much about her. Tired of merely speculating, he asked directly, and she also admitted it without evasion. You said you lived in Jeju Island, right? Yes. Upon hearing that answer, Sanju asked a very typical question. Will you ever return to Jeju Island? Jisoo's eyes darkened at this question, and her voice also became subdued. Who knows if I can go? I don't know what will happen. After taking a hot sip of tea, Jisoo reluctantly asserted, but my parents must be healthy. Sanju listened, unable to believe her abstract description. They were truly terrifying people, so terrifying that I wanted to run far away. He stood dumbfounded upon hearing those words. What kind of family is that? As Sanju said nothing more, Jisoo also ended the conversation there. Until I gain the freedom to escape that place. The world has changed like this. At that reaction he hesitated slightly, saying nothing and drinking his tea. Even I could feel that her family had discord. Is it selfish to be happy that she won't leave us? As the two drank tea, the door opened. A young couple entered. The husband introduced himself first. Sorry for making you wait. I am on minimum. Since the other person introduced himself first, he also stepped forward to return the greeting and assess the other person. Is this person the leader here? I am Yu Seong-woo. I already know your name, the Necromancer. Not stopping there, An-min looked at Jisoo and said a name that even left her dumbfounded. The flame demon next to you. To break the awkward atmosphere, Sanju spoke first. The children from before were now cautiously observing him. The director doesn't know our real names, so everyone calls us by nicknames, right? At that, An-min scratched his head a little awkwardly and explained, but seeing you fighting among monsters in red clothes, you looked like a flame demon. I'm sorry, did I offend you? Since the other person was so awkward, Jisoo didn't press the matter further. No, it's fine now, I want to meet the person who gave me that name. These words inadvertently caused him to misunderstand. Sanju cried out in vain from behind, you like that name too? Quickly run away, you noisy old man. After a moment's pause, An-min looked at the two with admiration. We've watched all your attack videos. Both of you were truly amazing. You are the heroes of these children, the talkative one with a sword too. At the mention of this name, Jisoo couldn't hold back her laughter. The talkative one with a sword? An-min took out his phone and mentioned a few other names. Sanju desperately pleaded from the side. These are all names given by one person. You old man, stop it. He seemed to have heard his plea and stopped the topic. But An-min looked at the two with sincere eyes and requested, we are truly grateful that you saved us, but please leave this place. Upon hearing this suggestion, the two couldn't believe their ears. An-min saw all their expressions but didn't care much and slowly explained, for the past 3 days this place has been fiercely attacked by zombies. We've done our best to withstand them. At this indifference, Jisoo couldn't accept it. But why didn't you run away or ask us for help? Receiving that question, he gritted his teeth and replied, because of that damned mission. This time too, after a moment of composure, An-min explained what had happened. This mission is a regional mission. Everyone in this area must receive this mission. If you take even one step out of this building, the zombies will immediately chase you. As time passes, more and more monsters appear. Half of the residents here are elderly and children, so we cannot abandon them. Outsiders also offered to help, but after hearing our situation, everyone was quite hesitant. As he spoke, his hands trembled, and inadvertently this strange movement was caught by him. The situation of the people here is not easy at all. The weak in society can do nothing. At this moment, the scene of ordinary people being surrounded by monsters and panicking whenever a crisis struck vividly unfolded in Sanji's mind. The strong will sacrifice themselves for the weak. It would be good if they succeed, but if they fail, our combat power will only weaken. Recalling that scene, he said honestly, now we no longer have the strength to face monsters, and we cannot survive this mission. An-min, having finished all his story, pleaded again. To be honest with you two, if you don't want to get involved in this mission, please leave this place before midnight. Sanju said nothing, sharply observing the expressions of the two. After all, this was a lie. They say to go, but their eyes pled for salvation. After observing the two for a moment, he refused without hesitation. No, we came here to save Bongye Station. As if waiting for these words, the two were so moved that they grabbed Sanji's hand and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you so much. We finally have hope that our family can live. Having achieved his objective, An Min signaled his wife and she also understood his intention. "It's already late, I shouldn't disturb you two, should I? This room is for you too." After a brief pause she suggested, and at her words the two simultaneously froze. "I'll leave it to you two." Without time to think, the two stepped forward and tried to persuade her with all sorts of words. "No, if it's okay, could you give us 2 rooms?" His wife agreed and left. "All right, I'll get them ready." The children, as if waiting for this moment, shyly asked for their opinion. "Excuse me, can we come in?" Jisoo smiled gently and allowed them in an instant. "Of course, come in." As soon as they got permission, the children rushed in and surrounded the two. "It's the real Necromancer, Flame Demon. Unnie is cool too. Quickly find the culprit." One boy was so excited that he boldly requested, "Hung, can you show us a skeleton?" Sanju was a little bewildered by that strange request. A skeleton, however, he still decided to go along with the children's wishes. "I can only show this skeleton to the children. Quickly come out." Immediately, On appeared magnificently. As On appeared, the children crowded together in a frenzy. "It's a skeleton, how cute." The children then rushed over and played all sorts of tricks. The more they resembled skeletons, the more the children tormented them. Sanju helplessly watched On's silent pleas for help. "Endure it for me, On." After playing for a while, it was time to go to bed. Sanju lay on the bed remembering the children's smiles and feeling relieved. The children's smiles are still bright. "I can't believe this place still exists. It's truly a relief." Suddenly, a mission notification window appeared, startling him. "Midnight mission." The piece didn't last long and the screen turned red. "Warning, the player above level 15 is in the area. Mission difficulty is being reset." Sanju then shot up from his bed and shouted excitedly, "Reset, level 15? So it's because of me." Before he could gather his thoughts, Jisoo opened his room door and rushed in. "The whole city is engulfed in flames." Sanju, hearing that, excitedly asked about the situation. "Do you feel anything?" At that question, she closed her eyes and tried to sense Jisoo's current senses as much as possible. After a moment of observation, Jisoo assessed, "I feel vibrations throughout this building. I hear an enormous number of footsteps." Just then, the system notified that zombies were chasing survivors both inside and out. Everyone quickly put on their gear and urged the children, "Everyone, quickly run to the rooftop. Mom, be quiet. Quickly go up." An Min also finished his preparations. Holding his weapon, he joined him and Jisoo. "Seongwoo, Jisoo, we're in big trouble. Usually if we're here, zombies can't do anything, but now." Hearing that, Sanju activated his ability and explained, "The difficulty has increased because there's a strong person here." Saying this, he couldn't contain his anger. "Why do they treat us like experimental rats at their whim? Let's show them we won't follow their will." As the system announced, the area outside the hospital was now surrounded by hordes of zombies. An Min, realizing the situation was not good, immediately ordered the people behind him, "Those who cannot fight, go up to the rooftop. If zombies and ghouls combine, it will be very dangerous." Sanju, walking ahead, didn't miss the keyword and frowned as he analyzed. "I heard ghouls are carnivorous species, unlike zombies, but in fantasy worlds they are sometimes described as higher-ranked undead than zombies." When things didn't stop there, and in this game we have to follow the laws of fantasy. Just then, the boy from before appeared again and called out to An Min in a trembling voice. Seeing his son on the verge of tears, he gently soothed him. "Son, daughter, how's the situation here? Should we go up to the rooftop as we practiced?" The two children didn't answer and shouted in fear, "Zombies, are we in big trouble right now?" Just like Wijin said, "We." An Min still calmly reassured the children, "Dad will save you, and Uncle Necromancer is here too." Only then did the two children stop crying. Before going up to the rooftop, they repeatedly urged, "Dad, uncles, be careful, good luck." Their children finally left. An Min raised his hand in greeting. Just then, one of the group members panicked when they saw the zombies swarming outside. "Minsok, they're close." An Min immediately returned to his main duty and ran around to support the people. "Have all the windows been blocked?" "Block them with all obstacles." No matter how much they tried, the zombie horde was still overwhelming. Observing the chaotic scene outside, An Min said, "There are at least 200 of them." Sanju was thinking of something else. "If I'm trapped here, I can't even summon skeletons." After calculating for a long time, he suggested, and upon hearing his opinion, everyone couldn't believe their ears. "Let's go out." Seeing their hesitation, he slowly analyzed the pros and cons. Fighting in a small building has no advantage. The battle will drag on and everyone will get tired. We have to break through the encirclement. Upon hearing this, An Min also put on his mask and finished preparing for battle. "In this game, those who stand still will not survive. I trust you." As soon as he finished speaking, hordes of zombies poured in. Seeing this tidal wave, Sanju couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, Corpse Explosion is ineffective against enemy zombies. No matter how much he sighed, he calmly summoned skeletons. Instead, blocked those zombies immediately. Giant shields rose before Sanju. "I'll show you that you cannot pass." The zombie horde rushed in like that, and as soon as they reached out their hands, all their stats decreased. Just then, those bony insects rushed in and blew away all the zombie horde. On one side, Sanju calmly watched the bony insects sweep away the zombie horde. "If you get injured by a zombie, you'll get infected." Minsok said he had to kill his comrades himself when they turned into zombies. In just a few minutes, the bony insects he summoned blocked all the zombie horde. Just then, Sanju shouted, "But with skeletons, I don't have to worry about that. Just charge." An Minsok was the first to charge. As soon as he bravely charged, he rushed in and dealt with another zombie horde. Whirlwind Blade, it was a graceful battle scene. Having watched An Min's fighting passion from beginning to end, he immediately speculated. He was truly a team leader, and his combat power was truly terrifying. He thought he had a related profession, wasn't it a 3 or 4-star one? Putting that issue aside, he commanded the bone insects. The skeleton soldiers held their shields and retreated immediately. Intense heat erupted and the zombies fell. Sanju also stood in place and decided to fight directly. It's funny to say this to a zombie, but let's see if the skill works after death. As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. It was corpse explosion. People, even just hearing the sound while surrounded by insects, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. My goodness, the firepower is really different. That one shot completely destroyed the escape route. The explosion eliminated quite a few zombies, but the impact on the building made Sanju slightly uneasy. I need to be careful using corpse explosion. There are children here too. It's not just destroying the building, the sound is also incredibly loud. The piece didn't last long, and another wave appeared, putting everyone on alert. More zombies are coming from outside. Damn it, we killed so many, but there are still tons of them. Min was slightly flustered but understood his intent. Sanju suggested, Sanju, let's go somewhere open. After a moment's pause, he changed his gaze and said firmly, the strategy has changed. As the bone insects rushed to attack, a notification appeared. Attention! A grand plan is beginning in this area. The people there couldn't hide their joy at seeing the monster sweep through the zombies. It's a Drake. Soon after, system notifications continuously sounded. You have acquired 300 gold from hunting a low-grade zombie. This scene made the people there question their humanity. Unbelievable. He can pierce through them so easily. Having provisionally controlled the situation, Sanju asked Min for help. Fortunately, he had an emergency plan. Please save the people on the rooftop. I have buses ready in the underground parking lot in case of the worst-case scenario. And, after a few minutes of comfort, a notification startled him. The power of a comrade returns to eternal death. The bone monster was completely consumed by hungry ghosts and zombies. That scene truly scared Sanju. I'm confident in a war of attrition, but this is too many. However, he had to save his death's counterattack and Call of the Dead. Thinking of this idea, he hesitated but decided to ask for help, because I don't know what else will happen today. Jisoo, let's go. Jisoo was already fully equipped and ready to take on the zombies. Her mask was a rare purification mask with detoxification effects. That's right. I've been ready for a long time. The zombies charged, but before they could do anything, Jisoo sent them to the afterlife. Witnessing this extremely fast and dangerous sight, Sanju gave a bitter smile. She's fast, precise, and very strong. She's definitely more skilled in close combat than anyone I've ever seen. Just then, 2 buses drove in side by side. People quickly lined up to protect the buses. The bus is ready. We did our best to stop the zombies from coming here. Now go get the people. In a line, people boarded the bus. As soon as they got on, a girl reminded, fasten your seatbelts, don't make noise. Do we have to go like this? The boy next to her hesitantly asked. Jisoo Nuna, how much longer do we have to be chased by zombies? Realizing her younger brother was scared, she comforted him. If we can get out of this situation, everything will be fine. They had barely settled down for a few minutes when a problem arose. Hungry ghosts were approaching, smelling fresh meat. Hungry ghosts? Min knew well what would happen, so he furiously turned towards the bus. Damn it, how can those kids fight zombies? Sanju, we have to keep them away from the children. They're fast and will focus their attack on the children. Fearing he wouldn't agree, he gritted his teeth and recalled a tragic event. Those bastards broke my car and Wijin's window. They took my youngest son. I couldn't even react as he said that. Min couldn't hold back his tears. If that happens again, Sanju saw his pitiful state and walked over, patting his shoulder and saying firmly, I will do my best to prevent that from happening. He was angry with himself for being unable to do anything more than say those words. As soon as he finished speaking, Min forced back his tears. Thank you, I will do my best. This time I will definitely protect my family. After a short conversation, he and the others were carefully guarding the 2 buses escorting the people inside. We will move slowly. The moving speed is slow, but it's the best way to reach Bangi Station. Deep in thought, Sanju looked at the nearby tall buildings and fumed with anger, on the verge of exploding. Along with all the people who want to escape this damned game, they have to break through the encirclement and get away from the zombies. It would be even better if the mission ends by eliminating the culprit. While on guard, someone noticed something strange. As soon as he spoke, he was hit by his comrade. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Shish. Hungry ghosts only make noise when they're devouring something. Sanju and Jisoo were now scouting in another location with the monsters. This place was attacked. It was still safe yesterday during lunch. Jisoo, with her keen senses, immediately detected unusual movement. Something's coming towards us. The rest of the people immediately went on high alert. They're coming. They're definitely coming again. Hungry ghosts. A person holding a shield heard his friend's words and furiously demanded silence. Sanju ignored them and loudly commanded everyone. They're crazy. Everyone raise your guard. Jisoo suddenly pointed in one direction and shouted loudly, left. Immediately, a monster rushed over. The people inside the car hugged each other in terror at this sight. No, Jisoo of course wouldn't let that happen. Everything happened so quickly that he was slightly overwhelmed. Too fast. Much faster than I thought. Only Jisoo could react in time. One appeared as a test, followed by a horde of monsters. They're coming. Hungry ghosts are coming. People couldn't help but feel despair at the sight of those monsters. There are too many zombies and hungry ghosts. Just then, Min spoke suggestively. Seongwoo, if everyone becomes a skeleton, will they have consciousness? Sanju was focused on the hungry ghost, so he answered briefly, not this one. As long as I'm here, that won't happen. Receiving this assurance, he breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his thoughts. Seongwoo, can I ask you this? If I die? Before he could finish speaking, the hungry ghost charged, throwing everyone into chaos. They're coming. Protect the children. The monster Sanju summoned was outmatched by the hungry ghost and couldn't do anything. Witnessing this phenomenon, he gritted his teeth and felt uneasy. Too fast and something strange. Thinking this, he carefully observed and assessed the hungry ghosts, avoiding the fireballs. Their movements are very abnormal and strange. Just then, a girl spotted a monster on the bus roof and screamed in panic. There's a hungry ghost on the bus roof. Sanju also looked towards the bus and exclaimed in horror. On the back too. Without hesitation, he commanded the monster to carry the hungry ghosts away and block them. Nevertheless, one hungry ghost managed to claw its way onto the roof just in time. The hungry ghost, which was being dragged from another corner, lightly tore apart the monster Sanju had summoned. One of your soldiers has returned to eternal death. As soon as he finished this, a strange magic circle appeared above his head. Min-soo appeared from somewhere and instantly sent him to the afterlife. You monster! As soon as one was dealt with, another was ready to charge. Min-soo, behind you? Fortunately, he quickly raised his shield and successfully blocked the attack. And while the hungry ghost was off guard, Min sliced it into pieces, just in case he tried to look back and check. But what met his eyes was still a hungry ghost running around excitedly. It recovers that fast? Realizing that it wouldn't be good to continue like this, Sanju took the initiative. It's alright. From now on I will control the situation. As he spoke, he immediately summoned the Grim Reaper. Usage time 1 hour. Now he has gained the power of Ragnarok. The number of troops in each legion increases by 50, each stat increases by 10, and he can infinitely resurrect the dead around him until the legion limit is reached. Sanju, who had transformed into a different form, looked at the current situation and thought, I tried to save them, but the situation is too bad. Just then, the system brought good news. You can incorporate defeated monsters into your legion. These are the corpses of monsters that once had owners. They have broken their contracts with their previous owners upon death, so they will now become your subordinates. Without further thought, he commanded, incorporate all hungry ghosts into our legion, and the hungry ghosts under his control began to attack their own kind. With this reversal, the situation gradually came under control, and the system also continuously sounded. You have acquired 9,000 gold from hunting a hungry ghost. You can incorporate defeated monsters into your legion. Here, Min also kept pace, sweeping away all the hungry ghosts blocking the road. Brave wall, not stopping there. He continuously slashed countless hungry ghosts. This sight made Sanju full of praise. Too precise. He targeted their joints exactly, not stopping there. He rated Min-soo's skill by his own standards. His movements are very fluid, but if compared to others, excluding his skills, he's on par with Choi Dong-hoon. Min-soo didn't know this at all, but still fought very passionately. This time you won't take them away again. While he dealt with them easily, the rest struggled. Let's go near S. Seeing each person fighting their best, Sanju tried to find a solution. It might take some time, but at this rate I'll be able to defeat all the hungry ghosts, but I won't be able to save everyone. Only I, Jisoo and Min-soo can fight them. He looked at the people, then shifted his gaze to his monsters slaughtering the hungry ghosts. Drakes and orcs are busy fighting zombies, so they don't have the time or strength to fight hungry ghosts. Sanji's vision was now filled with everyone's determined efforts. The reason I don't want to get overly involved is because people are risking their lives to save their families. Since everyone was fighting their best, Sanju also had to show similar effort. He charged with fierce determination. Just because I've awakened for the first time doesn't mean I can solve everything. I need to get stronger. In an unknown corner, a hungry ghost opened the bus door. That hungry ghost even blew away his monster. The people inside could only helplessly call for help in this situation. Brother, a hungry ghost got in here. As soon as an old man who thought he couldn't stand it anymore picked up a weapon, he was injured by the hungry ghost. Damn it, don't touch my children. The 3 mother and daughters behind witnessed everything and were too scared to speak. Dad. Finally, Min also noticed the urgent situation on the other side. Realizing this situation, he poured all his strength into embracing the monster and pulling it back. I won't let you take them away again. The 2 thus fell from the rooftop. Brother, Dad, the person referred to was quietly observing from another corner. My goodness, he fell with the hungry ghost. The boy, who hadn't regained his senses yet, cried out loudly for help. Necromancer uncle, please save my dad. At this moment he flew down like an arrow. As soon as he arrived below, he saw Min-soo sitting next to a dead hungry ghost. He frowned and observed for a moment, then suggested, although he already knew the truth inwardly, I'll get you some medicine. It's too late. Just as Sanju already knew, Min also knew his fate, so he refused. You know it won't work. As he remained silent, he explained his actions earlier. I had to protect my family. I know I haven't answered yet. Please Seong-woo. At this moment, Min, as nothing else mattered, extended his trembling hand and pleaded with the person opposite him. My family, if I have to sacrifice myself, please, I beg you. Sanju still didn't react, and at that moment of hesitation the system appeared. Personal mission activation conditions reached. Personal mission. Save or abandon death. Objective. Turn the knight into a Scotsman. Reward. Personal skill. The knight was given an important mission. He died because of that mission, but he greatly regretted not completing it. Therefore he entrusts his last wish to you. You have been entrusted with his will, so you can dispose of his body freely. Sanju, after reading it all, gritted his teeth in disbelief, denying reality. This is a mission? The professor was the same. This system is. In the end he granted An Min's wish. I will accept your request. I don't know what to tell your family, but I must make this choice to survive. In another corner, An Min looked at the surrounding dark space with a mix of surprise and curiosity. I died, is this the afterlife? As soon as he finished speaking, a skeleton in a robe appeared. Not yet. Seeing that, he was slightly surprised. The Grim Reaper. An Min, recalling what he had denied earlier, pointed out, it's not the afterlife, but I definitely died. I won't see my family again. As he said this, he couldn't help but feel regret. I wanted to be a good husband and father, but this world took everything from me. As he spoke, An Min clutched his body with both hands. Observing his reaction, the Grim Reaper explained, the Necromancer is turning you into an undead. Only then did he calm down. Seongwoo, the god of death, then added, entrust your family to him. You will forget everything and return to the underworld. No need to fear or worry anymore. Hearing this, An Min felt a slight sense of relief and relaxed his body. Yes, Seongwoo will protect my family. I will forget everything. Although he accepted his fate, deep in his heart there was still dissatisfaction. Forget everything, don't take them away. Memories of my family? I must protect them. This stubborn plea clearly angered the god of death. How foolish, someone stronger than you is already protecting them. Can't you let go of that damned emotion? Receiving such a question, An Min, with tears in his eyes, explained, because I am the pillar of my family, I must protect them. At this sincerity, the god of death thought for a moment. Is that so? Then let's see if you can continue to protect them. As soon as he placed his hand on An Min Su's body, a light flashed. At the same time, outside, the system notified, you have contracted an undead knight. His memories of this life remain. He can be incorporated into your legion when conditions are met. Undead knight. Undead knight. Sanju was not surprised to see the person opposite him transformed. So you agreed to me. You can speak and you can fulfill your last wish. Hidden deep within his mask, he secretly observed and assessed the person opposite him. Unbelievable. This could happen. He's the strangest undead I've ever met. No matter how curious he was, the two had to focus on the current situation. Mr. An Min Su, I have many questions, but there are still many hungry ghosts. We need to go deal with them first. It's time for the knight to return to the battlefield. In another corner of the battlefield, Jisoo was confronting the charging hungry ghosts. However, with her excellent abilities, she quickly dispatched all of them. The rest of the people quickly called for help. Red Devil, save us. I guess we have to find a way to the bus. As soon as she heard the two words bus, Jisoo immediately turned around. I've come too far. I'm going now. Although she said she was going now, Jisoo sent the hungry ghosts in front of her to the afterlife. I'll roast both of you. The people were excited to see the familiar shadow and shouted loudly, it's the Red Devil. Skoten, don't roast them anymore. Protect the bus. At this moment, the people inside the bus could only scream in terror and call for help. Someone help us. As soon as he finished speaking, the hungry ghost was cut in half. The three people were deeply moved, knowing they had been saved. Skoten, when An Min Su dealt with one and turned around, he continued to confront the remaining ones. Truly amazing. Feeling the power surging within his body, he suddenly became even more excited. I can sense the corpses after death. The undead knight is the strongest among them. Thinking this, An Min Su looked at the hungry ghost snarling at him and asked himself, so they're afraid of me and nervous? Is this jealousy between ranks? After staring at each other for a moment, the hungry ghost also charged and attacked, but he lunged once and all of them died. You have acquired 9,000 gold from killing a hungry ghost. Time remaining until confirmation, 4,324 days. After dealing with them, An Min Su felt more exhilarated than ever. Such malevolent creatures. Everyone who witnessed this entire scene couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What is that Skoten that suddenly appeared? The other guys could never have won. The subsequent scene made everyone even more astonished. Wolves were running away, however. An Min never allowed them to escape. He raised his hand, summoned countless chains to drag them towards him, and then dealt with them all at once. Sanju was beyond satisfied with his absolute ability. Trusting the Dragon Slayer was a wise choice, but An Min still thought of himself as weak and didn't see it that way. I was a little insecure after losing my shield. Sanju couldn't believe his information even after seeing it appear in the system window. Just then, Jisoo brought good news. Sanju, we've swept away all the wolves. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at An Min next to him with a puzzled expression. That. Sanju, knowing what she was thinking, reassured her. I'll explain later. Looking at the people who were resting, he stated his intention. Although I want to rest, we need to head straight to Bomgay Station now. It's our turn to attack. On the rooftop of a nearby building, there were people observing all of this. Dusk had fallen over the city, which had returned to its desolate and deserted state. It took quite a long time, but now it was time to leave. Sanju now removed his mask and declared, the mission ends here. An Min watched from the side for a moment and then said, the black smoke here is thicker than anywhere else. Sanju didn't pay attention to that assessment and focused on another issue. Mr. An Min Su, aren't you going to say anything to your family? Upon receiving that question, An Min turned his head, avoiding the topic. I'm dead now. Isn't there a more important issue? but in a corner no one knew. He clasped his hands tightly and reassured himself in a small voice. It won't be too late to tell them after everything is settled. The children are strong, they'll be able to endure it. Sanju didn't deny his words either. Yes, but you being dead and becoming Skotan is a completely different story. I thought his wife would have noticed. The three then entered the subway station, walking around and exploring. It's quieter than I expected. There are no guards. After looking around for a while, Sanju came up with a bold idea. Wait, we can create a safe place here? They probably spread smoke to make the enemies avoid this place. Following that thought, the three found a huge fish tank with a monster inside. Seeing it, he asked himself, how did they manage to trap that boss here? The question remained unresolved, but the events that followed troubled Sanju. When we entered the mission area, the boss was still alive. And there were zombies and wolves too. It wasn't killed by magic or anything. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't find an answer, so he gave up. I guess I'll have to investigate. While he was still lost in thought, Min opened his mouth and stated his wish. Sanju, you're too calm. I think we should complete the mission as quickly as possible. Sanju understood as soon as he heard it. Is he worried about his family? Although he didn't get an answer, he was once again convinced. Jisoo will protect them. She killed most of the wolves and zombies on the way. Although confident, Sanju was hiding important information. And at midnight the wolves' resting time will end. Putting such thoughts aside, he returned to the reason he came to this subway station. The leader of the Evolution Society is the boss. It would be great if we didn't have to meet them again, but that won't happen. The three then went downstairs and found a barrier with a warning sign. What is this? Without hesitation, Min picked it up and examined it, surprised. This is like something out of a zombie movie. Public Administration and Order Maintenance, Disaster Control Committee, Experimental Facility. Authorized personnel only. Is this a government seal? After reading the entire inscription, Min wondered, are the people here now government affiliated or not? Sanju had a different idea. Is there a government-affiliated person in the Evolution Society? Pushing the warning sign aside, he unzipped his bag. I thought they'd be gathered in large numbers somewhere since they shook up all of Korea, but anyway, they're no longer a trustworthy organization. As soon as they pushed the door open, the sight inside astonished everyone. The boss monster, the Wolf King, has appeared. His limbs are in an unusual state. In a corner nearby, there was a red rift from which zombies were pouring out. Warning, an abyssal rift is forming here. Seeing that, Sanju finally understood. So that's why zombies kept pouring in. The three looked down from the glass wall and rifts were spreading everywhere. Min couldn't help but be furious at this sight. Who on earth did this? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Truly perfect timing indeed. You were still foolish. The doctor led an unknown group and greeted them first. The mission has been upgraded and more black smoke is spewing out. The experimental subject I wanted also came by himself, so we finally meet again. When he said nothing, the doctor preempted him. First, let's postpone the fight for a moment. You probably don't know, but I have a proposal. However, before getting to the point, the doctor briefly diverted. You chose a profession related to death and I study death. But I am completely different. Sanju understood as soon as he heard it. He studies death, but he denied it. I study the energy of the abyss, a power opposed to all life. After introducing himself, the doctor clasped his hands tightly and had a very determined expression. My colleagues and I believe this is a test for humanity to evolve. That's why we must overcome it. After a pause, he presented the solution he had come up with. And we believe the way to do that is to shed the cells from the human body and become a transcendent being. He heard it and very quickly grasped the key phrase. A new transcendent being. Everything pointed to one thing. The doctor was still completely oblivious and boasted. Using the system, it's possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman next to him held up a tablet and spoke fluently. The Wolf King in this new mission will also help our research. Even the Necromancer is here. It's as if someone is guiding us, with someone to speak his part for him. The doctor returned to his original purpose. This game seems like a coincidence, but everything is manipulated by AI. You and I met because of this mission. You're getting closer to the answer. We are the happy ending of the game you saw. This information startled Sanju. He saw the ending of this game. The Evolution Society also had the Prophet's Stone. Seeing such an expression, he proposed, let's come to an agreement. Let's achieve this together. It will benefit you. When Sanju remained silent for a long time, the doctor asked again, will you participate for a noble cause? This time, Sanju also spoke, adding a few sarcastic remarks. Becoming a pawn for your purpose. You're no different from those bastards who spread poison gas and experiment on people. There's no ordinary organization that claims a noble cause. Whatever your or your organization's motives, I don't care. Sacrificing others to protect yourselves is nonsensical. Hearing this firm response, he showed a regretful expression. If it were a peaceful era, I would probably have spent more time trying to persuade you, with academic theories, that is. What a pity. Hearing this, he suddenly had a strange thought. I miss school. The ethics education program for students was special too. If he learned a bit of that, he could persuade others better, and that ignorance rendered everyone there powerless. How can he be so calm in this situation? When the result was clear, the doctor called his subordinates. I don't think we can negotiate any further. "You, Mr. Song," the person called immediately threw off his cloak and announced in a magnificent manner, "Professor, the seal of the Nightmare King will be broken in a few minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanju commanded the skeletons to attack. "Don't even dream of it. Get rid of them." The person named Song summoned countless clones and struck a pose-perfect dance. Activation. Immediately, the system delivered sad news: your military skill has been greatly reduced by the weakening effect. Physical resistance -60. Seeing his monsters being pushed back, he was surprised. Watching the people dancing, he gritted his teeth and remained vigilant. The same skill as Han-Ho. Are they healers? Realizing this, Sanju pulled out a crossbow from somewhere and started shooting continuously. Healer's power won't work on the undead. Let's deal with them first. They probably don't have shield skills like Han-Ho, but reality was not like a dream. All the arrows were blocked. It turned out the woman had used her power in time to protect her comrades. Such crude weapons. "I'll return them." As those arrows came back, Sanju gritted his teeth and pulled out a shield. While defending, he analyzed. Defense shield, teleportation item. How does that woman have telepathy abilities? In another corner, On Min, wielding a sword and shield, charged towards Mr. Song. Even without the woman's help, his subordinates pushed back On Min's divine power. Seeing him hit the door and fall, Sanju was startled. "Mr. On Min Su." After successfully knocking one person away, Mr. Song couldn't hide his pride and quickly promoted himself. "A strong body and healthy appearance create a strong will. We are idle trainees." The woman next to him was speechless. "Stop dancing." She pointed to the room where On Min had been thrown and warned. "My valuable experimental subject is in that room, so protect him carefully." Yes, yes. On Min, who had been unconscious for a long time, faintly woke up upon hearing that phrase. Experimental subject tank. Sitting up and looking at the contents of the tank, especially the single child's shoe remaining, he was horrified. Outside, Mr. Song's group, completely unaware of the situation they were about to face, danced enthusiastically. "We'll attack again. Break formation." "What does the Necromancer have to do with us when we're performing?" While dancing, one of the group was suddenly caught by a chain around his neck, and taking advantage of his unguarded moment, he was immediately dragged into the room. Immediately after, a familiar notification sound rang out. "Life Drain Skill Stage 1 Adjacent Undead Enhanced 10 Attack Power." On Min, having finished everything, was filled with rage. "I will never forgive you. You don't deserve to live." Whether his rage exploded or not, Mr. Song showed no fear and continued to dance. "Are you pretending to be strong? You're just a bigger undead. Destroy them with divine light." Immediately, a magic circle appeared, pressing down on him. Seeing this, Sanju hastily reminded him. Mr. On Min Su, defense magic. However, On Min moved in a direction no one expected. He didn't care if he was thrown away and still stubbornly stood up. "Your comrade has successfully activated the Berserker effect." Berserker effect. Knight's indomitable will type. Potential ability condition must be with an undead. Knight shield. Using a shield created by a necromancer grants immunity to all debuffs. Witnessing On Min's power explode, they finally learned what fear smelled like. What kind of magic is that? Only Mr. Song calmly requested to change formation. "We'll start all over again." Not only were his subordinates surprised, but he himself was surprised by what he had done. "I feel the damage to my body, but I'm fine. The divine light has disappeared." Despite being out of control, On Min was not satisfied. "More power. It's not enough yet. I need to overwhelm them more." As soon as he finished speaking, all the subordinates collapsed. Mr. Song, before following his subordinates, didn't forget to curse at him. "You bonehead bastard." On Min ignored his words and focused on enhancing his abilities. Life Drain Skill Stage 2 Adjacent Undead Enhanced 20 damage. Divine power effects within adjacent range disappear. As Mr. Song's subordinates collapsed, Sanju summoned more monsters. The undead then rushed towards the only remaining survivor and bit him. "It's too late." Yu, noticing the unfavorable situation, quickly swung her hand and struck down the hungry ghost horde. "Nonsense. Shouldn't we be winning in this situation?" Seeing her flustered appearance, On Min furiously asked. "You're right, aren't you? You're the owner of the experimental subjects in the tank." Yu refused to answer the question and quickly used her power to attack him. "Go away! Get away from me!" Despite such resistance, On Min recalled the corpses he had seen in the tank and was enraged. "From a simple experiment, you turned it into a wicked experiment for your own purposes." Receiving such an accusation, Yu's arrogant pride was wounded and she was filled with rage. "Go away! Get away from me! You monster!" Hearing such words, he could no longer tolerate it and swung his sword, sending her to the afterlife. The real monsters are humans. Just before her eyes closed, she barely managed to call out to the doctor. At the same time, the system appeared. Acquired 12,000 gold from defeating a player. The doctor saw his colleague fall but showed no sadness. "Excellent." Although he praised her, he pulled out a strange blue box from somewhere. "I didn't think it would come to this. I always struggled because I had no combat skills." After speaking, the doctor threw it towards his subordinates. Just like that, an explosion occurred. Sanju was slightly surprised by this sudden explosion. Attack item is the old man's profession, crafting. After successfully isolating him with the monsters, he began to look for the next thing. Another box was thrown. After that, tree roots appeared and tightly wrapped around Sanju and On. However, he quickly cut down the tree roots and escaped. "Cunning old man, I have to fight him with everything I've got." Thanks to that determination, Sanju achieved his first success. Acquired Lich skill. Undead limit increased. All stats increased. Infinite resurrection of nearby undead. Seeing someone escape, he calmly pulled out another box. In this situation, retreating seems to be the best option. After speaking, the doctor threw it at Sanju. Is that a stun grenade? As the smoke from the explosion spread everywhere, he adjusted his glasses and quietly left. The magic and lightning of the stun grenade will temporarily stun the opponent. I need to use this opportunity. When he had taken a few steps, the doctor's body froze. It turned out Sanju had escaped and stabbed him, but you won't need to see the light anymore. Just before returning to the sky, he praised him. You chose a good card. There's no profession better suited for self-protection than a summoner. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a wicked smile appeared on the doctor's lips. But what will you do to protect others? As expected, they had summoned countless zombies and hungry ghosts outside. Min barely managed to escape at this moment and approached the old man, asking, "Damn it, you're human too, how can you do something like this?" Far from feeling guilty, he retorted. In this chaotic world, who can live without coveting power? Humans often create new weapons. Once successfully created, they must be tested. Just then, flames appeared from somewhere, making the two of them wary. The simplest way to use it is to bring it to the battlefield. We tried to control the Wolf King, but it seems too difficult. Sanju was surprised by what was happening. The Wolf King has started to act. The last card has been played. The doctor threw another very painful question at him. How long can you fight to protect humanity? There's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see. Unable to bear such words any longer, Sanju commanded Min to finish him. Min also said, as if he had been waiting for this moment, "I've been waiting for this moment." After that, he suffered a fatal blow. See you next time. As soon as the doctor fainted, the system delivered astonishing information. Acquired 13,000 gold from defeating player clone 002. He was a clone. Realizing he had been tricked, Sanju quickly pulled out his phone to check. He wasn't 00. His question was answered instead by the ranking board. One spot has disappeared. Because 002 has disappeared, as this idea came to mind, the truth became clear before Sanji's eyes. They have 5 more doctors on the roster. They are all clones of one person. Knowing the beginning and end of the entire story, he had a great realization. So that's how that organization became so strong. He released countless clones everywhere and achieved his goals without any drawbacks. While lost in thought, Min said, "This is not the time to think." The Night King moved. While 77 of 49 events unfolded underground, Jisoo defeated hordes of monsters on the surface. Having finished everything, she let out a weary sigh. The others, not as robust as Jisoo, were all panting, their voices trembling. "Is it not over yet?" To that question, Jisoo calmly approached and poured cold water on their hopes. "Not yet. They'll definitely be back." This statement agitated some people. Damn it, where do they keep coming from? Some people, exhausted, seemed to have no attachment to life. We dealt with so many on the way here. As soon as the words were spoken, hordes of zombies swarmed and charged at the people. They're coming this way too. Seeing the zombies approaching too quickly, Jisoo immediately drew her sword and with burning resolve prepared for battle. "I can't let anyone die. Sanju trusted me. Even though we seemed like rivals," this thought made her feel even more self-deprecating about the comparison that came to mind. One person was in the lead and she was desperately chasing. Now Sanju is stronger and I'm also progressing, but the problem is that he doesn't stop and gets stronger every day. Determined not to fall behind, Jisoo drew her sword and charged into the zombie horde. To stand equally with Sanju, I need to work harder. At this moment, Sanji's skeletons were fighting desperately. But they didn't last long, falling one by one. This somewhat dampened the morale of the people fighting. They're Skoten. The Necromancer isn't here, so their numbers are dwindling. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in one of the Skoten. Fire. Jisoo, who was fighting madly on the other side, also noticed the phenomenon, and a plan came to her mind. If Sanju uses his summon skill, he'll be able to handle this situation more easily. I need to use this moment to create a turning point. With this thought, she swung her sword even faster, encouraging herself. I need to get stronger. I need to finish this quickly. The people fighting stopped and chatted, watching Jisoo's passionate battle. She's definitely the Necromancer's lover. She looks quite agile fighting. They must be the strongest couple on the Korean peninsula. These words reached her ears and she was flustered. Jisoo still swung her sword, burning a zombie, but her face turned as red as a tomato. What are these people talking about? The flames then spread everywhere. Fortunately, Sanji's pets covered the two of them. Sudden flame attack. Is it her power? Is she going to fight them alone? As soon as the words were spoken, a huge wind blew from somewhere, pushing the flames back. This phenomenon made everyone vigilant. Hordes of monsters appeared in the flames and everyone who saw them tensed up. Hungry ghosts are trying to attack the bus. We can't let them target the children. Even as they said that, everyone struggled somewhat as the monsters attacked. 3 hungry ghosts attacked simultaneously, and the people who tried to resist very quickly were sent flying with one hand by the hungry ghosts, and the hungry ghost approached the bus, hitting it hard and making everyone inside tremble in fear. Not stopping there, one even broke the bus roof, and in this situation everyone could only accept their fate in trembling fear. Before that hungry ghost could do anything, chains appeared from somewhere and strangled people's necks. It wasn't just that. The other two were the same. After that, they were simultaneously dragged backward and died instantly upon reaching a certain point. Having finished the job, Min, the owner of the attack, showed his face, asked about their well-being and reassured the people. Are you hurt? The children heard the familiar voice and were slightly excited. It's Dad's voice, it's Dad. Their joy was short-lived as the children discovered something strange. Skoton, who knew his identity had been revealed, sighed and equivocated. Just as he was about to find a suitable excuse, the children were already imagining something else and excitedly asked, Dad, did you transform? Dad, did you transform into Skoton? To that question, Min had no choice but to go along with it. Yes, Dad was able to transform into Skoton thanks to Uncle Necromancer Sanju. Hearing this, the child's eyes lit up. Really? After that, the situation became uncontrollable and the children started making a commotion. Dad, you're so cool, Skoton of faith and justice. I want to transform too, he immediately refused. Only adults can transform at this moment outside. Sanju also reunited with Jisoo. Sanju, I wasn't too worried because Jisoo was here. However, seeing the rather exhausted appearance of the person opposite him, he felt a little sorry. You must have had a tough time, Jisoo also replied expertly. Sanju must have had a much harder time than I did. Setting this issue aside, she asked about his exploration results. You two must have had a hard time fighting the Night King, right? On this matter, Sanju again felt troubled. Actually, after a brief hesitation, he recalled when the Night King appeared. Seeing him preparing to charge, Sanju transformed into another state. His right hand and Min were also ready to fight at any moment. The Night King is back. We were ready to fight him, but the Night King roared before attacking and something like tomato sauce spewed from his mouth, splattering everywhere. This sight somewhat surprised Sanju. Right then, before fighting the Night King also trembled after the Shioman incident. This sight made the people there feel an undeniable sense of helplessness. He doesn't seem to want to die. I thought he was subjected to a more difficult experiment than dying. After a brief chat, Min suggested, but Sanju dismissed the idea. Then shall we deal with him now? Thanks for the gift, but as expected, humans are the scariest. Returning to the present, everyone who heard this story had speechless expressions. However, Sanju chose to lie to avoid awkwardness. It was a tough fight. This was an unexpected statement from both Lee Soo and Min. Right then, the system delivered good news to everyone. Current main mission Chapter 2, When You Face Your Destiny, has ended. The people who were ready to fight read this and stood blankly. What does this mean? The mission is over? While people were still confused, a system announced the final notification. Congratulations everyone on completing the mission. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Of course, we did it. The system then provided the boss kill ranking from the mission, with Han River CO leading with 4 kills. Although the mission was confirmed to be over, there were still some who didn't believe it. I'm worried about what I have to do next. Isn't it going to get even harder now? As soon as the words were spoken, a long and detailed notification appeared from the system. The Republic of Korea has achieved outstanding results among all countries. Moreover, considering that Korean hunters are only ranked 4th in the world's most important profession choice, there is sufficient potential for immense future development. Therefore, a hidden chapter will open during the remaining period. We hope you can prove that the great battle you just created was not a coincidence. On the other hand, the players who read the notification were satisfied. Everyone's efforts have been rewarded. But with the good news came sad news, the system said. Commander monsters leading large armies have appeared throughout Korea. They will attack survivor safe zones in small groups. This event is called a simultaneous monster attack. Jisoo, who read the notification, was astonished. Commander monsters leading large armies. Min Sok also heard and wondered. So that's why the previous mission suddenly stopped. Sanju deliberated for a moment, then requested, we have to go. There must be an end to this mission. With this thought, he quickly speculated. If a sad ending can be changed to a happy ending, what ending will this event lead us to? The more he thought, the more curious he became. And the sun rose on the city that had been submerged in darkness for a long time. It's a truly unpredictable variable, but it will bring even more appropriate rewards. A big battle is approaching for the Necromancer and Korean hunters. They'll definitely make it. Now that this mission is over, let's leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, hordes of goblins were confronting something very terrifying. And he admired their overwhelming skill. He loudly explained when he was surrounded by goblins, I just didn't want to die. As soon as the words were spoken, he unleashed his power, sending all of them flying. And all efforts must be rewarded. However, as soon as he attacked one group, another group rushed in. This persistence bothered everyone. Oh, I can't believe it. I have to run away from goblins. At the end of the road, a group of people stood inside a barrier. Quick, come this way. People quickly ran inside the barrier. It was safe. The goblins were restless, unable to enter. The people who had just escaped panted and calmed their bodies. I heard I can fight 100 or 1,000 goblins. I only retreated because I was worried about others. Having said this much, he finally had to admit. Actually, I almost suffocated from their smell. At this moment, the goblins outside continued to attack, and his stats slowly decreased. People also didn't rest for long and prepared. We have to prepare for battle. Spears and shields to the front, bows and mages to the back. As soon as the person who had just been commanding finished speaking, he fell silent. I can't rely on him anymore. Sanju, I've gained experience fighting various monsters. The shield was also slowly breaking, and he was slightly flustered. But there are too many of them. Right then, someone left a last will. Dad, thank you for raising me. These words moved him. What are you talking about? Even if we all die today, just do your best. This appearance finally revealed the person's true nature. Son, shouldn't a dad want his son to live longer? How can mere goblins attack me? You little one, Dad just wanted to encourage you. Even as he said that, he exhorted his dad and rushed into battle. Dad, you have to live longer too. Look at your awesome son. Immediately after, notifications continued to ring. Acquired 30 gold from defeating a goblin soldier. Received reduced damage for 10 seconds using a holy shield. Not stopping there, that person declared at this spot that today he would become a legend. After that declaration, goblins fell one by one and the system continued to ring. Acquired 30 gold from hunting a goblin soldier. Ranoho received 7,749 notifications but didn't stop his hands. The more he swung his fist, the more excited he became, laughing maniacally. Don't I seem better now? I can fight hordes of goblins alone. With this thought, Lee Han-ho sent hordes of monsters flying with his fists and loudly declared himself the strongest player in Korea. Charge. You will be my best milestones. The goblin horde heard that provocation and charged with burning fighting spirit. However, he watched vigilantly, looking back. Are they trying to ambush me again? Trust me. Lee Han-ho, full of confidence, spoke directly to the goblin horde. You should be ashamed. As soon as the words were spoken, he spun around, creating a mini tornado that sent the monsters flying, rendering them unrecognizable. It's nothing to me. Charge, charge. Sergeant Kim, who witnessed everything from behind, chuckled awkwardly and reluctantly complimented him. Son, you're amazing. Despite receiving praise, that person wasn't particularly happy. Oh right, but after a brief silence he suddenly shouted with all his might, he's corrupted too, but he's my son anyway, so I don't know what to do. Having said this much, he assessed Lee Han-ho, who was madly sending the goblin horde flying. Look at that appearance, 3 different faces. Is he an Asura? Lee Han-ho didn't hear any of it and continued to fight. I hate goblins. All goblins are better off dead. This excessive passion scared the monster horde, making them want to flee. Seeing them turn and run, Lee Han-ho was very satisfied. Yes, you guys. However, on the other hand, seeing a familiar white skeleton, he stood dumbfounded. Where did you come from? It wasn't just On who appeared. The remaining white skeletons appeared in various forms, sending the goblin horde flying in one corner. Sanju and Jisoo also appeared, ready to join the battle. Lee Han-ho jumped for joy at Jisoo's appearance. Senior Jisoo Nuna, and who's that? That was my spot. As the fierce battle with the goblin horde ended, the sun began to set. Everyone left their equipment outside and gathered in one room for a meeting. Lee Han-ho reviewed for a moment, then summarized the current situation. A new phenomenon has appeared, making everything a little chaotic. Many giant gas bombs attacked many people nationwide. Having summarized everything, he suggested, he'd probably be safer staying still in the changed safe zone. The rules affecting weak people in the safe zone have now changed. As soon as the words were spoken, Lee Han-ho held up a tablet and concentrating, mentioned, currently Yongdongpo is wrestling with thousands of orcs. I heard they're looking for Hung. When he was mentioned, Sanju turned back and suggested an unexpected move. Alright, if they're wrestling, we'll help. They agreed with each other, but in this situation, we would be their allies. Behind this thought were complex emotions. If the Evolution Society acts at this time, it will be quite troublesome. But if they're not allied with the monsters, that would be pretty difficult too. While discussing, Sergeant Kim and his colleague burst through the door, bringing good news. Sanji, we found the goblins' base. Without giving anyone a chance to wonder, Sergeant Kim immediately said that if they followed their movements from Mount Peyton, they would definitely be on that mountain. When this issue was mentioned, he glanced at the boy, cautiously looking at his phone next to him, and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the lords near the village are all goblins. Much easier than the red orcs of Yangdongpo. Not stopping there, Sergeant Kim shared some more information. That information astonished everyone. I didn't get a close look, but there must be over 3,000 of them. They even have mages on their backs. Hearing this information, Jisoo hesitated slightly. Goblins are the weakest monsters, but we still lack military strength. They have hundreds of goblin legions. Sergeant Kim listened and thought it made sense. Then it's better to be careful and not rush. While the two were arguing, Sanju spoke, leaving both of them dumbfounded. Our goal is not victory. What do you mean? In this confusion, he approached, placed his hand on the map and stated a specific goal. To gain as much gold and experience as possible. This idea once again left everyone unsure how to react. As expected of brother Sanju, he even thought of a plan to hunt them. Unbelievable. As if reading their thoughts, he pointed at the two of them and declared, I'm not hunting them, you two are. Suddenly singled out, the two were surprised. Despite their fear and hesitation, Sanju hit the nail on the head. This will be a good opportunity for both of you and the other villagers. As he suddenly gained his trust, the two looked at each other with wide eyes. Can we do it? How would we know? Night quickly fell. At this moment on Mount Peyton, hordes of goblins were ambushing all over the forest. The house in the forest was guarded even more cautiously. While guarding peacefully, he suddenly shivered at a shadow that appeared behind him. An abandoned factory. Goblin commanders were gathered here. Before they could even get into formation, that person sent them to the afterlife in one blow. Then it'll be easier to deal with. I was wondering how to deal with the high-ranking goblins one by one. That person continued to clear out the goblin horde gathered around and analyzed. Small goblin groups are also quite terrifying when they cooperate harmoniously with their lord. While chickens flew and dogs growled outside, the low-ranking goblins inside were flattering their lord in every way possible. That mysterious person was none other than Sanju. After dealing with the outside, he summoned a huge monster and, looking at the house, asked himself, "But can that lord still command even after his head is crushed?" Charge, giant ogre. As soon as it received the command, it observed the inside from a nearby window. Its appearance made the goblins inside, who were playing and eating, stop, and before they could prepare anything, the ogre threw a punch with a heroic-grade wind god's fist. This skill consumed all mana and could generate a very powerful electric attack. In just one blow, money poured into Sanju like a waterfall. Acquired 2,500 gold from hunting a goblin soldier. In an instant, the house collapsed and the goblin horde all went to the afterlife. The goblin lord, crushed under the house's wooden debris, met the same fate. Sanju and Onmin Su, who had successfully subdued him, quietly approached. Finally met the goblin lord. "Shall we take care of him?" Sanju agreed with the idea. He even instructed to transform into the Grim Reaper form to finish him as quickly as possible. Grim Reaper's request: "You have used the power of the Lich. Summon quantity increased by 50, all stats increased by 10. Nearby undead can be restored and regenerated up to the summonable quantity." Before he could even step forward, Onmin Su alone was enough to defeat him. "You have acquired over 10,000 gold from hunting a goblin lord." Sanju, who had been waiting for this moment, revived the withered goblins with his power. "All right, shall we start the hunt now?" At this moment, a massive goblin army was approaching the residence from the foot of the mountain. Everyone was equipped, and Sergeant Kim Yeonung stood at the front. "They're coming, get ready." "Oh, how many are there?" Sensing everyone was slightly cowering and fearful, he loudly reassured them. "They're just stragglers who lost their leader. Let's hunt them calmly." Everyone with boosted morale got into battle formation, and before long they had taken down a few. Seeing this, confidence and joy filled everyone's hearts. "Good, kill as many as possible." "Right, it's really easy." Simultaneously, various skills were applied to the goblins, reducing their movement speed and attack power. "Who do you think you are? You even made communication impossible." Finally, their morale was completely broken, making the goblins absolutely negative. It was precisely thanks to these seemingly harmless things that everyone succeeded in their hunt. "You have acquired 30 gold from hunting a goblin warrior. You have acquired 18,000 gold from hunting a goblin soldier. You have acquired 54 gold from hunting a goblin assassin." Sergeant Kim and Sergeant Kim Yeonung also participated in the battle, brimming with confidence. "Unbelievable. I didn't know hunting could be this easy. It's all thanks to Brother Sanju." As soon as he said that, Sanju appeared, quietly observing everything from the sky. "The average level of the villagers is 4. Their distances are getting farther and farther apart. Those with no strength at all will clump into one group. They will rely on others and soon become a burden to the survivor group." Lost in thought, he suddenly saw 2 chef goblins fighting. Chefs, scouts, or other non-combat professions have their own roles, but the current difficulty has increased exponentially. Putting that problem aside, Sanju felt a little more relieved seeing Li Han-ho holding a goblin's head which dared to touch his father. "I was worried when Han-ho first came to the village. You can't go anywhere, but we can solve this problem. Even the weak or sick can become strong." "Really, but this system is just like that." Below, Jisoo and another person tried to encourage everyone. "Don't worry, elders, just aim once. Now shoot, that's great." As soon as the boy shot an arrow, he leveled up to level 2. Overwhelmed by the sudden level up, he couldn't hide his excitement. "I leveled up after a long effort." The system announced, "Korea has become the first country to successfully defeat a lord monster. The greatest contributor, KD 157. Everyone read this message and cheered. "We won level 4, I went up to level 4, not stopping there. The system awarded bonus gold to everyone who participated. 2,000 gold, I got 3,000 gold. The cheers continued to echo. Sanju and Jisoo quietly observed everything from the mountaintop. "I'm more comfortable fighting alone, but doing it this way isn't bad either." Shrug. That night, everyone gathered at the airfield. Sergeant Kim and Sergeant Kim Yeonung reconfirmed with disbelief. "Level 8, Sanju reconfirmed. "Yes, focus on getting to level 8. We've recently eliminated lord monsters and their armies, so hunting will be easier now. Focus on getting the average level to 8 before I return." Fearing people wouldn't follow him, he frowned and threatened. "It may sound cruel, but I have no obligation to be responsible for the weak. If you want, keep idling in the village. Everyone must be able to protect themselves." These words made Sergeant Kim Yeonung ponder. "Yes, I won't forget. I remember when I was weak and always waited for someone else to save me." Without another moment to speak, Li Han-ho loudly called out, "Senior, the helicopter's here. He keeps complaining, let's go." Sanju gave Sergeant Kim Yeonung one last look and turned his head. It was an agreement that we would protect each other from enemies for a certain period of time. Putting that problem aside, he headed towards his next objective. "Let's help the Free Guild." In another city, Choi Dong-hoon sat on a bus fidgeting, watching his subordinates bandaged up and down. "What's the situation with the newly appeared commander?" Upon receiving this question, one of the group quickly used his power to look outside. "Please wait a moment. The northern border will be visible soon." Outside, magic drones flew around, scouting everywhere. These drones belonged to the support equipment type, had the effect of sharing vision with a wizard, and mana consumption increased with distance. After flying for a long time, that person finally found useful information. There are about 200 of them over there. They'll be here soon. Before he could even finish speaking, the monsters discovered the drone and threw a stone, causing it to fall from the sky. This movement naturally affected the person watching. Attacked. Song Minhwa also noticed the unfavorable situation and excitedly looked at Commander Choi Dong-hoon. Without giving him a chance to speak, she blurted out, "We need to leave the bridge. Thousands of red orcs are swarming from Gimpo, and it will be too difficult to deal with both sides simultaneously." Choi Dong-hoon, who was well aware of the current situation, also fell into deep thought. After a long deliberation, he suggested, "How about we gather all our forces to defeat the Cho first and then move all our forces to deal with the orcs?" As soon as this idea came out, Song Minhwa immediately retorted, "The Cho are not an easy opponent, because of their strength, enormous body, and powerful regeneration ability. If we run out of time and have to expend all our strength, we will suffer tremendous losses." At these words, Choi Dong-hoon reluctantly accepted the fact. "I know, but we lack experience too much." Thinking this far, he recalled the information for this mission. Total mission: cultivate the Crusaders to level 10 or higher so that team members do not die due to hasty decisions. This is to act as a lighthouse, but as soon as this thought came to mind, Choi Dong-hoon suddenly imagined himself crumbling before Sanju and felt displeased. "If I am to close the gap with that person, I can't just hunt in a safe zone like that." As the leader said nothing, Song Minhwa hesitated and stabbed another knife into that person's chest. Even the Yongdongpo security unit will focus most of its forces and leave only minimal defense units. At this moment, Choi Dong-hoon had no choice but to accept the fact. "All right." Before he could say anything more, Song Min-hee rushed in, hastily opening the door. Ms. Song Minhwa, the helicopter that came to pick up the healer, called. "They'll be here soon." This information suddenly made the world seem much brighter to Song Minhwa. "That's a relief. If the healer comes, we can focus on taking down the Cho and then deal with the orcs." Witnessing her joyful appearance, Song Min-hee hesitated and scratched her head. "But the healer said we should deal with the orcs first." These words plunged her into the depths of despair. What did he say? Did we inform him of the exact situation? To that question, Song Min-hee looked outside and roughly replied, "He said he would gather some bones here and there and then hold a meeting with everyone." At these words, Song Minhwa wondered, "Gather bones?" As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a helicopter echoed everywhere. Everyone rushed outside and carefully observed. "That's the helicopter carrying the healer." Surely not. At this moment, from the direction of the Cho group, monsters thrown by Sanju were pouring out. "Warning, large unit recreation has begun in this area." "Warning, Call of the Dead has begun in this area." Song Min-hee was slightly surprised by this sight. "What is this? Another kind of giant monster has appeared here." Choi Dong-hoon was surprised but didn't express it in words. The Cho are naturally giant creatures too. Once preparations were complete, the monsters charged at the Cho group, taking them down, and gold poured into Sanji's pocket. "You have acquired 8,000 gold from hunting a Cho warrior." Observing this sight, Choi Dong-hoon commented, "They're like children." A moment later, the Cho group also turned into a pile of bone fragments. "Their corpses are now under your control." This show surprised everyone there. Choi Dong-hoon alone doubted himself. Gather bones? He was already very strong, but now he's like a fish in water. Can I beat him with just basic awakening? Thinking about this problem, he became even more negative. After the battle, the gap will be too wide to ever catch up. The Grim Reaper is the healer's property. In another corner, the opposing side cautiously watched Choi Dong-hoon's group. "Healer?" The Free Guild even asked him for help. Surely he was still talking about Suwon until last night. The person who said that became even more angry looking at the burning screen. They weren't even some small or medium-sized guilds, but now there's not even a shadow of the Crusaders? The two assistants from both sides were also confused by the situation. Because of the situation we created in the community, down the road the monsters had successfully upgraded and were acting as a team, gaining synergy effect. Synergy list consists of 3 large units of stage 3, but requires attributes of 20 or more large units. At this moment, the Cho group confronted Sanji's army head-on. Commander Monster Cho Chieftain has appeared. He didn't hesitate and attacked first. Others were naturally surprised by this sight. That's a boss monster. It looked quite difficult, however. Below, piles of vines appeared from somewhere and tried to block the Cho. Every time he swung his axe, the vines grew. Magic axe? One of the group actively observed the situation outside. It definitely won't be easy to deal with him. The girl with the telescope suddenly had a bold idea. Perhaps the healer also has to stop here. As soon as she finished speaking, the Cho was hit in the arm by the vines and dropped his axe. Not stopping there, he was hit by the monster summoned by Sanju. At this moment, the others were speechless. He can't make any attacks and keeps getting hit. As soon as he was hit, the Cho clung to another monster's back and continued to get hit. Simultaneously, Sanju also appeared in his Grim Reaper form and attacked. Attacking without even knowing where he is or how strong he is, it's only natural to get hit. As soon as he finished speaking, On Min Soo appeared and directly stabbed the Cho. It's over. As soon as he fell, he became a skeleton under his control. Their corpses are now under your control. It was too easy. The Free Guild must be waiting, let's go. As soon as that battle ended, the sun began to set. Sanju approached Choi Dong-hoon and greeted him. That's a relief, you're not too late, thank you. After the greeting, he turned around but didn't completely leave, observing Sanju with meaningful eyes. I tried to use the healer to buy time and get stronger, but he also got stronger at the same time. No matter how displeased, Choi Dong-hoon summarized the upcoming situation. A large army of orcs is swarming from the west. Unless they swim, they'll have to cross this bridge, he resolved in his heart. I must not lose to him again in this battle. Although he thought that, he still acted very friendly on the outside. We used items and countless other methods to block other places. The whole of Korea is watching. If I lose to him again, my position ends here. The more he thought, the more determination burned in Choi Dong-hoon's heart. I have to show them that I will command this battle. With that determination, he brought Sanju and introduced him to everyone. The commander heard that the healer would participate in the battle. Countless people began to support us just as he said. The forum was in an uproar now. Lee Han-ho was proud every time he read it. Beside him, Song Minhwa observed with gritted teeth. It's getting harder and harder to manage the community. People who saw the actions of the healer or small and medium-sized guilds are leaking information. Just then, one person broke the atmosphere and said, "It seems the survivors from the Suwon area are also participating. Their number is 200. Although they are a large group, they have been silent until now. We also just received a call from the south from you. They said they are coming with 5 buses," Song Min-hee asked, hearing that information. "What's your plan, sister?" Song Minhwa didn't hesitate and briefly replied, "We have to accept them. We have to make them join and pull them to our side. Even the Red Orc army that appeared in Gimpo was out of control. That massive army is advancing eastward, and survivors informed us that they are very close." Thinking this, Song Minhwa felt constantly sad. "We have to persuade each commander at the commander's meeting to cooperate with the Free Guild." Snapping out of her thoughts, she arrived at her destination. As soon as she entered the room, Choi Dong-hoon immediately started the meeting. "Now let's begin the commander's meeting. Ms. Minhwa, please summarize the situation." Upon receiving the request, she quickly took out a tablet and began her report. "Our Free Guild has blocked most of the bridges, but we have deployed security units on all bridges. Always keep in mind that other situations can arise. We are continuously analyzing the enemy's movement paths using drones." Hearing this far, everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to Sanju. The healer sneered at such gazes. "Their gazes make me uncomfortable." Not only Sanju but Song Minhwa and Choi Dong-hoon were no different. "It's true that we received his help, but the current situation is not to my liking. He is only an individual, but he is the most powerful force here. And everyone is focusing on the healer." The more she thought, the more displeased she became. "I have to break this structure somehow." Before she could say anything more, one person rushed in hastily. "Excuse me, Commander, a survivor from the west flew here." This information finally caught Choi Dong-hoon's attention. "Flew here?" that person confirmed again. "Yes, the problem is that the means they used to get here are quite special." This information once again made everyone argue. Only Sanju thought differently. "Even the Free Guild is restricted from using helicopters because of the dragon monster." "Special means." Choi Dong-hoon caught everyone's expressions and stood up, actively suggesting, "Everyone seems quite curious. Then let's meet that person first. Let's hear directly what that survivor has to say." Outside, everything was very chaotic. "Oh, be careful, don't get too close. One peck and you're done for." Sanju and his group also stood dumbfounded at the sight before them. "So that special means was this?" The griffin tamer. Seeing his pet excited, the girl below tried to calm the situation. "It's all right, be good, he won't attack people. Unless he's attacked first." The person who rushed into the meeting room earlier pointed to her and introduced. "Commander, that girl is a survivor." As soon as Choi Dong-hoon approached, the girl desperately pleaded. "Please help us." The person who followed behind looked at the girl and asked himself, "Are those people a group isolated by the Red Orc Lord?" As Choi Dong-hoon said nothing, the girl pleaded again. "A few hours ago, countless Chinese players landed on Ganghwa Island." This information came like a bolt from the blue for Sanju. "What did you say?" There were countless tents there. They were all staring at a map of Gyeodong Island. Gyeodong Island is a small island connected to Ganghwa Island by a bridge. Both Ganghwa Island and Gyeodong Island are islands. Both places are very close to the border between South and North Korea. Residents approached, reporting with worried expressions on their faces. "Players on Ganghwa Island have set up a safe zone on Gyeodong Island. If you block the traffic routes and eliminate the monsters on the island, you can easily secure safety." Because the island is quite small, she was very embarrassed and scared. "Even though we knew there was a powerful force like the Free Guild on the mainland, we decided to handle it secretly." Sanju knew the reason too well. It's because monsters and rogues are causing chaos inland. Living on Ganghwa Island would certainly be difficult. Even near Seongwoo, they are still a little uneasy gathering in a limited area on the island. They should have cooperated better, and that decision wasn't bad either. However, Sanju thought it was true until he was ambushed by the enemy. Han kept reporting that pirates had arrived in Kondo a few hours ago. She also knew more detailed information, that the numerous ships anchored in the sea were all pirate fishing boats. "We tried our best to stop them but failed," she said in a sad voice. "Even our escape route, the traffic routes, were occupied." Choi Dong-hoon asked suspiciously. How many pirates do you think there are? She stammered and said about 1,000. Considering the number of anchored ships, there could be more. He said in a hurry. China has a large population, so the number of players will be enormous. If we are afraid and do nothing, won't we be in big trouble if they attack us? Song Minhwa expressed her opinion politely. That's impossible. It's rare to hunt players. Those pirates are probably ordinary people. Sanju still remained vigilant, but in the current situation, such enemies were very dangerous, because they could actively target our lives and gold when we were in our most weakened state. The two agreed and said, that's right, we need to deal with this problem. Song Minhwa stuck to her initial opinion and said, he's right, but the red orcs are already enough of a headache. Moreover, we are not sure right now whether the attackers are Chinese commanders or simply rogues. He spoke up and suggested, but what if they come to us from the upper Han River and wait on the higher riverbank? We would be attacked from behind while confronting the orcs. So what do you intend to do? He finalized the last plan. Now we will only focus on the orcs. According to Choi Dong-hoon's thoughts, the orc army that occupied Gimpo and Gangwon Gu was unavoidable. Thanks to that, the pirates could not enter the mainland either. We will send scouts to patrol the lower Han River, he declared to everyone. Now we cannot even go to Gangwon Island. Han suddenly sat down. Sanju suddenly raised his hand. I have another suggestion. He speculated their plan. We can send a detachment to repel the pirates, then attack the orcs from the opposite side with the survivors from Gangwon Island. Lee Kong-hoon seemed a little surprised. A pincer attack, but he was very supportive. I agree to attack them, but as a prosecutor, I must say that we are short on troops. He suddenly flinched. Even if we send a helicopter to that small island, it's very difficult to attack covertly because of the noise. That's impossible, he suddenly blurted out. Solitary soul hunter. Choi Dong-hoon immediately became suspicious. Is that possible? Sanju removed the magic and instructed. Anyway, my skills are not suitable for fighting with many people. Shadow of Death and Breath of Abyss cannot be used. He also thought that he needed information about Chinese players. Once he came, we might meet again. Sanju carefully calculated the plan. For the orcs, we can first use a tactic to cut off their command, just like we confronted the commander monsters. Debuff effect, movement speed reduced by 30, attack speed reduced by 20. Second, who dares? Attribute sanction type, commander grade, commander elimination condition, result communication cutoff, loss of direction and command within the unit. Since the Demon King will directly command them from behind, we must go to Gangwon Island behind them. Then he gently bowed and asked, if it's just me, I wouldn't be able to attack covertly on a griffin, right? Han happily agreed. Of course, Choi Dong-hoon agreed to proceed with the plan. Okay, let's do it. Outside, she was sitting on a giant eagle. Han Ho shouted in a charming voice, Senior, you're abandoning us again, don't take Oran this time. Yoon Jisoo sighed and urged, be careful. Sanju also comforted her helplessly. A griffin can't carry more than 2 people, it can't be helped. Our next meeting will be on the battlefield, he said meaningfully. Jisoo will take good care of her, but Han Ho, don't overdo your instinctive protective instincts. You're a rogue, not a tank. Han excitedly asked again, are you ready? Shall we go? He didn't delay any longer. Yes, I'm ready. She hesitated slightly. She shouted refreshingly, fly? He was a little bewildered. The wind is strong. They flew forward on the eagle. Han turned around and reported, I apologize for not telling you in advance, but we need to wait until dark to go to the beach. She added a warning that the pirates raised very large eagle monsters that flew around the island. The front was covered in thick fog. Numerous ships were anchored. Lights were lit inside the ships. Okay, the lights are on, he wondered. Did you put in all the batteries? The light seems weak perhaps because the lamp is too old. He was very pleased. The atmosphere is really good, the captain cursed. Damn it, if only they didn't stop us from playing with the prisoners. He was very envious. All exploration near the island is like heaven, but look at us, another man drinking alcohol explained. That's because they have many prisoners. He smiled disgustingly. When we reach the Korean mainland, our chance will come. Gold and women will all be ours, he sighed. If it weren't for the strong liquor made from centipede monster eggs caught in Hangzhou, I wouldn't be able to endure. He didn't forget to remind the captain. The captain can fly and control crows. Don't forget to observe the sky. If you get caught, that drunkard will take everything and run away. Dazzling light burst out, he suggested drunkenly. But I think it would be more peaceful to leave the land instead of fighting meaningless battles with the strong on land. If we become pirates and plunder weak countries, we'll earn much more money. One man said excitedly, Captain, do you think the situation on the mainland is the same? He quickly motioned. Shish. Suddenly there was a sound. Something's here. What are you talking about? I don't see anything. The captain became interested. My job is to hunt people. He pulled out numerous knives. All right. He carefully scanned his surroundings. Sanju suddenly appeared behind the three. My sensory enhancement skill keeps telling me there's something here, he screamed. The enemy was too scary, but a chain directly struck his face. He was dragged for a long time. Min-sok pulled the chain harder. There are other preys. I can't let them make a ruckus. Sanju suddenly appeared and instructed, keep him alive. I have a few things I want to know after clearing this area. The captain narrowed his eyes. Where am I? The eagle screamed in his face, making him shriek. How monster! Han stood beside him and gently stroked him. It's okay, it's okay. Calm down, I'll hand him over to you later. He backed away, stammering in fear. Later. He leaned his face close. This is really strange. I think I can communicate more through the system. To let you know in advance, I have a skill that allows me to read some memory fragments of the dead. Hearing that, he shut his mouth. Read memories of the dead? Sanju pointed at his forehead and demanded. Sighed. Either live and tell me all the details meticulously, or just be honest and end it. In the place where numerous ships were anchored, a bottle shattered. Impossible. Ingong was fiercely enraged. 90 people are gone. 90 soldiers disappeared in just a few hours. He hastily ordered his subordinates. Check if any prisoners have escaped, raise all anchors, and check if there are any outside ships around. Heavy footsteps echoed there. Ingong hastily stepped forward. I don't know what kind of monster you are, but do you think you can hide on this island? He ordered everyone. Find them, Ingong demanded of them. Find those attackers and bring them to me. Ingong sat quietly and meditated, and his powerful source of mana spread outwards. As soon as the crow approached the area, it hastily flew away. Suddenly, Ingong frowned and became angry. I don't know who they are, but do they really think this island is a hiding place? Just then, a subordinate reported, Captain, we found the lost chain. Hearing that, he got angry for no reason. What? You found it before me? And the subordinate added. They were all dead and they were all neatly arranged. This made Ingong very confused. Why did he secretly move the corpses to the enemy ship? Is he crazy? He speculated inwardly. He just threw the corpses into the sea. Did he want to provoke us? But this doesn't feel like a provocation. Just when he thought it was over, another subordinate delivered news. It's not just this ship, but other ships too. He pointed forward in horror. There are corpses on all the ships, starting from the ship in that corner. Just then a ship exploded and shattered. Due to the powerful recoil, Ingong had to block his body with his hand. What? A subordinate reported the situation. All the ships have exploded. Ingong was angry at the answer. You idiot, I know that. I'm asking why they exploded. Suddenly a shout was heard. We need to run away quickly. Ingong followed the words and looked in the direction where two men were hanging loosely. What on earth is going on? He warned in fear. Captain, gas is coming out of those strange bottles. Following that person's words, Ingong looked up at the dangerous location. As the black gas and the person behind him revealed, it was the breath of hell created by a dark wizard. If one inhaled it, nothing could be saved. So a subordinate hastily suggested, we need to get out of here. There are still a few bombs left. Now, cars were speeding on the highway. Looking at the scenery outside, Ingong speculated that birds covered the entire island. Our enemies are everywhere. Now he was heading to a safe place, but his heart was filled with anger. This is an all-out attack. Someone is trying to isolate and eliminate us. In a tense situation, something like a lifeboat appeared before Ingong's eyes. Look over there, go towards that bridge, that's the only escape route except for a few ships. He swore at the sky in anger. Cowardly Koreans are using biochemical weapons. Now Ingong was very anxious. If we get isolated here, we'll be finished before reinforcements arrive. So he told himself, I need to get out of here and find a safe place where the ships can go so the fleet commander can be welcomed. The man in the car behind said, that's a bridge. Ingong urged, hurry, we have to get out of here no matter what. And he headed to a larger island. At his command they accelerated at top speed. Then suddenly something appeared before everyone. A fireball appeared from somewhere and flared up enormously. Ingong was horrified to see it. This attack is truly terrible. What on earth is this island? Now El said, soldiers defeated on China's server 2. Did he say China had 3 servers? And he could conclude it's probably the entire continent. Based on the soldiers' memories, they likely formed a large pirate group. According to L's findings, they were a reconnaissance team. They were going to pass through Ganghwa Island to the island to prepare for the regular army's landing. Realizing he couldn't move any further, Ingong got out of the car and ordered, everyone get out and prepare to fight. L declared to everyone, I won't let you do that. You will all die here. Because of this war, system warnings kept ringing. Warning, a large-scale landing operation is about to begin in this area. Warning, Call of the Dead will begin in this area. A man covered his nose to protect himself. What is this smoke? Others were in pain. My whole body hurts. Wait a minute, look ahead. It wasn't just liches. Now numerous demons were rushing from somewhere. Bone demons, bone demons. Another man discovered the rear. There are some behind too, another person added. There are some in front too. They were completely confused. They're coming from everywhere. What on earth is that giant monster? Ingong gritted his teeth at the current situation and finally had to mobilize his lieutenants. Retreat, it's better to go back to the island than fight these guys. But not everything was that easy. Now monsters were fiercely surrounding them. Too late, we can't go back. Ingong was powerless, constantly cursing them as idiots. Do I have to rely on myself alone? In this situation, there was truly no other way, and they desperately shot at the monsters. A man shouted and reported, the captain's monster bird is dealing with the zombies. It's defeating them. Meanwhile, El sat still and observed the situation. Is that the bird Hanai spoke of? And he immediately wielded a skill brutally, cutting off the bird's neck. The scenery here was more chaotic than ever. The Lich said arrogantly, it doesn't seem that powerful. Just zombies are enough to deal with it. After a while, all the crows flew away. Because of that, Ingong growled again in an angry voice. Impossible, damn it. My monster bird will be sacrificed in vain if this continues. Just then, the system notified, you have controlled the death of a subordinate creature. You have controlled the death of a subordinate creature. The current situation made everyone want to faint on the spot. "Ah, the monster bird is resurrecting," the subordinate man shouted powerlessly. "Captain, what should we do?" Ingong cowardly tried to jump down. "I need to get out of here," and he thought he was the only one who could get out of this area and contact the main fleet. Sigh. Ingong gathered his strength and clung to the crow. He shrieked crazily, "Fly, get out of this island as fast as possible." So Ingong flew away, leaving his comrades behind. "I need to escape first." While flying, the crow was ambushed and dropped him. So Ingong fell from an immense height to the ground. When his head hit the hard stone floor, Ingong almost died, but he still harbored a plan. "Damn it, I need to get out of here. I can't move." A man flew and reported to L. Necromancer. "Everyone is safe. We have recovered our weapons and are fighting the pirates." He was very pleased and praised. "Well done." This made the eagle surprised. "What?" Then he still had to answer. "It's all thanks to you, Hung. Thank you very much, Necromancer." Ingong lay miserably on the ground and asked himself, "What on earth is that Korean bastard?" Unaware that L could read his thoughts, he said, "You have no right to ask anything," and he raised his scythe. "Then what is your fleet commander's name?" "Jeongong. Perhaps he will appear in your memories." Just then, the Lich swung his scythe and eliminated Ingong. Immediately after, the system notified, "You have leveled up to level 17. Blue light covered LCK's entire body, and the system said, "You can read the memory fragments of the dead." A flash of light burst into the space. It was Sanju who had appeared, looking at the people below. He felt they were on a huge ship. "These clothes give off a traditional feel," the ship's captain said. "Where should we go?" Looking at that person, Sanju was suspicious. "Is that person Jeongong?" And he didn't seem crazy like a vampire or a mad scientist. Our server 2 was handed over to the Soul Mage, and on server 1, a man who called himself Emperor tried to unify the world with his ever-growing power. Suddenly, Sanju clenched his fist. Server 3 is just trash to him. So what should we do? While Jeongong's subordinate was wiping the river and speaking, the tendon in his neck was cut. Asking for outside help would be truly demonic, and Jeongong cursed, "Idiot." After dealing with him, he clearly corrected the reason why we are currently floating on the sea. "It's because we lack strength and military power." And Jeongong emphasized, "If it's not enough, we will take it." His voice became dangerous, like a hungry demon that could swallow the entire continent. Sanju already knew everything. TCH, as expected, there's no way to stop those who covet others' territory. Chung stood at the bow, his voice full of ambition. "What we lack we can take, but the problem is we no longer have any ownerless territory to acquire." A subordinate, sweating with worry, suggested, "General, how about attacking the nearby islands? That way we can blockade the sea and enter the mainland via the Korean peninsula." He turned and excitedly agreed. "That's what I was thinking." Ingong also thanked him joyfully. Then Trongong commanded, "General Ingong, clear out all the islands near China. We must conquer this sea area while the mainland masters are fighting the monsters." On the other side, he continued to give missions, and Ingong, leading a small fleet, set up an outpost on the Korean peninsula. Trongong didn't forget to remind him, "But don't provoke the forces there and wait until I arrive." Ingong dutifully bowed his head. As you command, he eagerly hoped to maximize the pirate's power. He hoped to achieve success through Hawaii-Dokdo and collect as much gold as possible. A notification board appeared. Synergy List 1. I will become a Grade 3 Pirate King. Classification. Group Synergy. Condition. A group consisting of 10,000 or more pirates. Effect. Gold acquired doubles each time a player is killed, and you gain 20 of the gold plundered from players. Sanju understood why the pirates had joined forces here. This was why they massacred others without hesitation. Trongong turned and declared menacingly, "Finally, let's consider all the missions we've received. Do heroes emerge in troubled times?" His face was filled with contempt. "How foolish," he ordered cruelly. "Our goal is not to be heroes, but to ruthlessly plunder everything." A dazzling light appeared. Sanju was extremely furious upon seeing it. Indeed, those who love to speak logically cannot be trusted. "Isn't this a common situation in all countries, not just the Korean server?" A notification appeared on his phone. Death's response skill has been upgraded to Elite Master Grade. Skill information. Name Death's response. Grade Master. Classification active. Mana consumption 17. Summons and controls 20 ownerless zombies from the abyss. They have unlimited health and disappear after 30 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. He was happy but slightly hesitant. It's good to get stronger, but it doesn't seem good to gradually get used to fighting against humans. Unexpected misunderstandings might arise due to my necromancy abilities. A man standing behind him suddenly asked in bewilderment, "Necromancer, what should we do now?" Sanju had already planned his next move and hurried. "Our work here is done, now let's go to Gimpo and prepare for the real war." The malevolent demon bared its teeth. Everyone stood there in great numbers. Hanho was extremely anxious. "Look at that, it's a horde." Yunjisu was also very scared. "Too many. They're all stronger than ordinary orcs," he also emphasized. "The problem is these are just reconnaissance troops." A monster roared fiercely. Everyone began to tremble. "Look at that. Are those Cho's slaves?" someone asked in disbelief. "What? Those damned orcs enslave these monsters." They charged madly. On this side they also came forward to attack. The orcs held guns and fired ruthlessly. A person ordered an attack. Attack those bastards." Li Hanho quickly threw a punch. "Die, you damned orc bastards." Li Hanho unleashed a furious fire magic. Burn brighter. Notifications kept appearing. Acquired 1200 gold from defeating a red orc demon. Acquired 1200 gold from defeating a red orc demon. Acquired 1200 gold from defeating a red orc demon. Acquired 1200 gold from defeating a red orc demon. Li Han-ho was even more excited upon seeing it. It's been so much fun in a long time. Who else can do this besides me? He appeared behind, vigilant. Don't let your guard down, he charged and shouted orders. Warriors, block the front and protect the mages. He was extremely furious. These damned orc bastards. The problem isn't just their numbers, he further realized. They show no fear at all, they just enjoy the slaughter. Li Han-ho's eyes shone, but he swung his fists with joy. Me too, everyone shouted loudly. Hold on, we must stop them, we must defeat them, the commander priest instructed everyone. Priest cast magic shields behind the shields. Everyone followed his words. Yes, understood, the mage frowned. The priests are much more muscular than us. A person pointed in one direction and shouted, Look, those orc mages in front are casting magic. Everyone held up their shields and hastily shouted, Shield magic defense. A large explosion occurred. An ox spat blood. The damn bastards are swarming. Damn it, we have to hold on. A wolf came running. Li Han-ho began to stammer. Orc knight, I don't think I can stop them. He was tense and sweating. We have to hold out as long as possible. A magnificent army was approaching. Clear the way, everyone clear the way. Choi Dong-hoon's unit arrived. The Crusaders have arrived. He charged and ordered to crush the orc encampment. The orcs were still pouring out their strength. A person ordered. Mages attack, their respective weapons embedded in the orcs' heads. Kim Soo-kyung looked up and rejoiced. Look at that, it's our Crusaders. They celebrated with great joy. This is how a battle should be fought. He was even more excited than before. Stop dreaming and support the Crusaders. Li Han-ho, excited, prepared to jump into battle. Priest, don't spare mana and buff us. Choi Dong-hoon held his sword and attacked forward. Quick, not much time left. His face was extremely tense. At this rate, I can complete the special mission. If I complete this mission, I can advance another step. I can get closer to the Necromancer. He was much more resolute than before. Today I will awaken, a soldier reported happily. Commander, I've reached level 10. Choi Dong-hoon's eyes shone. Finally, this day has come. A system notification arrived. Special mission completed. Train tempo to become a hero. Reward awakening. Unique skill. Your destiny has partially changed. He fought even more fiercely. Light. Yoon Jisoo shielded her eyes from the dazzling light. What just came down? Dazzling light split the sky. He clenched his weapon tightly and led his entire unit to fight. The notification was also sent to the Tempo server. Automatic health recovery across all regions. Restores 2 health every 2 seconds for all allies for 1 hour. All Crusader stats 5 increase. A demon cried out in joy and knelt. King of the Holy Sword, you are the light and the truth. He was even more excited than before. This is truly a moment of rising pride. Choi Dong-hoon recalled his past when he gave up his own power and chose collective power. Because this crumbling world needed a leader. Everything began. This is the beginning of a revolution. Everyone just needs more time to adapt. Choi Dong-hoon clearly recognized that he needed to buy time. The Liberation Army would hold out to the end. He ran in a panic and shouted, Mrs. Levi, news about the bandits we defeated, he reported in fear. Not only did those damn bastards cause trouble on China server too, but they also crossed over to the Korean server? Levi had a very contemptuous expression. Beasts in human form. It seems the trash I forgot to deal with has crossed over to another country. He quickly said, This is not your fault, lady. You just missed them to save us at that time. He hurried even more. According to information, the Korean side has defeated them, she asked again. Those invaders, Levi was even more interested. It seems there are quite a few masters in Korea. I wonder who stopped those beasts. The Commander Great Orc roared in pain, spitting blood from its mouth. The system notified, acquired 3,000 gold from hunting an orc ambush commander. Dong-hoon sighed, looking at the fallen orc, and then looked at the person behind him. The ground was littered with monsters. It seems it's over. Minwang panted and shouted proudly, Commander, an overwhelming victory. We only missed a few, the rest were all annihilated. Upon hearing that, he also turned and asked him, What's our situation? He quickly scanned the situation and reported, 3 Crusaders and about 100 players died. This loss is much less than expected. Dong-hoon also looked up and judged, We need to reduce the number of Crusaders. Humans are finished when they die. He then recalled his transformed magnificent appearance. We haven't reached S-grade like Sanju yet. He attacked and defeated the monsters. Although I invested a lot of resources and effort into training players, if they die it all goes to waste. An-sok, who was behind, glanced at the panting people and frowned. Everyone rest for now. If the orcs come while we're exhausted. Just then a tremor suddenly echoed from beneath their feet. Dong-hoon, flustered, turned and looked at the people approaching with light. THTH, that's Minwang also shouted in panic. Another attack? Do they have that many troops? The orcs quickly blew their horns, declaring war. They rode fiercely on beasts. Han-ho and Jisoo were also slightly flustered. He shouted, Their vanguard is really strong. However, she judged, it's probably part of the main force. Immediately after, An-sok put the commander on alert. The situation is very dangerous. Kong-hoon also frowned and shouted, Even if the Crusaders hold the front line, they won't be able to stop this massive army. Minwang hastily pointed his finger and shouted, We must deviate from the main road and escape onto a small path to disperse their forces. This is the only way to win. On this side, Dong-hoon also raised his flaming sword. Will the monsters pursue? If we run between buildings, he narrowed his eyes and suggested. Or how about we advance directly to Yangdongpo where many people are gathered? Jisoo, who was next to him, anxiously asserted, Naturally monsters will go where there are many people. As always, the people standing under Dong-hoon's shadow saw him holding a flaming spear and raising his head preparing for battle. So we cannot retreat from here. Minwang hesitated at the end and asked the commander immediately after. The vanguard riding beast charged quickly towards them. The man in the hat flustered, cursed. Damn it, these damn bastards are attacking fiercely. Myung-soo, who was next to him, also sweated. Should we run away? I don't think we can stop them. Seeing them in chaos, Jisoo turned and reminded them. Everyone calm down, there must be a way to stop them. Suddenly, Han-ho pointed ahead in surprise. Jisoo Nuna, over here. On the other side, a monster flew into the sky. And the leader also asked in bewilderment. Immediately after, that corpse exploded in the sky. The blue phoenixes above lifted the monsters into the air. The explosion was also fierce. People looked up in panic. What giant birds? The monsters looked up in panic. The sound of the explosion, the screams of birds echoed in the sky. Someone recognized it and shouted, "That's the Necromancer." Jisoo also stared blankly. Han-ho next to her joyfully hugged and shook the skeleton goblin. Senior Jisoo Nuna, you're back on the other side. Sanju broke through the orc monster encirclement with a single blow. Choi Dong-hoon smiled looking at him and fired into the air. It's as if we're fighting with melee weapons, but they're using modern weapons. On-Sok frowned and remained silent. In the city on the other side, remote-controlled cameras flew everywhere. In the broadcasting station, 2 presenters watched Sanjia's video in admiration. Everyone look, a female presenter continued. The skeleton knight is sweeping the battlefield. They continued to broadcast live, speaking nonstop. This is the Necromancer's companion. Is he also a player? The male presenter looked at the female presenter suspiciously. I'm not sure. His skills and movements don't seem robotic, but if he's a player, isn't he too strong? She looked at the disappointed expressions of Han-ho and the skeleton goblin and thought, I thought I preferred the skeleton goblin, but I think I need to change my mind now. She quietly asked, why does ours look so disappointed? Outside, the director checked the real-time viewership and clenched his fists with joy. Good, the viewership is still rising. Below, comments poured in endlessly. Safe status. Crusaders are really strong, but they can't beat the Necromancer. Master Kim 23. The swordsman planting the flag looks really cool. Kong Hee Seong. Actually, Crusaders are really cool too, it's just that the Necromancer is too overrated. Park Manki. If you've been watching recent activities, you'd know the Necromancer is the strongest. So what is number 1 doing anyway? The director wondered how much he could earn from this viewership. Suddenly a loud explosion came from the door. The man, seeing it, vigilantly aimed his crossbow at the door. Who is it? Who's here? If you come any closer, I'll shoot. Manhwa pushed open the door and with 2 men, lowered her weapons. We are from the Free Guild. The director, seeing that, recoiled in surprise. Guild, why is the Free Guild here? She approached and threatened them. Stop broadcasting immediately, otherwise we will use force. The director secretly filmed and shouted at them. Damn it, are you crazy? Suppressing the media? Players have a right to know. Upon hearing that, she also gritted her teeth in anger and threatened him. Don't you know that you used the media to attack us during the Wu terrorist period? Our strength and location are confidential information, so turn it off immediately. Upon seeing that, he smiled in panic and compromised. Understood. I'll turn it off now. I'll turn it off right away. The armored soldier behind him looked awkwardly at General Uten. She also replied, I know it's late, but she gritted her teeth, blaming herself, and fell into deep thought. There must be other secret channels left. Everyone will know that the Necromancer led the battle and won. On the other side, the beast humans watched them on their phones. Even the enemies know. Other religious groups were also watching the battle. Then a fire was lit in a military area, and the skeleton goblin sat in a cardboard box next to the fire. Suddenly Han-ho screamed, his face filled with panic. What? Beast humans are coming from the south, crazy scientists are chasing us, and from the west the orc army is chasing us, and now even pirates have arrived. He clutched his head and lamented. As I thought, this peninsula is hell, or is it adjusting the difficulty? Then he smiled and replied, since the apocalypse we haven't rested once. Han-ho, who was behind him, also put his hands on his hips and judged. We are only strong on the Korean server, but globally it's still uncertain. When he scratched his head, he also understood. Compared to other countries, Korea is too small. She frowned with a determined expression. We need to hunt harder. He also smiled gently and asserted, yes. Then Sanju smiled. Since graduating from school, our direction hasn't changed. It was truly lucky to meet you from the start, Jisoo. You hunt to get stronger. As he said that, Han-ho pointed to his face and complained, then what about me? He then thought again about the country's geographical location, but Korea is too small compared to other countries, so the gold and experience points distributed are also less. So I thought the battle with the orcs would be an opportunity to earn a lot of gold and experience. She also realized and grabbed her wrist, preparing. So let's kill as many as possible tomorrow. He silently resolved, yes, I will stop clashing with other servers. He then recalled his meeting and negotiations with Yoon Dong-hoon and his team. Once the battle with the orcs was over, the battle with outsiders would begin. He needed to discuss this issue with Yoon Dong-hoon. But what if they were players? He thought of enemies from other countries with different playstyles after dealing with the monsters. If server transfers became easier, they would face those players. International level enemies. A system window appeared before Sanju and he frowned, saying, then what should I prepare to stop them? When will this game end? Night fell over the encampment. Blonde man asked, taking off his armor with suspicious eyes. Hey, can't you hear it? The short-haired man sitting by the fire also took off his cloak, puzzled. What? I don't feel anything suspicious, the armored man muttered. No, I don't know either. Suddenly, massive roots erupted from the ground, and the short-haired man also jumped up bewildered. Roots? Soon after, giant roots burst from the tent and screams erupted. Jisoo and the skeleton goblin hurriedly opened his tent. Mr. Gucci looked at them in surprise. What's going on? Behind him, an orc was about to strike them down with an axe. He panicked and shouted to Jisoo, "Watch out behind you!" Immediately, she and the skeleton goblin quickly turned and shattered the monster next to them. Han-ho also came running with his sword. What? Why is it so noisy? Min Young-soo shouted in panic. There are orcs here, everyone gasped in shock as the monsters appeared before them. How on earth did they get here? He unleashed giant birds and Han-ho shouted, pointing ahead. This way, they're coming from this way. Monsters poured out of a spatial portal made of branches. He widened his eyes in surprise and said, "They're using teleportation portals?" Immediately, an orc gnashed its teeth and charged forward. He muttered to himself, "I was too careless. I didn't expect something like this from monsters or players." The mage player awkwardly hid behind. "Damn it, stop them quickly." The tank player gnashed his teeth fixing his equipment and said, "Hold on, I'm repairing my equipment." When the orc commander pointed to a tent, the rest of the orcs also charged towards it. Someone realized they were targeting the guildmaster. A system notification rang out that Tempo's dungeon had been declared throughout the region. Automatically restores 2 health every 2 seconds for all allies for 1 hour. All crusader skills are increased. 5 Suddenly, a ray of light poured into the tent and the monsters were also thrown back. Yoon Dong-hoon appeared in his transformed state, looking at them with a stern face. Suddenly, light poured forth with the wind, blinding the orcs. On-sok rose from the ruins with a puzzled expression. "I thought the orcs would kill me." He took a deep breath and shouted, "Phew, as expected, it's the swordsman." Hearing that, the people behind him also shouted in excitement, "Look at those powerful muscles, he's full of vitality now." Attacks poured down rapidly and ceaselessly onto the monsters. Below, Min Young-soo continued to shoot arrogantly with his bow and arrow. "You foolish bastards, become my stepping stones." On-sok also charged in excitement. "Haha, you're not the only one who wants to hunt them." Above, Kong-hoon also swung his staff, spewing flames and burning the orcs to death. Fire hell erupted. He smiled with a confident face and said, "We've passed through the first teleportation portal." On-sok clenched his fist and cheered. His body was filled with vitality, and he raised his head, smiling. "I was injured by the sudden attack, but I'm stronger now than ever before." The cooperation strengthened his skills and brought healing effects, and his level increased by 2 to 3 stages. Outside, a halo surrounded them, as if a holy power was spreading throughout the area. It was an almost cheating skill that could instantly boost a team's stats. Yoon Dong-hoon also quickly wielded his spear, participating in the Crusader spear battle. Below, Min Young-soo commanded the army, shouting, "We've passed through the second teleportation portal. Check the other places." Soon after, he covered his head with his hand and looked around. "Other places? Where are the other portals?" The battle quickly ceased and Sanjia's army achieved a complete victory. Everyone looked at the piles of corpses scattered on the ground with puzzled expressions. "It's over? Did the Necromancer take care of everything?" While they were destroying the third portal, Yoon Dong-hoon returned to his original form and muttered to himself, looking at him, "It's a little late, but just like the first awakening, are we still far apart?" Suddenly, Jisoo found something and picked up a thin sword from the ashes, saying, "Mr. Sanju, look at this." He also followed her call and looked at the stone emitting black smoke from the pile of corpses. She said, puzzled, "Did this create the teleportation portal?" Soon after, Min Young-soo appeared from behind, rubbing his chin, and said thoughtfully, "Hold on, it looks like a magic stone. In my gaming experience, I mean, the orcs are playing tricks." He held the stone in his hand and the system notified, "Warning, this is contaminated with dark magic energy. Prolonged contact is harmful to health," and he muttered, "As expected, my guess was correct." Suddenly a system window appeared before him, startling everyone. Its content was, "The Dark Path Orc is a massive dark magic ritual. If not stopped within the time limit, all orcs will be strengthened and enter a demonic state. Time remaining, 29 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Min Young-soo was puzzled. "What is this?" Han-ho closed his eyes and sighed. "It wouldn't be like the system if it didn't surprise us once or twice." He recalled the terrifying orc he had seen before, Dark Mage Orc. His hand also reached for the stone on the ground. "It's similar to the monster I met in college before." He looked at the stone, his face filled with both interest and disgust. "This will be a formidable opponent for me." Min Young-soo's phone suddenly rang. "Why is Song Minhwa calling suddenly?" He panicked, put the phone to his face and shouted, "Really? Those damn bastards are coming this way?" He turned around in a hurry and announced, "Guildmaster, we need to evacuate immediately." Yoon Dong-hoon was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Minho screamed, recalling winged alligator monsters flying towards them. The winds are coming this way." In the night sky they flew freely. People wrapped in blankets hid around corners and looked up, observing them. On-sok gnashed his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, why here out of so many places?" Kong-hoon quietly reminded him from behind, "Brother, be quiet. What if we were meant to come to this place?" Above, Minhwa looked down at where Yoon Dong-hoon and Min Young-soo were sitting and announced, "Commander, we're already some distance away, but we need to wait a little longer." She thought they were too numerous and could spot them from afar in return, and the monster was staring intently below. Hearing this, his face also gradually tensed. "Time is almost up, but we can't do anything. Let's wait a little longer." Elsewhere, Han-ho pointed at the sky and asked, puzzled, "Senior, can't we catch the winds?" "Wait, Hung can't fly, so it's impossible." Sanju quietly pulled his blanket around him and looked up at the sky. In another corner, Jisoo frowned and complained, if it were one or two, maybe. But there are so many of them flying around in the sky now, and it's impossible for us to deal with them in the air, isn't it? The monsters flying above continued to search for targets. Sanju recognized the Alpha Wind and the winds under its command. They are the kings dominating the skies of the Korean server. His face was slightly embarrassed and his lips were tightly shut. As long as these guys are here, all action plans must be suspended. I want to catch them, but I can't find a suitable angle. They waited until dawn after that. Manhwa stood up and announced to the people behind her, Commander, we can move now. Judging by their speed, they seem to be heading north of the Han River. He frowned and confirmed, okay, then inform all teams and let's leave this place right now. The motorcade quickly moved through the city. Han Ho, looking at his phone in the car, reported to him, Senior, just checked the Gimpo Plains community page and the place where the orcs appeared has turned into a wasteland. Sanju also understood the situation, just like in the Second East. Their motorcade left the city and drove on a desolate road. He remembered that this place used to be a green area with abundant marshy plains, but now to see such a devastated sight so early in the morning, above Manhwa also reported to him additionally. According to reconnaissance, they are gathered at Gimpo International Airport. Sanju replied to her with a calm face, it seems they are ready to welcome us. Behind him, Yoon Dong-hoon's face was somewhat resolute and angry. They are ready to attack us at any cost, so we must fight back. Min Young-soo On-sok smiled confidently, but he turned back to remind them again, we need to act cautiously. They might try to trick us again. He widened his eyes and frowned, looking at the system window. I know, but time is not on our side. There's no other solution but to fight. Before them, a red glowing orc base was densely packed, and they were shouting loudly, cheering. People got out of the car and observed from a distance. That's their main force. Hearing that, the soldiers were also slightly flustered and fearful. More than expected. If there's an opportunity, we should retreat. He saw their fear and fell into thought. Everyone couldn't help but worry about their huge forces, but now there was no way to retreat after that. Sanju frowned and said, if that massive dark magic is completed, we will have to face things much more dangerous than ordinary orcs. Seeing him remain silent, Yoon Dong-hoon turned and suggested, how about we shell them and attack the orcs? Immediately, Sanju brandished his weapon and threw it. Their base is quite suitable for that. Let's try that method. He also muttered to himself, we need to prepare something unexpected for them first to seize the initiative. His body gradually changed and his eyes shone brightly. All right, shall we do it now? A massive explosion occurred rapidly, but on the other side a magical barrier surrounded them, preventing any damage. Sanju understood the magical barrier. He thought the orc mage had set up this protective barrier. Is it the dark mage orc's magic? He then retreated and announced, the shelling has stopped, but they still haven't come out. Yoon Dong-hoon also widened his eyes and said, they're probably buying time to complete the dark magic. After that, he suggested, then we should go in there and take them down, he continued, looking at the endlessly lined up orc army with an uncomfortable expression. I don't want to, but it seems that's the best option. Behind him, Manhwa hesitated and held him back. Is there no way to minimize the damage? Even if we win here, if we suffer too many injuries, it will be a big problem, she said, thinking of the army behind them. Now we also have to deal with other forces, and they are too numerous. Above, he asked Yoon Dong-hoon if a strange opponent was worrying him, but he smiled calmly. To be honest, that would be a lie. He smiled and extended his hand to him. After the battle with the orcs, don't worry about them. Just focus on forming an alliance. Hearing this, he was slightly flustered. What do you mean? Soon after, he turned around and explained in more detail. What I mean is just like the current situation in the future. We will need a massive group like the one Yoon Dong-hoon created. Sanju recalled the people of various professions gathered behind the vehicle. There are also survivors who are still hesitant because of the monsters. They have power and are gathered together, but the problem with such groups is, Sanju then added, currently it's just a loose group of people with different goals temporarily gathered under the threat of monsters. Can you connect them and lead them? He was inwardly puzzled, but he clenched his fist and realized, like a large family where everyone can live peacefully in a chaotic world. Yoon Dong-hoon's eyes shone, firmly accepting his proposal. He didn't know why he made such a proposal, but if there were no obstacles, he could always work hard like that. He recalled the ship docked in the harbor and the army that came to Korea. His eyes gloomily thought of In-gang. In the memory of that army commander, they were not victors, but losers. He recalled the people scorned by the land dwellers, the weak group driven away by the land army. The best option right now is to hunt them before they become strong enough to start a war. They quickly flew through the sky with the blue bird. Sanju was lost in thought about the enemy's future army. But, someday, they would have to face an even more powerful army. He then recalled the supplies being transported to the harbor. The larger our army grows, the higher the possibility of the battle dragging on. That's why I need an organization to support me from behind, a system to provide potential. On this side, Yoon Dong-hoon also bowed his head, lost in thought. He recalled the demonstrations and the massive community rivaling the nation. That future is still far away. After that, he raised his head and looked at him, slightly puzzled. But does Seong-woo's proposal mean that I should try my luck since I received his help? The meaning was very bold and arrogant. He then recalled his comrades. High-grade silver and good items are not what's needed to defeat this man. Perhaps the massive organization I've always dreamed of is the solution to the problem. Perhaps our relationship will be a cooperation for mutual benefit. The two were lost in their own calculations and smiled. But to get what I want, I will use you to the fullest. They burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Jisoo, seeing them, also reassured them. Fortunately, both of you agreed. But Han Ho, who was next to them, frowned and understood the intentions of the two. Not at all. That's a revealing laugh. After that, he looked at the vast orc army again. Let's discuss this detailed story after the war. We need to find a way to deal with them first. Suddenly, he moved forward while Yoon Dong-hoon was puzzled. There's a way. It's a strategy that can minimize damage, but it's a bit unusual. He closed one eye and smiled, making an aiming gesture with his hand. I need to do some sniping. People moved towards the orc fortress, and Min Young-soo suddenly frowned. It feels like we're standing in front of a slaughterhouse. Minhwa also understood his feelings. We are facing countless enemy troops ourselves. Elsewhere, Jisoo's face was resolute. Today we are the butchers. Behind her, Han Ho muttered, holding his weapon. By the way, Jisoo Nuna must be tired from killing too many pigs. As soon as the orcs saw them, they charged madly and screams erupted. They're charging immediately. Yoon Dong-hoon waved his hand, commanding the people. Everyone form up. Defensive lines to the front, mages to the center. Don't stand behind. Be careful not to be surrounded. A mage trembled all over, tears of fear streaming down his face. We're really doomed. We're really going to die like this. The person next to him reminded him to be quiet. It's too late to run away anyway now. He gritted his teeth, recalling the unimaginable battles he had experienced before, and urged, We have won countless impossible battles since the game began. His voice echoed to On Sok. Min Young-soo, Kong-hoon, today's battle is just an extension of those victories. A system window appeared above Yoon Dong-hoon's head, he declared. I am sure there will be even more difficult and tedious battles ahead. His eyes resolutely looked at the people behind him. After that, there will be difficulties that seem insurmountable. All sorts of absurd challenges will come to defeat us all. His eyes were full of doubt, but now everyone had given up. People clasped hands firmly in silence, then passionately shouted again. No, we will not give up, we will never give up. We will aim for the throne, reach the top, and meet the game master. The people here also remembered the dead. Ju asserted that we had witnessed countless deaths to get here. Now, even though I'm the one who killed them, is it okay for me to join? Han Ho also clenched his fist. Of course we can't give up. Yoon Dong-hoon's body transformed into flames, and he held his spear, shouting to the people. Today's victory is ours. He used his skill. The current area has been declared Tempo's territory. For 1 hour, all allies receive a healing effect of up to 2. All Crusader stats increase by 5. The orc monster saw the change and quickly charged. The mage quickly raised his staff and fired fireballs in sync with Yoon Dong-hoon's rallying cry. The mage team unleashed an explosive fire attack. They aimed to shoot the monster's heads, and their screams echoed immediately after. Other orcs bravely charged through the flames. People cried out in panic. Damn it, their numbers don't seem to be decreasing at all. Keep firing. If we're pushed back, we're finished. People holding shields in front blocked the monster's attacks, and from behind, cheers of keep it up defensive line were heard. Spearmen behind them also took their ready stances, and a shout of the enemy is attacking from both sides. Block them with your spears echoed behind them. Death priests moved with crossed legs, casting magic. Death priests have appeared. Mages prepare. Next, orcs riding rhinos attacked. There are rhinos too. Target them. Kill them before they reach us and break our formation. Ju rushed forward to confront them. The blades tearing through the orcs were safe and efficient, but we were still holding on. The important thing was that despite feeling like we were about to collapse, we weren't pushed back. Next, the orcs brought siege carts. A command of their siege weapons have arrived was heard. The rear units had also already begun to charge. The monster pointed its finger at the rhino hunters over there and activated it. Yoon Dong-hoon blocked the incoming arrows and smoke rose. Next, Yoon Dong-hoon shouted to the people, Hold your ground, lure more enemies here. The orc chieftain over there was still sitting on the monster. Orc soldiers continued to attack, and he reminded the people to lure the orc chieftain as close as possible. In the sky above the fortress, a bird was flying. Sanju, sitting behind Han, judged. It seems it's time for us to begin our operation. They approached the fortress on the eagle. She suggested, Shall I lower the altitude? But he stopped her, to Han's surprise. No, this is enough. His body went into free fall, and energy also transformed his body. Did the orcs only then open their eyes wide, look at him suspiciously, and recognize him? But it was too late. Sanju waved his hand, summoning his monster. Come out, Bone Orc. From over there, an enhanced fist flew. The system notified. Blessing of the Thunder God, heroic grade bracelet type. Consumes all mana to generate immense power. Mana is not replenished for 5 minutes after the attack. If worn by someone with no mana, it can be used once every 24 hours without any cost. From above, purple light suddenly burst from the orc chieftain's body, and they screamed in pain. Immediately after, the fist pierced through the orc's defensive barrier. The system rewarded, You have acquired 1800 gold from hunting a red dark mage orc. You have acquired 1800 gold from hunting a red dark mage orc. You have acquired 1800 gold from hunting a red dark mage orc. System notifications kept ringing, surprising him. You have acquired 1500 gold from hunting a red orc guard. You have acquired 1200 gold from hunting a red orc warrior. You have acquired 1200 gold from hunting a red orc warrior. On this side, Yoon Dong-hoon stood in a cloud of dust, deep in thought. the sniper operation targeting the Orc Lord was like this. It was an attack using cannons instead of bullets. The Orc Monster Lord appeared. It roared wildly in the dust. In reality, he held his scythe and interrogated him in the thick smoke, making him afraid. Do you feel insulted? You seem very angry. The Orc subordinates behind quickly fled. Seeing this, Minai excitedly ran over and explained to the people, they're rushing to protect their boss. Sanju stood with his scythe plunged into the ground and shouted powerfully, the system notified. Warning, a curse has been activated throughout this area. Warning, Call of the Dead has been activated throughout this area. On this side, On activated its energy, emitting blue light from its entire body. Team Override Stealth Unit, Personal Synergy Type, Condition 1 Grade 2 Commander Unit and 30 Attributes owned. Effect, Attack stats increased by 6, Defense stats increased by 6, Damage to single targets increased by 3. The monsters released by Sanju also began to emit energy. The system notified, Grade 5 Giant Synergy Type, Condition, 50 Giant Type Units owned. Effect, Damage received from small and medium-sized enemies reduced by 40. Finally, the army behind was notified, Grade 5 Heavy Armored Knight Defense Synergy Type, Condition, 50 units equipped with heavy armor. Effect, Defense increased by 30, Shield generated equivalent to 40 of defense. Suddenly something flew and hit the monsters, surprising them. Poison spread and others foamed at the mouth. Han, riding the eagle, looked down at them from above and shouted, "Haha, how do you like that, you pig bastards?" Next to him, Han Ho added, "This is what you get for having immunity with the breath of abyss." On this side he calmly approached. Due to the pressure, the small orc monsters couldn't attack, and it was a truly warm and pleasant feeling. The orc chieftain glared at him and snarled, but he calmly replied, "I'm sorry for coming so suddenly." Sanju smiled with menacing eyes, "But I wanted to have a quiet and nice conversation, just the two of us." He held his scythe and hastily corrected himself. I'm sorry, I misspoke." Next he spread his arms and made his two subordinates On and Minsok fly up. "I forgot I had these guys on my side." From above, On and Minsok continued to attack. The orc chieftain also blocked with its axe. It gnashed its teeth and threw the bone goblin far away. On this side, Minsok exclaimed, "I can't believe it's still standing after that attack." He watched the fight between the two and the orc chieftain monster and inwardly judged, what makes this boss different from other bosses? Next, Minsok cut its waist and blood splattered. Sanju observed, but fortunately it couldn't block On and Minsok's cooperative attack. Good. On this side, On also charged with its sword. Purple chains wrapped around the orc chieftain's body, and On was startled. The orc chieftain's body was dragged by the purple chains. Sanju split it in two with his scythe. The system notified, "You have acquired 900,000 gold from hunting an orc lord. Time remaining until mission completion 3,783 days. Seeing his achievement stolen, On stamped its foot in anger and shouted. Minsok awkwardly explained, "Yes, why brother, I wasn't trying to steal your monster then, but the mission told me to." Over there, Sanjia's massive army surrounded the orcs and they trembled in fear. Many of them threw down their weapons and trembled. People quickly approached. The remaining ones had already lost their will to fight because their commander was dead. Ju shouted, wielding his sword, "Charge!" Everyone waved their hands and struck, exploding some, and everyone trembled in fear. On this side, Min Youngsu kicked an orc and shouted, "Get lost, these guys are my prey now." He jumped into a vehicle with his army and quickly charged to snatch the orcs. Yun Donghoon also gnashed his teeth and joined the battle. He judged, "We won. With this horde we can sweep away the orcs." Suddenly, Minai received a call. Receiving a call while driving, what's wrong? Is it an emergency call? Suddenly the car stopped and he urgently called Yun Donghoon. "Yes, what did you say, Commander?" he cried out in shock. "According to the intelligence team's report, a horde of winds is flying towards our army." Yun Donghoon was surprised and replied, "Winds? How far are they from our army? How long until they arrive?" Minai's eyes were extremely surprised. "According to the observation team, they are about 3 kilometers from our army, so they will arrive soon." Yun Donghoon's face was full of dismay. "Winds are coming to attack our army? I can't believe they're flying here." Memories of the wind's terrible destruction came to mind, and he thought of the current state of this parched land. They waited for their prey to leave the city due to too many obstacles, then followed us all the way to the wasteland. They will appear here. Immediately after, he turned around and decided, "All units retreat, evacuate immediately to the airfield." The soldiers who were fighting hard were also flustered. "Yes, but why? Why are we suddenly retreating?" Ju was also surprised by the system notification. Regional boss Wind Chieftain has appeared. She raised her head and shouted, looking at the winds roaring and flying in the sky, "It's too late, they're coming." They descended and snatched their prey with their feet. Others were also caught by them and were terrified. "Help me, no." Sanju glanced at them and complained, "Now it's the wind's turn really. I can't even rest and have to fight again." He waved his hand, making the birds grab the orcs and fly up, saying, "You won't get to eat anything." The hungry winds saw the bluebirds holding the orcs and gnawed on their prey. Next, he shouted towards Yun Donghoon, "Brother Yun Donghoon, prepare the crossbows." He turned around and shouted to the people, "Scout team, prepare the crossbows towards the wind monsters." They looked at the birds holding the orc monsters. He inwardly urged, "Eat, there's plenty of food in front of you, eat." It quickly became fascinated by the prey, opened its mouth and bit. He shouted a skill name, making its mouth explode. Below, arrows continued to fly towards the burning wind. Yun Donghoon commanded the people, One of them is hit, keep firing, he inwardly shouted. Commander Bone Dragon, finish it. The Bone Dragon also listened and quickly bit the wind, saying it would kill it. The system notified, you have acquired 754.30 gold from hunting a win. Below, Jisoo also watched it with joy. Success, defeat them, the person next to him also said excitedly. The Necromancer is hunting wins. His face was filled with excitement. The monster he had never imagined was now his. The system notified, you have controlled the corpse. After seeing him standing on the wind's corpse next, he raised his thumb back and suggested, Brother Min-sok, you can ride with me too. And he also agreed. Ah, understood. After that, when he commanded, the wind leaped up and flew. He rode it, and behind him Min-I followed above the wind horde. As he flew, he inwardly shouted in excitement. Finally, I can fly. It's harder than riding a griffin, but it's stable because of its size. Behind him he was suspicious. This time is it a wind hunt? Hearing this, he turned around and confirmed, yes, we'll let them know how it feels to be hunted. Over there, other allied monsters were awkwardly discussing something. Tronggong glanced at the people below, roared and charged down. He also realized and controlled his wind. That damn monster left the pack. That monster roared as it flew, and he also followed it, circling. That damn monster, it's alone and doesn't even sense danger. Next he suggested to Min-sok to grab its wings. He also quickly fired 3 chains. I'll finish it. He flew above the wind. The chains tightly wrapped around its mouth and it roared in pain. He urged, quickly. He also added, if we add this one it'll be 2. Suddenly from above another one came rushing to grab him with its claws, but he quickly dodged. Damn it, more of them are coming. Immediately after, he controlled his bird and quickly flew away. It was still chasing behind. His face looked a little tired and he looked back. The bow and arrows were completely useless, not even scratching its scales. The system notified, warning. You have acquired 8,500 gold from hunting a win. Time remaining until mission completion 3,702 days. Next, Min-sok free fell. Brother Seong-woo, catch me. The system notified, you have tamed the corpse. The bird's talons tightly grabbed him from behind. The wind was still roaring madly. He inwardly muttered, this one is tenacious. It won't let go even when it's almost dead. Next, he descended to the ground and shouted to On, come here. It was bewildered by his call. Yes, what? Immediately after, the monster behind it opened its mouth preparing to charge at it, and On had a horrified expression. Next, he bent his body and dodged. Life screamed and the monster's mouth missed. Someone worriedly cried, did he hurt his spine? Next, he spun around on its back and delivered a long cut, and it writhed in pain. On was flustered when its sword caught on its tail, and the wind also roared in pain. Flustered, he controlled his wind to bite its neck tightly. The system notified, you have acquired 8,500 gold from hunting a wind. Behind him were 2 other wind corpses, and the system added, you have tamed the corpse. Sanju thought, looking at his achievements, I just tamed 3 of them. From above, other ones looked down at the 3 who had just become spirits. The huge chieftain glared at them. The system confirmed, regional boss Wind Chieftain. Next he raised his head and looked at the monsters flying in the sky. Wind Horde. As he watched, he inwardly planned, I can only take on one of them. If they leave the pack I can handle one, but all at once is suicide. From above a monster suddenly roared, and the ones behind also raised their heads and roared after it. After that they ignored him and flew upwards. All the monsters aligned in a vortex shape with the Wind Chieftain in the center, and its eyes glowed red with anger. All of them bent their bodies preparing to charge backward. Min-sok, sitting on one that was already a corpse, was flustered. Isn't this dangerous? He judged. Yes. From above they gnashed their teeth and glared at him. He judged, there seem to be about 30 of them, I can't deal with all of them, and he took out a jar and glared at it. If I can't escape them, I have to use this, the system explained, Breath of Abyss jar. The winds charged following the chieftain's roar. After that, he quickly flew in 3 directions with 3 loot items and used it immediately. Sanju waved his hand, pouring out the medicine, and a thick black mist appeared and spread. The winds were flustered and looked at each other. Saliva flowed from their mouths and tears of pain flowed from their eyes as they roared. Sanju stood on one side watching all of them get poisoned. Good, let's see their reaction. It's not enough to stun them all, but it will work as long as they are living creatures. From beside him, Min-sok flying judged, they probably don't like it. He was slightly awkward. I thought it would be like eating something hard to swallow for them. The winds looked at their comrades similarly flustered. He looked at the empty jar in his hand, slightly awkward. They're holding on. This is all the breath we have left. Please don't come here. As the potion bottle nearly emptied, the system notified, Breath of the Abyss vial, 1 remaining. The alpha wyvern's eyes widened, then it turned, leading the other wyverns away in a frantic retreat in some direction. Sanju returned to his original form and smiled with satisfaction. It's over. Now I can set foot on land again. Below, his undead army assembled. Other people watched in awe. What's that combination? All the monsters I've ever seen are gathered in one place. From his position, Yoon Dong-hoon looked at Song Min-hee with a mix of pride and respect. He didn't become arrogant, planning to face the pirates alone. If he wanted, he could leave our army and do it himself. The system notified Mr. Sanju, the Korean server has successfully handled its 4th high-tier monster. The biggest contributor, KD 157. Upon seeing this, On So Kong-hoon and Song Min-soo cheered. We did it, it's our victory. Lee Han-ho frowned. Even though Senior is the biggest contributor, he still hasn't beaten the number 1. He looked at the KD ranking board. First, Han level 19. Second, KD 157 level 18. Third, 00 level 17. Fourth, Prosecutor Yoon Dong-hoon level 16. Fifth, Nam Choi level 15. Jisoo also had a somewhat awkward expression. I thought I'd be more shocked if the ranking dropped. Sanju, Jisoo and Hanho looked at the system ranking board. Jisoo said, "Rankings are important, but what we really need to focus on is our growth and leveling up." Sanju smiled. "I chose the Strength 3 buff to prepare for fighting other players." Then he recalled previous battles. "Too much information about my profession has been exposed. From now on I'm their primary target," comparing himself to other summoners. "First, I need to master my basic skills." Next, he pulled out a purple ring and introduced it. "This is an item I got from hunting the Orc Lord." The system provided the item information. Item information. Name: Black Pearl Ring. Grade: Special. Type: Ring. Effect: Curse Magic 10. Description: Contains dark magic energy, which can be dangerous to some people not immune to dark magic energy. Price: 1 million gold. Sanju put the ring on his finger and looked at it with curious eyes. "I think I can continue to use it because of Death's Curse or Death's Aura. It should be able to deal high damage." The two people behind him also craned their necks, curious. "What? Only you got one, Hung?" he wondered, recalling the brightly glowing yellow orb. "If a large-scale dark magic ritual were to occur and many monsters were strengthened, could I get even cooler items?" Below, Hanho grabbed his shoulder and reminded him. "From now on we'll make a living together." Jisoo closed one eye and glanced at him. He was still lost in thought. "I could probably get something like a bloodstone like in the university gym." But next he looked at the wounded people crying in front of the corpses of the sacrificed. "I can't wait any longer for the orcs to finish their ritual. The best option is to stop them before they get stronger." That night in another camp. "Right now we are 492, that was the number of surviving players." The masked girl folded her arms and assessed. "That's less than a third of the people who participated in the first battle." Others also complained to each other. "More than half of our team died." Mr. Song Donggu's team disappeared. Yoon Donghoon said, "The survivors have grown stronger." An also folded his arms and silently acknowledged it with an indifferent expression along with the other people in the group. Next he added, "As more and more battles occur, we need to create a larger group with more strong team members." Yoon Donghoon's eyes pierced Sanju. "Survivors will grow stronger as they face reality. It's heartbreaking, but that's reality." He recalled Jisoo. Jisoo is level 15 now. Thinking of Hanho, Hanho is slow but he's level 12 now. His eyes scanned his surroundings, silently assessing. In terms of rank, they are 7th and 27th. However, disappointingly, Hanho grabbed the microphone and furiously complained to the system, looking up at the sky, "We're just support roles. Because we couldn't choose 4-star or 5-star professions." Jisoo just watched helplessly. Is he going to protest the system? But he continued to complain and shout, "I only had a few options so I had no choice but to pick that card. But why does that make me just a support role? Opposition, I can't be a support role." Suddenly Sanju cut him off and asked, "Hanho, you had 2 chances, didn't you? I don't need to tell you that you chose a 1-star profession both times, right?" He pointed his finger directly at Sanju and said aggrieved, "Senior, be quiet. How can someone as lucky as you say such a thing?" Suddenly a person rushed into the tent in a panic. "Commander, report, we found a shop at Gimpo Airport but the status window says we can't access it." Yoon Donghoon, Song Min-hee and Song Min-hwa heard the report. Sanju bared his teeth and chuckled. "Cannot access, huh? That's not good news." On had a personal thought. "This must be a special shop, a place that sells unique items." Next to him, On Sok also chuckled and added, "If it's a shop we should try to access it even if it says we can't. I've collected a lot of gold for the next gacha." Han Sok, Kong-hoon and Song Min-soo muttered in turn. "Number 2, number 3, number 4. That person ran his hand through his hair. "With all this gold, I'll get luxurious items." Yoon Donghoon sighed, looking at them. "Some team leaders will go check that shop." They quickly moved to the purple system wall. They were bewildered by the item images locked on the wall. There must be something wrong. He determined that it was a sign that the shop was inaccessible. An also approached to examine the situation. "Why can't we access it?" Kong-hoon closed his eyes calmly. "We'll find out if we go inside, but it seems only VIPs can use it." From above, the system notified a secret shop admission ticket is required. Seeing this, On Sok slammed his fist against the barrier in anger. "We can't go in." Kong-hoon also tried to push. "I want to go inside." "Damn it, what the hell is this?" The two gave up. Sanju also approached and looked up. "An admission ticket?" He placed his hand on it. The system displayed resonance. "Would you like to use a secret shop admission ticket?" "Yes, no." He recalled the item he had received previously. "I received a secret shop admission ticket after my first awakening." First awakening achieved. Death's masterpiece can be stored. Friend limit increased. Secret shop admission ticket received. First awakening rank 9th, limited to 50 people. Sanju entered first. Amidst the surprised gazes of the people, he looked up at Yoon Donghoon again. Limited to 50 people, so Yoon Donghoon wouldn't have received it. Seeing this, Song Min-soo gritted her teeth in anger and muttered, "Only he." He turned his head in disbelief and asked, "Why can only he go in?" Kong-hoon nervously bit his finger. "Am I not a VIP?" Sanju entered the forbidden zone. He looked at the giant screen and chair, slightly puzzled, and approached. "A screen and a chair, huh?" The system notified, "Please sit down." And he quickly complied. "It's definitely different from a regular shop." A message appeared on the screen. "Items will be displayed one by one. If you wish to purchase, please notify. You have 10 seconds to decide. Skipped items cannot be purchased." Sanju looked up at the screen. "You want me to choose something in 10 seconds? It's like an advertisement where the discount ends if you buy now." The system notified the first item is revealed. A bright light appeared on the screen. Before him was a table for creating something. The system provided the item information. Item information. Name Golem crafting machine blueprint. Grade expert. Type consumable. Effect. Acquire golem crafting skill upon use. Description. Can create giant golems using surrounding materials. Usable materials can be added. Price 1 million gold. The system began the countdown. 10 seconds remaining, he shouted, his face red with excitement. Mechanic golem crafting machine, he calculated inwardly. My current gold is 1,055,400 gold. I have to buy the item within 10 seconds. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. He frantically tapped the screen. Afterwards, the system notified a second item is revealed. Item information. Name Universal Healing Potion 3-pack. Grade Special. Effect. All abnormal statuses return to normal upon use. Price 2 million gold. He looked at the potions, folded his arms and wondered. Isn't this a reward I could have chosen in the previous leveling stage? Was it this expensive? It's even more expensive than the 1 million gold golem crafting machine. I'll have to skip it. A necromancer like me is immune to many curses, but I might need it later. The system notified time's up, then the next item was displayed. The third item is revealed. Item information. Name Skill Enhancement Potion. Grade Special. Type Consumable. Effect. Enhances the performance of a specific skill upon use. Price 3 million gold. He looked at the black potion, rested his arm on the armrest and muttered. It's not a bad item. I'll have to skip this one too, but if I buy this I might not be able to buy the next two. If the price goes up by 1 million gold each time, time's up. The fourth item is revealed. A bracelet appeared, surprising him. The system explained. Item information. Name Bracelet of the Night Emperor. Grade Legendary. Type Bracelet. Effect. Strength 3, Agility 3, Teleportation and Shadow within 100 meters radius. Cooldown 10 minutes. Price 4 million gold. Sanju quickly grabbed the bracelet, smiling with a very excited expression. It was here. The items are excellent and their synergy is amazing. I have to buy this to complete the Night Emperor's Successor quest. The system confirmed. Night Emperor's Successor Item Collection 3-4. He looked up at the system with anticipation. Now it's the last one. What will appear? Why is my heart beating so fast? The screen suddenly glowed brightly. Finally, the fifth item was revealed. He also looked at it with anticipation. They even sell tools like this. Above was a tightly rolled scroll. Item information. Name Designated Location Resurrection Scroll. Grade Special. Type Consumable. Effect. Resurrects at a designated location after death. Price 5 million gold. Sanju then hesitated slightly, looking at the item. Resurrection, huh? He recalled the appearance of the bone dragon before. Resurrection is one of the necromancer's skills. Thanks to it, I was able to deal with this dragon and complete the awakening quest. Sanju covered his face with his hand and fell into thought. This skill requires a 31-day cooldown, but it's still fine. Then he glanced at the scroll. But this skill also has its limits. First, the cooldown is long. He recalled when he used the skill and was killed. I've already used it, so I have to wait for the cooldown. If I'm killed during the cooldown, Sanju imagined an elephant raising its foot to stomp him to death. Second, I'll be in the same condition as before I died, so actively resurrecting the dead is a good idea. Then he assessed his transformed appearance after death. And will this resurrection give me an advantage in battle? If I'm killed by an incredibly strong boss and resurrected immediately, will I really be able to defeat him? Third, this skill only applies to myself. Then he recalled his two friends, placing his hand on his chest in pain. If Han-Ho or Jisoo die, I can't resurrect them. He recalled Han-Ho's and Jisoo's smiles. They are the only companions I can trust and rely on. Finally, he stared at the scroll, making up his mind. We grew stronger to survive and we took risks to grow stronger. The resurrection scroll will be a great guarantee for us when we face danger in the future. The system notified. 1 second left. He frantically tapped the screen. Selected. Stop, he shouted urgently. I'll buy it, I'll buy it, I'll buy it. The assessment was over. Sanju stood up from his seat. Beneath his feet was a teleportation circle. I bought everything I wanted. The system notified, exiting automatically in 10 seconds. Elsewhere, Yoon Dong-hoon's press conference was packed with reporters. Formation of the Seoul Downtown Player Alliance. People on both sides were reveling, driving competitively and making a ruckus on the street. Sanju sat on his chair and exclaimed, "Amazing!" Jisoo wiped her long sword. "It's been a long time since I returned to rest." In bed, Han-Ho tossed and turned. "It's all hunting, hunting, hunting. Humans shouldn't live like that." Sanju scratched the back of his neck with his hand and looked at his phone. "It's important to rest enough when you can, and get information at the same time. Golems using zombies." Jisoo wiped her sword and looked back at him. "The next battle isn't a small one." From above, Han flew with the eagle, waved his hand and called out, "Necromancer, the pirates have appeared." Seeing this, Jisoo also smiled and sighed. "Our short vacation ends here." In the office, Yoon Dong-hoon looked at the report and said to the people around him, "I heard pirates have appeared in the West Sea. How do you plan to defeat them?" Sanju stood aside, watching the people working in a flurry. "I think the best way is to deal with them before they come ashore. No one can deal with them at sea." Han-Ho smiled maliciously. "If they still have their sanity, they won't dare come ashore. Senior already swept away the vanguard. Senior, surely they wouldn't be afraid to come ashore, right?" Jisoo looked at them coldly and asserted, "If the enemy knows about them, couldn't they approach in a different way?" She recalled the news articles and kidnapping incidents. If pirates are targeting the Korean peninsula, they're likely to gather information first. They might not only get information through broadcast stations but also kidnap other players to extract information. Then she looked back at him. Mr. Sanju, how much do you know about pirates? He was also slightly bewildered. That's all I know, he thought inwardly. Is reading the memories of the dead worse than what they did? He recalled the three opposing factions. They are a band of rogues expelled from Chinese territory. They call themselves rulers of the sky, land, and sea. Hearing this, Han Ho also recalled a video game he had played before. Isn't this based on the triads from Chinese history? I've heard about them in some games. While he was thinking seriously, people turned their attention to that side. Why is it based on the triads from Chinese history? They could call themselves Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Sanju recalled the people he had caught before. I thought the leader brainwashed low-level players. They resisted stubbornly. He's a good person, shut up. I won't say anything, kill me, someone wondered. Are they following their master like fanatics? Jisoo recalled armies worshipping their leader. If they ruled the world, it would be an enormous advantage. If the world were run like the philosophical concepts of the triads, it would be truly terrible. Sanju frowned. He recalled the wine cups in their memories. Every time they recruited new people, they made them drink poisoned wine. That must have been how they brainwashed and controlled them. Only then did Yun Donghoon calmly open his mouth. Others may not know, but I don't think we should only deal with the leader. If even one person is missed, they'll grow stronger and harder to deal with. Afterwards, he made up his mind. But first, let's go to Gyeodong Island. Jisoo was excited. Now it's time for us to go together. Elsewhere, a horde of wyverns looked at Sanju. Han Ho complained, resting his arms behind him. While I still prefer piloting the escort helicopter, Han grumbled. My Yun Donghoon is a good driver. The eagle beside him also glared at him with angry eyes. On the other side, Sanju and Jisoo mounted the winds. She looked down and rejoiced. He, on the other hand, sighed, feeling discouraged. Jisoo, you're an athlete after all. Below, Donghoon looked up at them and pleaded. Sanji, please stop the pirates. He too looked down calmly and assured him, of course I'll stop them. But I don't know what the Evolution Society is up to these days. They might be planning something, so be well prepared. His face was filled with anger and determination. The Evolution Society owes me a debt. I will mobilize as many people as possible to confront them. A brightly lit island on the sea, and Sanju landed at the port. They stood with suspicious eyes. Are you sure, father, that you saw pirate ships? A man with a point in his eye asserted. I saw them with my own 2 eyes. They were definitely pirate ships, Han shouted at him, asking, Father, are you really sure? We've come all this way, the man shouted with conviction. Yes, uncle, the former chieftain was killed by those monsters. How could I not know their ships? The door turned and looked at the people, muttering to himself. The new chieftain of Ji-Dongdu. Didn't he say he wouldn't go anywhere else and would protect the coast with all his heart because he held a grudge against the pirates? He recalled the ships he had seen with the aerial camera. I saw one 12 hours ago. It appeared in this sea, circled the island, and headed for Ganghwa Beach. He judged that the pirates would not give up their ambition for the Korean peninsula. They definitely won't. After that, he looked at the distant sea. I don't know if they landed somewhere else. Perhaps the rest might come to the south of the Korean peninsula. Han Ho opened his eyes wide in incomprehension. Isn't that a good situation, except for the Seoul metropolitan area? The Commander Monster mission hasn't been completed yet. He recalled the people who had to evacuate because of the monsters, and thought they had come here again. If people evacuate and only monsters are left, they'll start dealing with them. But he seriously denied it. No, they didn't come here for this. He thought of the pirates, convinced that the idea of occupying other servers is not something you can do with just confidence. Then he recalled their leader. He had a strange smile. The pirate leader wants to quickly gain power and go to the major cities of Korea. That's the core of the Korean server. Finishing his words, he looked at the people again. Are you all staying on this island, even though the pirates will return? Moon led the people and shouted resolutely. Of course I was defeated once, but it won't happen twice. I will repay them twofold. Hearing that, he also looked at them and suggested, then let's leave Yudongdu now and go meet them. He planned inwardly. The second most suitable landing point is Ganghwa Beach. His face hardened, and he fell into thought because the vanguard had been annihilated. They might bring more warships or their entire core forces. We need to be prepared for anything when they land. From behind, Ju said excitedly, do you know where there's gold or a blacksmith? We need to prepare for this war. Beside him, Han Ho pouted as if complaining. Sister has a lot of gold, but I'm powerless against them. Moon provided information. There's a shop in downtown Ganghwa. Suddenly, someone rushed in hastily and shouted, Captain, the pirates are approaching and they've finished preparing to fire. People looked in panic. Really, that fast? Another person said worriedly. What should we do? We're still getting ready. He looked at them talking, covered his face with his hand and assessed. Is it their core forces, not the vanguard? They seem to be in a great hurry. Suddenly, he smiled in another direction and thought, maybe they don't know we're here, or are they ignoring us? Finally, he made a decision. Then let's prepare to meet them. All the lights on the island were out, leaving only the moonlight and thick fog on the sea, and a ship slowly approached the island. Guan held a microphone, crossed his arms and shouted, Yes, you've waited too long. His face was full of satisfaction, thinking of Moon. Hello everyone. We are Choi Gong, the cavalry commander under the chief's command. He appeared with a large ship and announced, Once again we are in the middle of the sea, but don't worry, we will defeat all the terrible monsters that appear in the sea river. Then he looked at the island and added, So where are we going? Well, the reason we are crossing this hellish sea is because the place we intend to land is the Korean peninsula, and we wish to occupy it. He read the comments and rejoiced inwardly. As expected, there's a strong reaction from the cowardly and those who fled. We were expelled from the Chinese server because of the bad things we did, so I expected this kind of reaction. But the real-time chat comments were like this: the Chieftain King's business is their business. They caused trouble and fled. That's ridiculous. The Master of Inner Power hit the cowardly Yi Wei and ran away. The beginning of inner power is truly shameful. If I had finished my training, I would have dealt with them when they set sail. Revenge is mine, my enemies. Wait, I'll level up and chase after you. Seeing that, he became even more excited. If we occupy the Korean peninsula and return to the continent, we'll see who the final winner is, he shouted through the megaphone. The chief will occupy the Korean peninsula. He thought of Sanju, Hanho and Jizu, but at the same time he looked scary and mean. But there's a terrible person called the Necromancer in Korea. Our vanguard was annihilated by him recently, he smiled meanly and asserted. But it won't happen twice, he shouted into the microphone, bringing the ship closer to the port. Everyone, we are now approaching the Korean peninsula. Eternal success to Chief Jang Gong. Guan charged without fear of death. He thought that General In Gong, the vanguard, had been annihilated by Korea's Necromancer. After that, he smiled meanly and thought to himself, but they were the vanguard. We are not people who shrink back just because one small fleet was destroyed. Then he picked up his phone and thought of Ji Gong. Do you see? That dirty god, don't get arrogant just because you rule server 2, he shouted in excitement and exhilaration. We will occupy Korea and return to Manchuria, so if you want to be so arrogant, come to us after you occupy server 1. I will confront you in Manchuria. He continued to steer the ship towards the port. All right, we will broadcast live to the entire continent our killing of this damned Necromancer. And through this action we will show that we are not dead. Suddenly, he looked at the island with suspicious eyes through his sunglasses. Is this what I planned? But what is this? He shouted inwardly in incomprehension. What's happening? Before his eyes, ships were sinking and burning in the sea. People shouted in panic. Step back, the ship is sinking. Jump into the sea. He looked up at the sky. People are being caught by bluebirds and flying away. We are being attacked from the sky. Are they controlling bird monsters from human leaders? His eyes widened in surprise at Sanju on the wind and that giant monster. He recognized him with a start. That's the Necromancer. Suddenly something was fired and an old man held a gun and aimed. He was a gunner, a profession, an ice wizard. He shot continuously at the birds in the sky and urged the people swimming in the water, shouting, like the leader of the earth, our common hope, we can defeat enemies like those birds. They were flustered. What? The enemies are retreating. Immediately after, Ji Gong waved his arm and ordered the people behind him, Mage unit, create a shield and retreat quickly. The system notified. A large-scale chain shield has been activated in the area. A huge shield formed around Guan's unit. From above he also looked down at them. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. After that he ordered the birds to retreat to the island. The people on this side also shouted in panic. They retreated. Thank goodness, we've been rescued. Ji Gong stroked his chin with one hand and handed the gun to his subordinate with the other, saying, I think we suffered a lot of casualties in a short time. Guan also turned back in surprise. Leader of the earth, he stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the distant island. Is that the Necromancer? He uses exploding corpses and controls bird monsters that once belonged to human leaders. We had made some conjectures from the information we got from the Koreans we captured. Ji Gong stroked his beard with deep inscrutable eyes. But it was a good idea to prioritize my subordinates. I need to confirm these things directly. Guan heard and said in fear. But over 8,000 ships and 100 people died. The casualty rate is too high. Lauta interrupted him and looked at him with cold eyes. Wait, such things can be replaced at any time. The people behind them heard and their faces darkened, trembling with fear. Then he glanced at the pile of filming equipment. But the problem is that we broadcasted everything here. Instead of editing the images, we need to spread our glorious reputation everywhere so that the leader of the heavenly realm can return to land. He picked up his phone and thought of Levi's ridicule, feeling a surge of anger. That woman Levi left a mocking comment about me then. We are the ones who shamed him. Guan laughed heartily and suggested, then we just need to show them that we've returned, that we were just unlucky in this attack. Then he waved his arm and made another suggestion. That's the right answer. Wait, I'll resume the broadcast after cutting off the Necromancer's head. He looked at the people and shouted. That person replied with a cold frown. Yes, leader of the earth. In Gong stroked his beard and calmly commanded, prepare a small game. Infiltrate Gangwa Island and try to capture and kill the Necromancer. Then he turned around and asked, can you secretly enter the island? Regret bowed his head. Our ships are very easy for us. He additionally assured them, even when looking down from above, even if he observes us from the sky, he won't be able to see everything in the sea. On land, people gathered at the port. Ships were docked there and they watched him return. Cheers, well done, amazing. He landed on the ground and approached Hanho and Ju. He thought to himself, now is not the time to celebrate such small victories. This pirate group is much stronger than we expected. His eyes were filled with firm determination, and he fell into thought. The leader of the earth alone had over 1,000 people in the vanguard. He estimates there are at least 3,000. We secured about 800 people from those who gathered to help in the war against the Orc army. After that, Sanju recalled the tragic naval battle in China, filled with blood and fire. And if that wasn't the main fleet, how powerful is that pirate group? Unbelievable. When the game started in China, an immense number of people died. but at the same time an immense number of players survived. Mono ran up and informed him, "We finished preparing to transport people to Gangwa Island while we deal with those damned bastards." Minguk immediately replied from behind him, "Yes, Captain." Immediately after, they boarded the ship and set out to sea together. "Let's go to Gangwa Island and stop those damned bastards." The sun began to rise. Sanju flew on the wind in the sky and below. People swam in from the sea. He flew over their heads and people drove cars below. Sanju calculated that 258 people survived in Godongdu, but only 100 of them could fight. They quickly went to a large house where people were waiting. Most of the people died in the first attack by the pirates. "It's so unfortunate that we don't have more troops right now." Moon looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Do you want me to mobilize as many people as possible to keep watch?" His face was filled with seriousness and conviction. "Because enemies can attack us just as I attacked them," he thought to himself. "I can fight alone, but I need people to keep watch." He stroked his chin, slightly hesitant. "Gangwa Island is wider than I thought," Minguk suggested. "Captain, we can use everyone except the children," he added. "Although they can't stop them, we need to know as soon as possible when the fleet approaches the island." On the other side, the pirates were slowly approaching the beach, and people clung to rocks observing them. Moon stammered, "All right, I'll do that right away." The children, hearing this, rushed forward eager to volunteer. "I can fight too." Hanho frowned and rejected them. "You're too young, now's not the time," they said firmly. "I'm also level 3. I even killed a goblin." From behind, Han also recognized them. They were relatives of the people killed by the pirates. Sanju turned back to them. She added, explaining, "Those children witnessed their families being murdered right before their eyes, so now they are loudly shouting and wanting to go fight." Jisoo also frowned, saddened. "I understand how they feel, but if even children have to go fight, it's as good as us having truly lost." Suddenly, he said as if something had occurred to him. "Oh right, I forgot. By the way, do you know where the blacksmith is?" Han confirmed. "Oh yes, I'll go look for him." He summoned huge monsters, loaded them, and said, "All right, take me there. I have a lot of materials and I need time to prepare." On the other side, the pirates swam to the beach, took off their oxygen masks and looked at the land. In-gong put on his coat and looked at them. "Is everyone here? Let's put on our camouflage coats and go into the forest." After camouflaging, people quickly ran out, and they approached the forest near the main gathering point. The chieftain stopped and announced, "Stop, it's here. I'll set it up here." The person behind him looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Captain, are you really going to use that item? Isn't it a bit wasteful?" He turned around, holding a flag with a game picture on it, and explained, "Other islands on land used items 2 tiers higher than this. The enemies are more numerous than us, but they lost after losing in this game." The system displayed item information. Item information. Grade, intermediate. Type, special event item. Effect. When this flag is planted, an adventure minigame can be run within a specific radius. Detailed information. During the game, the area is designated as a minigame area, forming a total of 3 areas as occupied territory. When all territories are occupied, the title of Lord and a lot of corn are awarded. Regret frowned with a slight disdain. "To be honest, I thought we didn't need to use this because I thought using this item would give us an advantage when dealing with larger groups. But the chief seems to want to make sure we don't make the same mistake again." Immediately after, he planted the flag firmly in the ground. "Now the game will begin." The system displayed a map scanning the Korean server's island region. Suddenly, system squares appeared above Sanjia's group. "An adventure minigame has been activated in the area," it announced. "Random areas are designated as territories A, B, and C. The person who controls all territories will receive a lot of corn. The event will be destroyed in 15 minutes. Han looked up blankly. "Huh, what's that?" The system appeared before them. Jisoo looked puzzled. "A minigame." Suddenly, a notification sound rang from a walkie-talkie in Han's pocket. "Necromancer. Pirates have appeared in the south," she shouted in surprise. "Wow," and took out the walkie-talkie. Moon added, "Another ship has appeared. It's a cargo ship. They are quickly approaching the south beach." His eyes were filled with vigilance, and he frowned. "They approach as soon as a new minigame starts." Did the system do it, or did the pirates do something? From the walkie-talkie, Moon stammered. "Several pirate ships have appeared and are preparing to land on the west coast." Sanju glanced at it and realized inwardly, it seems they're not giving us time to prepare. Doing this simultaneously is definitely the pirates' plan. The system informed the people that nearby Territory C had been designated, and Han looked up, fear-stricken. "What should we do?" Ju also frowned with a suspicious expression. "Another game within the game." He gritted his teeth and looked at them. "I don't know what's going on, but the important thing here seems to be to capture all 3 territories. So those damn guys will try to occupy those numbers." In his heart, he had a really bad feeling. This was completely unexpected. Ju approached worriedly. "Then how can we fight them?" He clutched his head, somewhat confused, and said, "Wait a minute, I don't actually like games much." Then suddenly someone said with a grin, "What's there to worry about?" Han Ho recalled the time he spent playing games all night and confidently shouted, "We just have to fight the enemies with Hung." Lee Han Ho was a game master. Lee Min Ho's Thunder Spirit Shadowblade had chosen a 1-star Rogue class card and a 1-star Priest class card in the Apocalypse game. Now he saw that he had chosen cards with female pictures on them. people believed he was a bad person because he chose silence early in the game, Song Seong-woo asked with suspicious eyes. But didn't Hung tell me he was a game expert? Han-ho was flustered, then angrily shouted, "Shut up, how dare you judge me, who hasn't spent all night at a PC bang because they had no friends?" People thought, what does he mean by no friends, he just lived a busy life. Ju looked back and asserted, "That's what Han-ho means." He then sighed at this moment and said, "I've never played gacha games that depend on luck, so I might have struggled at first, but this kind of game is different." Seong-woo muttered to himself, "Han-ho goes to PC bangs more times than he attends university lectures." Then he said seriously, "Then explain how to win this game." Under the bright sky, Seong-woo's group flew through the sky on winged skeleton wyverns. At this moment Ju pointed to one side and said, "There's a flag over there." Seong-woo looked and thought, Flag B is the center of the 3 occupied territories on Ganghwa Island. Since our wyverns are more mobile than the pirates, let's start by capturing the closest base. Normally there would be monsters around a base. Jisoo landed near the flag and said, "I don't see anything." A notification appeared. Territory capture has begun. You cannot give up midway. During capture, 100 seconds remaining. You cannot attack during this time. Summoned units are also affected. Han-ho's words came to mind. But if there's nothing, I'll have to solve a puzzle or wait for time to pass to get the flag. Seong-woo thought and grinned slyly. He seems to be right, but making it so you can't do anything while capturing the flag is almost a trap. Ju asked seriously. "So that means there's a high chance those things he mentioned will happen?" He replied. "I think so." Suddenly her expression became serious. "Something is approaching the Necromancer." Han-ho's confidently guessed appearance came to mind again. The pirates have a massive number of troops, so they'll target all bases immediately. The pirates were frantically excited at this moment and shouted, "That's the base," just as expected. "Teleportation items are really convenient." Another one noticed something. "I think someone's here." The system announced capturing, 71 seconds remaining. And Ju appeared behind them. The pirates said triumphantly, "There are only 2 of them. 71 seconds is enough, kill them." Han-ho's warning came to mind again. "Jisoo Nuna, if enemies come just deal with them." Ju coldly replied to them, "You're right, 1 minute is enough, you damn bastards." Then she attacked, and notifications kept appearing. Acquired 10,000 gold from killing a player. Acquired 10,000 gold from killing a player. The pirate screamed and said, "She's a crazy bitch, don't think about anything, just kill her." Song-ju calmly wielded her sword, handling everything alone, and another person pointed at Seong-woo and said, "Is she a monster? Then let's go deal with that damn guy who's capturing the flag in front." So they intended to attack Seong-woo, thinking he was weak. "Stop her until we kill him." Seong-woo was sitting next to the flag at this moment. A notification appeared again. Footprint tracking. Footprint tracking. Using enhanced senses, you can grasp the opponent's movements and immediately approach their location. Can be activated as long as you know the opponent's movement method. Mana consumption increases proportionally with distance. Ju, in a self-sacrificing manner, wielded 2 swords and chased after them. Immediately after, blood splattered in the air and screams erupted. How could she appear so suddenly? The pirates retreated. Quickly rally. Attack immediately. Die? So they all swung their weapons at her. The scene switched to another location where many troops were assembled in lines. General Ji-gong had prepared for this war. Ji-gong's eyes shone brightly and he said, "Good, let's head to Territory A, closest to us." Then he thought to himself, "Look at these soldiers moving at my command. The basic principle of strength and tactics is always to maintain more powerful and numerous troops than the opponent. I can only be a cannon fodder in this apocalyptic situation. But this territory capture game is what I'm most confident in. My childhood dream was to become a professional Go player. I wanted to be someone who could move and capture pieces in a board game. But the path to becoming a pro was long and too difficult. I was still an amateur even when I was 50, so the apocalypse is a new opportunity for me. You gave up on this life. What should I do when I'm 60? I've dedicated my whole life to this." General Qian-gong was an amazing person, so he didn't have time to care about such trivial matters. "So, I'm commanding the soldiers in his place." Thinking, Ji-gong stroked his beard and lamented, "How shameful, the players of this small country have barely survived until now and they have to face me." A system notification appeared. Point B has been taken by the enemy. A buff has been granted to the enemy. You cannot retake the territory for 5 minutes. Mini-game buff list: 1 defense 30 increase, 2 stamina 5 increase. At this moment, Guan, who was behind Ji-gong, said in surprise, "What, it's been captured?" Then Ji-gong calmly said, "That's fast, good. I thought we'd get at least 1 territory. But this is too much for the outnumbered Koreans. They just got lucky." The notifications continued. Point B has been taken by the enemy. A buff has been granted to the enemy. You cannot retake the territory for 5 minutes. Mini-game buff list: 1 defense 30 increase, 2 stamina 5 increase, 3 attack 20 increase, 4 strength 5 increase. Only then did Ji-gong exclaim in surprise, "They took 2 places from us. What's going on?" Guan, who was behind him, said in a panic, "My subordinate apologizes. I don't know what's happening." Ji-gong gritted his teeth and angrily said, "Those damn bastards already know the game rules." "Nonsense, that item was a reward we received from a special mission," Guan hastily urged. "General, we don't have much time to think." Ji-gong's eyes widened and he said, "You're right, there's still a huge difference in numbers between us. Now let's divide into large formations to target other territories. While capturing the closest base A, we'll go to base C later." After that, everyone charged forward, pushing off the ground. Suddenly at this moment, Guan shouted to warn his comrades, "Wait, everyone, stop! What are these monster corpses? What's the purpose of stacking them like that?" Jigong gritted his teeth in anger at this moment. "Damn it, those corpses can explode, it's the Necromancer's trap." Then he pointed with his finger and said loudly, "I don't think the Necromancer would be here without fear, but there's no need to take risks, it's unnecessary. Bypass those corpses and move." Guan went to one side and said again in surprise, "General, there are corpses here too, and there too." Jigong's face contorted and he was extremely angry. "These damn bastards, do they really think they can win this way? Do they really think they can win this way?" In the nearby sky, huge explosions continued to erupt. "Mages, burn those corpses, what should we do? You're not saying they'll come here if all the corpses are destroyed, are you?" Han Ho smiled confidently. "I also expected this to happen. Those corpses are being used for reconnaissance, like watchtowers. Even without drones, we'll know the enemy's location and speed from the sound of those explosions. This is definitely a trap, but those damn guys know corpse explosion well, so they'll have no choice but to destroy those corpses. Even wasting mana, if the situation doesn't progress with these monster corpses piled up, we'll have no choice but to give up the base and run away. Thanks to those kids' help, it's pretty good." Heian frowned at this moment and said, "But if we give up the base, we can't win." "Right?" Han Ho sighed. "Nuna really knows nothing," then he said excitedly. "This kind of game isn't about trying to win, it's about making the opponent angry. Anyway, they have far more troops than us. Even if we lose 1 or 2 bases, all we have to do is maintain balance. Then there will be no losses. The rest should be left to the seniors with more stamina, and I'm smarter on this side." Guan pointed to the explosion and shouted, "Everyone come this way, it's over there. I saw base A. Who's that?" "Ah, it's Thunder Spirit Shadowblade, the Necromancer's companion." Han Ho, hearing that from atop a rock, scoffed, "Ha ha ha ha, you foolish pirates, you've come this far. You wasted time crawling because you were afraid of the explosion. Isn't there anyone with a brain among you even without senior here?" General Ji Lung angrily said, "What did you say?" Above, Han Ho again had an excited expression. "Even if it's a little risky, provoking them will be more beneficial to us. As expected, destroying the opponent's mind is the best." "Very good." Below, General Ji Bong suddenly stood up and said, "Are you short bastard? How dare you compare your wisdom to mine?" Han Ho, hearing that, got angry. "What did you say?" "Short bastard, but you can't do anything to this short bastard, can you? You're afraid of those piles of corpses, aren't you? Are you angry just because you're a mere sentry?" General Ji Gong shouted even louder again, "Sentry, how dare you insult me? It seems not all East Asian countries are polite. Attack, kill that damn bastard." So the attack poured down on Han Ho. He turned and fled with the skeleton goblin. "Run," a notification appeared. "Successfully recaptured point A from the opponent. Although we didn't catch that short bastard, at least we finally captured 1 territory." General Ji Gong tightly gripped the flag in his hand. "Good, what about territory C?" "It's too slow." At this moment, Regret reported via radio with hazy, dangerous-looking eyes, "My subordinate has arrived at base C, but the Necromancer is here too. My subordinate will contact you again after dealing with this enemy, eliminated the vampire, suppressed the mutant dragon, and dealt with the zombie horde. Excellent, a hero of a small nation. As expected, he didn't expect us to come so quickly. Look, he can't move while capturing the flag." Seong Wu was sitting calmly collecting flag C at this moment with small pets protecting him around. "Some bad guys calculated, all of them are monsters summoned by the Necromancer." One guy ran forward triumphantly. "It's hard to fight him head on." "I'll clear the way," Regret hastily followed. "It won't take long for me to recapture the base, so I'll approach him stealthily." He thought to himself again, how foolish. You can't move while capturing the base, but you also don't get buffs if you don't hold the flag. We came at such a good time. Regret couldn't hide his sly smile. At this moment a notification appeared. Capturing the base to take the flag. Uncaptured base, this surprised him. What? Why does the system say it's still uncaptured? Seong Wu now smiled ominously. Regret shouted to warn his comrades, "It's a trap, retreat." At this moment the summoned monsters began to slaughter those bad guys. Seong Wu stood up and said, "I hate Han Ho boasting, but the idea of using a fake flag is pretty good." What Han Ho had said came to mind. Whether you use a fake flag or hide it in the ground to capture the base, the important thing is to trick the opponent as much as possible. Seong Wu lamented, "That guy doesn't want to fight." Then he said, "You're surrounded, so it's easier for us to capture the stronghold now." Regret looked around, flustered. "What? How are we surrounded?" Seong Wu said with cold eyes, "It's a big deal if you escape, so it's better to die." He extended his hand, creating a magic circle. "We have no choice. Let's summon the water demons." Immediately after, terrifying, hideous-toothed monsters burst out from the magic circle. The skeleton soldiers were swept away by the current at this moment, and the water demons swam in. As the forest filled with water, the water demons rushed in like an army. Regret sighed in relief at this moment, then said coldly, "TCH, you damn necromancer. You probably wanted us to be hit by water elemental swords in the middle of a mountain. All the monsters we summoned will die quickly, and the necromancer's skeleton soldiers would surely have been destroyed or swept away. With luck, he might even have been killed. He's probably dead. He doesn't receive the sailor synergy effect like us." At this moment a notification appeared. 4 Grade 2 Sailor Defense Synergy Type Condition. Wearing 20 swimsuits or similar armor. Effect: aquatic movement 10 increase. Synergy effects do not stack with other synergy effects. Regret ordered his subordinates to find him, go find his corpse, check if he's dead or alive. Just at this moment, Seong-woo answered him from above, riding a wyvern. No need, I'm here. Those guys were astonished. What? How could that be? There's no way he could have avoided it, Seong-woo thought cheerfully. Like teleportation, thanks to the item effect I was able to fly up easily. Then he said nonchalantly, you just need good items, item information. Name, Bracelet of the Night Emperor. Grade, Legendary. Type, Bracelet. Effect, Strength 3, Agility 3, Teleportation and Shadow within 100 meters radius. Cooldown 10 minutes. Regret still said triumphantly in a loud voice, you saved your life but all your skeleton soldiers are gone. You're just a scarecrow necromancer without summoned monsters. This place is ours now. Because the area is already wet, you'll have difficulty moving. We can move freely in this state, so we have the advantage. A skeleton soldier creation window appeared in the system. Seong-woo refuted him with a confident smile. No, I have the advantage. Being in the sky here is better than being on waterlogged ground. Immediately, a powerful tremor occurred from the ground. The system window again displayed, you have made the corpse your subordinate, Regret said in surprise. The water demons are becoming skeleton soldiers, Seong-woo thought from above. I still don't know how they tame monsters, but it's okay. Even without water, they're fine. Because now they've become skeleton soldiers. Of course, they're stronger than before. This is the advantage of a necromancer. Kill the enemy and make them my subordinate, that's it. Below, Regret continued to hurl insults. Damn it, you coward. Suddenly at this moment a drone flew in from above. Seong-woo recognized it as Guan's drone, and Regret also saw it and shouted loudly. General Ji Gong, can you hear my voice? We are in danger. Please send reinforcements. Ji Gong responded from the other side. Regret, your team has proven its worth as monster tamers. We retreated from the ground battle, but I'm sorry. We'll have to form a new team. But your sacrifice, which contributed to the analysis of the Abyssal Lord, will never be forgotten. Regret was flustered. General Jihang, are you saying that old man cut off communication? He calculated secretly. With this I can grasp accurate information about the Abyssal Lord. The numerous sacrifices were unfortunate, but information is paramount for good tactics. I can use the words that follow me, but I cannot send them to Base C where the Abyssal Lord is. I will hold Base A for as long as possible and attack Base C through Base B. Half of my army was already prepared to attack Base B. Since the Abyssal Lord has taken Base C, you won't have to worry about fighting near Base B. Taking this opportunity, I will sweep away the dwarves who fled to Base B and all players on the Korean peninsula. Just then, a message rang out from the radio. General Jihang, this is the Base B attack team. He immediately asked again. Ah yes, have you already occupied Base B? From Base B the person said with a stunned expression, the monster is here. He looked at Han Ho and Ju who were in a frenzy of slaughter. Even with just 2 people they've wiped out our entire army. Most of our forces have been annihilated, General. At this moment, Han Ho, transformed into a giant, stood before the communicator. A desperate cry echoed from beyond the radio. Oh no! At this, Jihang, furious, threw the radio with force. His body trembled with rage. How could this happen? My combat strength was perfect. Quan was flustered. General Jihang, what should we do now? Jihang wiped his face, trying to calm down. HMPH, I need time. Call everyone back to camp and change tactics. Elsewhere, a blade was pulled from a corpse still stained with blood. Han Ho held the freshly dealt with corpse with a dark expression. Ju said, I'll kill all the pirates who dared to come here. Ha-yan cheered with a bright expression. Excellent. Both of you defeated them without any injuries. She praised Han Ho. General Dur, you've finally shown your skills. Han Ho ran a hand through his hair, a smug expression on his face. Ha ha ha, someone like me has to prove my worth. My confidence is truly charming. Suddenly he started to get excited. Actually I did well even with just 1 shield skill back then, Ha-yan replied, surprised. What does that have to do with anything? She felt that person's mood changing too quickly. How can someone's personality be like that? Ju asked seriously. Han Ho, what should we do now? Are we going to deal with the enemy like we just did? Han Ho immediately denied it. No, the same method won't work. In games, it's better to think and rethink new plans. The game assessment came with a phrase that made him want to shut up. Even so, we're still in the middle of the game. Damn it, I knew this would happen when I set it up. I'm out. Seriously, just for 1 penny, Han Ho analyzed. If the game doesn't go their way, they'll blame others and self-destruct. But I'm playing an unfair game. Enemies can change everything with items or other things. There are too many unpredictable variables. So we have to finish this before they even think about it. Did you hear that, Senior? Han Ho turned and spoke to Ha-yan, who was handing him the radio. Yun Dong-hoon on the other end of the radio replied, I hear you perfectly. Han Ho shouted, Senior, I'm going to sweep them away with overwhelming power. On this side, Yun Dong-hoon, riding a bone wyvern, confronted the drone. Quan reported with a sinister expression, General Jihang, the Necromancer, has arrived. Jihang was startled to hear that. What? How can that be? We still struggle even with our numerical superiority. Are those bastards that strong? Another person hurriedly continued the report. Not only the Necromancer, but also players from the Korean peninsula are here. Jihang's expression was extremely tense. I can't understand their tactics. If they abandoned Base B and came to Base C, do they just need the base? Do you think you can confront the North at Base C no matter how strong you are? His decision is hard to understand. How did he get to second place? As I thought, the Korean server is too weak. They've just been lucky so far. I can monitor the entire forest with drones. I can win this battle easily, he calculated this way. At this moment a scream erupted from the other side. Ah, that's a trap. That's a skeleton wizard. Attack quickly, Jihang was surprised. I thought all the skeletons had disappeared. There were more than he had imagined. Another scream erupted. Skeletons, they're huge. I guess I don't know enough about the Necromancer, but it doesn't matter now. He opened his eyes wide. His skeletons can't move freely if they're too far from him. Seeing this situation, it's clear he left Base C. We don't know how many teleportation scrolls are left. People were confused. Let's go to Base C, find the teleportation gate and prepare to defend if attacked. Just then the space began to darken and they were flustered. Why is it so dark in broad daylight? It was an unbelievable machine. What newly appeared was a giant earth golem. A legendary hero. The earth golem looked very majestic at this moment. The pirates trembled in fear. No, I can't believe it. Do we have to face a legendary hero now? Are we going to become rebels? Just then, someone noticed something, pointed a finger and shouted, Wait, calm down and look closely. Those machines aren't gold. They look like gold on the outside, but they're actually earth golems. All the pirates seemed to regain their courage and shouted, That's not a legendary hero, old man. It's just a facade. Take it down. The golem can be controlled from very far away. The pirates were very arrogant. This golem is made of earth, so it'll break very easily. Let's finish it now. That person's expectations were quickly shattered. It's regenerating itself. He was covered in earth. A scream erupted. Help me. That regeneration ability is truly impressive. It's taken a hostage. A legendary hero has taken a hostage. Just then the earth golem opened its mouth. You're mistaken, humans. With this advanced mechanical technology, why would I need to take a low-grade human as a hostage? I have been tasked with protecting Base B. From now on, these low-grade creatures will be annihilated. Stunned shouts erupted. Was that an AI from the start? Don't run, fight back. That regeneration ability isn't infinite. The only problem was that this thing required an enormous amount of mana to maintain, but the space was in chaos. When will the mana supply on the battlefield run out? Item information. Name legendary crystal orb. Type orb. Effect max mana 500 increase. Mana recovery speed 250 increase. 3 mana and health absorption on attack. Jihang watched through the screen, surprised. Those are only that strong. Was the Abyssal Lord always this strong? He certainly wasn't this strong before. The information we collected about his past doesn't match the present at all. If the Korean players didn't spread false information, then he has truly gotten much stronger in a short time. What in the world is happening? I told the master that we couldn't win, but now everything is so chaotic. Meanwhile, Yoon Dong-hoon was still dealing with the pirates. They shouted, the hero is falling. Wizard freeze his feet. One of the wizards quickly unleashed his power. I'll do it now. At this moment a bone goblin appeared in the air with his comrade. Brother, our time has come. The skeleton swordsman charged towards brother. That small one is too strong, screams erupted. Jihang shouted, attack the Necromancer. If we kill him, all of this will disappear. Assembly of the Descendants of Knights. Synergy List 4. Descendants of Knights Level 3. Defense Synergy. Condition 50 or more units wearing martial arts uniforms act as a defensive line. Effect. All stats 2 increase. Synergy effect is activated when there are teammates wearing martial arts uniforms. The closer the teammates are, the stronger the effect. Descendants of Knights does not apply when equipping other types of armor and is only used when equipping melee weapons. This is why we have to wear traditional clothes instead of armor. Description: martial arts uniforms are traditional Korean wizard attire. Why are Chinese people wearing martial arts uniforms? I don't understand, he continued to calculate. With this synergy effect with additional stats, I can defeat the Necromancer. Over there he is independent of the undead, someone shouted. Necromancer. Do you think you're safe? He's just a weak being without summoned monsters. We are superior in both numbers and combat ability. Let's send him off now. Just as they were about to charge, red blood rained down from the sky. Yoon Dong-hoon's voice was heard simultaneously. A weak being? If you compare me to those undead, you're not wrong, but don't compare me to you. Especially when I'm in the realm of death. Utilizing L's power increases the number of summoned creatures by 50, all abilities increase by 10 levels, and nearby undead gain unlimited regeneration and resurrection. Be honest, I'm not good at using a scythe, but compared to Kokoro weapons it's nothing. When the difference in power is so great, is there any need to consider weapon efficiency? Jihang watched this scene through the screen, trembling. He turned and asked, is this being live-streamed? Quan immediately replied, yes, we started recording everything from the moment we prepared, but Jihang shouted at him, what in the world are you doing? Do you want to see us getting slaughtered? Change the channel immediately. Yes, switch from Base B to Base B, show us scenes that can boost our army's morale. He gave the order and calculated internally. Base C was overrun by golems, so I heard that attacking it will be difficult from now on, but Black Wolf, the strongest warrior in our fleet, is in the Base B recapture unit. Black Wolf wasn't that outstanding when he was a pirate or a sea monster tamer, but he's different in this battle. Subsequently, the voice of the live presenter was heard. Viewers, here's a video from Base B. It's a woman. She seems to be the sole defender of Base B. The Korean team seems to be abandoning everything and focusing solely on offense. Black Wolf is so strong that he even earned the nickname Swordmaster. I feel sorry for that woman. He was none other than Quan, he secretly gloated. Finally, he's here. We must only broadcast the overwhelming victory of the revolutionary organization. 10 million viewers on the Chinese server are watching. We need to capture the most valuable moments. After that, he continued to move. I need to get closer and film more clearly. At this moment, Ju stood below with a dark expression. There was no one around, meaning everyone had fallen. Quan was secretly shocked. Black Wolf, he was defeated. Ju sensed something and looked up, immediately swinging his sword and sending it flying towards the drone. Quan shouted in a flustered voice, the drone has been destroyed, Ji-hung hastily commanded. Black Wolf, stop broadcasting immediately. Seeing that scene will completely destroy their fighting spirit. On this side, the pirates were still trying to reassure themselves. Base B reinforcements will arrive soon. We need to buy time. We'll occupy Base C soon. Suddenly, someone read a message on their phone and was shocked. General Black Wolf has sacrificed himself. The person next to him was surprised. Does he carry a phone during battle? What? He's the strongest warrior in our army. Damn it, no way. Is there anyone stronger than Black Wolf? Quan, hearing through the radio, broke out in a cold sweat. The soldiers are in chaos. Are we losing? Ji-hung, distraught, charged in one direction, shouting, Necromancer, where are you? Show yourself. He shouted and fired his cannon. I, Ji-hung, will fight you one-on-one. Appear. Just then, Yun Dong-hoon, transformed into a lich, stood behind his pets. Ji-hung fired his cannon and shouted, Found you, Necromancer. Die, you seed of evil. Immediately, a powerful attack poured down. Yun Dong-hoon stood calmly and Ji-hung said, surprised, he blocked the ice cannon. Not entirely. It still affects me. My body is frozen. Even though I blocked it, the cold is freezing my body. He continued to attack. How long do you think you can last? I'll turn you into dust. Just then, Han-ho appeared from behind a tree, pouting and asked, Why are you doing this to the old man? You should let them know who you are. Hearing that, Ji-hung was surprised. You. Ji-hung was furious at this moment. That dwarf bastard, it's all your fault. You ruined my war. Kill him. So he continued to pull the trigger and Han-ho calmly dodged. Ha, your skills are too easy to dodge. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. Yun Dong-hoon suddenly appeared behind Ji-hung from a distance and opened his mouth. You shouldn't turn your back on the enemy. After that, a scream erupted from Ji-hung. Demon dwarf, you, Yun Dong-hoon said. It looks painful, but you should smile brightly. After all, you're being recorded. The drone appeared in the air at this moment, and Ji-hung was secretly surprised. Recorded? I stopped the broadcast. Just then, Quan awkwardly smiled and reluctantly said, I had no choice. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Ji-hung was lying on the ground. Yun Dong-hoon said, You have failed. At this moment, Jung-gang said, No, there are still forces on the left flank. He had a confident expression. We must learn enough about the Abyssal Lord's skills, habits, and comrades to make up for what we lost today. No, in fact, I gained a lot. If you lend me your words, I can manipulate your words as I wish. To explain briefly, the interesting point is that this part refers to General Ji-hung's monologue from the previous chapter. He not only borrowed General Ji-hung's words, but also captured General Ji-hung's mind. Just then, the communication changed, and he was surprised. Quan's radio dropped on this side. Yun Dong-hoon said, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to finish this game. If you still think the Korean peninsula is a tasty prey, you'll have to show yourself too. I'll fight you one-on-one. On this side, the pirates were still confidently fighting the skeleton soldiers. Don't give up, we still have numerical superiority. Ignore the skeletons and attack the defensive line to eliminate the vanguard players. At this moment, they attacked the weaker players and sneered. Oh, you're young, little one, well done. A wicked person grabbed a young boy's hair, placed a knife to his face, and smiled eerily. In this game, even the weakest player gets a big reward, the boy cried, snot and tears streaming down his face. You're my dad's enemy. Just then, a notification appeared. The Korean team has acquired 1 point. A buff was applied to the winner and that person's smile froze. Game effect: 1. Defense 30 increase, 2. Stamina 5 increase, 3. Attack 20 increase, 4. Strength 5 increase, 5. Speed 20 increase, 6. Agility 5 increase, 7. All skill levels 3 increase. 3. Increased recovery rate every second. The pirate was extremely flustered. Just then a large hand grabbed his wrist and asked, Who said you were weak? Say it again. The man screamed, his arm aching. Wait, can we make peace? In the end, the man was torn apart. The other pirates were surprised and broke the blockade. They've taken over the old stronghold. We lost. This is the effect of winning the minigame, Yun Dong-hoon exclaimed. Wow, these effects are quite amazing. It's truly laughable that those who fled from the continental powers would try to conquer another island. Where did they get such courage? A notification reappeared. The minigame ends in 8 hours. Yun Dong-hoon smirked. 8 hours is enough time to deal with everything. The scene shifted to a sky bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Pirate corpses were scattered everywhere in the forest. Min-hee and others tied up the survivors. A man holding a microphone had a face contorted with fear, his entire body trembling. It's all over, he said desperately to the screen. Excluding the escaped players, we surrender and declare our defeat. Yun Dong-hoon stood nearby thinking to himself. The viewers watching them wished the number of pirates would decrease. The real-time chat board appeared. Channel 111,004. That Korean guy is like the emperor of server 1. Sha 23. I think so too. I've only seen rumors and pictures, but I think it's quite similar. Ran. But he's still ranked lower than the Emperor, isn't he? In the Battle of Nanu, I heard the Emperor controlled 400 creatures, Dragon 147. He's definitely one rank below the Emperor. Look at today's battle. No one would agree they're the same rank. He looked at the screen wondering, the Emperor? Who's the Emperor? The presenter was flustered. My phone. He then still said that the winner of Server 1 had occupied Shaanxi and Beijing and called himself the Emperor. He was confused. But why do they say they resemble us? He immediately explained. I think it's because the Emperor has similar abilities to the Necromancer. Yun Donghun thought to himself, 5-star professions are usually specialized in creating armies. Vampire lords can create armies through infection, and Crusader guildmasters can create them through training. But I still don't know about his profession and the Labor General's army building ability, which relies on brainwashing skills. But if he creates an army not of players but of monsters or corpses, would I be like the Emperor? He asked again what his profession was. The presenter hastily replied, I don't know. Yun Donghun rubbed his chin, pondering. The strongest person on the Chinese mainland won't easily reveal information to me. Everything is becoming too chaotic. Just then, Han Ho cheered with joy. I finally found the last item. Ju said that we could take the items we could use. Item information quickly appeared. Item information. Name: Dwarf's Dagger. Grade: Advanced. Type: Dagger. Effect: can imbue mana and ammunition. Consumes 10 mana, Han Ho said with a very satisfied expression. Since there are two, the skeleton goblin is looking at me with sparkling eyes. Alright, I'll give you one. And I'll give you the other one. Han Ho helplessly threw it to Yun Donghun. I like lasers, unless it's a knife. Yun Donghun accepted it cheerfully. I'll see you again later. Han Ho continued to rummage through things. The rest of the items are mine. They're not that good, but there are many. He immediately admired. It's only natural for hunters to use everything from their prey. Then he unleashed his power. Wow, same here. A notification appeared. You have transformed the dead into an undead subordinate. You can read the memory fragments of the undead. Immediately, light burst forth and a scene showing a massive ship in the sea appeared. Yun Donghun appeared in the old Jigong's memory. It was a room inside the ship. At this moment the old man was conversing with someone. An angel statue was found in the south. Hu Wei said, an angel statue. It's the first time since the demon statue was found in Server 1. Guan shouted excitedly, oh my, isn't this an indication that a higher race is about to appear? What's the effect? What effect does that statue have? Yun Donghun heard and thought to himself, I forgot. Angels and demons, the system said they would be updated in the future. The old Jigong calmly replied, only Commander-in-Chief Ong can put his hand on the wall and tell them the mission, but he hasn't mentioned the details to me yet. Jigong was startled. What? He's the general? Did he really not tell the general? Yun Donghun observed, feeling very restless. Exactly, I want to know too. Commander Jigong. Jigong. The old man's face darkened as he said he would explain the details after we occupied Seoul, so focus on our mission first. Then he placed his hand on the table. Alright, back to work. After occupying Ganghwa Island through the minigame, Hu Wei's team will infiltrate Seoul and use this scroll. All three Guans were extremely shocked, as if struck by lightning. He said, General Jian, isn't this a demon's gate? The old Jigong's eyes turned red as he reconfirmed. Indeed, if used, a demon's gate will open for 24 hours, and all kinds of monsters will pour out from there. The monsters will disappear after 24 hours, but that time will be enough to destroy all regions. It can be used to open a hidden dungeon, but because the difficulty is too high, we will use this legendary scroll as a strategic weapon. Guan was flustered. Isn't it a bit wasteful to use it in a minigame? The old man continued, it's worth the investment. The rewards will be immeasurable if we take control of Korea, and I'm sure the Commander-in-Chief thinks so too. The old man's expression was extremely greedy and sinister. Just then, light burst forth again. Yun Donghun returned to reality. Yun Donghun fell into deep thought. Is that the end of the memory? All the memory fragments I've seen so far have helped me find solutions to many problems, but this time I don't know either. Perhaps I should find that scroll first. It's probably in this cargo box. At this moment, Heian arrived on a giant eagle and called out loudly, Necromancer, I've finished scouting. As soon as she landed, she hastily reported, the pirates are currently returning to China and there are many soldiers left on the cargo ship. Yun Donghun heard and thought, since there are a few hours left until the minigame ends, the pirate ship won't be able to leave the coast, Heian continued. And there are always mages guarding the ship. I think they believe they only need to hold out for a few hours, Yun Donghun continued to analyze. There's a huge shield and the ship is at sea, so it'll be very difficult for undead to infiltrate. He aimed at the distant ship and said with a pleased smile, come to think of it, that useful card came to mind. The scene quickly shifted to night. A massive ship was at sea, surrounded by smaller boats. The pirates began to feel restless. It's too quiet, don't let your guard down. The enemies will attack when the minigame is about to end. They focused on protecting the cargo ship. If we just hold out, we'll be able to escape. We'll soon be out of this hell called the Korean Peninsula. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the dark sky, and the pirates shouted in surprise, ah, they're coming, it's the enemies. At this moment, Yun Donghun appeared majestically on a skeleton wyvern with Han Ho and Heian flying below him. The sound of thumping footsteps and chaotic noises could be heard. Activate the shield and grab this mana bottle, a pirate shouted. Even monsters and his boasted undead army can't do anything at sea. Heian saw this and assessed, but they seem to be trying to hold out. It will take a lot of mana to break the shield. Yoon Dong-hoon in his terrifying Lich form said, "It's impossible to destroy it from the sea. Then let's find where the shield is installed from underwater." Just then, changes occurred even beneath the sea and the pirates were surprised again. Something's rising from under the sea. A skeleton soldier with a fishtail leaped out of the water. The group shouted, "Mermaids? No, they're the Necromancer's undead army." The pirates tried to calm each other. Don't panic. They're just medium-sized undead. We're strong enough to fight them." But before he could finish speaking, a skeleton soldier appeared, revealing itself before them. Yoon Dong-hoon said coldly, "The deep sea is a treasure trove. I never imagined something like this existed." Sea serpent. Just then, a giant sea serpent rose up and shook the pirate ship. Sea serpent. A sea monster at least 10 meters long. It will take an hour to hunt it. Moreover, this one is just a hatchling. We kept fighting and increasing the number of our army and only then managed to kill it," a pirate shouted. "The shield is flickering. We need to deal with the skeleton soldiers quickly. We need to support the mages. HMPH, he underestimates us. He must only have short orc skeleton soldiers." Suddenly, Jisoo appeared from the water, surprising them. Red Demon. As she charged and attacked, everything fell into chaos. "She's as fast as the wind. We're doomed. Everyone run," Haeon said. "It seems everything is over." Yoon Dong-hoon immediately said, "Let's go down." A moment later, the water was calm again. Everything inside the ship was neatly organized by his subordinates. Yoon Dong-hoon held a solution bottle and smiled, saying, "We really plundered everything from the pirates." Haeon also cheerfully replied, holding the loot. "Since they plan to build a base here, there's really a lot." Han-ho at this moment cheered, holding a large black mass. "Wow, senior, look at this." Its attributes quickly appeared. Item information. Name Giant Charger. Grade Rare. Type Other. Effect can be used for power generation or battery charging. Remaining energy 68. I found this next to the engine room. It seems they were powering this entire massive ship with just these few small masses. There are more over there too. As he spoke, he turned to where his pets were carrying piles of batteries. Yoon Dong-hoon speculated. "They seem to be storing all their energy. This is impressive, but other treasures are definitely around here. Let's look in the captain's cabin." A moment later, they entered a compartment of the ship and searched. Standing before the safe, Yoon Dong-hoon decisively grabbed and broke the door. He took out a scroll from inside. Found it. "This is the item I saw in the memory fragment." Item information. Name Demon Gate Scroll. Grade Special. Type Magic Scroll. Effect opens a demon gate for 24 hours upon use. Detailed information. Opens and closes the path to the demon's lair. You can obtain very rare items by exploring the demon's lair, however. This action should only be taken with the utmost caution. Never forget that the one who opens the path also opens a gate for other things to escape. Required level 35, he said in astonishment. Required level 35? No wonder it was used in their tactics, but he thought with a satisfied smile, of course it would be much more profitable to use this item for its original purpose. Han-ho stood behind him, his expression weary. "Some bad memories are coming back to me. This guy is definitely planning something dangerous again." Yoon Dong-hoon continued to plan. "If the hidden dungeons level is that high, the rewards must be enormous. I can't use it now, so I'll keep it for later," he thought and put it inside his coat. Ju suddenly said, "What's this?" Item information. Name Covenant Box. Grade Special. Type Bank. Effect. This item can automatically collateralize a portion of the gold acquired by contracted players. Detailed information. You can make a contract by touching this box. The box owner can set the commission rate, and the gold acquired by contracted players will be automatically collateralized in the box according to that rate. Commission rate 80. Number of contracts 56. Gold in box 1355. 48 gold. Yoon Dong-hoon cheered inwardly again. "Good. This is an essential item for managing a group. We'll be able to lease or sell this item to the Alliance." He imagined his magnificent self standing before Choi Dong-hoon and the three others holding this item. "It's going to be quite expensive." Just then, a notification appeared from the system. "The adventure minigame has ended with the enemy's victory. Rewards will be distributed." Han-ho cheered. "Oh, it's finally over. The rewards are quite good too. You have acquired 15 million gold as a minigame reward. Level up. Level 19. Yoon Dong-hoon thought, "I've felt this since fighting the pirates, but my stats seem to be increasing at a pretty good rate. For this level up, I'll choose one skill card as a random skill." The system window continued to appear. Skill information. You have learned the basic Poison Cloud Generation skill. Name Poison Cloud Generation. Grade Basic. Type Active. Mana Consumption 30. Generates a cloud containing poison, raining poison on the designated area for 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Yoon Dong-hoon thought cheerfully, "I got a Black Wizard skill. It's an area skill, but it doesn't affect my summon, so it's not bad." This trip was a huge success. Instead of calling them pirates, it would be more accurate to call them a gold mine. The scene shifted to the ground office. Han-ho, dressed in flashy clothes, looked at his phone screen and said, "Yes, now it's time for me, the strongest rogue, to read the comments. This is a summary of all today's news. Let's start right now." Jisoo and Seong-woo clapped awkwardly. "Waha," Han-ho sighed. "The reaction is too bad. Do they really hate me reading?" Then he started to focus on his phone screen. First news. The Seoul City Alliance seems to be drawing public attention. After hearing about the formation of the Alliance, many survivor groups around the city gathered in Guro. The alliance is expected to grow stronger in the future as the Liberation Army is intentionally spreading rumors. Gyu heard and thought, the players who have survived until now, like us, at least have the ability to defend themselves. The important thing here is how the alliance utilizes these human resources. Han Ho continued to read the second piece of news. Palace's secret reply. The average level of residents in the Suwon area has risen to 8. The palace is even boasting about reaching level 11. He then sighed. I'm working my butt off here and I'm level 14. But reaching that level in such a short time is quite fast. Seong-woo and Ju looked at each other expressionlessly. He said, working my butt off? Han Ho is just showing off. Whose wisdom was it that we won this battle? You're not just useful for communication. You're an ideal role model for 1-star and 2-star players. And this time I learned a random skill. You're the idol of those losers. Let's talk about important matters later. Let's move on to the next news. Our Necromancer has finally reached level 19. He extended his hand towards Seong-woo. This means he has taken first place on the leaderboard with Han River Seo. But Han Ho's expression turned cunning. Originally that should have been the case, but unfortunately, Han River Seo reached level 20 an hour ago. This was a bitter blow to Seong-woo. Han Ho continued to tease, Senior, I think you need to work a little harder. Seong-woo was angry, wanting to deal with this guy. Ju tried to calm him. Please calm down, he's our colleague. Han Ho secretly turned around and smirked cunningly. Then he pouted at the number 1 ranked player again. But sister, you only have 1 day left. Brother, I'm doing my best to help you, so how do you think I feel? The skeleton goblin was also annoyed by this arrogant attitude at this moment. Ju said seriously, but I'm curious too. Seong-woo can handle many monsters at once with his summons. That means there are many witnesses. But how could he maintain the number 1 spot on the leaderboard while remaining completely anonymous? How on earth did he level up all this time? Seong-woo thought inwardly. It's thanks to hunting. Ultimately, the reason he's number 1 is simply because he hunted more than us. It sounds crazy, but if he focused only on areas with many monsters and bosses? Just then, Han Ho suddenly noticed something else. Wait, Jisoo Nuna, I've never seen that on your waist before. Jisoo happily drew her sword. I just got it this time. Item information. Name Sword of Jinwoon. Grade Heroic. Type Sword. Effect Can Pierce Magic. Detailed information. An abandoned sword made of Jin, a very hard rare metal. The sword simultaneously emits waves that react to mana, interfering with magic. Han Ho was consumed by jealousy. Jisoo Nuna, you have 3 swords. Can you give one to our great rogue? Ju hugged the sword with immense affection. Now that I think about it, you look more like a rogue than a comrade, don't you? Seeing that, Han Ho withdrew the request he was about to make. No, it's nothing. The scene shifted outside and everyone was surprised to see a helicopter appear. What's that? A helicopter. The helicopter quickly landed. Yoon Min-hee was very excited as soon as she got out of the helicopter. Mr. Seong-woo, I heard you won the battle against the pirates. That's amazing. As expected. Seong-woo happily shook hands with him and replied, Thank you. What brings you here so early in the morning? Yoon Min-hee said, Yes, something unexpected happened. Ranker number 1 Han Gang Seo appeared, he said in surprise. Appeared? You mean he came to Gimpo? Yoon Min-hee. Yes, Seong-woo thought. The number 1 on the leaderboard appeared just as the alliance is growing. Mr. Seong-woo doesn't seem to like this much, Yoon Min-hee continued. He suddenly made a request. He said he wanted to meet me, the Necromancer. Seong-woo pointed to himself in disbelief. Me? He confirmed again. Yes, he said it was an important factor in the fate of Korea. Even if he's number 1, he's too rude. He said he had nothing to say to me and wouldn't say anything until the Necromancer appeared. Seong-woo waved his hand. Then tell him to wait. Yoon Min-hee looked bewildered. Despite Halyan's anticipation, he explained. I haven't had time to access the treasures until now, so I need to stop by the blacksmith first. Yoon Min-hee forced a smile with an awkward expression. Then Mr. Seong-woo, won't doing that make everything more difficult? That's also a request from Han Gang Seo, the number 1 ranker. Seong-woo's eyes sharpened. General, just because he's number 1 doesn't mean we have to do everything he says. The alliance has just been formed, so it needs a solid foundation. We need to show everyone our unwavering strength. Yoon Min-hee began to understand. Yes, you're right. Seong-woo turned his body. Then tell him to wait. Leaving him behind, he felt a chill down his spine. This is like a power struggle between the number 1 and number 2 rankers, isn't it? I'm like a shrimp caught in a whale fight. The scene shifted to a large building. Yoon Min-hwa was lined up outside with her subordinates at this time. Just then, a person ran in and reported urgently. Former commander, the commander just contacted us. He's very excited. Yes, what did he say? The person reported with a forced smile. The commander said that the Necromancer has a few things to do, so we'll have to wait. Yoon Min-hwa was very annoyed. The only thing I've been doing lately is slacking off, so I gave him a task, but he can't even do such a simple thing. He said that, but he was still a good person, Yoon Min-hwa said helplessly. Then it seems we have no choice but to wait. After that, she turned around and called the prosecutor. Inside, Choi Dong-hoon was gritting his teeth in patience. Han Gang Seo, the number 1 ranker. He was always superior to Seong-woo even before Seong-woo surpassed him. I wanted to meet him at least once, but his fists clenched tight. The system notified at this moment. Unidentified energy sources covering this area. I never thought something like this would happen before I even met him. Unidentified energy sources covering this area. After that, Choi Dong-hoon's aura exploded and he stood up and headed for the helicopter. Helicopters were flying in the sky and people below looked up. I thought I could only meet him by joining the Seongwoo City Alliance. Now is my chance, a capable leader who can lead the Korean peninsula to overcome countless challenges. Mr. Seongwoo descended from the helicopter. He was the Necromancer. They were very majestic. Everyone whispered to each other. Looking at him head-on, I can really feel the difference. Is he really number 2? Kong So calmly said with his arms crossed. Yes, his husband is really different from before the battle with the pirates. Lee Kong-hoon bit his nails, extremely jealous. Brother, he seems to have incredibly expensive high-grade items. High-grade items appeared before his eyes. Item information, name, short bow. Grade, legendary. Type, crossbow. Effect, attack speed 3, damage 30. Weapon and arrows are linked to the user's space, allowing the crossbow to fire continuously. Injecting mana into the crossbow allows it to fire arrows like missiles for 1 minute. Item information. Name, Dark Lord armor. Grade, legendary. Type, cloak. Effect, magic damage -10, fire resistance 30, physical defense 50. When using the item, the user can hide in the darkness. Stealth skill can be nullified by enemy attacks or detection skills. As countless eyes fell upon them, Seongwoo thought with a displeased expression. Their attention makes me uncomfortable. I defeated the phoenix and used its hide to enhance the Dark Lord armor, and I used the dragon's heart to strengthen its power. Not only that, I used the C-grade enhancement stones I found in the golden dungeon to enhance both items. Now I'm ready to face the number 1 player. Seongwoo's information appeared at this moment. Player profile. Name, Seongwoo. Level 19, attack 2240, mana 8000, class Necromancer, Dark Wizard, attribute demonic, strength 219, agility 159, stamina 147. Equipped items, skills, experience 4,487, gold 27,855,400. On another road, several vehicles were escorting them. Han-ho exclaimed, looking outside. Wow, it's really changed a lot, Jisoo continued. Not only the infrastructure, but the number of players is also much higher than before. Min-ai in front smiled and said, over 6,000 people have joined in a short time. Even though they joined as teams, other teams only sent representatives, so our team's numbers will keep increasing. Seongwoo thought quietly, that's a lot. Then Mr. Yoon Dong-hoon must be having a hard time. The lower the level, the more people, the better. Suddenly, Yoon Min-hee pointed ahead. Do you see that? The area around the building under construction is controlled by the army. Yoon Min-hee said with an angry expression. They're the Reform Alliance and they're really annoying, Seongwoo asked curiously. Are they soldiers? Yoon Min-hee. Not necessarily, they're players from Gyeonggi Province and Namyangju. Most of them were probably soldiers, so they merged with the army in northern Gyeonggi Province. They're a powerful force, so they don't listen to us. They even engage in psychological warfare and political struggles with us. They seem to be trying to prevent us from getting stronger rather than helping us. Seongwoo seemed to realize something. So that's why they asked me to come here, he said. That's what I mean. The endings of all the novels I've read have gone this way. We've arrived at the new headquarters in Yeongdongpo. A moment later, upon entering, a voice was heard. Let me meet the number 1 player. A group of people is causing a commotion. Why on earth are you blocking our way? Is number 1 the president? Is your commander a prime minister or something? I want to meet him. Move aside. As soon as he saw Yoon Min-hee, a person said, Lieutenant, please come and ask. What's going on? The person who called him approached and said, You've come at a good time, Lieutenant. You can't stop players from interacting with each other. He had a sly expression, so everyone is demanding equal rights. I fully support changing the alliance policy, or are you planning to establish a dictatorship in Yeongdongpo? Yoon Min-hee asked again, unable to understand. Dictatorship? What are you trying to stop? Hearing that, the person got angry. Why should we stop you from meeting him? Don't pretend you don't know that Han Gang-seo himself said he didn't want to meet outsiders. Did you think we wouldn't realize that you're trying to monopolize the number 1 player even though we brought the Necromancer? You lured us to deal with the pirates and then tried to negotiate with the number 1 player, didn't you? Seongwoo, approaching from behind, asked curiously, Who lured whom? The person was startled. Nay, Necromancer. The people behind also looked at each other in bewilderment. What is this? When did that person get here? I never thought that person would come here, Seongwoo calmly declared. I agreed to cooperate with them. No one can force me to do something I don't want to do. Han-ho nodded from behind, thinking, honestly, Senior seems like the guild leader. The person from before forced another smile. Perhaps you're misunderstanding, Seongwoo asked again. Misunderstanding? The person had a sly expression. Actually, you didn't voluntarily join this guild. You're still too young. People can toy with your mind. Think carefully. His eyes sharpened and he looked down at the opponent, then frowned and stepped forward. Since you've given me advice, I'll give you some too. Hearing that, the person was startled and backed away. What did you say? Seongwoo's 2 eyes shone and he said sharply, Don't forget to think 7 times before you speak. In this era, it's a big mistake to think you can say whatever you want. The 3 people were pale with fear and immediately turned and fled. The leader was still boasting loudly and warned from behind. Let's go. We're not easy targets. Don't ignore my words and think carefully. Yoon Min-hee followed them and said, Those are the people I mentioned. Seong Wu was surprised and looked at the Reform Alliance. He asserted with a displeased expression. Yes, their leader clearly ordered them to come here and cause trouble. We just don't know their leader's identity. He always hides his identity and wants us to obey his commands, Seong Wu reminded again. It seems we need to be careful when cooperating with such people. You can rise on your own, Yoon Min-hee. Yes, that's right, those damn guys in the Evolution Society might have infiltrated our team. Just then the door opened on both sides. Seong Wu looked inside with curious eyes. Just then Choi Dong-hoon appeared looking quite exhausted. His body was trembling and his face was pale, but he forced a smile. You've arrived, I've been waiting for you, Seong Wu said worriedly. You don't look good. Choi Dong-hoon was too tired to speak, but he managed to say, it's just that there are too many things to deal with, he muttered inwardly, as expected. A leader who leads a team has too much to do. Choi Dong-hoon went inside. I have many questions about the Chinese server, but there's someone you need to meet first. He quickly recognized Han Gang-seo, the #1 player. Choi Dong-hoon's eyes sharpened. He said he came here for an important matter related to the fate of Korea, but I couldn't find out his identity at all. I don't even know if he's human. Something is very strange, very strange. He refused to communicate with us. So I'd like you to meet him and talk to him. Fate might be decided at that moment. The two went inside in a somewhat heavy atmosphere. The system notified unidentified energy is invading this area. Seong Wu was very surprised. What is this? Choi Dong-hoon said helplessly. You see, I don't know either. What is this? Unidentified energy is suppressing your body. All stats decreased by 1. Seong Wu knelt under the pressure. He didn't even have time to react. This was a disadvantageous state. Choi Dong-hoon tried to endure, his body trembling. We need to go quickly. The longer we stay, the greater the effect of the unidentified energy, and our stats will decrease even faster. The system window reappeared. Unidentified energy weakened skill levels. All skill levels decreased by 2. A moment later, the two arrived at their destination. Choi Dong-hoon said, We've arrived. Look at that sight. Seong Wu saw light appearing on a table inside the room. At this moment a butterfly appeared, eating food with its mouth full, and exclaimed, Sweet, so sweet. Seong Wu thought inwardly, is that a fairy? Tinkerbell, the butterfly, flew in front of the two. Guests have arrived. Choi Dong-hoon looked around and asked, Han Gang-seo. Just a moment, the butterfly quickly flew and opened the inner door, loudly calling out, Han Gang-seo, you have guests. A notification appeared again. Unidentified energy weakened skill levels. All skill levels decreased by 4. A moment later, a person walked out from inside. Is that Han Gang-seo? Unidentified energy weakened skill levels. All skill levels decreased by 5. Seong Wu gritted his teeth and resisted this power. That person is really different. Is it because of his aura, or am I feeling something else strange, or is it the system's influence? The presence of the two creatures was truly bizarre. The system notified again. You have met a god. You are worthy of meeting a god directly. Seong Wu exclaimed inwardly. A god? Demigod energy is suppressing your power. All stats decreased by 7. Seong Wu was crushed by the power once again. At this moment, Han Gang-seo opened his mouth. I see, Necromancer, you've peeked into my identity. He reached out his hand as if to attack Seong Wu. Seong Wu gritted his teeth and endured. Unbelievable. The #1 player is a demigod. According to the system's class classification, a 6-star class far surpasses a 5-star class in every aspect. At this moment Han Gang-seo's two eyes shone. Seong Wu exclaimed inwardly, a demigod? What does the system mean by a demigod? Is he a demigod, or is it his class, or is it something entirely different? Yoon Dong-hoon was waiting outside. It was because he wanted to talk to him alone. But being alone with Han Gang-seo was much more stressful than he thought. It was even difficult to stand properly in front of this being. At this moment Han Gang-seo casually opened the refrigerator and asked, Coke or Sprite? This isn't my space, but I've borrowed it, so I'll treat you. Seong Wu calmly replied, Water please. The butterfly was excited again and exclaimed, Sprite. The butterfly quickly received its favorite drink. Thank you, Han Gang-seo reminded. Drink less. You won't be able to fly like last time. The butterfly drank as if its life depended on it and replied. Too late. After that, he turned his gaze to Seong Wu. I always wanted to meet you, the star of the Korean server Necromancer. He muttered inwardly, I need to be careful right now. Getting more information about him is the most important thing. First, those rings and bracelets seem to be high-grade items. They look completely different from ordinary items. There's no need to be afraid. My items are not lagging behind either. Han Gang-seo spoke again with an indifferent expression. Thank you for meeting me despite your busy schedule. I was very impressed by the battle in Udongdo. It was truly amazing. Nabi liked it too. Nabi heard this and complained, Why Nabi? Then she shot Seong Wu a resentful look. What a naming sense, but the Udongdo battle was really the best. Can you give me a ride on a griffin? But you can fly, can't you? Seeing him joke so excessively, Seong Wu pointed a finger and asked, Is this an item too? Nabi shrieked. What, did you just call me an item? Han Gang-seo confirmed nonchalantly. Yes, it's an item. Then he asked again, Have you ever played Tamagotchi? If you give it Coke or Sprite, its happiness level goes up, and seeing my proud face watching it is quite nice. It's good for preventing depression. Seong-woo heard this and was inwardly horrified. Depression? Nabi still complained indignantly. Hey, don't call me an item. I can do just fine without you. Han Gang-seo endured Nabi's annoyance and said with a pale expression, that's why Sprite is good for preventing depression. Seong-woo said with sharp eyes, I heard that the fate of this land will soon be decided. Han Gang-seo smiled. You're getting straight to the point, aren't you? Is that your type? First, I'll explain about my item. I obtained the Stone of Prophecy during a hunt and watched a video. I remember its name was B ending 15. Seong-woo was inwardly surprised. Stone of Prophecy, he continued. Judging by your reaction, you seem to know what the Stone of Prophecy is. It showed the adventures of the Lich King and the World Tree. It was quite interesting, but the moment you see the Stone of Prophecy, the prophesied past will slowly begin to unfold. Each time you find a Stone of Prophecy, that prophecy will gradually become a reality. For example, the Gate of Hell has opened, and the recommended party level is 27. Seong-woo's expression was shocked. It's already open, Han Gang-seo said again. At least I thought it was 27. It's nothing to me, but it will be a problem for other party members. It's faster to experience it directly than to listen to an explanation, isn't it? Seong-woo bit his lip and placed his hand on the Stone of Prophecy. A system notification appeared, watching B ending 15 of the Korean server. Immediately, light burst forth. Seong-woo was once again floating in a dark space. It's too dark, as if the whole world is enveloped in darkness. At this moment a gloomy voice echoed. The gate has opened. A terrible image full of blood and death appeared. Han Gang-seo stood there. Nabi flew next to him and shouted, Han Gang-seo, look at that, it's the Stone of Prophecy. He immediately replied, I see it. The Gate of Hell. Han Gang-seo reached out and placed his hand on the Stone of Prophecy. A powerful energy burst forth. System notifications appeared rapidly. Gate of Hell Stage 1 has opened. Level displayed in the air. A red blood circle appeared in the air, and within it was an endless vortex. It led to another terrifying space. Seong-woo observed from the side and muttered inwardly. The gates of hell have opened in 2 places. At this moment a giant monster appeared from the Gate of Hell. I thought it was just one, but immediately, numerous monsters crawled out of the flames. It was so terrifying. Before my eyes, a city engulfed in giant flames unfolded. It was utterly miserable. System notifications appeared again. If you fail to stop the forces of hell, this future awaits you. As time passes, the forces of hell will absorb the souls of this land and emit even more intense flames. Just then, light flashed again. Han Gang-seo asked, Is it over? Seong-woo replied. Yes, he continued. The game seems to want this land to be destroyed no matter what. I was able to handle all the monsters blocking my path by myself. But now we have to face the forces of hell pouring out from 2 places at the same time. If we fail, they will keep regenerating and reappearing. That's why I came here. Seong-woo thought inwardly. Han Gang-seo was also a solo player. I thought I was the only one who could solve the level 27 problem by myself. Han Gang-seo continued. The Legion is heading north. They will get stronger and arrive in Yeongdeungpo in a few days. Currently, no other player besides me will be able to handle them. I'll help you until you leave this city. Let's deal with them before they get stronger and share the rewards. As he spoke, he held out his hand. Seong-woo frowned and scrutinized him. He's going to help me. But isn't all of this because of him? It wasn't entirely his fault. He had just picked up the Stone of Prophecy, but it was still very strange for him to offer to help. Han Gang-seo was looking for a team to help him. Thinking this, Seong-woo asked again, What are the rewards, Han Gang-seo? Legendary grade items. You can get more than you can imagine. Seong-woo frowned. There's only one legendary grade item, isn't there? He confirmed. That's right. So only one person can have it. So how about you participate in this game with me? If you're confident enough. Seong-woo sighed and thought, this person is enjoying this damn situation even though we just met. Then he also reached out and shook hands with the other person. Okay, let's do it. The scene shifted to outside the building. Seong-woo and Choi Dong-hoon were outside. Choi Dong-hoon said, The gates of hell and the legions of hell. We are in a situation where massive events keep happening. I wish this was just a prank, but Song Manhwa was serious. It's all true. I sent a reconnaissance team quickly to confirm, and they said they saw a group of monsters in Gimpo and Anan which were engulfed in flames. The boss is an armored monster. Dozens of hellhounds were searching the area. The problem is that they burn everything in their path. Everything is so destroyed that reconstruction is almost impossible. Choi Dong-hoon had a worried expression. You said they're heading towards Yeongdeungpo, right? Even if Gimpo is their final destination, their path goes through here, so we won't be able to avoid it. Seong-woo heard this, bit his lip and thought, Suwon village could also be in danger. I can't completely predict their path. Choi Dong-hoon continued, First we fought pirates, now it's a legion from hell. Is that why you decided to cooperate with the #1 ranker? It seems there are no other options. Seong-woo immediately replied, Because those damn creatures are getting stronger every second. I'm planning to make a plan immediately. Choi Dong-hoon said in silence, I'll take care of evacuating the players and residents of Suwon village. Inwardly he was a little displeased. It's disgraceful to only be able to help with evacuation, but from now on I need to gradually get stronger under their shadow. If a perfect alliance is formed, everything will change. But for now it's better to fully support Seong-woo than to trust an unknown figure like Han Gang-seo. A moment later, Seong Wu and Han Gang Seo arrived at a location. It was a ruin filled with concrete debris. Han Gang Seo stopped after walking for a while. He said, you really brought your comrades. Let me tell you one thing. Your comrades can die at any moment." His expression was cold and serious. Han Ho's face turned pale. "Yes, senior, you said we were going to eat pork cutlets," Songju said calmly. "I've heard that a lot. That's right, we can lose our lives at any moment, but only by overcoming danger can we get stronger and have more chances to survive in the future." Han Gang Seo heard this and agreed. "That's right, that's the spirit we need. Now we can go to Osan with teleportation magic. If you catch Nabi, you can create a teleportation point." Just then Nabi approached Han Ho and introduced herself cheerfully. "I'm Nabi." Han Ho replied in a friendly manner. "Oh, how have you been, Nabi?" Suddenly, Nabi frowned and stared intently at Han Ho, who pouted in bewilderment. Nabi kicked him in the face and shouted, "HMPH, get lost, why do you smell so much like garbage?" Han Ho was extremely flustered and confused. Garbage, why?" Han Gang Seo reminded. "Alright, stop messing around." Nabi immediately flew up. "Okay." A moment later, everyone stood inside the magic circle. Han Gang Seo said, "We're going to teleport now, brace yourselves." System notifications appeared. Preparing to teleport to the designated location, currently able to teleport to 3 locations. A magical light burst forth and enveloped everyone. Then the light landed in another space. Han Ho carefully opened one eye and looked around. Seong Wu said, "Have we arrived?" Han Ho exclaimed. "Wow, this is truly amazing." "Seong Wu, your items are really good," Han Gang Seo said. "Yes, it gets happy when it eats what it likes and is very useful." Nabi heard this and got annoyed again. "What item?" "I heard that." Han Gang Seo smiled teasingly, annoying Nabi even more, then said, "Everyone can go to Pyeongtaek. We'll teleport to Anon and deal with things there first." Then he handed an item to Seong Wu, who was surprised. Han Gang Seo attached it behind his ear and explained, "It's another one of Nabi's abilities. If you put this behind your ear, we can contact each other anytime." Nabi reminded again, "Never take it off, it'll disappear immediately if you do." A notification appeared, connected to Nabi's network. After that, he was enveloped in power and teleported. "Alright, good luck," Nabi shouted excitedly. "See you next time." Han Ho looked at them and admired. "Wow, top rankers are really different. Except for that 4-legged creature's mouth." Then he immediately hugged the skeleton goblin tightly. "No need to ask, my Rai is still the best." "Rai is the best indeed." The other two looked at them with eyes that said, "It's not yours." The scene shifted to a gloomy part of the city. Seong Wu's group was moving through the air on skeleton wyverns at this moment. Nabi communicated, "It's Nabi, can you hear me?" Seong Wu replied, "I can hear you clearly. This magic is really useful." He was very proud. "Of course it's my magic." Ju pointed a finger. Mr. Seong Wu looked to the left of the building ahead. "There are people below being surrounded and attacked by hell monsters." Ju shouted. "They're being chased by hellhounds," Nabi spoke from the other side. "Oh, that's right, I forgot this. The armored boss summoned a giant flame monster that can throw fireballs, so be careful when flying," Han Ho shouted in a panic at this moment. "Senior, look at that, a giant fireball has appeared in the air and then a giant fire monster appeared. It could probably destroy a building with one stomp." Han Ho was still open-mouthed. "What is that?" "It's a giant fire monster." The giant hand of the giant fire monster grabbed a large rock and threw it in one direction. "Too close, I can't avoid it." Seong Wu shouted, "Brace yourselves." Immediately, one of the skeleton wyverns was hit by a fireball and shattered. Seong Wu gritted his teeth, worried. "It's free fall." Han Ho was more panicked than anyone else. That's why I hated the sky." Jisoo and the skeleton goblin were riding separate skeleton wyverns and rushing forward. After that, the skeleton wyvern grabbed Han Ho in its mouth and Jisoo pulled Seong Wu. Han Ho shouted, "Good job, Jisoo." "Nuna?" They were descending at an uncontrollable speed. Jisoo shouted, "We can't turn around and fly up, prepare for impact." Immediately, the skeleton wyvern crashed below, causing a massive explosion. Painful screams echoed. Jisoo asked urgently, "Is everyone okay?" Hellhounds rushed forward, trying to tear them apart. She excitedly drew her sword again and charged. "Hellhounds are coming!" Sword slash. A massive sword aura burst forth as if cutting through space. When one hellhound fell, the others began to become vigilant. Then another strike accurately pierced one's forehead. A notification appeared. Acquired 10,550 gold from defeating a hellhound. Seong Wu called Min Sok. Min Sok appeared quickly and transformed. He said, "What is this? It's really a mess. I need to prepare." A horde of hellhounds was rushing towards them. Jisoo and the skeleton goblin also finished preparing for battle with gloomy expressions. The two rushed forward and unleashed numerous sword auras. Min Sok reached out his hand at this moment. "Senior and Jisoo Nuna have gotten much stronger. I need to work harder to get stronger too." At this moment, chains burst forth and wrapped around the hellhounds. Min Sok bundled them together and slashed them multiple times. Seong Wu shouted, "We need to leave this place quickly. That giant creature will be here soon." He gritted his teeth and calculated as he ran. "I shouldn't waste awakening skills here. And I need to conserve summoned creatures. If the giant flame monster sees us, I can sacrifice skeletons instead. I really don't want to, but it's better than using an awakening skill." Screams echoed. "Go into the left alley. Everyone, let's go." Ju also continued loudly. "Hurry up." Seong Wu kept running. Just then, the giant flame monster was slowly approaching. A massive burning mass could be seen moving. "That's the giant flame monster. It can easily tear apart even a wyvern. How can I catch it? It doesn't matter, currently. The most important thing is to find a safe place." Seong Wu shouted. Giant skeleton. He summoned a giant pet to block the giant flame monster. Seong-woo gritted his teeth, regretting. It will be hard to find another one like this but block its path. Hellhounds opened their mouths and breathed fire at this moment. The giant skeleton was slowly burning in the flames. Seong-woo was extremely worried. Their attacks are still getting through, he shouted again, summoning 2 giant skeletons. Charge forward, now hold them. The giant flame monster at this moment swung its giant fist, accompanied by lava-like power bursting forth. Han-ho, injured on the head at this moment, asked in bewilderment. Where are we? Can we keep staying unconscious? Seong-woo thought. Armored boss, I think I need to conserve my strength to fight that guy. The flames were still burning fiercely. Seong-woo looked up and then smiled excitedly. But now it seems there's no other choice but to fight for our lives. Suddenly, screams echoed from inside the building. Fire, fire! He quickly realized there were people inside the building. A bus. Are those the refugees I saw in the sky before? They're evacuating, but why did they run into this building? A voice called out again from inside. Dad, come back, child. Min-sok stepped forward at this moment. Seong-woo hung, I'm sorry, you'll probably stop me, but I have to go save them. In Seong-woo's eyes, the massive flames were clearly reflected. The burning building and the screams, all of this reminded him of the day his parents died. Back then he was too weak to have the courage to rush into the burning inferno, but now he was different. Thinking this far, Seong-woo immediately stepped forward and shouted, I'll take care of this giant creature. System notifications appeared. Death Scythe has been summoned. Remaining time 59 minutes 59 seconds. He transformed into LCK. Everyone, I'll leave the rear to you. You have acquired LCK's power. Maximum summoned creatures 50, all stats 10. You can summon all nearby undead and command them up to the maximum number of summoned creatures. Jisoo shouted with extreme worry. Seong-woo, that monster is level 27. Seong-woo paused for a moment, then continued his steps towards the giant flame monster. Can I fight alone? He calculated inwardly. I'll probably find a way. I'll leave the Hellhounds to Ju and Min-sok. Both of them are strong enough to handle them. Now I need to find a way to defeat that giant creature. Regular attacks in its complete form won't be effective. It seems its head is its weak point, but it's too high and its whole body is covered in fire. So ordinary skeleton soldiers would melt as soon as they got close. Let's check the skill I just acquired. He stretched out his hand. Death's poison cloud. The sky quickly turned purple and lightning struck. The giant flame monster stopped and looked up. I'm not sure if the poison will be effective against the fireball, but what's more important isn't the poison but the rain. At this moment the giant flame monster's body, as if washed away by a mountain, had all its fire extinguished and screamed. Sanju shouted, it's effective. The giant flame monster then reached out to the building, picked up a newly formed wall, threw it forward, and its body burst into flames again. It was dangerous. Sanju was startled and hastily performed 2 manipulations to create armor and summon the undead to block in front of him. At this moment a huge explosion occurred. Ju desperately held on, not forgetting to ask about everyone's situation. Is everyone okay? Min-sok said. Everyone's in a mess. The giant flame monster roared again at this moment. Sanju looked up and thought, I know, that's the weakness. I just need to target the head. Just then a huge hand reached out to him, and a warning cry was heard. Sanju, watch out. Then the hand pressed down without hesitation and a notification appeared. Title Amateur Dragon Hunter, Strength 2 increase, Fire Resistance 30 increase. Sanju inwardly shouted, this flame can't kill me. My fire resistance is 60. Item information. Name Dark Lord Armor. Legendary grade armor made of dragon scales. Magic damage received -10, fire resistance 30 increase, physical defense 50 increase. The user can hide in the darkness, but stealth can be nullified by enemy attacks or detection skills. At this moment the giant flame monster got very close and he shouted, it's time. Then he stood up to confront it head-on. The 2 attacks collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Sanju reappeared behind it and calculated. My summoned golems have melted. I only have one chance. He picked up a gun. Item information. Name Dwarf's Cannon. Grade Legendary. Type Gun. Effect. Can load ammunition using mana. Mana consumption 10. Then bullets were fired and embedded in the giant flame monster and the monster roared in pain. Then he loudly called for the skeleton goblin to appear quickly. And countless attacks poured down, making everything very chaotic. The giant flame monster was shattered into pieces at this moment. Sanju looked at the fireball inside. The core is right there. Then he shouted again. Skeleton ogre, hold it a little longer. Sanju gritted his teeth and reached out to grab that core. Got it. The giant flame monster roared. Then a system notification appeared. Acquired 2 million gold from hunting a giant flame monster. Han-ho cheered with an admiring expression. Wow, big brother finished it. I'm not dreaming, am I? Min-sok also peered from behind. Han-ho, what's more important is this. How much longer are you going to hold me? The people on top of the building looked down joyfully. Necromancer, are you alive? Alive. Everyone praised Sanju. He's truly amazing. At this moment Nabi suddenly said, oh right, I forgot. Sanju was startled. Nabi, continuously eating food on this side, said cheerfully, you need to destroy the core inside the giant flame monster's head. It's quite difficult. Hangang Seo also had a hard time, so be careful. Sanju calmly replied, I know. Nabi heard and lost her motivation. What? How do you know? He declared. I just pierced its head and… Nabi paused for a moment. Then he heard Nabi exclaim in a panic, emergency, emergency, we're in trouble. Hangang Seo also seems faster than us. Sanju sighed, then he smiled and thought, my bet with Hangang Seo is sufficiently possible with this alone, since I also acquired this item. He held the giant flame monster's core item information. Name: Flame Spirit Core. Grade: Legendary. Type: Crafting Material. Description: a material containing the original power of fire that does not exist in nature, can be controlled with mana if conditions are met. Sanju was slightly puzzled. From my crafting experience, it's a good material, but the problem appeared in the system window. You have been afflicted with a hellish curse. Demons will pursue you. The curse will be lifted when you defeat the armored boss monster. He thought, I don't want to run away, besides you're a gain for me. If I get a chance, I'll fight you. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Now it's time to set traps. The scene shifted to another more peaceful place. This was a school gymnasium. If we fight here, the surroundings won't burn. It's very spacious and perfectly suited for fighting the boss. The residents here held water buckets and said, we collected all the fire extinguishers from nearby buildings and we've prepared fire extinguishers in your car too. Just in case, thanks to you, we survived. We were going to the city as advised on the news, but we didn't expect to encounter the gates of hell. They all expressed the same gratitude to Sanju. He said helping to defeat the boss here has a higher chance of survival than blindly going north. Hanho shouted loudly. Bring all the fire extinguishers here, a resident said. We've already buried the corpses in the gymnasium. Sanju praised. Good, let's take care of them all at once, Hanho said again. Senior, the traps are set, now we need to run. Suddenly lightning flashed. Everyone observed the sky. Hanho wondered. Lightning in such clear sky, everyone saw it, right? I'm not mistaken, he asked, looking back at everyone. Suddenly lightning appeared in the air. What? The next moment it grew huge and fell down, and an explosion occurred in the air. Oh my god, Sanju inwardly exclaimed. Over there, could On be there? That's where the armored boss monster is. Is Hongang Seo there right now? Is that Hongang Seo's skill or the boss's attack? What in the world is happening? Jisoo pointed at this moment. Sanju. They're coming. Sanju shouted a warning to the residents. Everyone get inside the building. Rapidly, flame energy spewed forth. Hanho shouted, it's too hot. Sanju gritted his teeth and endured. It was a scorching hot wind, but it was nothing compared to the giant flame monster's wind. My fire resistance is high, so I have no choice but to be a decoy. All preparations were complete, and immediately, a horde of flame monsters appeared. Sanju shouted, now come. At this moment, the space was filled with burning flames, and Sanju waited, saying, I need to wait until they get close enough. Come on, come here. Seeing the hellhounds growling and sniffing around cautiously. Those dogs are wary and sniffing around, aren't they? Sanju thought, aiming his crossbow at them. Then I'll have to lure them myself. Immediately, arrows were fired and embedded in them, and he successfully lured them. Sanju looked at it and smiled maliciously. Their unity is good. I'm glad they're not hasty. Now it's our turn. He leapt up. Immediately the hellhounds sensed the approaching danger. Sanju shouted, massacre. The space was covered in explosions. A notification rang out. Acquired 15,000 gold from hunting a hellhound. 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 Sanju smiled with satisfaction. Good, now I don't have to worry about small monsters. All I need to do now is focus on the main target. Just then a huge monster appeared. The armored boss monster appeared. A pattern on its face glowed with lava-like flames. Sanju gathered his strength. Phase 2 of the plan begins. Golem summoned. The corpses of the hellhounds were lifted. Then a huge body appeared. You have summoned a corpse golem. You have summoned a corpse golem. 2 huge golems appeared. Dead summon. Then pets appeared. Synergy List 4 Armor Break Stage 1 Classification Equipment Synergy Condition 10 or more blunt weapons used. Effect 6 chance to stun, 15 increased damage to medium or large monsters, 10 increased damage to armored targets. He smiled excitedly. I also prepared some special items to deal with the armor. Next he shouted, summon. At this moment the summoned creatures that flew into the sky brought fire extinguishers. The fire extinguishers were thrown towards the armored boss monster where they were standing. Sanju planned. They'll throw fire extinguishers at him. He'll definitely reduce the oxygen around him and lower the temperature. But everything wasn't as easy as he thought. An explosion occurred in the air and his flames were still too strong. Sanju turned back and shouted, Hanho now. Hanho ran and loudly shouted, firefighters prepare. Hanho sprayed water and told everyone, turn on the water, we're going to turn this place into a swimming pool today, Jisoo said, sweating. It's evaporating before it even reaches him. He was anxious, but said, keep spraying to lower the temperature. Keep going as if you're taking a bath. On this side, Sanju said. Prepare to attack, Minsok said. Do we have to break that iron lump? Sanju said. Break it hard. At this moment a notification appeared from the system. With your ability, you have transformed the corpse into an undead horse. With your ability, you have transformed the corpse into an undead horse. With your ability, you have transformed the corpse into an undead horse. Minsok rushed forward first. Come on, senior. Sanju and the skeleton goblin followed behind. At this moment a red spear appeared. Warning, weak spirit activated in the area. Warning, call of death activated in the area. The armored boss monster was already wary. It also moved and counterattacked. Sanju, riding a skeleton wyvern, said from the air, the flames are still too strong. Undead firefighters, start putting out the fire. Below, the armored boss monster suffered no damage despite those attacks. Sanju analyzed, the dust will obscure its vision even if it's made of magic. Fire is still fire. If there's nothing to burn and no oxygen, it'll be like this. Below, Hanho was still hastily spraying water. This is the law of nature. Die. After a while, Sanju used Death's poison cloud again. The armored boss monster stood in thick dust. He thought that the temperature had dropped a lot, so now he could approach. Then he shouted, "Armored team, advance!" His army quickly launched an attack. Attacks poured down from all directions and flames began to erupt from its eyes. Then it swung its arm, easily sweeping away all external influences. Sanju grew worried. They have bone armor and bone shields, but they can still only withstand one attack. Confronting its physical attacks is too dangerous. I need to keep it from moving. The armored boss monster was still attacking wildly at this moment. Hanho and Jisoo shouted in a panic, "Senior, Sanju!" Sanju ran and swung his scythe, hitting the armored boss monster. A collision occurred. His shoulder was exposed. The armor was broken. Then he instructed the two to tie it up. Min-sok, watch out. Push the skeleton soldiers into place. Flames erupted from the armored boss monster and it spewed huge flames at the skeleton soldiers. The system notified at this moment, "One of your legion units has returned to eternal death and cannot be summoned again." Sanju was worried. "Its flames are still too strong. I can't lose any more undead. They're too precious." Then he shouted, "Ogre skeleton soldiers, hold on." At this moment a person behind reported in a panic, "We're out of water." Hanho turned around and asked, "Are there no more water mages? Should we use guns in our army?" Sanju tried to calm himself. "I still shouldn't let my guard down. Hasty actions will only ruin everything." "Subdue it, Drake skeleton soldiers. It's down. Quickly drag it into the trap." Golem, hold it tight. Sanju was determined. "I'm going to use all my mana this time. I'll hold on as long as possible." Massacre. Immediately, everything gathered in one place, causing a massive explosion. This explosion seemed to rip space apart. "Everyone quickly get down from that hellish place." A notification rang out from the system. Acquired 4,500,000 gold from hunting a boss monster. Hell Armor Stage 2 mission. Acquired additional rewards for hunting at a level lower than recommended. B-grade experience card. Leveled up, level 20. All stats 2 increase from leveling up. Title Hell Exterminator acquired. Agility 2 increase. Curse and magic resistance 10 increase. It's over. Mission complete. Sanju was about to feel a little relieved, then was startled and said, "Wait, I clearly remember the mission was to kill the boss within 2 hours. Then he asked Nabi, "Is it all over?" On the other side, "Yeah, that was a close call. To be exact, it was 118 seconds difference." Sanju heard and bowed his head. "What did we work for? I lost. Hangang Seo will probably get the legendary item. I don't know his profession or skills, but it's still a top-tier opportunity. It's embarrassing, but at least the mission is complete." Suddenly he was startled and shouted. Something appeared from the stone embedded in his chest. A notification appeared again. "You have achieved a specific condition and acquired the title of Hell Exterminator, qualifying you to plant the World Tree seed. As a guardian you can plant the World Tree and influence its growth." Sanju was flustered and inwardly exclaimed, "What? I'm planting what?" The status window continued. Unique mission. Title, Guardian who commands death. Type, Guardian. Objective, help the World Tree grow in this land. Reward, unique skill and World Tree Guardian title. You have prevented external demons who sought to invade this land. As a result, you have the opportunity to obtain the Guardian title. Death is not evil. Death is a part and method of maintaining the balance of the world. If you embrace destiny and help the World Tree, which possesses mysterious power, grow in this land, you will gain immense power to save this world. If the World Tree objective is destroyed, an unstoppable catastrophe will occur. Your choice will influence your destiny. Sanju read and thought, World Tree B ending 2, which I saw, was owned by a guardian, not an evil being. This is an opportunity that only I can get. Even other people, including the number 1 Hangang Seo, won't get this opportunity. Sanju let out a deep breath. HMPH, calm down. This isn't something that can be done in an instant. There's no need to rush. Now it's time to tidy everything up. Although I didn't get a legendary item, I didn't get nothing. Attributes appeared. Item information. Name Hell Armor Flower. Grade unique. Type item. Effect. Can use Hell Armor. Defense 50 increase, magic resistance 30 increase, fire resistance 100 increase, fire damage 20 increase. Description. Automatically adjusts to the wearer when used and cannot be removed as it belongs to the wearer. His level card also went up to 200. For the skill card, I'll choose Massacre Completion. The skill has been upgraded from basic to master. Skill information. Name Massacre, grade master, type active, mana consumption. The explosion using corpses as a catalyst will deal an additional 30 damage. After the explosion, a small amount of abyssal breath will be released, carrying the power of death. Yundong threw the card and exclaimed, "Corpse explosion." Seeing the result, he was satisfied. Good, although it's a small amount, it will help boost my soldiers' stats, he thought to himself again. I made some gains today, that's what I wanted to say. But most of the werewolves, monsters, and Yundong's skeleton soldiers were destroyed, which is a shame. Why am I still expecting something to save them? Although the rare skeleton soldiers were safe, they probably lost about 30 of their main force. Just then Hanho ran over, shouting, "Senior, it's a big problem." Yundong asked, "What is it?" Hanho replied, "It's not refugees, is it?" A group of hooded people rushed over and introduced themselves. "Mr. Yundong Hun, we are the Alliance Wide Area Surveillance Team." Yundong thought to himself, the Alliance's elite unit, a unit scattered everywhere to gather information. Then he asked, "What's wrong?" The person replied, "You must evacuate this place immediately." The person spoke with a worried expression. While monitoring this entire area, a very large group of people from the Songtan area appeared about 15 minutes ago. Since they were composed of various monsters, it's probably the Evolution Society. Yun Dong was startled. The Evolution Society, were they looking for an opportunity to eliminate me? I'm far from the Alliance and just finished a tough battle. They must have thought now was the optimal time, the person continued. I've already reported to Commander Yun Min-hee. Commander and the Crusader unit will be coming to assist soon. They are numerous, so you must be careful. At that moment, a powerful energy wave suddenly flew and struck the building in front, causing an explosion. A panicked voice rang out. What of the building? The Alliance agent pointed with a panicked finger. That's the building where the third and fourth generations were hiding, Min-sok said. It's on fire, it's the Evolution Society, they've arrived. Yun Dong was flustered, thinking, are we surrounded? He said. Let's go inside first. Ju closed his eyes, slightly exhausted. There are too many. Over 300 nearby, the Alliance agent added. I saw a similar number. As they went inside, Yun Dong thought, their numbers don't matter. The problem is what their main force is. If there are 300 monsters, everyone will die. Explosions continued to strike the buildings. The refugees were extremely terrified. What is this magic? What on earth are they attacking with? He assessed the situation. They're trying to limit me. They're not attacking the player's exact location, but rather warning me not to try to escape by flying. That power is comparable to the giant flame monster, although it probably can't attack infinitely. I'll have to give up using the winds. They analyzed my power and prepared thoroughly. At that moment, a civilian was sniped. An urgent alert rang out. Avoid the windows. Ju closed his eyes, sensing the situation. They're coming from the front. At that moment, a pack of wolves appeared. Screams erupted as they charged. Team 1, Team 2, find the Necromancer and kill him. They climbed into the building through the windows and the residents looked on with panicked expressions. A child, terrified, said, Mom, what do we do now? Protect the children. Prepare for battle. Cries rang out. They looked at Yun Dong. Please give us orders. What do we do now? Yun Dong's brain was working at maximum speed at that moment. He looked at the empty corridor. I can't summon huge undead inside the building, but I can't abandon them in charge either. After that, he made a decision. Protect your families and hide in all the classrooms. I will not let them come any closer. He gritted his teeth. They are hunting me. They are restricting my movement and the forces I can use. At that moment, trucks suddenly appeared. Then the door opened and a horde of monsters poured in. All the monsters had glowing red eyes, skulls for mouths, and were terrifyingly like sea monsters. Yun Dong shouted inwardly, monsters, not humans. They're not normal. This is clearly the result of the Evolution Society's inhumane experiments. After that, he stepped forward and said to Hanho and Ju, protect everyone here and guard the corridor. The system window showed time remaining. 14 minutes 11 seconds. Yun Dong was worried. Only 14 minutes left. All my skills are on cooldown. I guess I should be glad that the cooldown wasn't nullified even after resurrecting the skeleton soldiers. I have no choice but to hold out until the Crusader unit arrives. At that moment, a monster pointed at him and shouted loudly, there he is, the Necromancer. He launched an attack. The monsters quickly formed a shield, he exclaimed in surprise. A shield made of magic, even gas masks. They seem to have prepared everything to kill me. Another horde of monsters appeared from the back. There he is, surround him. Min-sok stepped forward saying, stand behind us. Yun Dong replied, thank you. A monster reached out a hand towards Yun Dong-hoon, trying to attack him. Now there's no one next to him. Kill him. Power surged from him. After that, he brandished his sword and unleashed sword energy. Acquired 25,000 gold from hunting a stage 2 werewolf. Acquired 25,000 gold from hunting a stage 2 werewolf, he thought again. Even without summons, dealing with these monsters with just my stats will be very easy. Because I'm in Lich form, with all stats increased by 10. The problem was the first floor. Even if my soldiers kept dying and resurrecting, I couldn't stop them. At that moment, notifications kept ringing. Destroyed skeleton soldier is resurrecting. Destroyed skeleton soldier is resurrecting. Destroyed skeleton soldier is resurrecting. Everyone couldn't rush in carelessly because of the sniping from outside. There were even long-range anti-aircraft weapons, and if I summoned huge skeleton soldiers, they would immediately become targets. Hanho and Jisoo were doing their best to protect the residents. Enemies are coming. We have to stop them. Monsters tried to crawl into the building. No, if this continues, we won't be able to hold out. Gates of Hell and Werewolf Mutation Potion. I need those items to break through this deadly situation. Gates of Hell and Werewolf Serum. They are spoils I obtained by defeating enemies, but they are all extremely dangerous items. Item information appeared. Name Werewolf Serum. Grade unknown. Type player crafted item. Effect temporarily transforms into a werewolf. Description: this serum was extracted from my pain over a friend who turned into a monster. Injecting this into your body will turn you into a werewolf, but don't worry. You will return to normal after 20 minutes. Is the crafting skill suffering? Yun Dong reluctantly pulled out a vial. To be honest, this was an item I absolutely did not want to use because I didn't know what its side effects were. And the Gate of the Underworld. Item information appeared. Name Gate of the Underworld. Grade unique. Type magic scroll. Effect opens the Gate of the Underworld for 24 hours upon use. Description: this item can create a portal to the underworld. You can obtain valuable items by exploring it, however it is advised not to attempt it rashly. And do not forget that he who opens the gate also opens a gate for other beings to escape. Recommended level 35. He hesitated, sweating profusely. If I use it wrong, everyone here will die. These items were once used by pirates as strategic weapons to burn down target areas. Although I want to save them, now is not the time. I will use the serum to transform into a werewolf, and while they are off guard I will use the gate of the underworld to escape. As I have decided, I must strive for survival rather than trying to save items. He turned around and said, I will use this strategy. And to Min-Sok, you take care of this area. Min-Sok replied, yes, understood. After that, everything was activated and a horde of test subjects appeared. Min-Sok and the skeleton goblin charged, slashing and killing. System notifications appeared. Acquired 100 gold from hunting test subject 022. Acquired 100 gold from hunting test subject 027. Yundong was also fighting, unable to believe it. Only 100 gold, unbelievable. They are much stronger than goblins. Corpse explosion. The explosion erupted once again. Yundong calculated, because of this smoke the snipers won't be able to see anything. Now's the time. That moment, a red warning appeared in the status window. Warning, a corrupted soul has been activated in the area. A monster shouted to its comrades, warning them. Gas, he used a skill. Don't take off your masks. Yundong pulled out a vial and shouted inwardly, now's the time. I need to use the werewolf serum to transform. A monster swung its fist trying to hit the skeleton goblin. That small one, the skeleton goblin calmly slid past and the monster screamed. On this side, Yundong injected the syringe into his body. His expression was blank and surprised. A massive pillar of energy surged up. Does it work? Even though I'm in Lich form, it hurts so much. My body feels like it's being crushed. My face feels like it's peeling off. A notification appeared. You have met a special condition. Lich, Master of Death Werewolf. At that moment, a very bizarre vortex appeared. The monsters looked at it in confusion. What is that? The gas is being sucked in. What's happening? The vortex grew stronger, gathering energy. The vortex disappeared, leaving behind a thick red circle. A notification appeared. You have temporarily gained the power of Anubis, the god of death. You have temporarily entered a demigod state. All your stats have greatly increased. All stats 10. You can use the Master Soul Hunter skill. You can use the Master Demonic Strike skill. You can use the Master Twilight Charge skill. The monsters still didn't realize the danger. Is that a werewolf? The notification continued. Due to an unknown energy source, your physical functions have weakened. All stats decreased by -2. Gasp. The grade 2 ratmen were flustered. All stats decreased? The monster turned and asked, what's wrong? Can anyone explain? After that he shouted, shoot, attack. This is clearly a trick by the Necromancer. When Yundong suddenly disappeared, the monsters were flustered. What? Where did he go? At that moment he had already appeared behind them. With one attack he cut off several heads. He shouted inwardly, it's really different. It's completely different from my growth until now. My growth has focused on skills and summons, but Anubis enhances stats. It's like shedding a human shell. Caught enemy souls, total 11. Used caught souls to enhance undead, 10. Stack 1, attack power increased by 10, remaining souls 1. Yundong was startled. Enhanced summons, truly befitting a god of death. At that moment countless terrifying evil spirits surged from beneath his feet. A monster shouted, don't be afraid, grab Han. The archers, grade 2 ratman archers, began to aim but were flustered again. He disappeared again. Where did he go? Yundong quickly appeared behind them and cut off their heads with a single blade. Acquired 21,000 gold from hunting a grade 2 ratman. Their souls were captured, total 3. The remaining ones pointed to the rooftop over there and said, quickly shoot before he gets away. But before he could shoot, he disappeared again. Where did he disappear to again? White chains stretched downwards. Their souls were captured, total 8. The monsters conferred again. He's really too fast. Let's surround him and prepare holy silver arrows. A grade 2 ratman pulled out an arrow and aimed. A system notification appeared. Your summoned creature has returned to eternal death by holy power. Your summoned creature has returned to eternal death by holy power. Your summoned creature has returned to eternal death by holy power, the monster said with relief and triumph. Good, it worked. We can kill the Necromancer the same way. Yundong ran around and said, they seem to have prepared a new kind of weapon. Then I'll have to use a new weapon too. Your weapon has been enhanced with Demonic Strike. Item information. Name Demonic Strike. Grade Master. Type Active. Mana consumption 20. Uses captured souls from the Soul Hunter skill to explode with a powerful curse. Cooldown 30 seconds. Available souls 8. Available souls 8. After that, a slashing attack flew. The monster screamed in pain, help me, help me. The ratmen raised their hands and formed a shield. Shield, shield. A notification window appeared. That shield cannot withstand this level. Immediately, the monster was cut in half by a single slash. Yundong said, then this is similar to an armor-breaking skill. The system showed enemy souls captured. Total 24. The guys on the rooftop shouted, corpse explosion. Explosions appeared densely in the space. A notification appeared, enemy souls captured. Total 34. Yundong was satisfied. Truly amazing. Your weapon has been enhanced with Demonic Strike. Enemy souls captured. Total 55. Used captured souls to enhance undead. Stack 4. Attack power increased by 20. Defense increased by 10. Magic resistance increased by 10. Agility increased by 10. The monsters still hoped we can win. Everyone stay away from the Necromancer. All forces block the undead. I'm going after the Necromancer. After that, the chief monster asked Yundong, Necromancer, you've changed your style? I didn't know you were a werewolf. Are you of our kind? He replied indifferently. Are wolves and cows of the same kind? The monster said. We don't distinguish species with such elementary concepts. That is merely a human concept which disappeared with the fall of this era. Yundong found it funny. I've heard many such dogmatic words. Are you one of the 4 great human monsters? At his words, the monster was startled. You know about us? He said. We've known each other for a long time. Nice to meet you. I hope we don't meet again next time. Finishing his words, he swung his sword. Your weapon has been enhanced with demonic strike, a powerful attack. The monster dodged and counterattacked. You underestimated me too much. I am the True Blood Captain, one of the 4 great human monsters, he introduced himself. A notification appeared. Due to the warrior's bind effect, your weapon has been sealed for a short time. Chains bound Yundong's weapon, he exclaimed inwardly. Sealed? The True Blood Captain became even more ferocious and roared at this moment. Such attacks are useless, Necromancer. God of Death form on cooldown for 7 minutes 33 seconds. Werewolf form on cooldown for 14 minutes 52 seconds. Yundong was pushed back. Yundong was startled, thinking, weapon sealed? But it's fortunate that the transformation wasn't nullified even after the God of Death was sealed. The True Blood Captain charged triumphantly. Now it's time to become a hero, Necromancer. Yundong thought, these guys are too annoying. I shouldn't drag this fight out any longer than necessary. He unleashed his attacks. Judging by your expression, you're losing patience. That means the situation isn't good, doesn't it? Yundong heard and marveled. Can this guy even read the expressions of animals? Truly interesting. The True Blood Captain became even more enraged. I was a veterinarian when I was human. Reading animal minds is basic veterinary knowledge. Han Ho listened, unable to comprehend. What kind of vet is like that? Inwardly he worried. If only my skeleton was here, I could easily overpower him with its weight. But in this situation, I can't risk the Undead Legion. What if that's also one of their pre-planned strategies? Then he shouted. You seem to think I'm more suited for one-on-one combat? The True Blood Captain replied with disdain. I can tell by your cowardly fighting style. You probably don't know this, but I'm not the type to fight with weapons. Yundong inwardly retorted again. No, I know. The True Blood Captain continued to swing his fist. If the enemy fights barehanded, I don't even need a shield. Yundong asked. A stamina battle between a mage and a warrior? Aren't you the one fighting cowardly here? The True Blood Captain swung his claws again. You talk too much nonsense, that's what weaklings do. Then he shouted. Duke Yundong, take this attack. He barely managed to block the attack. He threw another punch. Refined fist. Yundong spat out blood and the True Blood Captain grabbed him by the collar, then began to mock him. Is this the great Necromancer, the hero of Korea? But what's left of you without your weapons and subordinates? Compared to our beast tribe, you are nothing. The existence of humanity is not worth a penny. Just then Yundong countered and punched him. Then he opened his mouth grimly. What's left of me? Overwhelming experience levels are left. The True Blood Captain trembled at this, a look of fear on his face. Yundong analyzed inwardly. If I evaluate my current stats, my pure physical ability alone is 52. If I add the effect of transforming into a beast tribe member, I have no need to feel inferior because of my size. Then he twisted the True Blood Captain's claws and he screamed in pain. In a one-on-one fight, I'm definitely stronger. Then he slammed his opponent hard to the ground, who continued to take attacks. The True Blood Captain continued to curse. You damn bastard. Suddenly, power surged from his body. He got up with an even more crazed expression. It's not over yet, Necromancer. I didn't think I'd have to use this, but a syringe was stuck in his claw. Yundong exclaimed in surprise. A syringe? The True Blood Captain endured the pain and plunged it into his chest. Aha, I feel my power increasing. Now the real fight begins. Necromancer, I'll show you my true power now. Then that mighty power erupted. Yundong bared his teeth and scoffed. Perhaps I'll soon get another good bone fragment. Simultaneously, the system notified, weapon sealing time has ended. At this moment, the building was still engulfed in flames. The heads of burning monsters fell to the ground. Ju stood before a pile of monster corpses and said, It's over. I can't deal with all of them alone in a few minutes. Just then, a pair of red eyes suddenly gleamed. An evolved human monster tried to attack a civilian. Just then, Han Ho appeared and blocked his attack, growling. You can't. Then he launched an attack. Immediately, the system notified, acquired 100 gold from hunting test subject 057. Ju said seriously, everyone inside died. Han Ho said proudly, I didn't even add one page to the legend of the strongest rogue here. She said worriedly, Are we winning outside? Then Han Ho looked a little awkward. It seems you don't listen to me at all, sister. Ju said, How are they fighting? Han Ho, I don't think there will be any buildings left after this battle. At this moment, outside was chaos and thick smoke rose. The True Blood Captain, transformed like the Bull Demon King, approached arrogantly. You've already retrieved your weapon? Then let's see when you'll run away. Where did the guy who kept boasting about his power go? I'm now a stage 4 beast tribe member. Should I say I've become strong enough to match you awakened ones? A monster that surpasses all monsters. I call it a super monster. Then he charged and power erupted with every movement. Yundong thought, let's forget his naming sense. Now there's really no time. A notification appeared. Sealed bomb on weapon has been used. A True Blood Captain still charged, saying with disdain. Too slow. The notifications continued rapidly. Target has been poisoned. Then the True Blood Captain spat out blood from poison. His body crashed to the ground with a thud. He was angry and in pain. You damn cowardly bastard, what trick are you playing? Yundong replied. You should have been suspicious when the rain suddenly started. Radiant charge. Skill information appeared in the system window. Skill information. Name Radiant Charge, Grade Epic, Type Active, Mana Consumption 40, Soul Consumption 20. Can attack with energy generated by destroying accumulated souls. This skill deals powerful magic damage to the enemy at the point of contact and binds the target for 10 seconds with the Hand of Death. Cooldown 10 minutes. radiant charge, a massive vortex began to appear in the air. Then the True Blood Captain was caught in its power. He struggled to crawl out, shouting, "You damn weak demons." Yundong reached out his hand and a scream echoed. Bound by the hand of death, the True Blood Captain was rolled up like a kimbap. At this moment, the monsters looked at it in surprise and exclaimed, "Commander, even the Blood Commander?" The True Blood Captain still tried to shout orders to his comrades to destroy this place, blow up everything here. "We cannot let the Necromancer escape this place." Yundong calmly replied, "If you were going to do that, you should have done it earlier. Now it's too late to take me down with a bomb. It's over, Blood Commander." Suddenly a spatial gate appeared. He was surprised. A spatial gate? Just then, something emerged from the spatial gate. As it came out, the monsters exclaimed, Brother, Commander Beck." Yundong couldn't help but worry at this moment. Does it really have to appear at this timing? A notification appeared. God of Death form cooldown 1 minute 12 seconds. Werewolf form cooldown 8 minutes 31 seconds. He quickly calculated. "Do I need to run away? I have to run away." Just then, a monster suddenly fell to the ground and said desperately, We need to retreat right now." The guy next to him was surprised. Brother. Just then, lightning-like power poured directly towards them. Everyone looked up in horror. These unexpected things. "Oh my god, something appeared." Yundong was surprised. "Damn it," a system window appeared. Physical function has decreased due to unidentified energy, hit by a powerful shockwave due to the collision of two energies. All stats decreased by 5. The newly appeared guy opened his mouth. "Told you to wait until they finished things with those guys." Necromancer. So this is the #1 star of the Korean server? What appeared were Hangang CO and Butterfly. He appeared very majestically and looked very strong. Butterfly pouted at this moment. HMPH, these ants actually believe in this 3 pillars make a mountain kind of behavior, especially since all you know is how to annoy us from a distance. Hangang Seo's face darkened and he launched an attack. The guys were flustered and exclaimed, Look, 2 glowing dots appeared on those 2 buildings above." The monsters began to go wild. "Use the Divine Thunder Cannon. We must completely eliminate the enemy, even if it means sacrificing all archer units." Then a fire cannon attack poured down. That powerful attack flew directly towards Hangang CO. He just lightly held his weapon and waited calmly. Immediately, a huge rock stopped in midair. A True Blood Captain looked at it in horror and exclaimed, What? How can this be?" Hangang CO opened his mouth. "You used a damn cannon." Immediately, the huge rock before his eyes began to shatter. 2 explosions occurred on the rooftops of the 2 buildings. Hangang CO looked on with an unperturbed expression and said, "I'll have to catch the prey that's trying to escape too." Then lightning-like power again erupted from the tip of his weapon. The werewolf tried to block it with a spirit shield, but it had no effect at all. The True Blood Captain howled, "RWH, what the hell is that monster?" The werewolf replied desperately, That person is the #1, Hangang CO and the Necromancer." The werewolf approached the spatial gate and said, "Perhaps today we will suffer a tremendous defeat. In the next battle." They tried to enter the spatial gate to escape. Hangang CO continued to unleash his power. "Trying to escape? Did I allow it?" Then the True Blood Captain couldn't enter the spatial gate and was pulled in by that power. He shouted, "Lord He Wang Ah!" The werewolf failed to save his subordinate and disappeared. No, after that, space began to return to normal. Hangang CO stood before the True Blood Captain, who had been struck by lightning and fallen. It's been a long time since I let prey escape for so long." Nearby, the city was still engulfed in flames. Yundong received a notification from the system. Beast form has ended. He screamed in pain due to the transformation process. It hurts much more than I thought. My whole body feels like it's broken." The side effects of the temporary demigod state were also too great. He gritted his teeth in pain and frowned, and the notifications continued. After the powerful force disappeared, all stats decreased for 24 hours. -10. Hangang CO watched this and exclaimed, "That werewolf could have a demigod form. He seems to be hiding something very interesting." Yundong, with a pale face, thought Hangang CO was a demigod. And unlike me, the power he gained wasn't temporary. Then he opened his mouth with difficulty. "Thank you for your help, but what brings you here?" He replied, "I came to greet you, but I don't understand why those guys told me to greet you." He listened, unable to comprehend inwardly. "He came to greet me?" Hangang Seo's cold gaze swept over him. Then he pointed directly at Yundong's face and said, "But your reputation wasn't exaggerated. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. The fact that the difference between your kill and my kill was only 2 minutes clearly means that the difference is very small and can be easily overcome, so wouldn't it be better to make a competent friend who can keep pace with me?" As he spoke, he extended his hand to Yundong. He thought for a moment, then calmly said, "Such relationships are usually determined by the gap in skill." Hangang CO immediately agreed and acknowledged. Then Yundong asked curiously, "But what is a demigod? Is it a profession?" Hangang CO asked again, "You just experienced it, didn't you?" Then he opened his mouth, deep in thought. "All right," and began to explain. "It's not a profession but rather a source of power that can be obtained when certain special conditions are met. I also obtained it by completing the conditions, but you seem to have only temporarily gained that power. Unfortunately, I don't know how to fully obtain that power, so you'll have to find it yourself." As he spoke, Hangang CO created power with 2 fingers, and then the power enveloped him. "Now that we've met, I have to go back. See you next time." Butterfly also cheerfully greeted, "Bye, see you next time, get back safely." Yundong pondered Hangang CO. whether he really came to help him, or if he really came to confirm that he had reached the demigod realm. At this moment many helicopters flew in the sky. Yoon Min-hee said nervously and loudly, "It seems we arrived too late. I'm sorry, we couldn't help you this time." Yoon Dong forced a smile and said, "The surveillance team's early warning was a great help to us, and I'm really glad we can go back so comfortably by helicopter, as I was exhausted too." Yoon Min-hee and his team were awkward. "To be honest, I know you just fought a tremendous battle, but I have news to tell you. An angel statue has been found in the Suwon area." A moment later, the helicopter flew into the sky again, and the scene shifted to a large building. Yoon Dong-hoon's group arrived there. Han-ho shouted with an excited expression, "Wow, it seems the Evolution Society abandoned a whole mountain of treasures." A notification appeared in the status window. Item information: name Divine Thunder Cannon, grade unknown, type player crafted item, effect can fire powerful lightning attacks with mana, fired through a cannon made of magic core. 1 minute per shot. They stood before a massive cannon. Ju opened her mouth. "It requires quite a lot of mana, but we've still found another powerful weapon besides the bullet launcher." Yoon Minhwa turned and said, "That's not all. They left trucks full of weapons. It's like they abandoned an entire military base." Yoon Dong replied, "Please send one of these 3 Divine Thunder Cannons to Suwon Village, and divide these spoils equally." Then he inwardly exclaimed, "The most important item belongs to that commander." Item information appeared. Name Warrior's Bracelet, grade Legendary, type accessory, effect seals all of the opponent's attacking weapons for a short time. The sealing time varies depending on the level difference with the opponent. Second item information: name Mountain Spirit Shield, grade Legendary, type shield, effect blocks 3 magic attacks, cooldown 1 hour. Yoon Dong held 2 syringes and bit his lip. "I also got 2 werewolf serums. Including the one I already have, I can transform into Anubis a total of 3 times, and the stage 4 Beast Tribe Golem will only be useful as a porter, but this is the ultimate version of the Beast Tribe Golem. Now what needs to be done is..." Just then, Yoon Minhwa opened her mouth from behind. "An idol has been found in the Suwon area. Since it's an installable item, it can only be moved 24 hours after its initial discovery. Investigators are currently waiting there." Han-ho looked and asked curiously, "So how much longer do we have to wait?" Yoon Minhwa checked the time and replied, 17 hours. "We are currently blocking information to prepare to move this item." Ju suggested, "We've been through a lot, so now we can finally rest." Han-ho immediately hugged the skeleton goblin tightly and said excitedly, "Is there an air conditioner? I could sleep hugging this all day." Yoon Dong looked at him with wide eyes. "Is that a pillow?" The scene switched back to a tall building, and the 3 were resting in a room. Han-ho looked at his phone laughing and said, "Suwon Village has developed a lot. It's now truly a village. Everyone there is level 8 or above. They're having a festival, but only we can't go." He pouted with regret. Yoon Dong thought cheerfully, blacksmiths, leatherworkers, cooks, all crafting profession players are level 8 or above. Besides constantly getting stronger, if there's synergy from various profession groups, this place has the potential to become a city, not just a village. In Manhwa Island, the pirates' actions are suspicious. Their frequency of appearance on the coast is continuously increasing. Through the pirates we caught, we were able to see the community of Chinese server too. They will never give up their ambition to invade the Korean peninsula, so we must understand their actions as clearly as possible." Just then, Han-ho asked again, "Will the pirates come again?" Yoon Dong asserted, "Of course they will, but not for a while." Ju explained, "Since all their vanguards were annihilated, considering how disadvantageously that would affect the expeditionary force, they will surely regroup their forces and secure reinforcements before landing again." Yoon Dong looked up, lost in thought. "This is why we need to reinforce our army and regroup our forces to prepare for a larger war." Just then, a notification appeared. Chapter 2-1, Balance of Power Achieved, Mission Completed, he exclaimed in surprise. "It seems all the high-tier monsters have been eliminated. We weren't the only ones working hard." At this, the high-tier monster elimination ranking board appeared. First KD-157 to 3 monsters. Second Hangang Seo, 2 monsters. Third 002 monsters. Fourth Ju 2 monsters. Fifth Konghoon 1 monster. Sixth 001 1 monster. 7th Forest Wizard 1 monster. 8th Reform Alliance Leader 1 monster. 9th Prosecutor Masen 1 monster. A total of 14 monsters have been eliminated. Han-ho read the rankings and was very excited. "Wow, does this mean the main story is over?" Yoon Dong said seriously. "What are you talking about? Something else is about to begin." The system continued to display notifications. Chapter 3 Main Story Start Announcement. To all survivors on the Korean server, after long trials and challenges, we are delighted to announce this news. Until now, the main story has been a grueling journey of fighting increasingly powerful monsters and striving for survival, but now it's time to decide your fate. 2 high-tier races progressing through the game are waiting for you to join their teams. From now on, choose one of the 2 races, Angel or Demon, before continuing the survival war for the future of Earth. Han-ho frowned. "Of course we have to choose Angel, right? Who would want to call themselves a demon?" At this, Yoon Dong was surprised. Important warning. 1. You can form a contract with a race through the statue of the chosen race. 2. You can accept and complete unique missions through the statue to earn a certain amount of epaulet points. 3. Each team will receive a team mission, and all team members will receive enormous rewards upon completion. 4. Large-scale dungeons will be added. 5. This event will last for 7 days. The schedule may change depending on game progress. After reading all the notifications, Yundong said, in conclusion, it's a team battle. Whether they're demons or angels, it doesn't matter if they're good or bad. They're just the names of two teams, angels and demons, beings symbolizing good and evil. Han Ho and Ju looked at Yundong with puzzled expressions. He was still lost in thought. Are the angels and demons mentioned in the mission really the same beings we know? No, this isn't my professional bias. Han Ho immediately got excited and said loudly, then they might be aliens. In that case, aren't aliens playing this game with us? They might be mocking us by having us choose sides like this. Could this conspiracy theory be true? When he said something so preposterous, Ju gave a wry smile and took his phone. Han Ho, your phone is confiscated for a week. Yundong rubbed his chin again, thinking, the truth hasn't been revealed yet, but as the game progresses, the truth will become clearer. Now all we can do is wait for the angel statue to arrive. The scene shifted outside the building where everyone was gathered. Song Manhwa said loudly, the angel statue will arrive soon. Drones were on high alert and snipers were in position. Song Minhee reported, the main story has begun. The advance party, including other teams from the Alliance, is trying to protect the statue. It's unlikely they'll attack us, but it's good to be careful. Due to security concerns, only some members of the Alliance know about the angel statue. Han Ho and Ju, please wait in front. Yundong thought, Yundong-hun seems to trust me a lot. It's here. Just then a helicopter carrying a huge iron box flew in. The iron box was placed in midair. Choi Dong-hun approached and said, Mr. Yundong-hun, I heard you went through a lot. There's a lot to talk about, but I think we should check this first. As the box opened, a statue with traces of a high-tier race appeared. Angel statue. Yundong looked up and said, it's truly the embodiment of an angel. Choi Dong-hun continued, yes, an angel with a sword and a crown in its hand. He thought inwardly, a sword and a crown, it must mean something, but I can't figure it out. A prompt appeared. Touch the statue. The two chose the angel faction. Contract. 1. You become a member of the angel faction. You can use the exclusive bulletin board. 2. You will receive team missions. 3. Your defense increases by 10 and you receive corn. 4. You can earn more gold by killing players from the demon faction. Choi Dong-hun's eyes widened as he looked up. HMPH, it seems designed to divide players and make them fight each other. Yundong smiled and said, of course, but no one will turn down a chance to receive buffs immediately. The system displayed another notification. Do you wish to select the angel faction? Once a faction is selected, you cannot leave for a certain period. 7 days. If you leave the angel faction after 7 days, you may be punished for angering the angels. Choi Dong-hun thought, now I have to choose a faction. But is choosing the angel faction really the right choice just because we found the angel statue first? It's not right for humans to be subjected to violence, bound by a statue that we can't tell if it's good or bad. Although I agreed to choose the same faction as Yundong, from Yundong's side the system refused. You cannot select the angel faction. You currently possess a corrupted item. Destroy the chaos crystal item, remove the chaos attribute and try again. His face turned pale and sweat poured down. What, a corrupted item? The corrupted item was the stone embedded in his chest. Item information. Name, Chaos Crystal. Grade, Legendary. Type, DLB. Effect, grants the user Chaos Attribute. Max mana 500 increase, mana recovery speed 250 increase, 3 mana and health absorption on attack. Yundong complained, abandon this for an unknown angel faction. Moreover, he had a bad feeling about the angel statue. At this, a notification appeared again. Hidden mission. Name the third option. Type, completion. Objective, destroy the high-tier race's statue. Reward, activate a third faction. Who isolated this land? Standing at a crossroads, you must once consider who the enemy is. The high-tier races are never on your side. Their goal is not the advancement of humanity. Rather, their goal is to utterly destroy humanity to satisfy their ambitions. Thanks to possessing the Chaos Attribute, you must stand up for the survival of your race. You will achieve victory by breaking free from the evil clutches of the high-tier races. Accepting this mission will anger the high-tier races. Yundong thought, a hidden mission, huh? Does this mean I should choose this? Do you accept the hidden mission, the third option? Time limit 15 seconds. Yes, no, he pressed yes. You have angered the high-tier races. The high-tier races have issued a bounty mission to all players to track you down. Target, KD 157. Angel faction bounty, 20 million gold. Demon faction bounty, 15 million gold. Pressure poured down on him. Choi Dong-hun's body trembled as he tried to endure. Yundong-hun, what have you done? My status window says to kill you immediately. He gritted his teeth and glared at him. Yundong cried inwardly. Damn it seems Yundong-hun chose the angel faction. Then he replied concisely. It's a complicated story. Choi Dong-hun gritted his teeth in anger. Even if it's complicated, you should have told me. You know we can't ignore system messages. Yundong extended his scythe and let's make it simple. And he swung it forward once. The third option, destroy the high-tier race's statue. Choi Dong-hun looked puzzled. The statue shattered. He turned back in surprise. The angel statue, what are you doing? Yundong replied calmly. This is the third option. Choi Dong-hun looked bewildered. Ha, he explained, there's always a third option to conquer this game. An ending where we're merely pawns of unknown beings is not suitable for us. At least it won't be a happy ending. Choi Dong-hun's body trembled and he screamed, "Are Yundong-hun?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you really know what you're doing?" A system notification appeared. The Angel faction has set a team mission to claim your life. From now on, all players from the Angel faction must track you. The Angel faction's bounty has increased. Angel faction bounty, 50 million gold. Yun Dong thought. As soon as the angel statue was destroyed, a light appeared. What's here? Item information. Name Angel Wing Fragment. Grade Legendary. Type Consumable. Effect upon use teleports to an angel statue within a certain range. Single use. The demon faction cannot use this item. Description: the last emergency escape route available when a statue is destroyed. Yun Dong picked up the angel wing fragment. I can use this to move to another statue, so is this an item for the defeated to escape? After all, it's a battle to destroy each other's statues, but I think I heard where another angel statue was. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There were rumors that the pirates had found an angel statue. Then there's no need to wait for those pirates to come to our doorstep. I can deal with both at once. It was still that night. Yun Dong said with a slightly anxious expression. Hey Han Ho. Han Ho frowned with an unpleasant expression. Who are you? You arbitrarily created powerful enemies without consulting us. It seems we should sever our ties now. A status window appeared. Server mission. This is a mission granted to the entire server. You can choose one of the three options below. 1. Stop the third faction Z-157. You will receive a blessing from the Angel Faction's Arbiter. All stats greatly increase during combat for a certain period. 5. For independent players, ranking points are calculated upon contracting with the Angel Faction. Only the biggest contributor can receive the Angel Faction's sacred treasure. To support and protect the third faction K-157, you will gain the opportunity to choose the third faction. You will become an enemy of the high-tier races. 3. Bystander. Han Ho pointed with his finger and shouted, "Do you see this? You can't see it, Hung. That's why you acted that way. If I had no conscience, I would have been consumed by greed because of this bounty." Yun Dong quickly asked Ju for help. "It's quite a lot of money, isn't it?" Ju polished his sword and muttered, "HMPH, 150 million gold, just you wait." Then he smiled in a friendly way. "Mr. Yun Dong-hoon, next time you make such an important decision, please consult us too." Han Ho pouted, expressing great dissatisfaction. "Can we continue to trust this person?" Yun Dong quickly reassured him. All right, of course, I'll do so unless it's an emergency." At this, another person appeared. Choi Dong-hoon approached with the alliance wearing an unpleasant expression and said, "Mr. Yun Dong-hoon, this angel statue was something we found, and destroying it without any explanation is unforgivable." Yun Dong replied calmly, "It was just a gut feeling, so I couldn't say for sure." He thought inwardly, even if I tell them about the mission I received, it would be difficult for them to understand. Choi Dong-hoon said with a slightly softened expression, "I trust your instincts, but this is not a situation to test my trust." The others whispered in confusion. "What's the sacred treasure? All stats increase. That's like an increase of 6 to 7 rank points. Not just gold, corn is really attractive too." Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yun Dong-hoon and the three others. Their eyes were bloodshot. Han Ho's face turned pale. "Is this an alliance?" Choi Dong-hoon's expression hardened with anger. "I am the leader of this team if you create enemies that we can't handle in this way. Our cooperation ends." Yun Dong gave a wry smile. Understood, he thought inwardly. For Yun Dong-hoon, this must feel like a bolt from the blue. "We agreed to a contract, but the situation turned out like this," he declared. "We can start a war with you right here." The alliance team grew serious and looked at Yun Dong. Han Ho said in a panic, Senior, say something. Did I miss the right time to cut ties with Hung?" Yun Dong thought inwardly again. "Can I win against the Crusader commanders who completed their first awakening?" Suddenly, Choi Dong-hoon raised his hand. "However, the Yangdong-po alliance will maintain a neutral stance for now." Yun Dong breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for trusting me." He rejoiced inwardly. He overlooked it, even though it was entirely my fault. They turned and walked away. Choi Dong-hoon didn't forget to remind him, "Whether it's the Angel faction or your faction, my allegiance to any faction will soon change. Hurry up, so I can be on your side." The scene shifted to another part of the city. Kyung-wook loudly instructed, "Patrol around the village to check for suspicious individuals and organize the supplies sent by the Yangdong-po alliance." Han Ho's father asked, "Will they come soon?" Kyung-wook turned back and replied, "Yes, they will arrive soon." "Oh, Mr. Yun Dong-hoon's team is here." In the sky, a helicopter flew in. Yun Dong landed on a skeleton wyvern along with the helicopter. Kyung-wook excitedly welcomed him. "Welcome, Mr. Yun Dong-hoon. As you can see, no one in this village chose the Angel faction. Everyone chose the third option." Yun Dong shook Kyung-wook's hand and was moved. "Despite that enormous bounty, no one chose them. Currently, this village would be the safest place in the world." Kyung-wook continued. "I still think it will be fine, but just in case they appear unexpectedly, we've sealed it off as a precaution. But I didn't expect the alliance to decide to support us with a helicopter." Yun Dong turned around and sighed. "No, this is loot." As the pets pulled people out of the truck, the three were surprised. Yun Dong explained, "On the way here, we were attacked by something called the Reconstruction Alliance. The alliance seems to be a coalition of several guilds. So even if Yun Dong-hoon chose the third option, it would just be the Liberation Army's choice." Then he thought of Song Min-hee. She also said she chose the third option. Almost no one would give up immediate gains and accept losses. At this, Sergeant Kim showed his phone screen and said, "As expected, the community is noisy. Numerous attention seekers are loudly vowing to kill you, and some are even live streaming to draw in others." Kyung-wook turned back and asked, "Not long ago the public praised you as a hero, but now it's like this." Yun Dong said seriously, "Ignore them." He worried inwardly. I expected this situation, but I'm still a little concerned. If the situation changes, they'll quickly fall silent. Before he could finish speaking, he clutched his stomach in pain and cried out. Ju, who was standing next to him, was startled. Mr. Yoon Dong-hoon, the seed he had just acquired, appeared on his stomach. Sergeant Kim said in surprise. What is that? Is it a seed? Hyung-wook continued. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely a good item. A system window appeared. You have met specific conditions and chosen the third option. You are qualified to be the pioneer of a new team. Planting the World Tree seed now will allow it to grow into a sacred tree and bestow blessings upon your team. To achieve this, you must complete the third option mission and successfully establish a team. The huge seed in Yoon Dong's hand glowed. His eyes also widened in surprise as he thought, is the World Tree a sacred tree? I always hesitated where to plant it, but given the current situation, I have no choice but to plant it here. That is an X-insect. I also have to protect the tree until it fully grows, because if it is destroyed, the World Tree will bring disaster everywhere. I don't know how big it will grow, but it will be impossible to hide. I need a place with completely trustworthy members, and at the same time I have to protect it with everything I have. The square in front of the village is the perfect place for this. A moment later, the scene shifted and the people in the area were each doing their work with machines. They were digging a large pit, and Han shouted loudly, "Don't dig up all the dirt in the square. Leave enough for a helicopter landing pad." Yoon Dong turned around and sighed, "But we're short on space." He was very anxious. "Yes, I know, but how can we give up a residential area with safe travel and aviation technology?" At this moment, Q appeared and said, "I think we should build a low wall around the World Tree. We should also install siege weapons and trust cannons. The Yongdu Alliance sent us two," Sergeant Kim asked from the side. "Or how about we set one up on top of Pondong Mountain? We can usually camouflage and hide it." Kyung-wook smiled and said, "Good idea." At this moment, a group of motorcycles came rushing. Choi Dong-hoon called the team leader excitedly. "Team leader, there are no new monsters here. There are still some goblins in the underground drains or abandoned buildings, but monsters like hellhounds have almost disappeared." Yoon Dong calculated inwardly. They move abandoned vehicles on the roads through motorcycle races and sometimes repair the roads, but their purpose is to make it possible to drive on them. They also occupied the shops near Songtan. Moreover, funds to operate these facilities are being collected rapidly. At this moment, Han Ho's father proudly held the safe. Item information: name, pawn shop, grade, special, type, finance, effect. A portion of the gold acquired by contracted players is automatically stored. Description: you can make a contract by touching the safe. The safe owner can determine the commission rate. After that, the gold acquired by the contracted player is automatically stored in the safe according to that rate. Commission rate 10. Number of contracted players 225. Current gold 1,554,800 gold. All villagers voluntarily accepted the contract. Somehow it felt like all their efforts were being rewarded. Han Ho looked at his father with a frown. It was as if he was looking at his father's suspicious past. Ju and the goblin returned happily carrying a large stone and said, "Life here seems to be getting better and better." Yoon Dong also smiled while working and continued, "Although I don't get a chance to enjoy it because I'm called around all day." A moment later, a large circle was formed and dirt was filled inside it. When Yoon Dong took out a large seed, someone who saw it recognized it and said, "Is that the World Tree seed? It looks different just by looking at it." At this moment, the system appeared. "You have planted the World Tree sacred seed. A mysterious creature begins to take root in this land." Immediately, a powerful force erupted into the area. Hidden mission title: for the magic tree. Type: protection. Objective: protect the World Tree until it grows to a specific size. Reward: first World Tree fruit, permanent buff. Although a divine being, if it only exists in the form of a sprout, the World Tree is still very weak. Therefore, monsters that detect the World Tree's existence will come in droves, craving the tree's sacred and noble essence. Protect the World Tree with all your might until it is strong enough to protect itself. The World Tree can absorb nutrients from monsters. The more you kill, the faster the tree will grow. If the World Tree objective is destroyed, an irreversible catastrophe will occur. Similar missions were also applied to the team members. A total of 226 players. Yoon Dong smiled and exclaimed, "It's really not easy." But some people started to panic. "We have to protect it, so who's coming to attack us now?" Suddenly, the space shook and a horde of monsters charged ferociously. One person shouted, "The monsters are moving in groups. Those guys are coming from the 3 o'clock direction. Goblins are also crawling up from the sewers." Kyung-wook thought of this as a tower defense game and shouted, "Everyone move, all snipers go to their assigned watchtowers." Yoon Dong stepped forward. At this moment, container boxes fell to the ground with a thud. Han Ho shouted, "Wow, what's that?" Sergeant Kim pushed up his glasses and said with a slight satisfaction, "Those are called mobile fortresses. If you combine them, you can protect a wide area. Warning: priests, archers, and mages go to the fortress." Sergeant Kim continued to smile proudly. "If used this way, each mobile fortress can also be used as a turret." Han Ho's eyes widened when he heard that. "Isn't this cheating? That's amazing. Whose idea was that?" he said confidently. "There are many talented people among us. After the Dongdushian crisis, we can say we made some preparations." Yoon Dong stood on the platform with everyone and looked down. No profession is wasted. Indeed, they wisely recruited members. At this moment, the area below was in flames, and shouts of "A horde of goblins is coming, sweep them away with area magic" echoed. The goblins in the 1 o'clock direction were prevented from climbing onto the fortress. In the air, Yun Dong's summoned creatures appeared and explosions continued to erupt. Malicious people watching from afar with binoculars shouted joyfully, "Wow, everyone saw that, the Necromancer is over there." It was really wise to find and track the first place we met the Yangdushian Alliance. It seems a battle has broken out and monsters are gathering here. What's going on over there? Going against one's own species is honestly really cool. But that guy has a huge bounty on his head and is standing there. We also chose the first option. I thought I won the lottery. Self-proclaimed bounty hunters will continue to appear all over the server, right? Now I'll tell those hunters, he shouted loudly in front of the live streaming drone. The Necromancer is right here in Suwon. Everyone come and kill him. We're just experts at finding traces, so we'll leave the fighting to the Necromancer hunters. At this moment a man behind him shouted in surprise, "Oh, the Necromancer?" Yun Dong appeared grotesquely in front of them. His two eyes glowed and they shouted, "He saw us." At this moment when a goblin soldier jumped out of the door, they were startled. "Ha, undead? Oh, we're sorry, we just..." A moment later they were all captured by Yun Dong's team. Han Ho checked the internet situation and turned back worriedly. "Senior, it's bad. There are 5 live streams about Hung. One of them officially declared to kill Hung. I officially declare a bomb mission. I will blow up the Necromancer and his followers, the Necromancer and his fanatic supporters." The shaggy-haired man on the screen pointed his finger with an arrogant expression and provoked, "I am Kim Kyung-wong, 10th rank from Shangchung's 16th floor. I will slaughter all of you with my nuclear bomb." The shaggy-haired self-proclaimed Kim Kyung-wong was very proud. "Necromancer, do you like bombs? I saw you blowing up people." Then he threw the bomb behind him, and immediately a powerful explosion erupted. Walls crumbled and fell into pieces. Kim Kyung-wong continued to grumble, "When it comes to explosions, I'm the best. My profession is a terrorist. That bomb was one of my weakest skills. I'll make bombs. I also have another bomb that I can make every 24 hours. And I'm thinking about what to do. What do you think I'll do?" He pointed his finger and provoked. "Suwon, you won't be able to withstand it either. Your followers are all trash. Run or die, it's up to you. I'm going to blow up the entire area. The reward will be mine." Han Ho of Yun Dong's team watched the live stream and asked with a frown, "Is this guy trying to provoke us? He could just quietly throw the bomb. But given that he's bragging, he's either crazy or lying." Ju said seriously. "But if he's not lying, how can we stop the bomb? We can't move the headquarters in time." Yun Dong thought worriedly, "And he's not just targeting me, he wants to kill all the players here to get rewards and experience." He stopped in front of where the World Tree Seed was planted. Kyung Wook came and reported, "Mr. Yun Dong, there haven't been any dangers recently. Occasionally thugs appear, but they don't harm us." Yun Dong immediately said, "But don't let your guard down, monsters aren't the only ones targeting us. Most of the videos in the community are probably fake, but someone will definitely take advantage of this. It's really annoying." He felt quite tired. A notification appeared. World Tree Seed has grown 11. After 11 it no longer grew. Everyone looked down at the sprout, and Han Ho asked, Mr. Yun Dong, what are we going to do after creating the third faction?" Yun Dong said, "I don't know either, but we have to believe that our choice will lead to a better outcome." But in his heart he thought, "This game has an ending. I didn't see angels or demons in the Stone of Prophecy, but I don't think they'll give us a good ending." Then he suddenly exclaimed, "It would be best if we decided our own ending, wouldn't it?" Everyone looked at him with surprised eyes. Yun Dong continued to think, "Besides, angels and demons are not human friends. Just by looking at the mission, I can tell they treat humans as inferior beings and intend to exploit them. Even if there wasn't a third option, I wouldn't have followed either of them." Kyung Wook muttered. "Ending?" He gritted his teeth. "By then will we be able to find the creator of this game? I really want to meet whoever caused countless people to die without even knowing what was happening." Soon it got dark and suddenly explosions continued to erupt. Kyung Wook's team panicked. What's happening?" Destiny shot a drone and called Yun Dong. From amidst the flames, the shaggy-haired Kim Kyung-wong appeared, laughing madly. "Wahahaha. It takes 20 hours to make a bomb, so you thought I'd come after 24 hours, right? I've prepared everything. Now it's too late to escape. I'll go straight to the climax." Witness the Necromancer's demise. As he spoke, he threw a bomb forward. A skill can destroy an entire apartment building. A red warning appeared in the system window. "Warning, red storm has been summoned to the current area." The refugees screamed in terror. "Ahaha, shield. Everyone lie down." From the right a goblin soldier rushed forward from behind Yun Dong. He blocked the powerful wave of destruction. Kim Kyung-wong frowned at this moment. What? Why isn't it exploding?" The goblin soldier landed heavily on the ground. Yun Dong appeared and asked, "You said this bomb was a skill, not an item?" Item information appeared on the screen. Mountain Goblin Shield. Grade, Epic. Type Shield. Effect creates a shield that can weaken 3 magic attacks. Cooldown 1 hour. Kim Kyung-wong continued to throw 3 bombs. Fate, this never happened before, so why now?" Immediately a single blow cut off his arm and a painful scream echoed. Yun Dong's 2 eyes glowed and he pulled out his gun and fired. He glanced down and saw the residents trembling in fear. Yun Dong said grimly, "Hey, filming crew." Filming crew responded in surprise. "Haha." He exerted his strength and said loudly, "From now on I will make 3 promises, so be sure to upload this video. To all Korean server players, I will hunt down and kill all those who declared to kill and cursed me. At this moment, Kim Kyung-won was receiving countless attacks. It was from Yoon Dong's gun, he continued, including those who pledged allegiance to the angel and demon factions. You know my profession, so you know death is not the end, but if you join my third faction, everything will change. A horde of skeleton soldiers surrounded him. The filming crew was trembling in fear at this moment. Yoon Dong thought inwardly, I lack leadership or cunning, so I have to show my strength so that those vipers don't dare lay a hand on my people. The scene shifted to another area. A live stream appeared on a phone screen showing a group of people kneeling. We apologize for provoking the Necromancer. We were just joking, please forgive us. Viewers 3226. We were out of our minds back then. We're really sorry. If the Necromancer sees this video, please send him a message on our behalf. And of course we'll also be joining the third faction, the man cried, snot and tears streaming down his face in fear. Yoon Min-hee watched it and scoffed, bragging back then. Really funny, Yoon Min-hwa exclaimed. It was really scary back then. At this moment in the Plague Book Part 3 discussion board with 432 notifications, am I the only one who finds this situation funny right now? Me too. Am I the only one who finds this funny? As soon as the Necromancer's bounty was announced, everyone acted like killing him was as easy as killing a cow or a dog, but now they have to kneel and apologize. They'll do anything to survive. I think the community will be clean thanks to the Necromancer. He said he'd kill all terrorists, Yoon Min-hee and Yoon Min-hwa shouted in surprise. This is a warning from the Necromancer to all players. Answer 12 ranking. I was quite flustered when I suddenly had to choose a side, but now I'm even more flustered thanks to the Necromancer. But it seems he really has the ability to sweep away both angels and demons. Deliver it to me. I really hate you guys. I really hate you guys. Survivors 362. I support the Necromancer, but I don't know what will happen if the war really starts. Priest Seo Dong-ji-yu thought the Necromancer was dead. He doesn't appear often, but every time he does he's really cool. I fully support him. All negative comments disappeared. It would be strange otherwise unless they belonged to the group targeting Yoon Dong. Choi Dong-hoon sat opposite thinking with a frown. The most humiliated person here is me. I had no choice but to leave Yoon Dong and choose the angel faction. This is not what I wanted, but it is the current reality. Then he made a decision and the other two were surprised. Recruit new team members and find new targets, Yoon Min-hee asked in a flustered voice. So you want to challenge the Necromancer? Yoon Dong said he would kill everyone, even those in the angel and demon factions. Choi Dong-hoon was truly distressed. I don't intend to be his enemy, but I can't be his ally either. He's a reasonable person so we can negotiate, he calculated inwardly. I have to act wisely. I can't act rashly now. I need to become strong enough not to be influenced by anyone. Suddenly, Yoon Min-hwa shouted, Commander, there's a report that an additional angel statue has been found in the Gimpo area. Choi Dong-hoon said with joy on his face, good, strengthen security and begin transport. She hesitated again. But this time the statue is a little different. It's a four-winged angel statue. Choi Dong-hoon exclaimed in surprise inwardly. A four-winged statue. Do statues also have grades? Outside, countless monsters rushed in and Han-ho and Ju dealt with them wildly. Skeleton soldiers quickly appeared and blocked them. Kyung-wook shouted, there are 3 trolls on the right. Yoon, defend and block them. Motorcycle team, watch out for fallen monsters. At this moment, a notification appeared in the status window. World tree sprout has grown 99. Yoon Dong observed from the side and thought, we gained a lot of experience through defensive play. He was also under immense pressure to protect the world tree. Kyung-wook, who had been hunting monsters for a long time, happily drank an energy drink and said, the average level of players here has now literally reached A tier. And the highest level is 15. Sergeant Kim, excited, poured water over his head to relieve his fatigue. Yoon Dong smiled and said, it seems everyone has worked really hard, thank you very much. Then he thought, the world tree's growth process is almost complete. A system notification appeared. The world tree has reached its initial growth stage. All mission-performing players' stats increase, strength 1. A blessing is bestowed upon all mission-performing players for 24 hours. All acquired value increases by 20. Yoon Dong looked up at the tree, lost in thought. Outwardly, this tree was no different from any other ordinary tree. He touched the tree trunk as if he could feel the energy emanating from it. The world tree has borne its first fruit. Only the worthy can possess this fruit. Yoon Dong was startled and exclaimed inwardly, only one fruit. Item information appeared. Name, world tree's first fruit. Grade, legendary. Type, consumable. Effect, unknown. Description, a fruit made of the world tree's mysterious energy. Absorbing it grants a special energy. He bit into the world tree's fruit without hesitation. What is there to hesitate about? By eating the world tree's fruit, you are connected to the world tree. A powerful surge of energy poured into Yoon Dong's body. Item information appeared. Name, world tree. Grade, supreme. Type, passive. Mana consumption, none. By eating the world tree's first fruit, you are connected to the world tree. As the world tree grows, a certain amount of stats may increase. You can instantly return to the world tree no matter where you are. Cooldown, 24 hours. Yoon Dong looked up at the tree and admired. Stat increase and even a teleportation skill. This makes protecting it feel quite worthwhile. Then he thought with sharp eyes.